Chapter 1-. Izumi had a very strange dream. In the dream, he holds two swords and keeps fighting in a death game called Cell. From the first floor to the 75th floor, all these things make people feel as if they really happened. At the same time, various sword skills appeared in his mind. Oblique slash, horizontal slash, vertical slash, sonic blast, horizontal arc slash, vertical arc slash, and starburst air slash. Seeing these sword skills, Yuchen instantly woke up from his dream. Fuck, Master Tong. His surprise immediately caught the attention of many people in the class. Izumi. What are you doing? Dream about your past life. Don't be surprised. What a fuss. You are at the moment of awakening at this stage, so it is natural to dream of your past life. Don't make a fuss, sleep and don't disturb other people. I think back then, when I was stabbed a few times on the battlefield, I didn't scream like you did. The current Shuesen, really, one generation is inferior to one generation. E equals. Asterisk, alas. Many people in the class saw that the head teacher started to babble again, and it was no surprise. After Izumi calmed down, he sighed. Awakening, he is waking up. As a transmigrator, where did he come from in his past life? People in this world, before reaching the age of 18, will experience the memories of their past lives through dreams, thereby acquiring some skills and knowledge from previous lives. In this world, the soul will not be destroyed. No matter how long it takes, the tenacious soul will be reincarnated, and finally, before reaching the age of 18, it will slowly awaken some memories of the previous life. Even in this world, a lot of bloody things have happened. For example, someone in a previous life was a couple with someone, but in this life, they became sisters and brothers. It is not impossible for such a thing to happen. There are even more outrageous things. For example, some previous life enemy suddenly became my daughter in this life or something. All kinds of things can happen. However, this special meow has nothing to do with Izumi. Because, he Yuchen, a great transmigrator, awakened from childhood memories. However, this is useless, because his previous life was an ordinary dead house. After crossing into this world, logically speaking, he should not have a previous life. No, the previous life is right. In the dream just now, Izumi just thought it was just a memory of those animes he saw in his previous life. After sighing, Yuchen continued to lie down on the table and fell asleep. I don't know what's going on, I've been wanting to sleep lately. Maybe because of the rules of the world? It's like when something comes, beep, season, there will always be some kind of special situation. Yi Cheng, who was lying on the table and playing chess with Dukjo, was not called by the teacher. There are many such people in the class. If it was a previous life, some bald dean passed by and saw such a scene. It is estimated that the whole school will report the roll call directly. But not in this world. You can sleep every day if you want. Anyway, when you graduate, you don't look at your grades, but whether you have acquired memories of previous lives, or inheritance. After all, after reincarnation, the current you is already the new you. Not the you used to be. Plus, if you relived your previous life in a dream, you might have some knowledge no matter what. So it doesn't matter if you study or not, as long as you wake up. It is also like this, many people in the class fell asleep openly. Even those who cannot wake up are the same. Of course, there are also a few people who are listening carefully. After Yi Cheng fell asleep, what he didn't notice was that not far from him, a beautiful girl with fluttering long hair was looking at him strangely. Master Tong. Kirito-kun. I didn't expect it to be you. The girl whispered something, and then silently squeezed a small iron piece in her hand. Everyone in the class has these little iron pieces. If awakened, then you can use the energy in your body to turn this small piece of iron into a weapon that you used in your previous life. No matter how hard it is or what special ability, it can be perfectly presented under the ability of this small piece of iron. After the girl shook her head, she no longer thought about it. It's obvious that Yuchen hasn't woken up yet. If there is any problem, wait until he wakes up. Jingle bell. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Yuchen woke up from his sleep. Feeling that his body was hollowed out, Yuchen looked up weakly and looked at the clock hanging in the classroom. Then he fell down weakly. I'm so tired. I remember I didn't, beep, yesterday. Why are you so tired? Looking at the scenery outside the window, Isumi became melancholy. In the past, Asuna and I fought games together, killed gods in Sardinia, and also competed with a wall in the Magic Academy. Although I lost a move, he and I are definitely 55. Open. I've even been a demon king in a certain world, and I've killed a monster in a dungeon. I can even speak 10th level floor language, and I've raised a lot of people who can get married. But I've lost all of that. Yuchen muttered with a melancholy face. Just after he finished muttering, a clear voice rang in his ear. Then you are really amazing, Izumi-san. I didn't expect your experience to be so rich. When she said this, there was some kind of resentment in her tone. How come I didn't know you were so arrogant? Hearing this voice, Isumi looked up. What's the matter, ma'am? The girl in front of her had a long straight black head and a beautiful figure. There is always a gentle smile on his face, which makes people look very comfortable. But these are not important. As an LSP, Yuchen never cares if you look good or not. He always pays attention to what socks the other party wears today. The girl had the same name as his previous wife. Asuna. Hearing Isumi's words, Asuna pouted. Aren't you awake yet? I'll be graduating soon. Saying so, Asuna looked at the small iron piece in Izumi's hand. Still sealed. Not a single bit of power was injected. In other words, Isumu hasn't awakened yet. Hearing her words, Yi Cheng felt a little helpless. I've given up, and I don't think I'll wake up in my life. From now on we will be people of two worlds. Moreover, it is impossible for me to cultivate, and it is impossible to cultivate in this life. So please don't talk to me. Yuchen, won't be in the family if I kill you. Chapter 2 When Asuna heard Izumi say that, the veins on her forehead burst. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants you to be married? Izumi-san, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Why didn't you find out before? Asuna is very depressed about this guy. Did she say anything? This guy actually mentioned the matter of the marriage. What Asuna is asking now is whether Izumi has awakened. Glancing at the guy, then looking at the small iron piece in his hand. After saying something inexplicably, she turned around and left. Wake up quickly. Don't make me wait any longer. When Iken heard this, he was suddenly inexplicable. Do you have anything to do with her? Could it be that this Asuna classmate is also a transmigrator? This is clearly not right. Could it be the wrong person? Thinking of this, Isumu felt that he had guessed correctly. Thinking of this, he didn't think about it anymore, but continued to lie down. He didn't really want to get involved with this eldest lady. Because there are many licking dogs in the class who are staring at them. These dang hairs are hostile to anyone who is close to the eldest lady, as if they have never seen a woman. Just like now, many people in the class are staring at Isumu. Several unkind eyes fell on Yi Cheng. One of them thought he was handsome, but he was actually full of pimples, and the old man with a sulfuric face stood up and came directly to Yuchen and said condescendingly. Isumi. What's your relationship with Asuna? Hearing his words, Yuchen raised his head weakly. Do you care? Go aside, Don't come to me if you want to show off. Don't be meowing like a licking dog, will you? Please step aside if you want to eat shit. Yuchen snorted as soon as he opened his mouth. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, the face of this sour-faced classmate turned green. Damn. Fuck your sister. Damn. But your uncle. Grass. Get out of here and go. Yuchen would not be used to these licking dogs. In the face of this hanging hair's coercive behavior, Yuchen directly expressed his contempt. Even without hesitation is a crazy output. After being scolded by Yuchen for such a long time, many people in the class turned green. Many people feel that they are inexplicably lying on the gun. When you talk about licking dogs, aren't you talking about them? For a time, Yuchen became the public enemy of the whole class. Facing the gazes of these guys, Yuchen was not at all cowardly. What about Nima? What's the use of being angry? I'm not talking about you when I say licking a dog. Please don't take the right seat. As soon as these words came out, many people in the class were disgusted and bad. I want to kill this guy. However, everyone's faces turned green at the thought of the school rules. It is impossible to do it, and if they do it first, they may be fired directly. No matter how arrogant your family is. If you want to fight, you can't fight in school, you can only do it outside. Thinking of this, although many people are very upset, they have nothing to do. After all, the world is very strict with students. When the party involved Asuna saw this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched. Which one in his memory is not like this? Why is this guy rude when he can open his mouth? Problems with abortion? Asuna, who was full of question marks, expressed her puzzlement. However, she remembered what was said in the book, that everyone has different personalities after reincarnation, and cannot be regarded as the one from the previous life. She also understood. It's she who thinks too much. After all, Yuchen was Yuchen, not the him she remembered. At the same time, she is also her, not the one she remembered. After shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it. The little brother who wanted to trouble Isumu ran away. After being dumped by Yuchen, he has lost his face. And many people in the class looked ugly at this time, it was as uncomfortable as eating dead flies. Seeing these guys look uncomfortable, Izumi felt very happy. Think back then. Forget it, I don't want it anymore, I'm so sleepy. After muttering a few words in his heart, Yuchen lay down on the table again. This time, he was dreaming again. I still dreamed that Master Tong was holding a pair of knives to open Wushuan. While he was sleeping soundly, the small iron piece in his hand finally began to glow faintly. It seems that some power is awakening. But Isumi couldn't see it. The only one who noticed this change was Asuna. Seeing that the small iron piece in Yuchen's hand began to glow, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Finally, about to wake up. Thinking of the figure in her dream, Asuna was overjoyed. We finally meet again, Izumi-kun, no, Kirito-kun. Asuna was delighted, and the boys in the class were naturally upset. Now many people look at Yi Cheng with hatred. Several people from the dog-licking alliance winked at each other and left. When I went out, I didn't know what was discussed. When the girls in the class saw this scene, a look of disgust flashed in their eyes. If you don't study hard, you want to pick up girls, such a man is really useless. Even if it looks ugly. I still want toads to eat swan meat. So disgusting. Sure enough, it's still better for Yi Cheng, who is quietly acting as his handsome man. Never be jealous or anything. Not as childish as other boys. The needle does not poke. Thinking of this, the girl who originally had a lot of good feelings for Iken has even more good feelings for it. Even many girls have secretly made up their minds that even if they can't awaken anything, they have to practice hard. Be someone who can match Isumu. After all, This world is nothing but awakening the memory or inheritance of previous lives. There is another way to gain strength, and that is to cultivate on your own. Although it will be difficult, it does not prevent it from being a way out. After all, not everyone can wake up. Not to mention, the population of today is thousands of times that of ancient times. There are so many people who have past lives. So ordinary people should obediently cultivate on their own. Time flies, and after the whole day's class, Eugen also slept all day. It was not until the school bell rang in the afternoon that Eugen woke up listlessly from his sleep. After waking up, Izumi felt hollowed out. Still looking so exhausted. Holding his school bag like a zombie, Yi Cheng silently left the classroom and walked outside the school. What he didn't notice was that after he got up and left, the licking dogs he had been fighting before silently followed. Asuna sighed when she saw this scene. He closed the book in his hand, took his school bag, and followed slowly. The current Eugen can't have an accident. Chapter 3_. Eugen left the school, but he didn't know how many little tails followed behind him. The parents of the transmigrators are high-risk occupations, and Eugen's parents are no exception. A few years ago, his parents passed away, leaving Isumu to be reincarnated alone. Although people in this world can be reincarnated, it depends on who they are. It can be seen from the fact that people in this world can be reincarnated 10 times. At the very least, you have to have 10 consecutive lifetimes to have the power of reincarnation. Then in modern times, you can pass on those powers that you once had. His parents in this life are cultivators. If they are reincarnated, maybe in a few hundred years, they will be able to awaken the power they possessed in this life. The first awakening is basically a memory close to modern times. Then the second time was a little longer. Until the last awakening, the awakening power that can be obtained is extremely terrifying. That's why people in this world don't feel much about death. It might happen again in a few hundred years. Maybe they can become protagonists in a few hundred years. It's not impossible. Eugen had nothing to say about the fact that the transmigrators were all orphans. Maybe, the world he is in now is still a world written by the author of the street. Who can say such a thing? I walked listlessly on the way back, not far after Eugen left the school. The guys who followed him rushed straight up. Then, without responding to Eugen, dragged Eugen into the alley. I heard that you are very hanged. Before Izumi could react, I heard this familiar voice. Looking up, isn't this the licking dogs in the class? General average third in the world. It would be right without you hanging. You can't tell me, so it's time to put my sack on me after school. Why didn't you shout at the door of the classroom when you finished class, "Don't leave after school"? Eugen didn't panic at all, and even asked curiously. People of this age, aren't they all in the middle school? When you put down the fight, you should shout something like "Don't leave after school." Hearing Eugen's words, this old man with a face full of acne and a sulfuric face turned green. Grass. Beat him for Laozi. MLGBZ, don't beat him today, I'll write my name upside down. It seems that he was provoked by Isumu's words, and this guy was also directly angry. The sign in his hand lit up for a while, and then a watermelon knife appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Eugen also became serious. Your previous life was young and dangerous. What was the name of Xiangtai in the past life? This Nima, isn't the machete in his hand the weapon that only the young and the bewildered on TV that Eugen watched in his previous life? Hearing Izumi's words, it seems that Izumi is afraid. The sulky-faced old man said with a proud face. Brother Wang of Ertangkao, have you heard of it? I used to be. Before he could finish speaking, Eugen muttered. Just now you said you wouldn't hurt me, so the name was written upside down, right? Isn't the reversed word for king also the word for king? As soon as these words came out, several people at the scene suddenly suffocated. Brother, at this time, are you still paying attention to this matter? These licking dogs also mourned for Yuchen for a while. And Yi Cheng's words, like a fuse, completely angered the other party. Asshole! Brother Wang of Tangkao swung the watermelon knife in his hand and slashed towards Yi Cheng. In the face of such a situation, Yuchen panicked at this moment. At a critical juncture, various images appeared in Isumi's mind. He, the great transmigrator. In the previous life, I supported Rem on the left and Ram on the right. Behind me stood Hatsune and His Highness the Foodie, rubbing their shoulders. On their lap was Kurumi, and there was a transmigrator, Sajiri, who was shouting Oni-chan, and he was here today. Has it fallen? This script is totally wrong. Asuna, who was secretly observing, couldn't sit still at this moment. The moment you're ready to go. A blue airflow suddenly burst out of Yuchen's body. The watermelon knife was bounced straight away. Seeing this scene, Asuna immediately stopped. The surprise in his eyes could not be concealed. Awakened. At this moment, Yi Cheng is also very confused. Various sword-wielding moves appeared in his mind, as well as some fragmentary memories. Just like what I have experienced in my previous life. I'm actually Mr. Tong. After Yuchen said something in disbelief, the small iron piece hanging in his hand suddenly burst into light. It seems to be stimulated by something. The seal engraved on it disappeared completely at this moment. The slightly hot piece of iron brought Yuchen back to his senses. Looking at the iron piece in his hand, a flash of data appeared in Yi Cheng's eyes. Izumi, who noticed this, was stunned. Just like when Mr. Tong was playing games. Goldfinger. With that in mind, Yuchen focused his attention on the iron plate in his hand. Explainer, not activated. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng smiled. Then there was no reason, as the book said, the sudden power of the body was poured into the iron sheet. The next moment, a blue light flashed, and the small iron piece directly turned into a black one-handed sword. Brother Wang of Tangkao was so frightened that he stepped back a few times when he saw this scene. The people who followed him to block Yuchen were also scared and hurried back. Because, the weapon in Yi Cheng's hand is the one used by the boss at first glance. In other words, this guy Yuchen was actually a very powerful person in his last life. Izumi, who got the weapon, felt that he and the sword were one at this moment. He looked up at the guys in front of him. Well, it seems you are in trouble. Forget the sudden awakening for a moment. Yuchen's eyes fell on these guys, and his eyes slowly became dangerous. He thought that he would never wake up in this life, but at this moment he did. He originally thought that he could only be a salted fish in this life, but at this moment, his mentality also changed. The ambition from the beginning of time travel reappeared. He, Isumu, is going to become the god of the new world. Thoughts returned to the scene. I saw Isumu holding the weapon in his hand and the weapon exuding from his body. Tangkao brother Wang took a few steps back in fright. You don't come here. However, it was too late. Isumi is not a kind person. To be reasonable, he was bullied to the end, and why do you want to cut him? If this is not called back, then he is not a transmigrator. The long sword in his hand was raised, Yuchen stepped out, and the whole person directly pulled out an after-image. A blue light shone from the black long sword. Facing the awesome Tangkao brother Wang in front of him, he stabbed him. But Isumi didn't kill it directly. After all, murder is a crime, although he is fighting back in self-defense. But it should be fine to stab him a few times, as long as it doesn't hurt his life. At the same time, there is no problem with missing arms and legs, as long as it does not hurt lives. Even if the third leg is missing, it's fine, as long as it doesn't hurt his life. Yuchen remembers these laws clearly. Chapter 4 _ In the alley where Yuchen was dragged in, Several people were already lying down. Several holes were opened in their bodies by Ikan. Blood continued to flow from the wound. In particular, Brother Wang from Tangkao suffered indelible damage to his third leg. The whole person has fainted. Those who were still awake were shivering with fright at this time. They covered their key points, for fear that Yuchen would give them a shot. What Izumi did just now was really terrifying. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and the person who had already awakened was already lying down. What did they see? After a burst of blue sword light flashed, the long sword in Yi Cheng's hand had already cut several holes in their bodies. Blood spurted out like no money. As brutal as you want to be, okay. They also witnessed Yuchen turning that Brother Wang into an employee of the West factory. Wow, this is terrifying. Alas. Why? Why do you need to force me to do it? Really, is it bad to live? After Yuchen sighed, he put the interpreter in his hand into a small iron piece and put it away. Then he turned around and left. Izumi didn't kill them. As a good, law-abiding citizen, it's enough to cut a few holes in them. This is a self-defense counterattack. In addition, everyone is a classmate, so there is no need to start so hard. You are right. After silently comforting himself a few words in his heart, Yuchen left here and headed for his home. Now, he has to figure out what the hell is wrong with his awakened ability. Why did he suddenly acquire Master Tong's ability? He was still very curious about this. In addition to the thing that appeared before, like the game property panel, it made him even more curious. Gotta go back and do some research. With this thought in mind, Yuchen couldn't help but quicken his pace. Thinking about these things, he didn't notice Asuna, who was hiding in the dark. After Izumi left, Asuna stepped aside. Glancing at the back of Yuchen's departure, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, I woke up. Nice. Is this a continuation of the front line? Well, it doesn't seem right. After all, I'm not Yuaki Asuna, but Asuna. I'm not her, and you're not him. This relationship is really troublesome. After muttering a few words, Asuna turned to look at the guys lying on the ground and wailing. Especially that Brother Wang from Tangkao. The blood on the crotch was like coming from my aunt. Seeing this scene, Asuna felt as much disgust in her eyes. But she still took out her phone and called an ambulance for them. Otherwise these guys will bleed to death. After calling an ambulance, Asuna didn't stay here any longer, and also chose to turn around and leave here. What happened next had nothing to do with her. You know, surveillance is ubiquitous in cities. Little things like this probably won't be taken seriously, it's just a fight like a child. After all, it is only natural that this kind of thing happens dozens of times a day in the city. Many people will do things when they wake up. Over time, the authorities will be too lazy to care. As long as you don't cause human life or maliciously hurt people, you can say anything. Anyway, the medical technology is so developed now, it is a trivial matter to lose an arm or a leg. Just like Izumi had a cold in his previous life, not many people would care about it. And Yuchen didn't know what happened next. Now he has returned to his own nest. He was curiously clicking on the suddenly appeared property panel. Izumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao period, integration, 30%. Weapon, elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword mastery, two-handed sword mastery, two-handed swordsmanship. Second template, not opened. PS, when the first template is fused to 100%, the second template will be awakened. Seeing this information, Yuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this my golden finger? Fuck, awesome. At this time, Yuchen felt more excited and more excited. This thing is a bit tricky, it can actually turn Master Tong into his previous life. Recalling the information in his mind, Yi Cheng silently gave it a like. Although this thing doesn't look good, and it's very simple, it's really awesome. Recalling the information in his mind, Yu Chen suddenly frowned. Asuna. Does it matter? At this time, Isumi remembered Asuna's strange performance earlier. She was watching to see if she was awake. Thinking of this, Yu Chen's whole body suddenly felt bad. Hey, can the system squeak? Tell me what's going on. Isumi is very curious now, what is going on with Asuna? The real Benzina? This is very unscientific. As soon as Yu Chen's voice fell, the system was bubbling. That's right, it's just as bubbling as you think. Cannot. Does not have voice function. Yu Chen looked at the dialog box that suddenly appeared, and his head was covered with black lines. Semi-finished product. You guessed right. Because of many crossing reasons, the energy is insufficient, so most of the functions are lost. About your question just now, I can only answer you that it is your reason. When you and I came to this world, many templates were disassembled and integrated with some people in the local world. So please don't be surprised if you meet your own paper wife. These are just basic operations. Okay, I won't tell you, the energy will be gone? After saying this, the system was quiet. And Isumi understood it? In other words, Asuna was not an accident. When you awaken other templates in the future, you may also encounter people who also awaken some anime templates. Thinking of this, Isumi felt depressed. Fortunately, Yu Chen also got a message from the system's reply. A lot of templates have been lost, but some great ones have remained. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Thinking of this, Yi Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. This means that my second template awakens. Yu Chen wanted to inquire about his own system, but no matter how he called it, the system did not escape. It's like falling asleep completely. Izumi, who found this, was a little disappointed. But soon he put those things behind him. Chapter 5 Yu Chen's attention again turned to the power of this master tongue. For this system, it is estimated that it will be out of use for a while. There are a lot of sword skills in Iken's mind now, these are the skills of Master Tong's Sao period. And the template of him and Master Tong is 20% integrated. If you want to awaken the second template, you need to fuse it to 100%. Thinking of this, Yu Chen raised his eyebrows. He forgot to ask each of them, when the panel that integrates Master Tong reaches 100%, at what stage? Sao, Alo, GGO. Master Tong's strength is different at each stage. During the Alo period, there was still magic in the wizard mode. There is still bullet time in the GGO period. UW words, various mind skills, etc. Master Tong is different at each stage, okay. The current Isumi can only use Mr. Kiri from the Sao period. Or rather, calculate according to the way of the world. When others awaken to the second life, can this template of oneself also be advanced? GGO directly and let yourself take a lightsaber and chop bullets? Shouldn't it be so? Other words, wait until your integration reaches 100%, then give yourself a new character template. However, Master Tong in the Sao period seems to be the most conspicuous. Because in the later stage, Master Tong will use his mind skills to imagine himself in the form of two swords in the Sao period to fight. Other words, is the Sao period actually the peak of this template? So what about magic and stuff like that? There are also various artifacts of Master Tong. Now that the interpreter has appeared, the White Sword Chaser should also be able to manifest himself. GGO arrow lightsabers, pistols. There are also the Tina Bond Sword and Forged Steel Holy Sword from the Alo period. The Sword of the Night Sky and the Sword of the Blue Rose from the UW period can be embodied by themselves. Thinking about these things slowly, Yu Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. Didn't even take a shower. The next morning, after waking up, Yuchen went to take a shower, and then simply ate a piece of bread before going to school. When he came to the school, as soon as he stepped into the school gate, Yuchen encountered those guys who attacked him. Seeing that no injuries were left on their bodies, Yuchen looked at them with interest. Naturally, these guys also saw Izumi. But looking at Izumu's eyes was full of fear. Turn around and leave without a word. It's like seeing a plague god. Yuchen was a little disappointed when he saw this scene. He thought that these guys would come to pretend to be in front of him. Then he was stabbed a few times by himself to open a hole. But no. This made Yuchen feel a little pity. After shaking his head, Yuchen walked towards his classroom. Along the way, Yuchen also heard a lot of rumors, all of which were discussing the few guys who were opened up by Yuchen yesterday. Their conversations were full of schadenfreude. In particular, Yuchen also heard that a certain Tankao elder brother was miserable, and he was not only sent to the hospital. After his father found out that he had awakened a template of young and dangerous, he pressed him in the hospital and hammered him hard. No way, who made his father a righteous guard? It can be said that the more unlucky it is, the more unlucky it is. There are even rumors that his father has completely locked him up, preventing him from coming out to harm the society. Gee. Hearing these rumors, Yuchen couldn't mention how happy he was. Finally, I don't have to see that vitriol-faced guy again. After shaking his head, Izumu stopped thinking about it and came to his class leisurely. As soon as she came to her seat and sat down, Asuna looked over. Good morning, Kiri. Izumi. I almost called out the word Kirito directly. The current Izumu is not Kirito. Hearing her words, Yuchen couldn't help but look at her. Asuna. Hearing this, Asuna laughed immediately. Congratulations on your awakening. Reintroduce myself, I'm not Asuna, I'm Asuna, even though it's the same name, but I'm who I am. Please advise, Izumi-kun. Izumi nodded. Well, please give me some advice, Asuna. After saying this, the two couldn't help but smile at each other after looking at each other. Although the two have obtained the template inheritance of the couple, they are not them. As the great beauty in the class, Asuna naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people were a little stunned when they heard the conversation between Asuna and Iken. A girl sitting in front of Asuna turned her head in disbelief and said to Asuna, Asuna, you and Izumu know each other in a previous life. Many people in the class watched the two of them silently. Asuna did not refute, but nodded generously. Yes. Also, we were lovers in our previous life. However, it's not a past life now, so everything is starting over again, isn't it? I advise everyone, don't stick to what kind of existence you were in your previous life. Just think of your past life as a way to gain strength. As for those memories of awakening, it's all like watching a movie. After saying that, Asuna ruffled her long hair. The mood seemed very happy. Although I don't know what she is happy about. Yuchen glanced at her, nodded and then stopped paying attention. After all, this Asuna is not that Asuna. It's all the pot of their own system. Naturally, Yuchen couldn't say anything because he was Asuna and wanted to lick her up, asking her to be with him or something. There's no way such a thing could happen. He is not Mr. Tong either. What will happen in the future, Iken does not know. Will it develop into a couple again like in the anime? Maybe, but that's not what Izumu should be concerned about right now. And when the people in the class heard that Iken and Asuna were lovers in their previous lives, they were also instantly fried. After all, this kind of thing is so rare. Although they have heard a lot of strange things, when they really happened in front of them, these people were still shocked. Most people don't know if there is a past life, but the current Izumu and Asuna have awakened the power of the past life. Even in a previous life as a couple? How can this kind of thing not make people in the class curious? At the same time, many people also gossip. What was the past life of these two people? For a time, everyone in this class was having a heated discussion. Even many people in other classes have learned the news. All of a sudden, the whole school exploded. In the end, even the teacher heard about it. This undoubtedly adds a bit of fun to many people's after-dinner meals. Chapter 6 _. The head teacher in Yuchen's class came to the class and clapped his hands directly when he heard the discussion of these guys below. Okay, let's all be quiet. I know you're excited and envious. But you also have to believe that you can awaken. Even if you can't wake up, don't panic. If you die 10 times, you'll be able to wake up again in your next life. The premise is that you have to take advantage of the present to cultivate well. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I woke up. If you don't have the strength, you will be ashamed. When he spoke, the class fell silent. Special meow, have you ever seen that teacher make people die? Bah, if they hadn't known that this old man was a teacher, they might have yelled at him. It's really MMP. Izumi's class teacher naturally heard about Izumi and Asuna. After all, the matter between the two has spread throughout the school now. Who would have thought that there was still a pair of students awakening in their class, and they were still lovers in their previous life? This has to be said to be really interesting. After Laoban poured his students a mouthful of poisonous chicken soup, he looked at Yuchen. Yuchen, go to the testing department after class. Test your strength. If your strength is very strong, then you don't have to go to school. Just come directly to take the college entrance examination at that time. Asuna, let's go with you too. Since we were lovers in our last life, let's continue in this life. This time the test is to test the strength of the two of you, so the two of you may be allowed to go together. For specific things, you will find out after class is over. Hearing the head teacher's words, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Asuna before nodding. I'm fine. I'll be there when class is over. On this point, Izumi has no opinion. Not to mention Asuna. Are you going to fight with Izumu together? Thinking of this, she also nodded. Me too. I'll be there after class too. Seeing both of them answering like this, Laoban nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then I look forward to your performance. Let's go to class next. After saying these words, he opened the book and continued to explain. And many people in the class seemed to be stimulated, and then lie directly on the table to sleep one by one. Try to see if you can dream something and wake up. After all, that's what Izumi's bee did. Just fell asleep and woke up. It would be a lie to say that I am not envious. Glancing at the people in the class, the corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly, and after he glanced at Asuna, he also fell down. The current class is no longer useful for him. It's better to carefully organize the sword skills moves in your mind. There are many swordsmanship moves that are stuffed into Izumi's mind. Master Tong's lifelong learning was basically stuffed into Yuchen's mind. At the same time as Izumi became a master of swordsmanship, Izumi also became a master of hacking. After all, Master Tong would assemble a computer when he was 6 years old, and when he was 10 years old, he could hack into the security system and find out that his electronic account had been modified, and then he knew his life experience. From this point, we can see how awesome Master Tong's hacking skills are. At the age of 10, you can hack the security system. What is this concept? It's pretty arrogant anyway. So now Yuchen has directly mastered the most powerful hacking technology in the world. Of course, the sword skills are also very good. These are all sword skills that Master Tong has acquired in the game. At the same time, Yuchen also gained the fighting experience of Master Tong. The combat experience is all that he has honed and fought in the game, and it goes without saying how strong he is. After all, Master Tong can be an existence that can single out various bosses. Time flies, and soon it is time for get out of class at noon. After the get out of class bell rang, Asuna got up and came to Izumi and knocked on his desk. Izumi, get up. We're going to test. Hearing this voice, Izumi also got up from his sleep. After nodding, they left the classroom with Asuna and headed towards the gymnasium. There are special teachers over there who will test their strengths for the students. Only when the standard is met, can special privileges be obtained. Well, just don't use it for class. After the two left the classroom, many people in their class also ran out together. Everyone wants to see, Iken and Asuna's past lives are not awesome. Not only the people in Izumi's class, but also many people from the class next door ran out to join in the fun. A large group of people followed Izumi and Asuna in the direction of the gymnasium. This naturally attracted the attention of many students. When those apprentices heard that someone wanted to test their strength, they also joined in to watch the fun. Just like this, the whole team is getting bigger and bigger. In the end, even the school was shocked. Izumi and Asuna looked at the team behind them and were speechless for a while. Just test it? Does it need such a big battle? Hearing Izumu's words, Asuna laughed. Maybe it's just curiosity. After all, isn't our situation a bit special? Speaking of which, she couldn't help but smile softly. Seeing this smile, Yuchen was stunned for a moment. This has a bit of Asuna's temperament. Thinking of this, Izumi also smiled. Perhaps. If that's the case, then let's show these classmates and apprentices a wave of sword skills today. Hearing Izumi say that, Asuna's mouth twitched slightly. Good. Oh, yes. This is for you. Saying so, Asuna suddenly took out a new small piece of iron from her skirt and handed it to Izumi. Seeing this sealed iron piece, Yuchen was stunned for a moment. Then also laughed. Looks like you know it? Asuna nodded. Well, you all know. After all, in my memory, you are the strongest when you have two swords, isn't it? Izumi nodded. There is no denying it either. So he was not polite and accepted her gift directly. It seems that the templates mentioned by the system are scattered, and it may be the best for Asuna. It may have been just a brand new soul, but it has become full of potential because of its unreliable system. You don't need to go through 10 reincarnations at all to reach a good realm. Thinking of this, Izumi also smiled. He glanced at the nameplate in his hand. This test is interesting. Thinking of this, the corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly, and then he exerted a little force. A force in his body was injected directly into the small iron piece in his hand. The next moment, in Yi Cheng's field of vision, the name of this small iron piece also changed directly. White Sword Dark Chaser. Chapter 7_. The two swords are in hand, and I have them in the world. This is Izumi's current state of mind. With another sword, the Starburst Abandoned Healing Slash can be used. In this wave, Yuchen said that he can play alone. So confident, so expansive. Tong Izumi Grandpa, are invincible. Yuchen activated the white sword, and then hung it on the other hand. Immediately afterwards, he entered the gymnasium with Asuna. The people who followed behind also filed in and quickly sat down in the gym. Just for a moment, the whole gym was full. When Yuchen and Asuna saw this scene, they were very speechless. After shaking their heads, the two quickly found the teacher in charge of the test. The teachers here were naturally shocked when they saw so many people coming. Even the school leaders called to inform him about it. So he was already prepared. Looking at Iken and Asuna, he said directly. It's you, right? Go straight up. This time the battle is a test, the two of you are going to shoot at me with all your strength. Let me see how strong you are. Hearing his words, Izumi and Asuna nodded together. On this point, the two have no opinion. After looking at each other, the two set foot on the battlefield. The duo's test didn't just make the entire school curious. It also made the teachers in the school very curious. So at this moment, everyone came here to watch the play. It can be said that the matter of the two people has been extremely concerned. After Isumi and Asuna stood on the field, the teacher who was in charge of testing them also came up. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen directly took out his small iron piece, and the power gathered on his body immediately turned into a pure black weapon. Interpreter. And Asuna was also unwilling to be outdone, and the light flashed in her hand. A rapier appeared in her hand. Flashing light. This is one of Asuna's weapons. A silver rapier with crystal-like transparency. Gorgeous like a work of art. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Asuna's weapon. Especially some girls, this weapon is too much to their taste. It's a must-have for girls. Thinking of this, many girls secretly decided to get such a weapon when they had the opportunity. The two subconsciously stood together. Then they stared straight at the opponent in front of them. The teacher saw the eyes of the two, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Courage is commendable. Then let's fight. As his voice fell, his body began to slowly expand. Drink. With his loud shout, the clothes burst, and the height of the whole person skyrocketed. From a 1-meter-9 strong man to a 2-meter-3 muscular man in an instant. And, it's not over yet. Roar. A roar erupted from his mouth. Under the shocked gaze of the audience, his body began to slowly change. Get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. He ended up being a 4-meter-tall giant full of explosive muscles. At the same time, a mace appeared in his hand. Yuchen and Asuna, who saw this scene, were immediately stunned. Teacher, are you serious? Go ahead with all your strength. Yuchen looked at him a little puzzled. What the hell is a second-order outbreak? You know, they are freshmen who have just awakened. Use this to deal with them. The transformed teacher chuckled lightly. I will do my best to deal with any enemy. Come on, little couple. Show your true strength. As he spoke, his voice also became irritable. Seeing this scene, Yuchen and Asuna looked at each other and nodded in unison. Then the two of them didn't hesitate and rushed out. The audience at the scene were stunned when they saw the teacher's transformation. Is this still human? Why is this teacher so handsome? Who knows? Maybe in the last life, the teacher was a giant. But the muscles are so strong. Isumi and Asuna are in danger. Ah, this. Do you think the teacher did it on purpose? Deliberately let them fail the test and then these two guys can just stay in school? Who knows? Look, the battle begins. The audience discussed it. But soon he turned his attention to the field. At this time, Isumi and Asuna rushed out together. In the middle of the run, the two spread out from left to right in a very tacit understanding. At the same time, the rapier in Asuna's hand lit up. Quadruple pain. Raising your hand is an inherent sword skill, and it is a quadruple pain. This skill allows Asuna to stab 4 swords in an instant, causing powerful damage to the enemy. And Yuchen is also not to be outdone. The sword in his hand has also been raised. Sonic shock. The whole person directly rushed up at a super fast speed. The teacher grinned at the combined attack of the two. The mace in his hand swept directly. With that huge physical advantage, his attack directly covered the two of them. The two people who saw the scene suddenly changed their expressions. Ding! The sword in Asuna's hand was blocked as soon as it was thrust out. At the same time, Asuna was also knocked back a few steps. However, she quickly adjusted her figure and rushed up again. And that huge mace was already attacking Isumu. Facing such an attack, Izumi's expression changed. In a head-to-head confrontation, he is definitely not the teacher's opponent. So in the face of this attacking mace, Izumi directly leaned over. Only then did he escape the sweep. And the mace also slashed against the back of Yi Cheng's head. The strong wind ruffled his hair. When the teacher saw that Yi Cheng had dodged his attack, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he recovered quickly, leveraging the inertial force brought about by wielding a mace. As soon as he turned around, he raised his leg and kicked towards Izumi. I want to kick Izumi away with one kick, but I don't give any chance to breathe at all. However, just when he wanted to do so, Asuna's figure had already appeared on his left. The two white light rapiers stabbed directly at him. At this time, Asuna did not treat this teacher as an adult at all. Treat him directly as a monster in the game. Asuna's surprise attack also made the teacher give up attacking Izumi, forcibly stopped the power that had gathered to kick Izumi, and dodged Asuna's thrust with a dodge. It was just a test, he didn't want a hole in his body. Yet this is the avoidance. It also gave Izumi a chance. As soon as the interpreter in his hand turned, Yuchen slashed directly at the teacher's leg. Fuck. You bastard. Suddenly cut off, the teacher also cursed out loud. Meow, I gave up attacking you, how dare you cut me? Before he could finish cursing, Asuna, who jumped into the air, made another change and stabbed directly at his arm. At this moment, the battle scene on the field instantly became wonderful. Chapter 8 _ Asuna quickly stabbed 5 swords in the air. Intensive sword strikes hit the teacher's arm directly. Puff, 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 puff. 5 consecutive sounds rang out. This also directly hurt the teacher to grin. He couldn't care less about swearing, he endured the pain and hurriedly wanted to distance himself from the two. Izumi, who had slashed on the teacher's leg, also rushed out at this time. The interpreter in his hand waved, directly attacking the other side of the teacher. On the other side, Asuna continued to attack with a rapier. One left and one right, the two constantly cooperated. The two sides exchanged body shapes in an incomparable tacit understanding. This made the teacher have no way to hold the two at all. Izumi and Asuna are too agile. Seize the slightest chance, and the two will launch a stormy attack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yuchen and Asuna cooperated with each other, not giving the teacher a chance to fight back. Continue to harass him, and then attack. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Are these two so fierce? In fact, Yuchen and Asuna also suffered from toothache. This teacher's skin was too thick. The damage from the slash will recover in a short time. This Nima is simply a tank. Just like playing a game, after playing for a long time, the enemy's recovery speed is higher than the damage you cut. At this time, Asuna and Izumi were simply scraping. Izumi was very unhappy about this disgusting feeling. In the anime, there has been such a scene, but someone beat him, not him. A sword knocked him back, and Izumi suddenly shouted, "Asuna, hold back for a few seconds." Hearing Izumi's words, Asuna instantly understood what Izumi was going to do. "Leave it to me." After saying that, Asuna's attack became more violent. The sword light continued to shine on the field. Although it was only scraping, the damage caused also made the teacher very painful. So he kept avoiding it. He naturally heard the conversation between the two. I know that this guy, Izumi, still has a whole card that he hasn't used yet. Now it's a test, and he naturally wants to check it out. The teacher was also curious about Yuchen's cards. Yuchen retreated some distance, and condensed energy in his hand and poured it into another piece of iron. The people on the field were also surprised when they saw this scene. Some teachers were even more surprised. And another weapon. Use dual swords. This is really rare, such an existence is very rare. It was an old man who said this. After seeing the power condensed in Izumi's hands, he understood what Izumi wanted to do. This is the second weapon. Switch. As Izumu's voice fell, Asuna suddenly retreated. Yuchen rushed up directly, and at the same time, a white sword appeared in his hand. He slashed hard at the teacher in charge of the test. Seeing this scene, the teacher's eyes flashed with surprise. However, the mace in his hand will not show mercy. Directly facing Yuchen is to smash it down. Bang! The two swords crossed together, and Yuchen directly blocked the blow. Then push with all your strength. He directly pushed his mace out. Next, the students in the gym saw a shocking scene. I saw Izumu swinging his sword at super fast speed. The blue sword energy erupted in the field. Starburst stream. The sword light flashed in the field, and there were dense scars on the teacher's body. On the chest, arms, waist, knife after knife. Yuchen left scars on the teacher's body at a terrifying speed. In the eyes of some powerful teachers, the moves that Yuchen is using now are clearly visible. Horizontal slash, dash forward and horizontal slash, revolving slash, double sword parallel slash, cross down slash. In the end, Izuma quickly retreated after thinking that a crosscut left a huge scar on the teacher's chest. At the moment when Izuma retreated, the teacher suddenly burst out with a more powerful momentum. The scars on his body disappeared visibly. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was immediately stunned. Damn it, you kid is so cruel. I thought I almost got killed by you. The teacher cursed and used the power of his third stage to recover his injuries. Although a terrifying aura erupted from him now, he did not intend to continue. Seeing this scene, Izumi didn't know whether to continue or not for a while. At this time, there was a burst of applause from the outside. Very good. Just come here, you are qualified. Yi Chen heard the words and immediately looked at the sound. Then, I saw an old man looking at Izumi and Asuna with admiration. Principal. When Asuna saw the old man, surprise flashed in her eyes. Their test actually made him come too? Hearing Asuna's words, Izumi was also stunned. Headmaster. This old man is the principal. Yuchen did not expect that even the principal would come. The teacher in charge of the test also nodded after hearing the principal's words. Then put away his own power. Back to the original state again. Seeing him standing there unscathed, Yi Chen almost wanted to scold his mother. Meow, it's actually intact? Really cut a loneliness. Noticing Izumi's gaze, the teacher grinned. No, isn't it? You don't think you can really hurt me, do you? Anyway, I'm also someone who has been awakened 4 times. You just woken up and you want to hurt me? It's too naive. Hearing his words, Yuchen really didn't know what to say. Sure enough, now he is only worthy of scraping. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly became depressed. The principal also suddenly appeared in front of them at this time. It's amazing. Just waking up can do him such damage. If it weren't for this teacher's terrifying recovery energy, it is estimated that he would have been sent to the hospital. Amazing. Speaking of which, he also had to sigh that the youth now is really scary. The principal was full of admiration for Izumu and Asuna. If the next awakening is still so powerful, then in the future, it will definitely be the top powerhouse in this world. Hearing his words, Iken and Asuna felt a little embarrassed. Thanks for the compliment. Does the test count as a pass now? Yuchen looked at the teacher, feeling a little unhappy. If he continues to fight, he may lose, but he believes that with his own skills, even scraping can shave the teacher off. After all, he was the man who inherited Master Tong's technique. Chapter 9 _ This hatred, he Tong. Iken wrote down. Sooner or later, he will find this place back. The feeling of scraping is not very pleasant. It may be cool if someone else scrapes him, but it will be very depressing if you scrape someone else yourself. It's like playing a game. Others use the same character, and you will die after a few swipes, but if you use this character, you will feel lonely when you rush up. Who can stand this feeling? Although very depressed, Isumu still asked the question that he wanted to know. Did you pass the test yourself? Can he just skip class? Asuna on the side also seems to be very concerned about this issue. Hearing Yuchin's question, the teacher nodded. That's it? You are qualified. You don't have to use it for class in the future. Just wait until the college entrance examination starts, and you can come here again. Yuchin's eyes lit up when he heard the words. In that case, thank you. Then, teacher, can we leave? Now that it's done, what are you waiting for? Of course you go first. Asuna on the side glanced at Isumu. He didn't speak, but the meaning in his eyes was obvious. So anxious. She didn't quite understand that Yuchin planned to go there. Yuchin did not explain. In his opinion, if he can sleep at home, who is going to come to class? Did you not sleep well? Or do you think it's not fun to dream? The teacher and the principal also looked at this guy with amazement when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had seen someone so disgusted with the school. After frantically complaining that this guy is not a good student, the principal spoke up. Okay. You can leave now. The youth of today, really. After saying this, he sighed and left. For today's young people, he is really speechless. Back then, they didn't dare to express their thoughts like Yuchin. Old. After shaking his head, the principal disappeared directly in place. The students at the scene were all excited at this time. Although Isumi and Asuna did not bring any substantial harm to the teacher in charge of the test. But anyone with eyes can see it. These two are really strong. It's such a mess. The two have awakened inheritance, and their potential is very terrifying. Their past life was definitely that kind of boss-level existence. Thinking of this, in this huge stadium, many people are excited. It is a great honor to be a classmate with such a big guy. Yuchin didn't know what other Jean thought of him. Now Isumu just wants to get out of here. After confirming that he could leave, Yuchin walked outside without looking back. After getting the privilege of not attending classes, Yuchin is still in a good mood. As soon as he walked outside, Asuna chased after him. Isumi. Wait. Hearing this voice, Isumi turned to look at the eldest lady. Is something wrong? Asuna trotted forward and said. Are you going there? Are you sure you're not going to class? Asuna looked at this fellow Isumu speechlessly. After the test is passed, it runs directly. Are you serious? How hateful it is to go to school. When Yuchin heard this, he rolled his eyes. What can I do but go home? If it's okay, I'll go first. After saying that, Isumi walked out. And tomorrow Nai suddenly depressed. This guy? Obviously not such a person, feel this guy seems to have changed. After muttering a few words in her heart, Asuna followed. What are you going to do when you go home? Want to practice? Still going out to play? By the way, Yuchin, you were amazing just now, and you are exactly as I remembered. Listening to this eldest lady whispering in her ears. Isumi is really depressed. Just when he was about to say something to tell her not to follow him. The two have come to the gate of the school. Just when they were about to leave, there was a sudden loud noise outside. Boom. The gate of their school blew up. The aftermath of the shock caused the two to retreat a long way. Go! A strange laugh came from outside. I finally blow up this school. Cuckoo. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this voice, Isumu and Asuna, who had recovered their senses, frowned. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged man with black aura laughing wildly outside. You can tell he's not a good guy at a glance. At first sight of this person, Yi Cheng complained. Asuna on the side frowned when she heard Izumi's words. Terrorist attack. Isn't this a terrorist attack? There are many such lunatics in this world. Because among the awakened people, there are not only heroes, but also villains. On Yuchen's side, however, his face was full of strangeness. Because his broken system ran out again. Cut him. Go up and chop him. Recycle the template on him. This guy is an Yulun? Trash templates, dare to make mistakes? Actually merged with the people of this world? Seeing this information, Yuchen's eyelids jumped. Enyi Lun too. Yuchen's voice fell, and the middle-aged man seemed to be stimulated by something. His eyes turned to Izumi. Who are you? You know me. He. Interesting. Having said that, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He, and Yulun, was a dead man without any friends in his last life. How could anyone still know him? I was an orphan in my previous life, and I am an orphan in this life. No friends, no girlfriends, no so-called childhood sweethearts. An existence that is hated everywhere. And now, someone actually called out his name? In other words, the young man in front of him knew him in his last life. Then, the people who knew him were all very unfriendly to him. Thinking of this, his face suddenly became more gloomy. Although I don't know who you are. But in this life, I won't be bullied again. Go to hell. He has awakened twice in this life. It is not comparable to the students who are still in the greenhouse in front of them. In this lifetime, he, and Yulun, will also be a master. What happened at the gate of the school naturally attracted the attention of the teachers for the first time. Fortunately, everyone is now running to the gym. Even the security guards. Otherwise, the person in front of him would not be able to succeed at all. When those teachers discovered the situation here and were about to rush out, they were stopped. Wait. Let those two guys take care of it. Mr. Niu didn't test anything before. This scum who doesn't know where it came from should be able to let these two use their powers. The principal directly stopped the teachers who wanted to take action. What a whetstone, it would be a shame not to use it. Chapter 10_. When the teachers heard the principal's words, their faces suddenly showed strange expressions. Use this attacker to train Isumu and the others. Really play. However, they glanced at the guy who attacked the school. Well, second-order garbage. There's really nothing to do with Isumu and the others. They noticed it when they were just testing. How strong are Isumi and Asuna? The previous fourth-order test teacher almost overturned, if not for his strongest strength in the end. It is estimated that in front of Asuna and Akin, it is estimated that the car will really roll over and lose face. Although Yuchen has been scraping, but it is really fierce. Now there is a second-order little spicy chicken running out. It seems that it is not bad to test their real strength. If Yuchen and tomorrow just wake up, they can cooperate to kill the second-tier people. Then the potential of these two people is really against the sky. Think about this. The teachers at the school suddenly became interested. They all looked at the scene at the door with relish. Isumi and Asuna looked at the monster in front of them very seriously. Seeing her attack directly, Yuchen and Asuna both sold it directly. The two rushed out one after the other. Do not know when, their weapons have fallen into the hands. The two were left and right, and the long swords in their hands stabbed directly. Facing the attacks of Isumu and Asuna. And Yulun also laughed, the contempt in his eyes could not be concealed. Cricket, the two newly awakened newcomers are like fighting with me. Insanity. However, in the next second, his whisper stopped abruptly. Izumi and Asuna's swords suddenly sped up, cutting off both of his arms in just one encounter. Arrogant, but it will kill you. Love. Yuchen directly despised one sentence. This guy is so inflated. Just because I had awakened one more time than Izumi and the others, so I despised Izumi and the others. Really Nima's arrogance. Such a fool must die. Neither Izumi nor Asuna showed any mercy. After directly cutting off Yilun's arm, he retracted the sword together and stabbed it fiercely. Immediately, the two swords directly penetrated it. He is awesome, and he is so powerful, so is Yilun. Without being able to say a few more words, Izumi and Asuna directly killed him. Those teachers who have been paying attention here saw this scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched a few times. That's it? How dare you come to the school to do things with such strength? Who gave him the courage? The teacher who helped a contest before complained directly. Everyone was speechless. Even Isumu and Asuna were a little depressed. Imposing debut, and then easily killed. Shame on Jill. Yuchen wanted to spit out a few words. At this time, the half-disabled system in Yuchen's body was exuding a power. Then something was sucked out of the corpse they killed. After all this is done, it is quiet. Yuchen didn't have time to pay attention. Now he and Asuna are looking at each other. It was not until they were cut that they realized that it was murder. What to do? Asuna was a little flustered. It's her first time. This kind of thing is a little nervous. When Yuchen heard her words, he quickly calmed down. Don't panic. We get out of here first and then nobody sees it and doesn't know we did it. Asuna heard the words, her face turned black. Would love to give this guy a punch. If the gods left first, they wouldn't know it was them. Is this guy stupid? She didn't believe that no one would know about such a big commotion. Just when she was depressed, the principal suddenly appeared beside them. Okay, you two go back first. Just leave the matter here to me to handle. Well done. The principal's eyes were full of admiration for the performance of the two. Hearing her words, the two of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. And didn't stay here any longer. Instead, he left here in a hurry. Well, since someone is here to clean up the mess, what is he waiting for? And this Yilun is also a bit strange. How dare you attack the school? It's too daring or ignorant. Doesn't he know that there are big guys in the school? Just ran over like that. Although he was very puzzled, Iken didn't think much about it. This is not his responsibility. Even if there is any conspiracy, let others think about it, it has nothing to do with him. What he didn't know was that the pictures of him killing the man just now were all presented in the dark room. Is it that strong just after awakening? It's kind of interesting. And we have never heard of the names of these two. The speaker was a man shrouded in shadows. It's just that the red eyes are showing that the person in front of him is not a good person. At this moment, he was staring at the scene in front of him. Looking at the back of Isumu leaving. For some reason, his heart was full of hostility towards this young man. Thinking of this, he grinned. Interesting. After saying this, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Although I don't know what that feeling is. But, just what he wanted. As his voice fell, a pair of dark wings spread out behind him. The black feathers fell, and his figure disappeared directly in place. Only black feathers remained. On Yuchen's side, he shuddered subconsciously. I always feel that there are bad guys trying to harm me. Asuna on the side heard his words, the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. You're so narcissistic. In my impression, you shouldn't be like this. The second world is about to awaken. Hearing her words, Yi Cheng rolled her eyes at her. Don't put me in Kirito's body, I am who I am. Fireworks of different colors. So, Asuna, please respect yourself. Asuna was speechless when she heard the words. I know. It's just that I'm a little puzzled. Theoretically speaking, in a new life, the character cannot have much change. What's the reason? Unless it's the influence of the awakening of the second life. However, that's impossible, you just woke up yesterday. Speaking of which, her eyes were full of puzzlement. Izumi shrugged, not wanting to explain too much. That set of theories was of no use to him at all. Because he is just a traverser wearing a Kirito template. It's not Master Tong. Asuna looked at Yuchen, although she was very puzzled, but this feeling was very good to her, so she soon stopped thinking about it. Chapter 11 _ Izumi and Asuna separated at the intersection. The eldest lady got into a car and left. Yuchen, on the other hand, returned home alone. After returning home, Yuchen closed the door directly, drew the curtains, and turned on the light. System, can you talk about what you just absorbed? Where's the reward? When he said this, Yuchen was also very curious. The dog system told him to slash the guy, and then absorbed something. A sense of sight that takes the template back. Could it be that the dog system still intends to give him that garbage template? With this thought in mind, Yuchen couldn't help asking. Hearing Yuchen's words, the system also bubbling. I directly called up Izumu's system panel. Izumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao period, integration, 35%. Weapon, Elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword mastery, two-handed sword mastery, two-handed swordsmanship. Second template, not opened. Seeing this panel, Izumi frowned. Fusion increased by 5%? That's it? Special meow, so spicy chicken? That's it? As soon as he finished complaining, a force rushed out of his body. Then his limbs and bones were strengthened. At the same time, he also felt that he had a deeper understanding of some sword skills in his mind. The effect of 5% enhancement. After the end, the system continues to bubble. Strengthened. Okay, I continue to sleep. After giving these words, the system fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing this, Yuchen was immediately depressed. I really don't know what to say about the dog system. Not responsible at all. However, it can be regarded as letting Izumi know how to quickly increase the degree of fusion. That's those templates littered by the recycling system. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly became excited. When the fusion reaches 100%, the second template can be opened. Otherwise, if you rely on yourself to integrate, you will get the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. According to the rules of this world, if a person wants to awaken his second life, he must master all the power of his awakened first life. Only in this way can I awaken my second life and make myself stronger. The same goes for those who cultivate by themselves. After reaching a certain level, you can become your second rank. It's just that it's more difficult to cultivate on your own. There is still a huge gap in strength between those who can awaken the power of their previous lives and those who cannot be reincarnated. After awakening the power of his previous life, he does not need to recultivation at all he needs to do is to run in. And what Yuchen wants to do now is almost the same situation. This is why he is so happy when he learns that he can skip school. Staying at home, eating, sleeping, reading novels, playing games, watching anime, and then running in your abilities from time to time, isn't it sweet? Why go to school? After Yuchen shook his head, he stopped thinking about these things. Strength is divided into 10 stages, that is to say, 10 templates must be awakened. It is not so easy to run in these 10 templates, although now he has shortcuts to take. But it also takes time and effort. Even to find those templates scattered all over the world to recycle them. Then use it to strengthen yourself. Rather than thinking about these things, Yuchen wanted to do things on his own. After all, some templates may not be able to beat with their current strength. Special meow, when I think that those templates that destroy the world have also been merged by other people, Yi Cheng feels bad. Let him take his head to recycle? So it is better to be obedient to run in by yourself, and integrate this template of your own to 100%. Then awaken the second template. Although I don't know what the second template is, it should be stronger than Master Tong, right? No longer thinking about those things that are available or not, after Yuchen simply grabbed something to eat, he calmed down and began to practice the swordsmanship in his mind constantly. Deepen your understanding of swordsmanship. On the other hand, Asuna returned to her home. They also met their parents. When Asuna's parents saw their daughter came back, they asked directly. I heard that your school was attacked today. Are you all right? Asuna's mother asked worriedly. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the majestic Asuna's father also looked at his daughter with worried eyes. But it was soon covered up by him. Asuna's parents are not awakened, just ordinary practitioners. And it has only reached the 3rd level. Similar to school teachers. But this is already great. When Asuna heard her mother's question, she didn't hide anything, but told her parents what happened at school today. After listening to their daughter's narration, the two suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, however, her mother turned her attention elsewhere. You said that someone in your class also woke up. Is that your little boyfriend from a previous life? When she said this, gossip flashed in her eyes. When Asuna heard her mother's words, her face suddenly turned red. No, not at all. Don't involve this generation in matters of the previous generation. I have nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, Asuna herself doesn't believe it. To be fair, the feeling she felt when she knew that Izumi was Kirito made her unforgettable for the rest of her life. Although I don't want to get involved in this life. But how is this possible? Seeing Asuna's situation, her parents all had an answer in their hearts after looking at each other. Sure enough. In the novel, I still love you in my next life, and it's all true here. Gee, I don't know how many couples are like this. Except for those who were born into brothers and sisters by mistake. Fortunately, Asuna and that Izumi are not like that. After the two looked at each other and smiled, they didn't ask any more questions about it. Their daughters have their own ideas, and they are not good at interfering. Okay, let's go and rest. We won't ask any more, you just have to know it yourself. Then let's exercise your own strength at home. Then take the test to get better grades. Asuna's mother no longer asked about this matter, but let her daughter go to rest first. Hearing this, Asuna breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to his parents, he quickly returned to the room. After returning to the room, Asuna threw herself on the bed and hugged the pillow tightly. His cheeks were flushed red at this time, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Her parents didn't pay much attention to her and Yi Cheng's affairs. So is it possible? As soon as this idea came out, Asuna was also instantly startled. Does she actually have such an idea? Shock.jpg. Chapter 12 In the days that followed, Yuchen stayed at home to hone his integration. For a week in a row, Yuchen didn't go to school. Grind a little a day, and then in a week, he also grinded out 3%. Master Tong's fusion degree has also reached 38%. While it may seem slow, it's already fast compared to others. The main thing is that this guy, Izumi, is familiar with Master Tong. When watching anime in the past life, what Master Tong did, and those moves, he remembered clearly. Although the performance in the anime and in reality is not the same. Some of the swordsmanship in his mind is also more inscrutable. But Yuchen quickly mastered some skills. It's not like it was given by the broken system, but something like his instinct. Looking at the harvest this week, Yuchen was very satisfied with it. The needle doesn't poke. I didn't expect that I was so powerful. But it's driving me crazy. It seems that I still have a talent for swordsmanship. Speaking of Yuchen here, I feel a sense of pride in my heart. Yuchen praised that he was able to grind out 3% in a short period of time. The system that was sleeping suddenly bubbling up. The templates I chose for you are the ones that best suit you. So there's nothing to be embarrassed about. If it weren't for the fact that you have been lazy, it is estimated that you can integrate more. Come on, when the fusion reaches 40%, you can use the new ability. At 50%, this template will stop merging. When the time is right, you will open the second template. Looking at this bubbling box, Yuchen's face suddenly became full of question marks. What did you say? 50% can open the second attribute. I'm afraid you're not kidding me. Since the second template can be opened at 50%, then you need 100% for wool. I'm afraid you're not kidding me. Yuchen wanted to scold her. On his attribute panel, it clearly states that only 100% will open the second template. Then the guy backhanded and told him, in fact, only half is enough. I'm not kidding you. Mainly because your first template is relatively simple. Think about Master Tong's combat power in the later period and you will understand. Hearing this, Yuchen was stunned. Later combat power? You mean the UW period? Speaking of this, Yuchen understands that in the later stage, Master Tong really took it. Especially his harem, one by one. Goddess of creation, goddess of earth, goddess of sun. One by one became gods. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly became restless. In other words, has my guess come true? Asuna can she use a template for the old? Even to become a god. And the Master Tong template I'm using now can only be temporarily increased to 50% for some reason. Then this 50% is from that period. Allo? Or GGO? Hearing Yuchen's words, the system did not hide it. Rather, he chose to answer truthfully. GGO, which is the Tongza period. By the way, boy, do you want women's clothes? If you need it, I can satisfy you. Looking at these messages, Yuchen's face darkened. Go away. Hurry up and answer me, what exactly is going on with Asuna's template? Will she be able to use it directly? Will she become a god in the end? About this, it's important. If that's the case, that's amazing. Never allow anyone who is more powerful than him to exist. The system seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. So I was speechless for this guy, Isumu. It is difficult. Without your help, it is impossible for her to grow to that level. Now that her and Asuna's templates are less than 5% integrated, there is still a long way to go if they want to be 100% integrated. Even at the back, she needs your help to achieve a perfect fusion. At that time, she is the real god of creation, Stasia. Seeing this explanation, Yuchen was relieved. Understood. You can get out. After saying this, Yuchen turned it off with a backhand. Although I was surprised by Asuna's template, but knowing that she needed her help in the later stage to become a star princess, then Yuchen had nothing to worry about. As for how to help? Hey, I understand. Put this aside for now. Yuchen glanced at his fusion progress. Without further ado, he threw himself into the training again. Heard that when the fusion reaches 40%, new abilities can be used? The new abilities should be the attribute changing magic and flying magic of the Allo period. If this is really the case, then Yuchen said that he has to work hard. No human being can refuse to fly. Except for those who are afraid of heights. Although it is fused to 50% of the abilities that can only be used in the GGO period, it is already very scary at the first order stage. Not to mention, Yuchen can still fly. No one else can fly. Izumi's 50% is equivalent to someone else's third order. Think about yourself in the future with the strength of the first rank to fight against the third rank of others. Yuchen couldn't help but feel excited. Hey hey hey. After laughing a few times, Yuchen took out the interpreter. If Mr. Tong saw Yuchen's wretched appearance, he would definitely be so angry that he wanted to rush out and give Yuchen an SBS. Isumi once again seriously broke in. And a lot of things happened at the school. This period is the awakening stage of the students one by one. After Isumi and Asuna left the school, many people in the school awakened their memories of their previous lives. Gained great power. At this time, in the principal's office, the teachers and directors of the whole school are meeting here. Discuss the upcoming college entrance examination competition. The annual college entrance examination is about to begin. The college entrance examination in this world is not a liberal arts or science. Rather try. Let's see who was more arrogant in his last life. People with good grades get into good colleges and then get a better education. A good university is still very important to a student. While awakening, you may have gained a lot, but what was taught in college was something you never learned in a previous life. There are even some special martial arts and methods that can only be learned in universities. For example, some general magic, or martial arts and the like. This is also the case, no matter which high school, they are very serious about the next college entrance examination. Their Tianhai City No. 3 middle school is no exception. After a while of discussion, the head teachers of the senior 3 classes stood up one by one. Handed a list to the principal. This is the one who has awakened. At the same time, there are some students who have cultivated very well. These are the existence of taking the college entrance examination. Chapter 13 _ When Yuchen was cultivating at home, he also suddenly received a message from the school. Yuchen was still stunned when he saw this message. This is the process of the college entrance examination. Unlike the college entrance examination in the previous life, the college entrance examination in this world is actually a gathering of senior high school students from all over the city to participate in a battle. The person who finally won the championship is the champion of the city. Then be eligible to pick any of the prestigious universities. Awakened and unawakened people were divided into 2 groups to take the test. After all, the awakened person and the unawakened person are 2 different concepts. It's quite fair. Of course, you can also choose not to take the exam. If you don't want to take the college entrance examination, then you can go directly to become a mercenary. After all, in addition to the awakening of humans in this world, some monsters will also awaken. They tend to be more brutal, more hostile to humans. There are even monsters hiding in cities, allowing them to attack humans. It is because of this that there are mercenary unions in every city. As long as you are an awakened person, you can sign up to take some missions. For example, tasks such as maintaining the tranquility of the city and killing the monsters hidden in the city. Glancing at the information and the rules, Yuchen immediately knew something. After 3 days, they will gather at the school, and then the school will take them to the examination room together. The game is also open to the public. Some ordinary people can also buy tickets to watch. Although they are all just awakened people, everyone's strength is still very good. It's not some kind of chicken pecking at each other. No one knows how powerful someone's previous life was, and this is one of the ways to detect the strength of students' previous life. After knowing the time of the college entrance examination, Yuchen stopped thinking about it. Instead, continue to hone your own fusion template fusion. 40% at the beginning of the college entrance examination, then Yuchen will be satisfied. Just a little bit now. Immediately you can fuse to 40%, and then use the magic. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly became more serious. Asuna on the other side also received a text message from the school. When she saw the text message, she was also stunned. But he quickly reacted, and he didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he worked harder. If the time comes to fight, maybe she will fight Isumu. This is a very distressing thing. If she doesn't continue to become stronger, then she has no chance of winning at all. She knows how strong Yuchin is. So come on. She didn't want to lose, not even Yuchin. Many people are affected by the school's message. When some classmates who woke up early and left the school saw this message, my heart is also excited. This time, it's finally here. Can finally pretend to be in front of the public. This is the only thought many people have right now. If you can get the top spot this time, the attention you can get will undoubtedly be huge. This is a great opportunity to become famous. For such an opportunity, most people would not refuse. Well, except for some people who don't like being famous. However, it was obvious that the students at Isumu's school didn't think that way. Not even just Isumu's school, when students from other schools received this message. Also excited one by one. At the same time, there are many people on the internet discussing this matter. Many people are very concerned about the upcoming college entrance examination. Although the college entrance examination is still 3 days away, the tickets have already been released. The moment the tickets were released, a bunch of people rushed to buy them. Even some scalpers have made a fortune as a result. This time of year is also the most exciting time for all scalpers. The start of the game means it's time to make a lot of money. The audience is very curious about the people who wake up every year. Maybe you can meet some people you know in your previous life? It is this kind of thinking that makes many people pay attention to this kind of college entrance examination. Maybe, I will see my previous wife, or my daughter or something. Probably. Yuchin would not pay attention to these things. In the evening 2 days later, Yuchin had successfully integrated Master Tongue's template to 40%. There was some magic in his mind too. He even found that he had an extra pattern. That's sprite mode. 2 pairs of transparent wings will grow behind it, and the ears will become pointed. In this mode, Isumu can fly at super high speed. At the same time, his physical strength has also become stronger. After carefully feeling his own changes, Yuchin was still very satisfied. Then, the next step is to take the college entrance examination. Speaking of this, Isumu suddenly showed an excited expression on his face. For the champion, he is bound to win. After all, getting the top spot is a huge bonus. He is also very poor. Thinking of this, Yuchin couldn't help but muttered a few words. To be fair, Yuchin was actually quite poor, and the money left by his parents was almost exhausted. Just enough to live until the age of 18. Otherwise, Yuchin may have to go to work next time. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the system, it is estimated that Yuchin now has no hope of awakening, and after he can't cultivate, it is estimated that he has gone out to work now. All I can say is, things are changing. After shaking his head, Yuchin stopped thinking about it. Now that he's awakened, it's impossible for Isumu to be troubled by these little things. A person with power, if you want to make money, it is really not too simple. Just go to pick up a mercenary mission, and after completing it, it will be a lot of money. Now this college entrance examination champion is just a piece of cake. Go to the kitchen and simply prepare something to eat after eating. Isumi just went to watch the anime. Well, this is still more delicious. After a night of rest, I woke up the next morning. Isumi is heading towards the school. Today's school is extraordinarily busy. Many students came to school early. Even some of the heat that left school early and woke up early has returned. Judging from the breath they exude. Obviously, he went to the mercenary union to do a mission during the time he was away from school. Otherwise, there would not be such a bloody smell on the body. Noticing this, Izumi frowned slightly. It has to be said that there are still many strong people in this world. Many of these students are like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Isumu even heard that there are quite a few people whose past lives were relatively famous in modern times. And the strength is also strong. Such people are basically called geniuses. In other words, even Isumu had to be careful with the next battle. Otherwise, it could really crash. Yuchen never underestimates anyone. Ask for flowers, a moon break, a reward. Chapter 14 _ When Yuchen came to the class, many people in the class had already arrived. At this time, they gathered together in twos and threes to chat. After seeing Yuchen coming, many people greeted him. The current Izumi is no longer the Izumi who knew about salted fish all day. Yuchen had already awakened, and his fighting power was even stronger. And it can also force the teacher to use the power of the third and fourth orders. Although it's just scraping, but this kind of strength is enough for many people to respect Yuchen. Well, scraping is Izumi's shame. If they dared to discuss this matter, Yuchen expressed that he would smash their heads. Many woke up early, but the classmates who just returned to school today were very surprised at Yi Chang. They didn't expect that Yuchen, who was usually very low-key in the class, had already awakened since he just left. And it's still very powerful. That's pretty naughty. At the same time, there was a flash of war in their eyes. This year's college entrance examination can be interesting. Isn't it? When they went back to school, they also heard about Isumu. Like, what kind of couples are there? The beautiful Asuna in the class was Izumi and Izumi a couple in a previous life. That's interesting, okay. After all, such existences are rare. I was a couple in my last life, and I can still meet Deo together in this life, and even recognize each other for the first time. How terrifying is this probability? It's like winning the lottery. So they were still very surprised about what happened to the two of them. Yuchen didn't know what those people thought. Once he came to the seat at this time, he sat down quietly. Not long after, Asuna also came. When she saw that Yi Cheng had arrived, her eyes lit up. It's not the time for class yet, so many people get together to chat about the college entrance examination. And Asuna also ran directly in front of Izumi. Then he directly asked, Izumi, are you confident in the college entrance examination? Having said that, she sat down directly beside Iken, looking at him curiously. Hearing her words, Izumi shrugged. I have nothing to say about that. After all, there are so many people Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Who dares to guarantee that he has absolute certainty to win the champion? Yuchen was very humble for a time. Anyway, he would never say anything like his confidence exploded. Be humble. When Asuna heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Aren't you supposed to be very confident? You are very strong. How strong Iken is, Asuna's mouth is clear. But now it says so. Obviously a bit unscientific. Izumi shook his head. No, I'm telling the truth. Even if I am strong, what if there is someone stronger than me? What if I say confidently that I have confidence, but then I lose the college entrance examination? Isn't that punching yourself in the face? Loki, understand. Having said this, Isumu is about to preach to Asuna. Be humble. When Asuna listened to what Iken said, her face suddenly became more and more strange. Because she felt that Izumi was bragging. I definitely don't think so. As for what was in his heart, only he knew. However, Asuna still trusts her intuition. This guy Izumi is definitely lying. Asuna didn't dismantle this guy either. Instead, he chatted with Yuchen about the loss of cultivation. Both of them practiced things in a unified system, and they even had something in common in swordsmanship. And although Asuna has obtained Asuna's template, she doesn't quite understand many things. Asuna's swordsmanship is very strong in the game. but Asuna is different. It feels familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. So I don't understand a lot of things. After all, even if I obtained Asuna's template, she is not Asuna herself. Yuchen is different. Obtain the template of Master Tong, but he has systematic help. It doesn't feel any jerky at all. So in the face of Asuna's question, Izumi also gave her the answer. Yuchen remembered clearly about using that sword technique in that posture. After the two talked for a while, the teacher also came. Seeing the teacher coming, Asuna hurriedly returned to her seat and sat down. When the teacher saw that everyone was here today, he immediately nodded with satisfaction. It's all here. Very good. I won't say more. Let's all gather at the playground. Go to take your college entrance examination. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly got up and walked out together. Although Yuchen wanted to complain that this guy was unreliable, he thought of what happened to the head teacher in the past. This thought was thrown out of his mind. Can't rant. He is such a person. It's really depressing to have such a head teacher on the stall. Everyone in the class followed the head teacher towards the playground. Not just one of their class, other high school classmates also gathered here. After everyone came to the playground, buses also enter the school. At this time, Yuchen and their head teacher also turned around and said to the students behind him. Awakened and stood up. Stand on the spot and don't move if you're not awake. Of course, you can also try it together. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you are hit on the ground with a hammer. Hearing his words, the faces of the unawakened students suddenly turned green. Special meow, what this class teacher means is, I really want to see such a picture? Everyone didn't know what to say. And after Yuchen and Asuna heard the teacher's words, they also stood up directly. There were 3 students who stood up together. These 4 students are exactly the people in Izumu's class who have awakened this year. Exactly 5 people in total. Originally there were 6, but that brother Wang from Ertangkao dropped out of school after being left with a psychological shadow by Yi Chang. As for where he went, no one knows. Maybe it's to cultivate some peerless magic. Izumi didn't care too much about it. 5 awakens appeared in a class, which was already a lot. 4 classes in the senior 3 classes of their school. The awakened from other classes were only 3 or 2 kittens. There was even a class of students who were directly wiped out, and not a single awakened one. I have to say, it's really very poor. After all, who made ancient populations so sparse? In modern times, the population has increased. And those who can awaken are already considered as national treasures. After the awakened people stood up, they were all taken in front of a bus. Then all the awakened ones in the 4 classes sat up. Then there are the head teachers of the 4 classes. In addition to these people, the rest are the leaders of the school. As for those who didn't wake up, they got on other buses. Chapter 15_. After Izumi got in the car and sat down, Asuna sat directly beside him. In front of and behind them are the other awakens in the class. Then the teacher sat next door. Tisk tisk, is the next match between the awakened and the awakened. Will there be such a thing as a father in a previous life hitting his son? It's really interesting. Asuna on the side heard Izumi's words, and her head was full of black lines. What are you talking about? How could something like this happen? Think too much. What the hell is this? Dad beats son? It's almost like winning the lottery. I don't know if it can be reincarnated successfully. Besides, what happened in this life is about what happened in the previous life. When many people heard Yi Cheng's words, their heads were full of black lines. This guy has such a big brain, it would be a pity not to write novels. Asuna's answer made Izumi shrug. Who knows such a thing? Wouldn't it be fun if it did show up? Speaking of this, the corners of Yuchin's mouth rose slightly. Well, he is very interested in this large-scale domestic violence scene. Asuna heard the words, black lines all over her head. This guy is too unreliable. After pouting, she stopped talking to Yi Cheng. Even if something like that happens, it has nothing to do with her. In fact, Asuna felt very strange. Her past life, that girl named Yuuki Asuna, was really her past life? In her dream, her past life technology was very powerful. That's not the technology they can have in this world at all. All sorts of things really puzzled her. She even suspected that her previous life was fake. It's just that the power he gained doesn't seem like a fake. Coupled with the appearance of Yuchin, it made her even more puzzled. It's not fake no matter how you think about it, but, what's the matter with those world backgrounds? She was in Sakura province in the past life, right? But is there such a powerful technology over there? If there is such a powerful technology, then they also have it. As an autonomous region of their country, such awesome technology has long been spread everywhere. After thinking about it, Asuna shook her head. You can do what you love, anyway, it doesn't seem like a fake in your mind. The only explanation should be that maybe he came from another world. Well, there is such a possibility. For a while, Miss Asuna also began to make up a 300W novel in her mind. Isumi naturally noticed what Asuna was thinking. But he didn't ask much. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to sort out the new magic that appeared. Although Master Tong doesn't have many skill points, he also has some. Like hallucinogenic magic, and stealth magic. After sorting it out, Yuchin stopped paying attention. Meow, it's better to use swordsmanship yourself. No wonder Master Tong doesn't study magic much anymore. After cursing and throwing these spells aside, Isuma continued to practice those sword skills in his mind. On Asuna's side, after thinking about it for a while, she seemed drowsy. Then he tilted his head and rested his head on Isumi's shoulder. His shoulders sank suddenly, and Yuchin also opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at her. Seeing Asuna who had already fallen asleep, Isumi didn't wake her up, but let her sleep on his shoulder. Many people on the bus saw this scene, and their eyes flashed with envy. Destined couple. It's a ghost if you don't envy. At the same time, many of them are also thinking about whether their mother-in-law has been reincarnated. The idea came out. They all laughed themselves. How could such a thing happen? After shaking their heads, they didn't think about it anymore. After all, things like Isumi and Asuna were just an accident. How could they have such an opportunity? The bus traveled for nearly half an hour. Soon it stopped in front of a huge gymnasium. This is the largest gymnasium in the city, and most of the activities are usually held here. At the same time, it is also the place where students take the college entrance examination every year. At this time, the stadium was also very lively. This huge stadium can seat 100,000 people. Today, the place is already full of people. There were even many people standing outside the gymnasium, just to see today's game. Although you can't go in, you can see what's going on inside through the big screen outside the gym. After the vehicle stopped, Isuma pushed Asuna. The confused Asuna woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes in confusion. There was still a gleam of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Well, this guy is drooling while sleeping. Even had a dream. I dreamed that I and Iken were sitting under the sunset watching the slowly crumbling sky city. When Yuchin saw her like this, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. As expected of you. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna also reacted. Then, his entire face instantly turned red. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth. Damn. What a shame. At this moment, Asuna really wanted to find a seam to get in. It's so embarrassing. actually embarrassed in front of Isumu. Seeing her reaction, Yi-chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "We're here, get out of the car." Hearing Izumi's words, Asuna glared at Izumi, and then stood up directly. Angrily followed the others and walked down. This angry look is very similar to Asuna. After Yuchen shook his head, he followed suit. After a group of people got out of the car, they gathered together. Students from other schools have also arrived. At this time, they were looking around with curious eyes. It seems that he is looking for someone he is familiar with. Yuchen didn't have the heart to pay attention to other people, but quietly stood by and waited for the teacher's arrangement. Asuna subconsciously came to Izumi's side and stood quietly with him. The two stood together like this, which also attracted the attention of many people. Because the two are so good together. Just standing there gives the impression of a quiet time. Many people even discussed in a very low voice. Everyone is very curious about these two people. It looks like a couple anyway. And also the awakened. In other words, they were a couple a long time ago, right? Such gossip is fascinating. After Yuchen and the other teachers counted the people, he said loudly. "Everyone is here, come with me with your student IDs. I'll take you to register." After shouting like this, he was the first to walk towards the gym. When the others saw this, they hurriedly followed. In the same way, Isumi and Asuna also followed. Just as Isumu and the others were walking towards the gym, buses came one after another from behind. On one of the buses, a girl with short hair and an explosive figure saw Uken and Asuna arrive at that moment. Her pupils shrank suddenly. "Ni sauce. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward too." Chapter 16 _ Yuchen also seemed to sense something, and he turned his head subconsciously. Then Asuna pulled him directly and walked towards the front. "What are you looking at? Hurry up, keep up." Hearing her words, Yuchen felt helpless. He had no choice but to give up and investigate what was behind him. The two hurriedly followed the people of the large army. When the girl in the car saw Uken and Asuna, let alone how excited she was. "It's really you. Excellent. But that woman." Having said that, the girl's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect that the woman was actually there, and she was already with him. Damn. Very unwilling. Thinking of her here, she felt aggrieved in her heart. Obviously it's all over again, but why does that woman still appear? This feeling can never be wrong. Must be her. "Sugiha, what are you thinking? Get out of the car." Suddenly, there was a cry from the girl's side. When the short-haired girl who was called Sugiha heard the words, she also came back to her senses. Got it?" After saying this, she took her things, got up and got out of the car with her classmates. She is Sugiha, the unrelated younger sister of Master Tong in her previous life. Although Sugiha wanted to run to Izumi now, but she held back. At the same time, he also thought about it. "This time, you seem to have a great chance, right?" Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. However, it is necessary to defeat Asuna. She knows best how strong this woman Asuna is. Although stressful, but she still has a chance. Well, it was decided. Cricket is just Asuna, so what if it is her? At this moment, Sugiha's heart was even firmer. But Yuchen didn't know that he was already being watched. At this time, he and his classmates were entering the venue one after another with their student ID cards. Registered with an education bureau staff member. After registering their name, gender, and home address, Yuchen and the others followed the teacher into an empty lounge. After the registration of people from other schools is completed, the school will conduct a lottery. The way of the game is also very simple. That is to beat the opponent you draw. Then you can continue to advance. But the losers don't have to worry, they can still fight. Such battles seem to be based on a points system. Only the one with the most wins can win the championship. Even if you lose the first game, as long as you win the next game, you can still continue to fight other people. Unless you say you are a total loser. That way you'll fall behind. And the way to get the champion is also very simple. That is, to defeat all of your opponents. This will stabilize your status. No one can take that away. Over time, students from other schools also arrived. The lottery has officially started. The audience couldn't wait to watch the big screen. There are many people who have awakened this year. There are more than 60 people in the whole city. The more than 60 people, there are many people who awakened early and then joined the mercenary guild. Isumi and Asuna also looked at the list on the big screen. There were 10 awakeners in the one middle school they were in. Occupy 1/5 of the list. This number is already considered high in many schools. Glancing at the list on the big screen above, Isumi suddenly saw a name. This made him stunned for a moment. Huh. Sugiha. When I saw the name, Iken was stunned. Sugiha of Sanshong? Very familiar name. Asuna on the side naturally noticed Isumu's strange gaze. She looked at Iken. Then she saw the name that made her very familiar. Sugiha. Isumi. Shouldn't it be? Hearing Asuna's words, Isumi shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's a coincidence. Yuchen quickly looked away. It shouldn't be so coincidental. How could it be her? If so, that would be interesting. Thinking of the Sugiha, all kinds of books appeared in Yuchen's mind. His. Hard to top. I recalled the photos in my previous life where Sugiha ran out every time he hit 1,000 degrees. Yuchen said it was very good. If it's true, will she still have that figure like in the anime? Really want to. After muttering a few words in his heart, Yuchen stopped thinking about these messy things. Asuna, who was beside him, glanced at Iken, and after making sure he didn't pay attention to that name, he also looked away. But she still remembered the name. When she waits, she wants to see if this person is really her. If so, then it's troublesome. As for Sugiha's thoughts, her sister-in-law is very clear. Maybe she will become his enemy in this world? Gotta pay attention. If not the best. But if it is. After shaking his head, Asuna stopped thinking about it. It shouldn't be so coincidental. Just as everyone was looking at the list above, the lottery started. One by one, the names began to be messed up wildly. Soon the list of group competitions and the arena came out. Under everyone's expectations, the battle list was released. Yuchen also found his own group for the first time. Well, found it, the third game of Group C. Asuna, what about you? After discovering his name, Isumi looked at Asuna. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna pointed to the screen above and said, Group A second game. Lucky not to be in a group. If they were in a group, the two people who were early might have met. At the same time, Asuna is still looking for something. It was not until she saw the grouping information of that name that she set her eyes on Yuchen. Hearing her words, Isumi nodded. Good luck indeed. Let's go then. Go downstairs and wait. Wait until it's our turn to play. Saying so, Isumi walked out. The entire huge stadium is directly divided into 4 arenas. Then each ring represents a group. And Isumi was assigned to Group C. Asuna is in Group A. So the two games are not together. For this, luck is really good. But others weren't so lucky. There were a few people in Yuchen's class who were separated from Yuchen. That said, there might be a civil war going on in their class next. As for the outcome, no one knows. Anyway, when Isumu and their class teacher saw this group, they were very distressed. It's really hard to beat your own people. Chapter 17 Yuchen and their class teacher were in pain and joy. The happiness is that there are so many students of my own, and there is always one who can get a good ranking. It made his face brighter. What hurts is that Te Miao's own students have to beat their own people. This is hard. After the others saw the list, they also left the lounge one after another. Go to the front of the ring and get ready. Yuchen came to the seat under the C ring and sat down, the others came out one after another. They all found a seat and sat down, ready to watch the game seriously. The teacher in charge of refereeing was already present. With the appearance of these students, the audience at the scene also shouted excitedly. Even in it, many people were heard shouting the name of so and so. Apparently many of these students are also famous guys. Or, was a celebrity in a previous life. That's why so many people shouted. But none of this is about Izumi. The game starts soon. Players came directly to the stage. The first group of players on the C group side has already started the fight amid the referee's shouts. Both of them are martial arts practitioners, and they had a very exciting close combat as soon as they came on the field. And the moves used are basically direct hits. From this, it can be seen that the previous life of these two people should be in the army, or in the family of martial arts. The two fought back and forth, which also made Yuchen watching with relish. After all, the moves used by both of them are very brutal. The trick is fatal. If you are not careful, you may be killed by the opponent. This kind of battle makes people see that it is a blood boil, right? The battle was quickly decided. One of the students named Zhongji finally won. This is also a student at Izumi's school. And it was someone who woke up early and went to the mercenary union to make money. After the first game was over, it was Izumi's turn to play. The rules of the game are as long as you don't hit the dead hand, and then no matter what means you use to beat the opponent. This is a simple and crude game rule. After Yi Cheng came on the court, many people looked at him curiously. They all wanted to see if they knew Yi Cheng. It's just that after staring carefully for a long time, after realizing that they didn't know each other, those people looked away. And Yi Cheng's opponent is a classmate of their school SB class. This person, Iken, has met several times before, but I don't know him well. Izumi from the next class. Unfortunate. After seeing Yuchen coming up, he started to complain. Hearing his words, Yuchen was speechless. Don't make it sound like I'm scary. It hasn't even started yet, so you're cowardly. Can you be like a man? Looking at his unsatisfactory classmate, Yi Cheng expressed his contempt. Hearing Yuchen's words, this classmate's forehead burst with blue veins. Damn, you really hate this guy. Don't talk like you are mine. Damn, this guy Yuchen actually started to teach him a lesson? This is simply unbearable. He directly picked up his small iron piece, and then poured his own power into it. A long spear soon took shape and appeared in his hand. After playing with a gun, he put on a fighting stance and said, "Come on, Li family's marksmanship, please give me more advice." The boy's name is Li Wei. A very normal awakener. Because his father was still his father in a previous life, and so was his mother. The family hasn't changed much. His father is still his father, and his mother is still his mother. There is even a sister. He had heard of Izumi's name. I even watched Izumu's fight with that teacher. Therefore, he is extremely afraid of Yuchen. This guy has just awakened, but he is too strong. Seeing that this guy was ready, Yuchen's mouth slightly raised, and he also took out a small piece of iron. After the blue light flashed, the interpreter appeared in Izumu's hands. Li Wei was a little surprised to see Yi Cheng's meeting. Aren't you going to take out another weapon? Yi Cheng's dual swords are the strongest. But what the hell is taking out a weapon now? Look down on him. Hearing his words, Izumi shook his head. No need. That's enough, I'm afraid of hitting you. As soon as these words came out, Li Wei's face darkened. It made sense, but he couldn't refute it. Li Wei, who didn't know how to complain, acted directly. He strode out, waving the spear in his hand and stabbed towards Iken. When the audience under the stage saw this scene, they suddenly came to the spirit. Even many players looked at it. Especially the straight leaves in the D zone. After seeing the weapon that Yuchen took out, the surprised expression on his face could not be concealed. This also made a girl beside her a little confused. Sugiha, do you know that person? Hearing what his classmate said, Sugiha nodded while staring at Isumu. No. She didn't say anything after that. But the sight in his eyes could not be separated from it. See Sugiha like this. Her classmate understood instantly. Then he also showed a gossip expression. Oops. That's amazing. Tisk tisk. Anyone you liked in a previous life. That's great. Having said that, she also looked in Izumi's direction. Zone D is right next to Zone C. The location of the two of them is the place where Iken can be clearly seen. At this time, Yuchen was already fighting with Li Wei. The scene of the battle also caught the eye of Sugiha's classmate. Judging from the fact that Isumu resisted the opponent's attack lightly, it can be seen that Yuchen is definitely a super strong person. And this is the first time. Even the swordsmanship that Isumu used gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Sugiha. Suddenly there was a bold guess in my heart. Sugiha, she was your older brother in a previous life. No, you actually like him. Shocked, could it be that she is going to see that kind of thing that she likes to see? Hearing his classmate's words, Sugiha was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, her face suddenly flushed red. No. Don't talk nonsense. I am not. Denied 3. However, what she said was obviously not believed by anyone. Her classmate looked at Sugiha with bright eyes. After patting her shoulder, he gave her a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, I won't despise you. I can even help you. Come on, let Miss Ben teach you the 18 styles of flirting with Han." When she said this, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Although she has been good for a long time, but the moves are still there, it is absolutely no problem to teach this newbie. And Sugiha was also bewildered by his classmate who was a bitch. What the hell? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. 0. Chapter 18 _ Naturally, Isumu didn't know what happened on Sugiha's side. At this time, facing his opponent's attack, he also greeted him without hesitation. To be fair, this guy named Li Wei is still fierce. The spear in his hand attacked Isumu at a tricky angle. If he couldn't avoid it, Izumi would be injured instantly. But, no if. Izumi raised the interpreter in his hand, and immediately blocked its spear. At the same time, he turned sideways, and the sword in his hand was slightly forced to deflect the attack. Yuchen's sword slashed directly at Li Wei along the body of the spear. Levi is also not a vegetarian. Directly aback Archbridge, after escaping Isumu's attack, he quickly closed the gun. With the strength of the spear, he quickly stabilized his body. Then jumped back quickly. After he stabilized, Li Wei stepped out with a burst shot and charged towards Yi Cheng. At this moment, his whole body and the spear in his hand seemed to be fused into one. A little cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Seeing his imposing appearance, the corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly. The interpreter in the hand is raised. Then also rushed out. In the center of the ring, the two collided directly. Drink! Li Wei gave a loud shout. The next second, the spear in his hand turned into an afterimage and stabbed directly at Yuchen. In the face of such an attack, Yuchen is also not to be outdone. Very quickly waving the interpreter in his hand. Ding ding ding. The two weapons kept colliding in the air. While resisting his fierce attack, Izumi looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Seeing this wonderful hand-to-hand battle, all of a sudden the audience's gaze came over. Everyone was attracted by this wonderful battle. The collision between the sword and the gun is undoubtedly very exciting. At this time, Li Wei was really shocked by Yi Chang. He knew that Iken was very strong, especially when using dual swords. His combat power was simply a formidable stroke. But he didn't expect that Yi Chang could fight him like this without using two swords. You know, he has been practicing guns since he was a child. Guns are very powerful. Few of his peers could endure his stormy attack for as long as Izumi. He even discovered it faintly. This guy, Yuchen, seems to have figured out his own way of shooting a gun. It's easier to resist. Li Wei, who found this, was shocked. How long did it take for this guy to figure it out? Monster, this is it. Just when he lost his mind. The corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly. The long sword in his hand suddenly turned into a month and a half, directly repelling Li Wei. Then the whole person suddenly burst out. The interpreter's body burst out with blue light. Seeing this scene, Li Wei's pupils shrank suddenly. Crap! Seeing that the long sword in Izumi's hand was about to pierce his throat. Just when he was desperate, Yuchen immediately stopped. At this time, the interpreter in Izumi's hand was 1 centimeter away from his throat. As long as Izumi exerts a little force, he can be killed. Victory and defeat. Li Wei threw away the spear in his hand and raised his hand. I surrender. Sure enough, I can't beat you, pervert. Meow, I'm going to shut myself up. This guy beat him without trying his best. Hearing his words, Izumi laughed. Accepted. When Li Wei heard this, he suddenly smiled wryly. Skills are not as good as people. If you lose, you lose. He really had nothing to say. The referee on the side did not hesitate to announce the result of the game directly. Upon hearing this, Yuchen raised the weapon in Yang's hand and turned it into a small piece of iron, then walked off the ring. Some audience members also gave the two a warm palm when they saw it. Because the battle between the two is really exciting. After Izumi went down, the others came on stage one after another and began to fight. Asuna also played, and the opponent was still a big man. However, under Asuna's fierce offensive, he quickly defeated his opponent. This also allowed many viewers to know this heroic girl. Directly let Asuna gain a lot of fans. Because she really looks good when she fights. Many women are excited about Asuna's fighting style. Obviously, they also have a heart to become swordsmen. The match between Izumi and Asuna is over. Just when Yuchen was about to pick up his phone to watch the fan drama, he suddenly heard a voice from the referee in the ring not far away. A familiar name clearly entered his ears. This also made him look up. It was Sugiha's turn. As the referee called out Sugiha's name, a girl with short hair and an explosive figure also stepped onto the stage. When he saw this girl, Yuchen was stunned for a moment. Sugiha. System. Yuchen directly shouted out his broken system. Hearing Yuchen's words, the system gave a direct affirmation. She is too. Acquired Lifus template. This time, Izumi is a muggle. Looking up, I saw Sugiha staring straight at him. Obviously, she already knew her identity. Thinking of this, the corners of Yuchen's mouth twitched. This time, things got tough. He knew what happened to Sugiha. And seems to have been influenced by the template, like yourself? Passive pickup girls. Hiss. Naiubi, Lolita. Not to be outdone, Izumi and Sugiha looked at each other. When she saw Iken, the corner of Sugiha's mouth rose slightly. Then the little mouth moved. Looking at her mouth shape, Yuchin immediately knew what she was talking about. Oni-chan, long time no see. Yuchin was a little helpless. Is this a girl from nowhere? Gee. Really special meow. Not bad Sugiha-san, please prepare. The referee reminded Sugiha aloud at this time. Hearing the referee's words, Sugiha nodded. Then he looked directly at his opponent. The small iron piece in his hand shines directly. She was instantly enveloped in light. Then directly performed to the audience what a transformation is. The original short black hair directly turned into a blonde elf. He even wore a suit of armor like in the game. The audience was stunned when they saw this scene. Then, it exploded directly. Wow! Spirit! Everyone was shocked. No one expected that this short-haired girl directly turned into an elf. It's interesting now. There's nothing strange in this world about being an elves, or something like a werewolf. Just like the teacher who was in charge of testing Isumu before, he can also transform into a giant. But elves are relatively rare. But now, everyone can see it. Everyone was attracted by Sugiha's appearance. In an instant, the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in the audience fell on Sugiha. After seeing Sugiha in Asuna in another group, a wry smile appeared on his face. It's troublesome. Flowers, monthly passes, rewards. Boss, give me some of the above. Chapter 19 _ Asuna is helpless. It's really Sugiha, this time, things are going to be troublesome. After the transformation, Sugiha looked at his opponent and said, Sorry for keeping you waiting. Hearing Sugiha's words, his opponent also regained his senses. No, it's okay. To be fair, he was also stunned by the transformed Sugiha. Because Sugiha is so beautiful right now. Any man will lose his mind when he sees it. The referee on the side saw this without any hesitation, and directly announced the start of the game. As the game started, Sugiha flew straight out. You read that right, it just flew out. Seeing this scene, her opponent was taken aback. There was no time to react. A rapier was stuck to his throat. Like Isumu, if you exert a little force, this classmate will be penetrated instantly. The audience was in an uproar when they saw this scene. Because it is too fast. It's so close that the opponent can't react at all. Plus, Sugiha's opponent seems to be a puncher too. So he was really dumbfounded at this time. Is this resolved? No matter how high Kung Fu is, are you afraid of kitchen knives? Not to mention a super sharp rapier. Wow! So fast. Strong, this elf. Who was she in her last life? It must be too strong. After the audience reacted, there was a heated discussion. Yi Chang could see the scene, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Sugiha seems to be stronger than he thought. Can you actually use the power of the stage directly? Probably too soon. It seems that this awakening template is not a matter of a day or two. Thinking of this, Yuchin suddenly became serious. This cheap sister seems to be her own enemy. Something. For a time, Yuchin also became serious. He didn't expect that a Sugiha was actually killed here. After taking out his opponent, Sugiha glanced at Iken and walked out of the ring to the warm applause of the audience. Everyone was shocked by this elf girl. Like Asuna, she also attracted a lot of fans at once. Everyone is looking forward to this year's college entrance examination. The next exam continues. After Yuchin went up again and easily won a game, it was noon. There was no game at noon, and there was even a break. After the game, Asuna came over from the side to look for Isumu. She played the same 2 games as Isumu, and both were easily crushed and won. If nothing else, in the group stage, they should be able to easily go first. Izumi. Just as Asuna called Izumi's name, another voice rang out. Brother. The next moment, a fragrant wind blew, and Sugihara rushed up and hugged Yuchin. When many people saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. Elder brother? Two siblings. When Asuna saw this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. Sure enough, it came to the door. At this moment, Yuchin felt like he was hit by two water polo. But it didn't explode. He turned his head to look at Sugihara, whose face was full of surprise. Yo, Sugihara. Long time no see. Hearing Izumi's words, Sugihara was very happy. Long time no see. Tong. I'm Izumi. Not Kirito. Before she could finish her words, Yi Chen interrupted him. I don't want to be called Master Tong. Because he is him, not Master Tong. Hearing Izumi say that, Sugihara also reacted. Izumi. Well, I see. I'm still Sugihara, please advise. When she said this, for some reason, she seemed very happy. The two have different surnames and no blood relationship, which is really great. For a while, the two were chatting here. On the other hand, Asuna was helpless. Sugihara, long time no see. Hearing this voice, Sugihara also looked at her. Long time no see, Asuna. Tomorrow Nai suddenly became depressed. I'm Asuna, not Asuna. Don't get confused. She also didn't want to be regarded as Asuna, because she was her, not Asuna. Hearing this, Sugihara's expression suddenly became strange. In a sense, Izumi and Asuna are really good match. It was precisely this that made her feel uneasy. But it didn't show up. Instead, he invited the two of them. Well, how about going to dinner together? Naturally, Izumi did not refuse Sugihara's invitation. After nodding his head, he said, let's go. It will continue in the afternoon. Saying so, Izumi took the lead in taking action. Walked out of the gym. Seeing this, Sugihara also hurriedly followed. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Asuna sighed and followed. What should come always comes. There is no escape from this matter. After the group of three left here together, many people who saw the scene were suddenly shocked. Damn, is the whole family together? What kind of fairy fate is this? It's too fierce, isn't it? Did you save the world in your last life? We can meet like this. Li Wei, who was defeated by Izumi, exclaimed directly when he saw the backs of Izumi and Asuna. Hearing her words, Zhongji, who was in the same class as him, complained directly. You don't have the right to speak of such a guy. Te Miao, isn't that the case at your house? Roll off. Regarding this guy's words, Zhongji said that he wanted to hammer him to death. What the hell are you talking about? Apparently so too. When Li Wei heard Zhongji's words, he was immediately embarrassed. It seems that this is the case, he really has no right to speak to others. After all, my parents in this life are my parents in my previous life. Everyone has the right to say that Izumi and the others are lucky, but he can't. When the others heard this, a glint of envy flashed in their eyes. Because it's harder than winning the lottery. Izumi didn't know what the guys behind him were discussing. At this time, he was chatting with Sugihara and the others while walking outside. After confirming that this was the girl who was the Lifa template, Izumi was still very excited. Izumi, who was about to talk to Sugihara about her current situation, suddenly found out. His broken system ran out again. Warn. 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 There is a fifth-order template ahead, please run away quickly. Izumi looked at the font that had been dyed red. His face suddenly changed. Looking up, I saw a tall building not far from here. At this moment, a black man was standing. Behind him are three pairs of black, ominous black wings. When he saw this person, Yuchen was taken aback. and that person seems to have seen Yi Cheng. Chapter 20_. When the fallen angel standing on the tall building saw the three people who came out of the gym, a cruel expression appeared on his face. Oh, what a coincidence. It's all there. When he saw these three people, he couldn't hide the killing intent in his heart. When Yuchen saw this person, his face changed greatly. Without saying a word, he pulled Asuna and Sugihara and rushed behind him. OMG, did this template come to you? And this fallen angel is very familiar. Seeing Yuchen turn around and run away, the fallen angel showed a cruel expression on his face. Ha ha ha. It actually ran away. Ha ha ha. When Yuchen heard his words, he even scolded him directly. You're so stupid to think I'm stupid. Don't run and wait to die. The fifth order template, the small body of my own, rushed up and waited to die. So it's better to run back now and let the teachers inside come to top the tank. Grandpa doesn't play with you anymore. As for what you said, a man should go directly. Don't make fun, okay? Too big a difference in strength will kill people. Not to mention, this is the fifth order template from the system. The teacher who played the fourth level by himself was scraping. Hit this guy, let alone to fight over there? It is estimated that someone else can kill you with a backhand. So go away, there's no shame in it. If you don't know what you can do, you're an idiot. Although Asuna and Sugihara were confused, why did Iken suddenly turn around and run away? There are others just as dumbfounded as they are. I don't quite understand why Isumi, who had just walked out, suddenly turned around and ran away. But after hearing the laughter behind them, they all reacted. At this time, the fallen angel also moved. Look at the gym below. There was a cruel expression on his face. When those people saw the action of the fallen angel, their expressions changed drastically. I saw a scarlet spear condensed in the hand of this fallen angel. At this time, he was floating in the air, condescendingly looking at the people below with the eyes of ants. With his movements, the people below have become a mess. Exclamations and screams suddenly spread all over the place. And his attack also fell directly at this moment. The scarlet energy spear in his hand fell at a super terrifying speed. Just when many people were about to despair, thinking that when this attack fell, they would die. An angry shout came from the gym. Damn! Boom! With a roar, the spear exploded directly in the void. Then everyone saw it, and a huge magic circle suddenly formed in the void. Immediately afterwards, an old man in Chinese clothes suddenly appeared above the gymnasium. The magic circle just now was used by him. He is also the director of the Education Bureau. He didn't expect that someone would be so bold. Dare to come and attack here at this time. The people in the gym also changed their faces when they heard the explosion. Some powerful people even rushed out directly. Izumi, who was running towards it at first, saw only an explosion coming from behind, but it stopped after rushing in without any impact. Phew! It's dangerous. Terrible, scared him to death. He thought he was going to be finished. Asuna and Sugihara also reacted at this moment. Isumi, what's going on? At this time, Asuna was stunned. Totally don't understand what's going on here. Sugihara also set his eyes on Izumi. Hearing this, Isumi shook his head. I don't know. It's probably another terrorist attack. Besides, the guy outside is a little too strong. It's far from what we can do. Speaking of which, he was serious. Yuchen wouldn't try to be brave, saying that he could do it alone. To be fair, even if you can single play, you have to wait until you wake up to the second template. Otherwise, no one can stand it. At the same time, he also seriously thought about who the fallen angel was. At this time, Isumu and the others were standing in the corridor. There were sounds of battle from outside. There are all kinds of screams at the same time. There are also many people rushing out of their passage. All of these people have a powerful aura. Today is the college entrance examination, and the security force is strong. In addition, many parents came to watch their sons take the exam. So at this moment, they rushed out one by one. Even, Yuchen and their class teacher are among them. Just as he was about to rush outside, Yuchen's class teacher saw Yuchen and Asuna. After seeing that all three were there, Yi Cheng's head teacher directly asked, "Yuchen, hurry to the back. Don't come out." After saying this, he turned and ran away. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng's heart suddenly warmed. Although his head teacher seems very unreliable, he still cares about people sometimes. Understood, old class. You go, I will take good care of the mistress. Hearing this, the head teacher, who was a little anxious, suddenly turned black. Fuck off. MMP. What a shame, there is such a student on the stand, I really want to strangle him. The head teacher rushed out cursing. And Asuna and Sugiha heard the words, their faces couldn't help but feel weird. Yuchen is really skinny enough to dare to joke with the teacher. Being interrupted by the head teacher like this, he also put away his thoughts. For the time being, he couldn't think of what template it was outside. The dog system does not come out to remind. Yuchen also had some guesses in his heart. But not too sure. To ask Izumi what fallen angel's words came to his mind. Then, the first thing that Izumi thought of was the guy in a certain dragon emperor. Izumi, who was not quite sure, walked inside while communicating with his own broken system. Dog system, come out and explain quickly. Who is that guy? Mo, such a powerful guy, and he's eyeing us. Tell me what to do. At this time, Yuchen was also a little confused. He really didn't know what to do next. It seemed that Izumi was aware that he was safe. The dog system jumped out again. Cut him. Seeing this bubbling frame, Yuchen's face suddenly darkened. Kill your sister. I'll take the head and chop it off. You give me a direct promotion to the Star King level, and I may even rush out to fight him. Now you ask me to cut him, are you sure you don't want me to deliver it? Then to inherit Lao Tzu's body. Yuchen scolded the system in his heart. Cut your sister, oh. Chop the head. The dog system does not suffer from back pain while standing and talking. MMP, it's him, not the system. He's not that stupid. When you need to be cowardly, you must be cowardly. Fighting with others without absolute power? Don't be funny, don't even think about it. Asuna and Sugiha, who were following Izumi, saw Izumi's changing face, and they became strange for a while. Is this guy Izumi broken? Chapter 21 Sugiha stretched out his hand and pushed Iken, and then asked worriedly. Izumi, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Hearing Sugiha's words, Iken suddenly came back to his senses. No, nothing. Come on, it's the safest here now. Saying so, Izumi quickened his pace a bit. With the two girls, they returned to this huge gymnasium. Although the explosion that just happened caused some commotion, it quickly calmed down. Even, the big screen on the field of play also broadcasts the battle scene outside. When Izumi and the others went back inside, they also saw what was on the screen. Seeing the battle above, Iken was taken aback. Because now it has completely turned into a melee. At some point in the sky, a group of fallen angels in black robes had already arrived. Judging from the uniform, these guys should be from an organization. And the people who confronted them were the school teachers and members of the guard who came here. Looking at the pictures of various skills flying around on the screen, the audience at the scene was also stunned. When have they seen this kind of battle scene? In addition to being seen in movies, this kind of battle scene in reality is the first time many people have seen. The fifth and sixth order people came out. Even, the guy who was said to be the fifth order template by his system was fighting back and forth with the sixth order director at the moment. Vaguely also prevailed. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen immediately cursed in his heart. Dog system, this is the fifth order template you said. This can already be played against the sixth or seventh rank. Why don't you give me an explanation? Just kept letting me run out and fight. Well, I definitely want him to deliver it, absolutely. You're so cute, dog system. Remind him at first, and then let him deliver it when it is safe. Although you are not human, you are really a dog. Yuchen suddenly cursed in his heart. When the system heard the words, it immediately bubbled up again. What are you afraid of? There are so many people outside, they will protect you. Don't be cowardly. Just let you run because no one can protect you. Now that you have it, don't be shy. Real men will go directly. Looking at the message it sent, Isumi's face turned green. The real man of God is going to go directly. Go away. It's impossible to go up, it's impossible to go up in this life. Isn't it okay to stay here quietly and wait until the battle is over before I pick up the corpse? Speaking of which, Isumu was proud of it. Special meow, want to run out of danger by yourself? There are no doors. Seeing that Iken really doesn't plan to go out. The system has no choice. Meow, this dog man is really cowardly. There's really no one left. How can you become stronger without fighting? How does he recycle the template? After cursing a few words in his heart, the system said again. Go. Sao Year. This time, I will lend you my strength. When you recycle the template, buckle it from the inside. Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Give yourself strength. Can this guy play like this? Sure enough, this system can control all of this. Thinking of this, Isumi frowned. This is very unpleasant. As a tool, how dare you do this? Seemingly guessing what Yuchen was thinking, the system hurriedly explained it. This is the remaining energy of the garbage template recovered before. It was originally used for my daily maintenance. The situation is urgent now, so I will use it for you. Thank you, Miss Convex. Yuchen silently raised his middle finger. Then stood up. Asuna and Sugihara on the side were stunned when they saw Isumu standing up. Isumi. Are you going there? Asuna was a little puzzled. At such a time, Isumi is going there? Hearing her words, Yuchen walked out without looking back. I ran too fast just now, so I had a little urgency. I'm going to the toilet. After saying that, Isumi just walked out. The two were speechless when they heard this. However, Sugihara quickly responded. Wait. Isn't the toilet over there? Sugihara pointed in the other direction, and spoke to Asuna in a dazed way. Hearing Sugihara's words, Asuna also reacted. That's right, isn't the toilet there? Why did this guy, Isumi, go to the other side? Don't you know? For a time, the two of them were confused in the wind. And Yuchen didn't know that much. At this time, he had come to the side of the passage again and was walking outside. Communicate with the system while walking. Come on, system. Give us the power of Master Tong, the Star King. We're going out and hammering that fallen angel outside. Saying so, Yuchen was eager to try. Since there is a systematic bottom line. So what is he cowardly? Just start dry. When it's time to be cowardly, and when it's time to do it, Yuchen will do it without hesitation. As for the character of this guy, Isumu, it can be regarded as understanding. This guy is a guy who can't see a rabbit but not a hawk. With such a host on the stand, it is really too difficult. But if you have something to ask for, what else is there to say? Star King? Think too much. There is nothing so powerful. Choose a template yourself. I can only provide you with this, and it is a one-time use. After using it, wait for it to recover slowly. After saying that, a series of cards suddenly appeared in front of Izumi. Various anime tasks appeared in front of him. Much like the ancestors of a certain Xiaoming. Yi Cheng, who saw this scene, was also a little stunned. He looked at the character above and raised his eyebrows. Gold Sparkle, Red A, Wang Zhang, Accelerator. One by one anime characters appeared in front of him. Seeing these things, Yuchen frowned, and when he was about to choose Jin Shining, a card suddenly caught his eye. Yuchen's eyes lit up when he saw this card template. It's him. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not, handsome is a lifetime. Izumi pointed to the card. Pure silver armor with a pair of open blue sci-fi wings behind him. Wally Lucifer. White Dragon Emperor. Isn't it just okay to use him to beat this fallen angel? It's a one-off, but it's enough. Izumi's voice fell. The system pops up a bubble box. As you wish. The next moment, Yuchen's chest suddenly burst into a blue light. A set of silver-white armor appeared. A blue gem appeared from his chest. At this moment, Izumi felt that his whole body was full of power. With this power, he can completely slaughter the previous N himself. Crack. Chapter 22_. A blue light suddenly burst out from a passageway from the stadium to the outside world. This light illuminates the entire passage. Those who were fighting outside also felt this breath. Especially the fallen angel. When he felt the breath of the dragon, his expression changed instantly. Wally. However, the figure coming out of the channel in the next second made him confirm this. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure wrapped in silver white rushed out of the passage. In an instant, he rushed in front of the fallen angel. Izumi looked at the fallen angel in front of him. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Huh. Kobo. When the fallen angel heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. How is it possible? White Dragon Emperor, Valley. Why? Before he could finish his words, in the next second, Yuchen's terrifying speed exploded, directly crashing into Kobo. To be fair, Yuchen had no intention of talking nonsense with him. What's special, the template provided by this spicy chicken system, I don't know how long it will last. There's definitely a time limit, and it definitely won't last long. So Izumi planned to fight quickly. Under the dazed eyes of those senior officials of the Education Bureau, Yuchen directly knocked the Kobo away. Then he smashed hard on a building. Boom. Flying in the air, Izumi spreads his sci-fi wings. The next moment, a mechanical sound pierced the sky. Wake up too? Of tyrants. Body envy is infinite, heart seeks dreams. Be the domineering white dragon? Invite you to enter the limitless limit together? Juggernaut drive, belong. Yuchen used belong directly. A powerful aura enveloped the entire building. Izumi, who was flying in the sky, suddenly attracted the attention of many people. At this moment, the aura that Yuchen exudes is really terrifying. Who would have thought that such people would still exist in their city? This is a 6th or 7th order powerhouse. Such a strong person, placed in the whole country, is also the top existence. But it appeared directly in front of them. At this time, Izumi didn't know what other people were thinking. He turned into a silvery white and rushed out. And Kobo also flew out of that building at the moment. Wally. Seeing the figure in white, Kabil let out an angry roar. Hearing his words, Yuchen couldn't help but sneer. I'm not Wally, stupid dog. Death to the Lord. After saying that, Yi Cheng's figure was like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed behind Kobo. Then grabbed the wings directly behind him. Legs on his back. A little bit harder. Blood spurted out from behind. Yuchen even kicked him out of the air. After losing the wings in his hand. With another violent acceleration, the investigation rushed towards Kobo. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. This one-sided massacre is too terrifying, isn't it? After all, the guy fought back and forth with them in the beginning. And in the hands of Izumu, was it a unilateral massacre? Who is this person? Izumi, whose whole body was covered in armor, made it impossible to see his true face at all. So everyone who saw the scene guessed his identity. Only Asuna and Sugiha, who were sitting in the gym, were a little confused. They looked at each other. It's him. Asuna spoke with certainty. Hearing Asuna's words, Sugiha nodded. It should be Izumi. This feeling can never be wrong. Even though Izumu has transformed, the feeling to them is very familiar. This familiarity came from Izumi. So the two are very sure. This is Izumi. When Asuna heard Sugiha's words, she was also horrified. Second world. What's the matter? Why did Izumi suddenly become so powerful? What is this armor? This time, Asuna was really confused. Is Izumi that powerful? In their memory, Yuchen should not be so powerful. If it was that powerful, it would not have to run directly just now. Hearing this, Sugiha fell silent. She also didn't know what to say. Because it's just too unbelievable. Izumi didn't know that Asuna and Sugiha already knew his identity at this time. But even if you know it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this thing can only be used once. No one saw him when he transformed, let alone surveillance. Therefore, it is estimated that other people who want to find him will not be able to find him. The commander also thought that he was nothing more than Vala. After all, Kobo just shouted out. At this time, Yuchen was frantically outputting according to the Kobo. He was punched and punched by Izumu. Abruptly pressed the guy into the soil. After a heavy hammering, Yuchen was still not relieved, and when he flew up, he fell ruthlessly from the air, giving him a few more hits. It wasn't until the other party lost his breath that Yuchen let him go. Bah! Lovely. Izumi raised his middle finger directly. I told you to scare the old paper just now, and I won't hammer you to death now. Dog system, hurry up. Hearing Yuchen's words, the system immediately took action. A ray of light flew out of Kokobil's corpse and was sucked in by it. Okay. Slips away. You also hurry away, time is running out. After a few bubbles like this, the system just disappeared. Seeing this, Yuchen didn't talk nonsense, a magic circle appeared at his feet, and then he was about to leave here. Just as he was about to leave, the director of the Education Bureau suddenly shouted. Comrade, wait. Hearing his words, Yuchen waved his hand. No wait, I'm going back to eat. Goodbye. After a touch of skin, Yuchen disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, the people present were dumbfounded. Just run away? They still don't know Izumi's identity. Everyone looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to say for a while. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man. Upon seeing this, the director of the Education Bureau sighed in disappointment. Forget it. Since the other party doesn't want to reveal his identity, then we have nothing to pursue. Let's tidy up the scene. The college entrance examination will continue in the afternoon. I'll leave it to you here. I need to go back and report the matter here. After instructing a person beside him for a while, the old man quickly disappeared here. There is a sudden terrorist attack here, and he needs to report it. At the same time, an investigation into those fallen angels was also launched. It's too bad for something like this to happen in their territory. In any case, they did not intend to send the organization that attacked here. As for what to do, it is up to the people above to make a decision. Chapter 23 _ In the toilet of the gym, a magic circle appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, Isumu slowly walked out of the magic circle. Looking at the surrounding environment, Yuchen walked directly outside. He couldn't be bothered to think so much about what happened outside. What he has to do has been done, and the next thing has nothing to do with him at all. After walking out of the test, Isumi walked directly towards Asuna and the others. At this time, Asuna was still looking at the place where Isumu left before. He was obviously expecting Isumi to come in from outside. However, Sugiha was the first to notice Isumu, who was walking from the other direction. Seeing this scene, she was stunned for a moment and then stood up hurriedly. Seeing Sugiha standing up, Asuna suddenly became suspicious. Just when she was about to say something, she also saw Yuchen. How did this guy get out of the toilet? Seeing Yuchen coming out of the toilet, Asuna suddenly looked confused. They just saw Yuchen disappear from the outside with their own eyes. As a result, he ran out of the toilet in a blink of an eye. This. Yuchen returned directly to the two of them and said, "Let's go. Go out to eat?" Hearing Yuchen's words, the two were stunned for a moment, then nodded and stood up. They were not in a hurry to ask what happened to Isumu just now. There are too many people here and it is very noisy. Everyone is discussing what just happened. It's obviously inappropriate to talk about those things here. The three of them walked outside together. There are others like Isumu and the others. Now the battle is over. Then of course it is safe. In addition, everyone was hungry, so they all got up and walked outside together. When Yuchen and the others came outside, a cordon was already in place. The guards have also sealed off the scene of the battle. In the distance, everyone could see the bodies of fallen angels. And the houses that were destroyed by the fighting, etc. Fortunately, most of the people around came to the gym to watch the play. So there were no casualties. Of course, there are also some unfortunate people who have been affected. Those unfortunate people who were affected had no choice but to run to reincarnation and reincarnated. Everyone is very open about this. Although it's a little blood loss. It doesn't matter if you die or not, you can come back anyway. It's just too early to die, and it's a bit of a loss. Isumi glanced at the corpse of Kakabil. At this time, the guy had recovered and turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. Lying miserably in the rubble. No one looked at him at all. Now waiting for someone to come and collect his body. In the distance, Isumu also heard the conversation of the guards. The information from their conversation made Isumu frown slightly. These guys are all guys from a big criminal organization. And this criminal organization existed hundreds of years ago. It was only because of the state's suppression that it disappeared for a while. But now those guys are back on fire. The purpose of their organization is never known. The only thing I know is that the people in this organization are not good people. Massacre of civilians and terrorist attacks. This is a totally extreme criminal organization. Hearing this news, Yi Chen was very shocked. He didn't expect such an organization to exist in this world. Moreover, this guy Kokabil also joined that organization. The Fifth Order Template. This guy actually joined that organization? In other words, the strength of this organization is estimated to be very strong. In this era when the 6th and 7th ranks are the superpowers, the 5th rank people are already very remarkable. But such a person seems to be only a small leader in that organization. One can imagine how terrifying this organization is. After keeping all these news in mind, Yuchen took the two sisters and walked towards the restaurant. Originally, Isumi would just find a place to sit down and simply eat something. But with the support of a certain super rich eldest lady, Yuchen followed her silently to a super luxurious restaurant, asked for a private room by the way, and ordered a lot of delicious food. Today, he finally ate Bifeume's meal. White and soft. After the three sat down, Asuna looked at Iken and asked. It was you who wore the armor just now, wasn't it? Have you awakened the second world? She was curious about this. Has Yuchen awakened to the second world and reached the second level? Sugiha on the side also looked at Isumu with curious eyes. She is also very curious about Yuchen's second life. What is it like? Do you have a sister? Or a couple? If that's the case, then they have to take precautions. Yuchen shook his head directly. No, not awakened. I don't have the slightest clue about the second life. The first life has not been thoroughly honed yet. How could the second world be so fast? As for the armor just now, well, it's just a one-off prop. Isumi started talking nonsense in earnest. Hearing his words, the two women immediately looked at Yi Chen with strange eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? A liar will not lie. There's such a prop. Don't brag. Asuna rolled her eyes directly. He was speechless about Isumu's bragging behavior of not writing drafts. Yuchen's mouth, a deceiving ghost. Don't say that. Hina doesn't believe it, even Sugiha on the side doesn't believe it either. Because it's so fake. But looking at Yuchen like this, he probably didn't plan to say it. Simply the two did not continue to ask. Seeing this, Yuchen nodded in satisfaction. Some things are really unclear. Now that the two no longer ask questions, that is undoubtedly the best. At this time, Isumi also opened the topic and asked Sugiha. Sugiha, how is your family now? Hearing this, Sugiha was stunned for a moment. Family. Speaking of this, her mood suddenly felt a little lost. My parents in this life have passed away. I have no relatives now. As soon as these words came out, Yi Chen was stunned. Is that so? So it is. That being said, it's pretty much the same as him. Although her mood was a little down, Sugiha quickly recovered. After smiling at Iken, he continued. But it doesn't matter. Now I have relatives again. Ni sauce. Sugiha said that and hugged Isumu directly. The tenderness on his face could not be concealed. At the same time, there was a flash of joy and a special emotion in his eyes. After seeing this scene, Izumi really didn't know what to say for a while. After all, this is only in name. You call me brother, but I actually want you to be me. After a few frantic murmurs in his heart, Yuchen stopped thinking about it. Asuna on the side frowned when she saw this scene. I always felt that this guy Sugiha meant something. Chapter 24 The three of them left here after eating and drinking enough. Now is the time for lunch break. There is still some time before the afternoon exam. Instead of hanging out, they went back to the gym and sat down to rest. At this time, Sugiha said to Iken. Brother Yuchen, can I move to your house? We will live together in the future. Speaking of this, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I really hope Yuchen agrees to this matter. However, before Isuma could say anything, Asuna was the first to speak. No. You must never live together. As she said that, she glared at Sugiha. Don't even think about it to know what this guy is thinking. Would you mind if you were to live together? How could her original partner agree to such a thing? Sugiha was immediately dissatisfied when she heard that Asuna was unwilling. Why not? Isumi is my brother, isn't it natural for me to live with him? When he said that, Sugiha was a righteous one. Although she obtained Lifa's template, she was not the type of Lifa who was easily shy and did not dare to express her feelings. She has lived by herself for so long in this life. I have long learned what is active and what is independent and strong. So for Asuna's rebuttal, she did not hesitate to ask back. Asuna rolled her eyes when she heard Sugiha's words. You don't believe it yourself, do you? It's really a matter of course for siblings to live together. But you are clearly not now. Izumi was your brother in the last life, but not in this life. And having said this, Asuna couldn't help but paused. Then he said quietly, memories are sometimes not real. When she said this, she glanced at Izumi. When Yi Cheng heard her words, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Did Asuna discover something? Glancing at Asuna, the two of them looked at each other for a while and then looked away in tacit understanding. Sugiha next to him heard this. Immediately it was silent. Obviously, she also found something. Because the things in my memory obviously don't match the reality. Or even say, in the future? Unexpectedly, Asuna also has such thoughts. It seemed that she didn't know it was what she thought. Even so, Sugiha continued. Though it is. However, the relationship between me and Izumi is a fact that no one can change. So, I'm going to live with him. No one can stop anyone coming, I said. Sugiha said so firmly. This time, Asuna really didn't know what to say. Fight relationship. Thinking of this, Asuna suddenly said. Then, should you call me sister-in-law? After saying this, Asuna blushed. Under the influence of ghosts and gods, she said this sentence. When Sugiha heard her words, he was immediately unhappy. No. You are not. Don't even think about it. Having said that, she hugged Izumi tightly, and waited fiercely for Asuna. Special meow, I have suffered a big loss in my memory, do you still think about it this time? Think more. Izumi looked at the way these two guys were tit for tat. It was a bit painful for a while. You give me a sense of unfulfillment like this for nothing. Don't talk to yourself, okay? What about my thoughts? Although it's cool to give white, but there is no sense of achievement at all. And these two guys have been talking non-stop. It's too much to take him seriously. You shut up. Asterisk 2. It's fine that he didn't speak, but this speech immediately attracted the glares from both of them. It's cheap for you to take it, and you're still talking here? Do you think the two of them can't lift knives? Also your thoughts, you have a fart idea. Looking at the two lioness-like guys, Iken suddenly felt a pain in the ass. I didn't know what to say for a while. Sure enough, women are so troublesome. It only affects how fast I can draw my sword. The two were chattering non-stop. One wanted to live with Izumi, and the other didn't allow her to live with Izumi. There was even a quarrel in the relationship. I'm not related to Yuchen, why not? Damn, you must have done it on purpose. Do you want to fight in the ring? Sugiha stared at Asuna angrily. Now she really hates Asuna. He actually stopped her from being with Yi Cheng. When Asuna heard this, she immediately said confidently. No, no, no. You are brother and sister. Anyway, Asuna just said that, and directly blocked Sugiha. And Sugiha was also annoyed by Asuna's words. There are many people in the lounge. Many people overheard the conversation between the two men. At this time, everyone was watching the fun with gossip all over their faces. Many people are very interested in this large-scale family ethics scene. Unexpectedly, they could actually see such a small theater version in front of them. Interesting. The quarrel between the two undoubtedly surprised many students who took part in the college entrance examination. At the same time, he also admires this guy, Izumi. It was obvious that he had been born again, and he could still make the two sisters love him so much. Simply a saint. Awesome. In the stadium, many people are watching the excitement. Outside the stadium, the scene has also been cleaned up. It even repaired the place that was affected by the battle. At this time, in the headquarters of the Education Bureau. The old man before, that is, the director of the Education Bureau, was reporting what happened today to the people above in a conference room. On the other side of the screen was a very dignified old man. I see. Next, I'll have someone seriously investigate the shadow organization's affairs. A group of remnants dare to go wild. Humph. It looks like the blows that hit them before were not enough. He was also very angry. The shadow organization is the organization that Kokobil is in. The old man really did not expect that the other party was so bold and dared to attack the students of the college entrance examination. After the two had finished talking, the director of the Education Bureau hung up the communication. Looking at the black screen, he couldn't help muttering. Someone is going to be unlucky next. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is not a joke with you. Although those big guys are sleeping, they won't be able to wake up for a while. But, to deal with such mice, you don't need to wake up those big guys. Thinking of this, he no longer thought about it. Instead, he paid close attention to the next exam. At the same time, it also secretly strengthened the defense force. He didn't want to hurt these unblooming flowers. Chapter 25_. During the rest period, Yi Chen was constantly being talked about by beautiful girls. Fighting back and forth, in the end, Sugihara still couldn't tell Asuna. Even Asuna directly threatened. If she dares to go, then Asuna will go too. Therefore, in the end, Sugihara chose to compromise in order not to let Isumu and Asuna live together. When Yuchen heard this, his face was strange. Why compromise? Can't we come together? It seems that he saw Yuchen's careful thinking. Sugihara snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. Brother Yuchen, you big idiot. Sugihara, who was sullen, glared at Isumu. Then he stopped talking to him and ran directly to the edge of the ring. Getting ready to start the afternoon game. Asuna also glared at Iken and walked out. Obviously very upset. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Yuchen suddenly sneered in his heart. But didn't think much about it. Instead, start preparing for the afternoon battle. Anyway, the next time to go to college, there are opportunities, right? The afternoon game continues. Although what happened before has shocked many people. But everyone still focused on the current college entrance examination. After all, this terrorist attack did not bring any harm to everyone. The scene also did not have much impact because of the terrorist attack. Although there are still many people discussing in a small area, more people are paying attention to the scene of the game. But it has already exploded on the internet. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden terrorist attack. But after learning that there was nothing wrong with the scene, everyone didn't take it to heart. Instead, he discussed the white figure that suddenly appeared. Handsome armor, powerful strength, none of this shows the extraordinariness of that person. Many people are wondering what it is. Who is it? Why is it so strong? Logically speaking, this kind of strength should not be an unknown talent. But never heard of such existence. This has to be curious. Many people have been reincarnated for several lives, but the armor has no impression. Except for a few people who felt that the armor was very familiar. Others don't know anything about that armor. In a shrine in Sakura province, a young girl looked at the news pushed on her mobile phone. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Fallen angel, silver white armor. Is it the White Dragon Emperor? Ah, these guys are running out. It seems that something interesting happened on the mainland. Having said that, she couldn't help licking the corner of her mouth. She was clearly interested in these things. But soon she turned her attention to other places. Close the news app directly, and then click on a live screen. The video of this year's college entrance examination is playing above. Look at the handsome one with the black sword. The girl was stunned. Very familiar. Who are you, who are you? This person is Izumi. Izumi, who is as handsome as the reader, undoubtedly left a deep impression on the girl. Originally, she wouldn't pay attention to these things. But she accidentally saw a screenshot sent by a friend, so she became interested. This handsome man gave her a very familiar feeling. It's like seeing it a long time ago. This feeling is definitely not fake. In this world, since I have such a feeling, it means that I absolutely know him. But who is it is not clear. Before the other party awakened that memory, she would not recognize it. It's not just her. Far away in the royal palace of Britain, a majestic girl with dull hair looked at the screen on her phone and frowned. She is very concerned about the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there are a lot of delicious things over there, but she always wanted to eat. The college entrance examination is another major event in Longwo. When she saw this video accidentally, she was attracted by the people inside. The man gave her a very familiar feeling. But I can't remember who it was. She can confirm that she should not have the slightest intersection with him. His memory is absolutely correct, but he can't remember who he is. So it's embarrassing. She also paid more attention to Yuchen. If I can't remember it, I don't think about it anymore, but watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination seriously. If you don't watch it, you won't have time to watch it. Well, who made her lazy for a while? If you have to wait for official business, there is no time at all. Yuchen didn't know that so many people were already following him. Not even the two above. In the network, there are also a pair of invisible eyes staring at him. It seems that flowers can be seen from his body. And for all this, Izumi knew nothing. At this time, he has already started to fight with his opponent. Next, as long as he presses all the opponents in his group to the ground and rubs it again, then he can qualify with full marks. Then I fought with the other teams who got the same perfect score. After a full day of battles, Izumi easily won. One person, one sword, just like this directly killed most of the opponents. No matter how many times the opponent won, but as long as they met Izumi, they would easily be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Because the current Izumi is really too strong. Knowing that the game in the afternoon was over, Izumi still maintained the record of all-time victories. Like him, there are Asuna and Sugiha. Izumi, Asuna, and Sugiha. Izumi became the focus of the audience. In addition, the relationship between the three also surprised the audience. So there is more attention to the three. If nothing else. Next should be the family's civil war. That's interesting, isn't it? Couple duel? Or is your sister beating your sister-in-law? Or is it the brother who beat the sister? In any case, everyone is full of curiosity about the next battle. Such a situation is very rare. Large-scale domestic violence scenes are interesting, aren't they? For a time, all the audience became black. I want to see what Izumi will do next. Do you want to be merciful when facing your girlfriend from a previous life? Or swing the sword without hesitation? Then when facing your sister, do you choose to release water? Or choose to kill the killer? Every time I think of this, the expressions on the audience's faces cannot be concealed. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, and he really wanted to see such a battle. Izumi, Asuna, and Sugiha naturally noticed the playful gaze of the audience. For their thoughts, Izumi also heard. Although he was speechless, Izumi did not express any opinion. Because he, Yuchen, will never release water. Chapter 26 _ On the second day of the college entrance examination, the battle continued. Izumi, Asuna, and Sugiha still won the victory with a complete victory today. It was not until the third day that the college entrance examination came to an end. And today is the best day. 4 groups of people have made it out. Asuna, Izumi, Sugiha, the 3 of them even broke into the final stage with a complete victory. Everyone else in their group was ravaged by Izumi and the others. Not a single one can hit. Among the 4 groups, these 3 are the strongest among all the members of the college entrance examination. The next battle is carried out by the 3 of them together. In other words, the champion will be born among the 3. Because all 3 get basically the same score. That is to say, the next 3 will have a battle, and the person who wins 2 games is the champion this time. The loser keeps fighting with the others. Is a large-scale domestic violence scene about to start. I don't know why, but I'm so excited all of a sudden. The big victory for the sister party? Or is it the big victory for the sister-in-law party? Who knows? But I really want to be friends with Izumi. I just don't know if he wants a good friend who can talk about everything. Coming here early in the morning, Yi Cheng heard the discussions of many audience members. Heard the words of the one who wanted to be friends with him. His face darkened. Glancing at the guy, Yuchen silently wrote down his appearance. A little fat man who was chatting with his friend suddenly felt cold in his lower body. I always felt like I was being watched by something. Involuntarily, he looked around. But there is nothing but a noisy audience. Illusion. After muttering a few words in my heart, I stopped thinking about it. Instead, he continued to chat with his friends. Unknowingly, Yuchen was already staring at him. Yuchen expressed his displeasure at this hilarious behavior. If there is a chance, I will definitely give this fat man a few times. Yuchen would definitely not be willing to scrape a few layers of oil from him. Together with Asuna and Sugiha, they came to the area arena. The next battle, they have to fight here. At this time, Sugiha was excited. Brother Yuchen, don't let the water go. I want to see if Izumi-san is as strong as I imagined. Speaking of which, she also looked at Yuchen with full of fighting intent. In her memory, their swordsmanship has been practiced together since childhood. Then Izumi entered the game and became a little more powerful in the game. Plus Izumi has been a genius since childhood. Even if she gave up kendo very early, she never beat Iken. The few times I won was when Yuchen was not at his peak. Now that she meets Yuchen again, she naturally wants to have a good match with Yuchen. As for Asuna, Sugiha chose to ignore it, and she refused to admit this old sister-in-law. So if she waits for her to meet Asuna, then Sugiha will never release water. Will definitely have a good fight with her. When Isumu heard Sugiha's words, he immediately shrugged. Don't worry. You will see. I won't show mercy. He had already made up his mind, and he would teach Sugiha a lesson when he waited. Let her understand that your brother is still your brother. Don't even try to ride on his head. In addition to being able to ride at certain times, in terms of combat, Isumu would never admit to being a coward. Asuna on the side couldn't help but look sideways when she heard Isumu say that. Dare to say it? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Sugiha? Said to tell you not to be merciless, but you guy really agreed? What the hell is this? Asuna really didn't know what to say about this fellow Isumi. After Sugiha was stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. She didn't care what Izumi said. If Izumi can go all out, it is undoubtedly the best. Isn't that what she expected? The 3 chatted here for a while. The referee soon called his name. Asuna, Sugiha, the 2 classmates, please come to the stage. Hearing this, Yuchen raised his brows. Sugiha and Asuna were also stunned. Is it actually them in the first round? The audience immediately changed their cheers when they heard this combination. Obviously expecting something. The cheers at the scene made Yuchen speechless. Yaisumi glanced at Asuna and Sugiha, and said without being too big of a deal. Come on. Do your best and leave no regrets. Fight to the death, anyway, the current equipment is surprisingly strong. As long as you have a breath, you won't die. Only give it. It seems that Izumi is also looking forward to seeing the battle between the two. Hearing Yuchen's words, the two were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads and glared at this guy. Sugiha, don't be polite until you meet him. Fight to the death. Anyway, this guy is rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Asuna was also angry. Meow, you are actually gloating here? This is looking for death. Sugiha was also a little embarrassed. She didn't want to talk. This guy is really unreliable. To actually say such a thing, this is looking for a fight. Sugiha, who was silent, walked straight to the ring. At the same time he made up his mind. When it comes time to fight against Yi Chang, I must deal with him severely. It's so skinny. Someone would talk to their sister like that. Seeing this, Asuna glared at Iken. Then he followed him into the ring. Yi Chang's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Seriously, he was looking forward to the fight between the two. And he was really curious about how Asuna had gotten to that point. Allo period. Or it has been in the Sao period. If it was the Allo period, which model was it? Water Spirit? Or the Fairy Queen? It was for this reason that Yuchen was eager for them to fight quickly. After Sugiha and Asuna stood still, they looked at each other and took out small iron pieces to inject their own power. Since Izumi wants to watch them fight, then let him see it. When a woman is angry, it is super scary. With this idea in mind, the two of them made a direct effort. Sugiha directly turned into a wind spirit, while others thought Asuna was just taking out a sword. Suddenly, a strong light burst out from her body. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Does Asuna still have a whole card? When Sugiha saw this scene, he suddenly became serious. The light dissipated, and the clothes on Asuna's body changed drastically. The original school uniform was directly transformed into a white skirt. A pair of transparent wings grew behind him. The ears also become pointy. The temperament of the whole person also changed drastically at this time. Be noble and holy. Just like a queen. Yuchen, who was sitting below, saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough. Chapter 27 _ Asuna's transformation immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Wow! The elf again. Shit, it's so beautiful. I really want to be friends with Izumi. Envy. Hearing these voices, Yi Cheng's face suddenly darkened. I remember you guys. Don't give me a chance, or you will die. Sugiha in the ring saw Asuna in this state, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Titania. Do you really use this state? I thought you would be in a water spirit state. Hearing Sugiha's words, Asuna smiled slightly. This is my strongest state right now. It won't last long, but it's enough. Sugiha, come on. After saying that, Asuna directly raised the rapier in her hand and rushed out. Quadruple pain. Asuna rushed directly in front of Sugiha and raised her hand to stab in a quadruple attack. Facing Asuna's attack, Sugiha Jiao snorted. Not to be outdone, he directly raised the sword in his hand and confronted Asuna. Ding ding ding. The sound of swords intertwined began to sound on the field. The two began to use the swords in their hands to test. Asuna's sword was fast, but Sugiha wasn't bad either. Every time she can resist, and then fight back. At first, the two kept colliding in the ring, and then gradually, both sides became dissatisfied. The wings behind him began to flutter. It flew directly into the air and quickly bumped into each other. The dazzling sword skill suddenly made the audience open their eyes wide, for fear that they would miss any detail. At the same time, some people who also came to take the college entrance examination were really confused at this time. Are these two people so fierce? Shouldn't it be so exaggerated? Are you sure this is someone who just woke up? The strength is too terrifying. At this moment, Everyone was terrified. Even the teachers who came to invigilate the exam looked like they had seen a ghost at this time. Isumi's head teacher was really stunned by Asuna's performance at this time. A person beside him poked him and said, "You still have such awesome students in your class. Why didn't you pull it out earlier?" Hearing the words of his colleagues around him, Lao Ban said with a dazed expression, "How do I know that?" Asuna woke up and left the school directly. "I didn't teach her anything. She grew up all by herself." Speaking of this, his heart couldn't help but feel depressed. This is really a failure as a teacher. It is only now that I realize that my students are so arrogant. Looking at Asuna, who was constantly fighting Sugihara, Lao Ban looked at Isumu, who was sitting below. That guy should be similar to them. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Then there was a chuckle. Is this a collective reincarnation of the elves? He is looking forward to the next battle even more. Since Asuna is also an elf, and the classmate named Sugihara also calls Isumu his elder brother. That means, that guy Izumi must be an elf too. There are not a few people who think like him. Now many people's eyes are on Yi Cheng, who is sitting down and watching the drama seriously. If nothing else, this guy should also be an elf. Izumi naturally felt the gazes of the audience. But he didn't take it to heart. It is not uncommon for the world to have elves. There are even many cities close to the forest, where elves appear in groups. At this time, he paid more attention to the battle on the spot. Asuna and Sugihara were already fighting fiercely. The two swords were getting faster and faster, constantly flying in the air, and then colliding together. Ding ding ding. Every time you get close, the audience can hear the sound of swords colliding. Then the two quickly separated, and then approached. For a while, the two fought back and forth. Dazzling. If they were fighting with sword skills all the time, it would be impossible to decide who would win or lose for a long time. Isumi looked at the fighting style of the two guys in front of him, and it was Alexander for a while. After smacking his lips, Yuchen suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly said to his broken system in his heart, "System, I'm recycling Kokabel's template, shouldn't you give me a reward? Or, are you going to swallow it alone?" When he said this, Yuchen's eyes suddenly became dangerous. "Well, if you don't speak yourself, is this guy not going to make a sound? This guy is not bubbling. It's just that his character information template pops up. Isumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao, Allo period, fusion degree, 40%. Weapon, Elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword proficiency, two-handed sword proficiency, magic attribute magic. Sprite mode. Second template, not opened. Immediately after the template popped up, under Isumu's astonished gaze, the fusion degree of the first template began to grow slowly. 40%, 41%, 42%, 43%, 45%, 46%, 48%, 50%. Second template, starting. Please wait patiently for 24 hours and have a good dream at night. With the news of these things, the power within Izumi began to skyrocket. At the same time, various new moves and techniques for using guns began to appear in Izumi's mind. This is knowledge from the GGO period. Feeling that he was getting stronger, Iken suddenly laughed. Pull yourself directly to 50%. And the second template is ready to start awakening. Thinking of this, Yuchen felt a joy in his heart. Although I am a little uncomfortable with the inaction of this garbage system. However, the moment it raised its fusion to 50%, this unpleasantness vanished. Shaking his fist, Isumi expressed that he was very nice. At this time, Asuna and Sugihara in the ring will also have to decide the winner. The two knew that sword skills could not be easily won, so they used the magic in the game one after another. As a wind spirit, how could Sugiha be the opponent of Asuna, the spirit queen? So after a battle of swordsmanship, Sugiha lost directly in the battle of magic. One-sidedly crushed by Asuna. Yuchen was also pulled back to God by the exclamations at the scene. Looking around, Sugiha was already lying on the ring and passed out. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng sighed. Still lost. Izumi had already guessed that Sugiha would lose. It's no fuss. She can only win. You know, what she is facing now is the existence in the game called Shining, Deputy Head, General Manager Ya, Benzina, Crossed Out, and Furious Mentor. Even, Asuna, this guy even poured water in the battle. Absolutely let go of the water, otherwise, with her state and her speed, fencing, she will definitely be able to easily deal with Sugiha. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. The grown-up Asuna is awesome. Chapter 28 _ Asuna may have fought Sugiha for so long because she gave Sugiha face. Otherwise, during the battle, it may be over in an instant. After all, Asuna's high speed and high accuracy combos can't even be seen clearly by Master Tong in the anime. How strong can be imagined? When the referee in the ring saw that Sugiha had passed out, he also hurriedly announced the result of the match. Asuna-san wins. +1 point. Total score 13. Hearing the referee's words, the audience immediately applauded. Asuna's total score represents the number of games she has won. So far, Asuna has won 13 games in a row. And Izumi is only 12 games. If Izumi fights her next and wins, the score will be tied. Then beat Sugiha, then Izumi can take the first place with the highest score of 14 points. There is no need to continue playing the next game. According to the rules of the competition, Yuchen is already the number 1 student in this year's college entrance examination. If nothing else, this guy Asuna is estimated to be the second place this year. Then Sugiha, who was third, had to continue fighting with the others. Until another point was scored to get third place. It seems that the top 3 were all rounded up by the Yuchen family. No matter what happens next, Yazi, this ending doesn't seem to change? Itumi doesn't think anyone can beat Sugiha. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly laughed. After Asuna in the ring was released from the Elf Queen state, she left the ring like a normal person. Then started to rest. Next, she has to fight Yuchen. As for Sugiha, she was carried away by the nurse. It is estimated that it will not be long before she will appear in front of everyone again. For this, Izumi is not worried at all. The game did not continue to start, but it would not start until Asuna rested. Now it's a battle of other people. After Asuna sat down, Izumi said directly, "You just drain the water." Hearing Izumi say that, Asuna nodded. She didn't deny it. You can't kill Sugiha right away. That would be too disrespectful. Flipping up her hair, Asuna said with a smile. When Yuchen heard what she said, he rolled his eyes. I guess Sugiha saw it too. She'll hate you even more then. Having said this, Izumu's eyes also became subtle. Now the relationship between these two guys is really complicated. All of a sudden the relationship was too good to die, and all of a sudden the relationship was noisy. And now, in battle, Asuna will choose to let go of water because of Sugiha's face. Let Sugiha lose more decently. This complicated relationship made Yi Cheng see it as a headache. So he really didn't care about these two. In theory, one is his ex-girlfriend and the other is his ex-sister. It should be somewhat emotional. But this is just theory. That's none of his business. It's none of their business. The two of them were also one who got Asuna's template and the other who got Lifa's template. Actually, they have nothing to do with Asuna and Lifa at all. It is equivalent to gaining their inheritance. Or the second generation. It's just these two guys, wandering around because of the template. At the same time, because of the influence of the template, the two guys also have some special feelings for him. It is completely taking the memory brought by the template seriously. However, they took it seriously, and Izumi didn't take it seriously. So it's always been on the sidelines. You ask Izumi if he likes them. This is crap. Like, of course. After all, both of them are great beauties, and he is not Luzaiwai, how could he not like it? Although it was possible to rely on the template relationship, Yuchen could easily win the two. But Izumi would not do that. After all, this kind of love is purely greedy for their gully, and the real feelings are very few. The two of them are just familiar strangers to Yuchen. Loving them is just greedy for their gulls. Completely a LSP, and do not want to be responsible. So no matter how noisy they were, Yuchen didn't plan to stop them. Let them fight. After shaking his head, Yuchen stopped thinking about these things. Who cares? Let's see what happens next. Asuna tilted her head, looking at Yuchen like this, she said in a puzzled way. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? As he was talking, this guy suddenly became cranky. Are you thinking of something weird? Thinking of this, Asuna's face also became strange. Izumi shook his head. It's nothing, you have a good rest. I won't show mercy in the next battle. He didn't think much about it. Instead, he changed the subject and reminded Asuna to take a good rest. After all, the next battle is for the two of them. Hearing Izumi say that, Asuna was stunned for a moment. Then soon he laughed. Good. I won't let go of water in the next battle. You have to be careful. Speaking of which, a smile flashed in her eyes. In her memory, she had never fought Yuchen. Perhaps this battle is an unprecedented experience. Interesting, isn't it? Izumi nodded. Then he glanced at her and then complained. You just started this mode. Let me be careful. Asuna-san, are you bloated? I don't know who gave you the courage. In this regard, Yuchen expressed contempt. When Asuna heard this, her head was full of black lines. Are you underestimating me? Let me tell you, you will suffer a lot if you underestimate me. Speaking of which, Asuna clenched her fists. She was very upset about Yuchen's words. She could hear the contempt in her words clearly. The corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly. Did I say something wrong? No, isn't it? Don't you think you can beat me by turning on the Elf Queen mode? Tisk tisk, Asuna, don't forget who I am. Asuna looked at Izumu's ugly face and wanted to go up and hammer this guy to death. Meow, why does she feel that this man is so annoying? What do you want to do to kill him? Thinking of this, Asuna glared at Yi Cheng fiercely. Very good. Wait for me, wait, don't beg for mercy. She has made up her mind. Just wait and let this guy see how powerful he is. It's so frustrating to be despised like this. Chapter 29 _ When Izumi and Asuna were arguing below, the battle in the ring was already over. However, the names of Asuna and Izumi were still not called. It seemed that Asuna had enough time to rest. After resting for more than half an hour, Sugiha came back alive. The first thing I did when I came back was to blame Asuna. Damn, Asuna, let the water go. I will never lose again in the future. When it came to this, she was so depressed. When he woke up, Sugiha found out. She also guessed Asuna's behavior of releasing water. It's just a bad mood, that's for sure. When Asuna heard Sugiha's words, she immediately smiled and said, if I don't release the water, you will lose instantly. Sister Sugiha, this is enough to give you face. Hearing Asuna's words, Sugiha's face was filled with displeasure. This woman is really annoying. Call her sister. She is not a sister. After staring at Asuna in dissatisfaction, Sugiha looked at Isumu. Brother Yuchin, don't let the water go. Please help me teach him a lesson. When Yuchin heard Sugiha's words, his face suddenly became strange. I'll give it my all. As to what the outcome will be, I don't know. Hearing Izumi's words, Sugiha was happy. In her opinion, as long as Isumu makes a move, he can definitely teach Asuna a lesson. Asuna listened to Sugiha's words, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Are you so vengeful? Sugiha, your character is broken. For a while, Asuna really didn't know how to complain. At this time, the referee above also directly called out the names of Izumi and Asuna. Izumi, Asuna-san, please come to the stage. Hearing this voice, the two looked at each other and walked up together. Sugiha on the side opened the mouth and said, Izumi-san, come on. Hearing her words, Yuchin waved at her. Well, I will. Having said that, Iken went straight to the ring. Asuna glanced at Sugiha and followed. The two came to the ring and stood still. The audience was all focused on these two at this moment. The previous battle between Asuna and Sugiha has already excited many people. This time, the battle between Izumi and Asuna should be very exciting too. Thinking of this, everyone looked forward to it. After Yuchin and Asuna stood still, they looked at each other, and then silently took out their small iron pieces. Then infuse its own energy into the small iron pieces. The next moment, under everyone's astonished eyes, the two of them began to shine. Everyone has seen Asuna's transformation. Now everyone's eyes are on Yuchin. Everyone is very curious about what kind of state Isumu will become. What type of sprite? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yuchin's figure reappeared. At this time, Isumu had also changed a lot. The ears become pointy. There was a mysterious aura about him. The clothes have also completely turned into a black coat. The whole person looks mysterious. When the audience saw Yicheng's transformation, they immediately cheered. Sure enough, it's just a ghost. This is really surprising. Really poked the elf's nest. This feeling is like discovering some big treasure, which makes everyone excited. Yuchin was very depressed about the audience's reaction. How do you feel like a treasured animal? After muttering a few words in his heart, Izumi looked at Asuna very seriously. At this time, Asuna has also transformed into the form of the fairy queen. Holding the rapier, she stared at Iken with a serious face. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yuchin's mouth rose slightly. Then, Asuna, let's fight. After saying that, Yuchin rushed out. Seeing Isumu rushing up, the wings behind Asuna fluttered. Then also rushed up. The thin sword in his hand turned into a sword light directly. He stabbed at Isumu. The speed is much faster than when he fought against Sugiha before. At this moment, Asuna can be regarded as a full shot. Facing Yicheng, she didn't dare to be careless. Asuna knows how powerful this guy is, Asuna. Ding ding ding. With this contact, the sound of swords colliding was heard in the field. Izumi looked at Asuna with excitement and said, "The needle won't poke, Asuna." So what? While resisting Asuna's attack, a new weapon appeared on Izumu's left hand. Dark Chaser. With the appearance of this sword, Asuna's expression suddenly changed. Just when he wanted to distance himself from Izumu, Izumi's sword, Izumi, came over. Finding that she couldn't dodge, Asuna hurriedly changed her attack route. With one blow, Izumi's sword was thrown away. Ding! The next moment, Asuna flapped her wings. Hastily left the place. The attack was blocked. Yuchin was not surprised at all. Looking at Asuna, who distanced herself from her, the corners of Yuchin's mouth rose slightly. There was movement in his hands again. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the two swords in their hands slowly began to change form. A very high-tech lightsaber appeared in Izumi's hands. At the same time, the other saw directly turned into a pistol. The audience was stunned when they saw this scene. What exactly is this? Do elves actually use lightsabers? Are you kidding me? Asuna was also a little shocked at this time. You actually reached this form. She was really startled. Are these two weapons out? Not so fast. This sword in Izumi's hand is the main equipment used by Yingguang G4 in GGO. It is extremely light in weight, and is also designed as a high-heat weapon, even bullets can be easily chopped. With this weapon and Izumu's powerful reaction nerves, it is estimated that the speed will become even more terrifying. Yuchen looked at the two weapons in his hand, and after thinking about it, he silently put away the pistol. Then I took this shadow light G4 in my hand and turned it around. Yuchen just rushed out. At this time, Asuna also came back to her senses. Facing the attacking Iken, Asuna was no longer able to confront Iken head-on. The weapon in his hand is a plasma high-temperature body. The weapon in his hand touched him in the past. This is simply looking for abuse. It will probably be wiped out in no time. How could the energy body collide with the physical sword? Therefore, as soon as the wings behind Asuna exerted force, the whole person flew straight to the sky. Izumi, you are lying. Damn, are you bullying me with this weapon? Tomorrow is not happy. What's the matter? You don't let the water out, and you take out this weapon to bully people. Asuna shouted while trying to distance herself from Izumu. Hearing Asuna's words, Iken did not answer, but exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed behind her. Ask for flowers, a moon break, a reward. Chapter 30 _ Waving the lightsaber in his hand, Iken directly slammed Asuna fiercely. Seeing Izumi swinging his sword towards her without hesitation. While Asuna felt a little unhappy, she hurriedly distanced herself. This guy really shows no mercy. OM. The lightsaber in Yuchen's hand turned into a half-moon aperture, and it slashed directly into the air. After Asuna escaped, she quickly distanced herself from Izumu. The free hand even hurriedly used magic. Attempt to push Yuchen back. In an instant, a magic circle was formed. A powerful shockwave mercilessly blasted towards Yuchen. In the face of Asuna's attack, Izumi did not hide at all. The lightsaber in his hand swung down without hesitation. The sword light brought by the lightsaber is like a half-moon that appears during the day. This magic was directly cut from the middle by him. In Izumu's eyes, it doesn't matter what magic you have. Slashed straight away. With fancy things, Yuchen is not at all cowardly, and directly breaks through all methods with all his strength. Asuna was stunned when she saw this scene. She also did not expect that Yuchen would be so rigid. He slashed directly at her magic. That's why she was so stunned. It turned out to be a big deal. Because Yuchen had already rushed in front of her. To be fair, Yuchen's flight speed was very unreasonable. Just like Master Tong in the game. Maybe he can't fly very well, but when the will breaks out, who can have Yi Chengqiang? In the blink of an eye, Izumi rushed in front of Asuna. The sword in his hand slashed directly. Seeing that sword light, Asuna finally came back to her senses. Don't. The exclamations of the scene suddenly sounded. Iken's sword is too fast. It's so close that the audience can't see it at all. Just when everyone thought that Asuna was going to be killed by Izumi, they exclaimed directly. Even Asuna, who had come to her senses, thought she was going to die under the sword of Iken. Even many viewers closed their eyes directly, not wanting to see this bloody picture. Even the referee was planning to rush out to save Asuna at this moment. Yuchen's sword stopped immediately. You lost. His voice rang out at this moment. When the audience heard this voice, they suddenly came back to their senses. You know, just now everyone thought that Asuna was going to be killed by Izumi. Even Asuna was taken aback. Asuna stared blankly at Iken. At that moment just now, she really felt the possibility of dying. Wow! After the audience sees that Asuna has nothing to do, suddenly cheered. At this time, the referee also hurriedly announced loudly, Izumi wins this round. At this time, Izumi had already put the sword in front of Asuna. And Izumi stopped just now. If Izumi hadn't stopped, Asuna might have been chopped by Izumi on the spot. So she was sentenced to lose, and the audience had no opinion. As the results of the game came out, the applause of the audience also followed. Hearing this voice, Izumi immediately grabbed the frightened Asuna and came to the ground. As soon as he landed, Asuna was released from the spirit state. Then he stumbled and almost didn't hit the street directly on the spot. Fortunately, Yuchin hugged her quickly. Asuna was suddenly hugged by Izumi, her face flushed slightly. She glared at Izumi, then quickly stood up and hurriedly walked towards the bottom. Seeing this scene, Yuchin shrugged. Asuna is in a bad mood right now. Izumi, this guy is too ruthless. Frightened her. After coming to the election chief and sitting down, Sugiha on the side handed over a bottle of water directly. Drink some water to calm down. Asuna glanced at Sugiha. Nor did it refuse. After taking the bottle and opening it, he took a few mouthfuls. Whew. Until now, Asuna was truly relieved. Just scared me to death. That guy is too cruel. Even the magic is directly cut. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. Damn. Speaking of which, Asuna is called a depression. This is completely hanging and beating by Izumi. Although I knew he was strong, I didn't expect that Yuchin was already so strong. Moreover, that guy didn't even use the second sword style. Sugiha shrugged when she heard Asuna say that. After all, Izumi is not Kirito. You are no longer Asuna. Having said that, Sugiha stared blankly at Izumi, who was muttering something to the referee in the ring. Hearing this, Asuna was silent for a while. Yes. Indeed it is. After shaking his head, Asuna didn't think any further. Just when both of them were silent, Izumi above had finished talking to the referee. The referee shouted directly at this time. Sugiha-san, please come to the stage. Izumi-san chooses to continue fighting. Hearing the referee's voice, many people were stunned. Then, everyone was shocked. Does this guy need a break? Just choose to start the second game? But looking at Yi Chang, who was like a normal person, the audience was immediately speechless. The battle just now looked fierce. But this guy doesn't seem to have much consumption, right? This Nima is terrifying. What kind of monster is this guy, Izumi? Why so hung up? Obviously they are all first order, but the strength of this guy is comparable to that of third and fourth order people. This is outrageous. When Sugiha heard the referee say that, he was stunned for a while and then he reacted. Referee, I abstain. I can't beat Iken-san. As soon as these words came out, the referee was stunned. Abstain. This is the first time this kind of thing has happened here. Even if others can't beat it, they won't directly abstain. Even Izumi was surprised. He looked at Sugiha with some puzzlement and said, Are you sure? Aren't you going to make an effort? Well, just make an effort. He will definitely take it lightly. Sugiha's mouth twitched when he heard Iken say that. No. I refuse. I don't want to go up there and be scared to death. Do you really think she's stupid? Just kidding, just look at the battle between Asuna and Izumi just now. This guy, Izumi, won't show mercy. He will do it without hesitation. Although there is no fear of life, it is more terrifying than losing one's life. You will be scared to cry, you will definitely be scared to cry. She doesn't want to do that. Seeing her resolute appearance, Yuchen immediately felt a pity. The audience didn't feel anything. Although it was a little regretful, no one would say anything about Sugiha. After all, how ferocious this guy is, everyone present saw it. The magic says that it will cut, so how can people fight him? And the speed is fast and the attack is powerful, which is impossible to fight at all. Sugiha's abstention is the best result. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. To be fair, I really want to put up a few pictures of Asuna, but unfortunately I can't. You can go to the browser to search, directly search for the city Asuna, then the bathroom, and then go to the Moanyang encyclopedia to continue the search to see what she looks like as an adult. Awesome. Chapter 31 Sugiha's abstention meant that the college entrance examination was over. Although many viewers feel sorry, but there is nothing to do. You can't force others to fight. The battle between Izumi, Asuna, and Sugiha ended immediately. The battle for the others continued. Just like the college entrance examination in Yuchen's previous life, the talented people have already left the field first, and the rest are still doing the questions slowly. All games were not officially over until the afternoon. Yuchen also won the city's champion in the college entrance examination with the highest score, which is the first place. And Asuna is below Isumu. Then Sugiha was under Asuna. Their family directly swept the top 3 in the city's college entrance examination. At the same time, it was also directly on the hot search. Let many people recognize this wonderful elf family. After the game is over, it also means that Yuchen and the others are officially on vacation, and then they just have to wait for the start of the university. Only by going to university can Isumu and the others be able to learn more new skills. Those skills are also essential abilities for many awakens. For example, instant acceleration, staying in the air, unilaterally strengthening some of their auxiliary skills and so on. These general skills are all to be learned. There are also some skills such as high-speed chant and instant spell casting that magicians must learn. Generic skills are only taught in college. And there are still learning conditions. With a lot of skills, Yuchen naturally wouldn't miss those skills. Although it is possible to study in other channels, Isumi decided to go to university. After all, college life is good. Have to experience it again. The college entrance examination was over, and Yi Cheng and the others also filled in the name of the university they wanted to go to on the spot. Those who got the top 3 were randomly selected by the university. Don't dare to go to that university, they will accept it. This is also the privilege of getting a good ranking. Looking at the list of university names, Yuchen began to think seriously. Sugiha and Asuna, who had been following Isumu all the time, stared straight at Isumu. You don't have to think about it, if Yuchen chooses that, they will choose that. So now both are waiting for Isumi to make a decision. After thinking about it, Iken directly filled out the Imperial College in the volunteer. Where is the center of the Dragon Kingdom, and also where most of the champions will go? Only by going there, can you compete with more peers. Even, Yuchen guessed that he would encounter many templates that were lost in the whole system at that time. That is to say, if he goes there, he can quickly kill those guys, and then use the recycled template to strengthen himself. Seeing Iken fill out the Imperial University, Asuna and Sugiha looked at each other and chose Imperial University as well. The 3 of them will go to the University of God together next. Isumi was not surprised by the choice of these 2 guys. After all, these 2 guys have been staring at him, and they know what they're up to when they think about it. After filling out the university he wanted to go to, Yuchen taught his application. Then he turned around and left. Seeing this, Asuna and Sugiha quickly followed. The 3 walked together and left the huge gym together. Things in high school have come to an end for the time being. It is time for Isumu to go back to dreaming now. After all, his second template is about to awaken. After leaving the gym, Isumi said goodbye to these two guys, and then the hurried home taxi started heading home. Looking at the back of Isumu leaving, Asuna looked at Sugiha and said, "Let's chat." Hearing Asuna's words, Sugiha thought about it and nodded. "Good. There's a cafe in front. Let's have a chat." Sugiha, who said that, took the lead in walking towards the cafe she mentioned. Seeing this, Asuna smiled and followed. She now wants to have a good chat with Sugiha about Isumu. After the two came to the cafe and sat down, Asuna said directly, "Let's join forces." Hearing this, Sugiha was stunned for a moment. "Join us? Are you kidding me? This guy actually said such a thing?" Asuna shook her head. "I'm not kidding. You should have discovered it too. Our situation. Are you sure the things in your memory are real? Those games, but never appeared. Even, the power we use now is also brought into the game. You should know best about this." Sugiha nodded. It does. She had already suspected it. After all, the two worlds are completely different. When she woke up, those things in her memory were not there at all. Like something from another world. "I know all this. But what does this have to do with us joining forces? And, are you sure you mean it?" Having said that, she stared at Asuna with a very serious look. "I want to know what the reason for this guy is saying these words." Asuna looked at Sugiha in the memory in front of her. She laughed involuntarily. "Don't you think that there will only be the two of us by Yi Cheng's side? Don't you remember? Except you and me. Lisbeth, Silica, Sinan, Alice. And, luckily. Are you sure they won't show up? Will they be like us? Maybe he will wake up one day and come to him. So many people, are you sure you have an advantage? Also, you can see Yuchen's attitude towards us. Saying this, Asuna stopped. Sugiha listened to the names that Asuna said. The information of those people also slowly emerged in my mind. Alice, luckily. So complicated. Thinking of this, Sugiha's brows furrowed deeply. I thought that he could be with Isumu, and the only opponent was Asuna. But now I am reminded by Asuna. Only then did she realize that she thought too much. For a moment, Sugiha was silent. Seeing her like this, Asuna continued. And if Yuchen continues to awaken, when he reaches the second and third levels, there should be more and more women around him. If you go it alone, there is no advantage at all. Unless, leave him. But can we do it? There were other things she didn't continue to say. That is, Asuna is very confused about her second order. Logically speaking, with her current strength, she should be close to the second order awakening. But now there is no response at all. She began to wonder if she had a second life. If it weren't for her continuing to grow stronger. Maybe she was really confused. Chapter 32 Sugiha was finally persuaded by Asuna. The two decided to join forces and attack the guy Isumu together. Otherwise, when other people appear in the future, they may really have no chance at all. The current Isumi has no interest in them at all. They can still see this. So, in order to deal with those who come next, the two must join forces. Otherwise, the others would have to sneak away. Both of them were very unwilling in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After the discussion, the relationship between the two has eased down. It didn't mean to continue tit for tat. Well, that's it for now. After all, the relationship between women is plastic. It shreds lightly. After chatting for a while here in the cafe, the two agreed to go to Yuchen's house tomorrow to find Yuchen together. And Yuchen didn't know that the two women had joined together. Now Izumi has returned home. The first thing he did when he got home was to find his bed. Then he jumped up and started rolling. After a while, Yuchin's sleepiness came up, and after just a while, he fell asleep. Start waking up to your new template. Regarding awakening and using dreams to get things done, Yuchin expressed that he wanted to complain. The systems of other people's homes are all completed in one click. And Yuchin's broken system has to go to sleep by himself. Then go experience what those templates go through. That power comes at the end. This Nima, the spicy chicken system, is the spicy chicken system. Bad review. Don't know who made it? In this dream, Izumi dreamed of Emiya giants. For the sake of his own touch, he rubbed his hands and made EA, and in just one night of the world, he ended the Holy Grail War. In the end, he made many wishes to him and successfully obtained the qualification to marry her. A true winner in life. So at this time, Izumi Masa was immersed in a beautiful dream, and Kazuya lived a happy life. There is also a primary school girl who has been raised since childhood. The sister of the primary school girl is very hostile to herself and always quarrels with him, the winner in life. But every time he made his face red. The dream of happiness, no shame, and no shame, made Yi Cheng excited. I don't even want to wake up from a dream. By the next day, he was still asleep. However, at this time, he was exuding a tyrannical aura. Strange lines appeared on his body gradually. Hair is also starting to change gradually. At this point, Yi Cheng is ignorant. Because he still can't wake up. But Asuna and Sugihara had already come over. Early on, the two came to the vicinity of Izumu's house. After confirming the location, the two walked directly towards Izumu's house. When they came to Izumi's house, the two of them rang the doorbell, but no one opened the door. Asuna and Sugihara looked at each other. He's not at home. Asuna felt a little strange. Going out so early? Could it be that the guy went to the mercenary union? Sugihara on the side shook his head. She didn't even know what was going on. Asuna frowned, and without saying a word, took out her mobile phone and called Yi Cheng. But soon they were stunned. Because the ringing of the phone came from the second floor. The two who noticed this looked at each other and entered the spirit mode at the same time. Then it flew straight away. It flew to Izumu's window. Yuchin's window was not closed, so the two of them easily pushed the window open. When they saw the situation inside, they were speechless. Because they saw that this guy, Izumi, was sleeping soundly on the bed. No one answered their doorbell just now, it's just that this guy hasn't woken up yet. Really? Asuna doesn't even know how to complain about this guy. Just when she was about to wake her up, Sugihara suddenly grabbed Asuna. Wait. Hearing her words, Asuna was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you holding her all of a sudden? Sugihara pointed at Izumu and motioned for Asuna to look over. Seeing where Sugihara pointed, Asuna was stunned. What did she see? At this time, Yuchin had blue lines on his arms. And the hair is also changing color flickeringly. If it weren't for the curtains blocking her, she really didn't notice it. Seeing this, Asuna's pupils shrank suddenly. Wake up. This guy is second order, and he is already in a state of awakening. Sugihara on the side nodded. It should be. Otherwise, Brother Yuchin wouldn't have such a change. Speaking of which, she frowned deeply. Without any hesitation, she flew directly into Yuchin's room. Seeing this, Asuna hurriedly followed. And this scene happened to be seen by a passerby. At this time, the passerby classmate was stunned. What did he see? Two big beauties actually jumped through the window and entered a single man's home. Shock.jpg. How did that guy do it? What's the point of wanting to be a teacher inexplicably? Izumi lives here alone, and everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. This passerby is no exception. He was a neighbor near Isumu's house. At this time, he was really shocked. I even forgot to call the police. Well, call the police. Asuna and Sugihara didn't know this. After entering Yuchin's house, the two of them sat there quietly and waited. Waiting for Izumi's awakening to complete. This guy is about to wake up and he won't tell anyone. When awakening, it is very dangerous to be at home alone. I don't know when I will wake up, and another person is here. If you encounter any danger, it is estimated that someone will kill you and go directly to reincarnation without knowing what happened. It was for this reason that Sugihara frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction with Isumu's careless behavior. Sugihara sighed as he looked at Isumu, who was sleeping soundly. She spoke directly to Asuna. Let's stay here now. Isumi-san is also true. Aren't you going to tell anyone? It's just too dangerous. What if there are monsters moving nearby? Sugihara complained about Isumu. Asuna rolled her eyes when she heard her words, just when she wanted to say something. There was a loud explosion outside the door. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a roar came in from outside. Whoa. When the two people in the room heard the sound, their eyes widened. Asuna looked at Sugihara with a bewildered face. Crow's mouth. Before Sugihara's words were finished, there were monsters doing things. It's just a crow's mouth. Chapter 33 _. Although the two of them were very confused, they hurried to the window to see what was going on. When the two came out of the window, they saw what was going on outside. A very powerful monster appeared in the downtown. This is a pangolin-shaped monster. And at this time it was gnawing on a human being. If Asuna and the others had just paid attention to their surroundings at first, they would definitely remember. Wasn't the person who was eating the monsters the same person who watched them flip through the window from Ikan downstairs just now? Izumi's neighbor. But now it's too old to die? Looking at the raging monster, the two frowned. It was still morning, and many people were woken up by this monster in their sleep. For a time, many people who woke up from their dreams came out the window one after another. Then, when they saw the raging monster, they all panicked. Of course, many awakeners rushed out directly. Get ready to fight this monster. Asuna and Sugihara looked at each other and rushed out. Yuchin is awakening, and they don't want anything to happen to Yuchin. If you don't go out now, use the tossing energy of that monster. It will definitely attack Isumu. It would be bad to disturb Yuchin then. So the two chose to make a move together. Sugihara and Asuna went straight into sprite mode and flew out. When the two came to the sky, they finally saw the appearance of this monster. Appears to be a pangolin. But there are actually thick spikes behind it. There is also a huge meteor hammer on the tail. Wow, looks so hard. Just looking at the armor on this monster's body made Sugihara feel so solid. Hearing her words, Asuna immediately rolled her eyes. Go ahead. It's coming this way. Having said that, Asuna rushed out. The monster had already attacked Iken's house. Wherever he went, the ground shook. It seemed that something in front of it was attracting it. Sugihara frowned as he watched the path of this monster's behavior. Because she found out that this monster was attacking towards Yuchin. Sugihara didn't hesitate at the thought of this, and rushed forward. Don't know what's going on, but definitely stop it. Asuna and Sugihara rushed forward one after the other. When the pangolin-like monster saw Sugihara and Asuna, it suddenly let out a roar. An attack was condensed directly in his mouth, and then he slammed towards the two of them. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. When they were about to avoid it, they reacted. Behind them, that is Isumu's house. Thinking of this, the two suddenly gritted their teeth. Directly choose the heart just. Asuna and Sugihara released defensive magic together. One blue magic circle appeared in an instant, and then resisted in front of the two. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the audience. Izumi, who was still asleep, frowned. He seemed to feel something, but he was still sleeping. You might not be able to get up for a while. Now he has dreamed another picture. All kinds of legal loli appeared in his dreams, and at the same time there was a woman wearing a black gauze dress with scarlet pupils. It's just that this woman is not very easy to mess with. Seems to be darkened. Izumi, who has watched the anime, naturally knows who he is. Alice Phil. He also did not expect that Iris Veal would appear with such a surname. It's totally different from the anime he's watching. Neema's is outrageous. Although the two are related, it is not the kind of relationship in the anime. Not even with Ilya that kind of relationship. For a time, this dream also made him very confused. It has absolutely nothing to do with the anime he's watched. Are you sure this isn't a setting in a fanfiction? And the giant guard of the palace in this dream almost died because one person pierced the Holy Grail. Thus comprehended how to use the magic eye of death. In the end, he was rescued by his sister. All kinds of strange settings also made Yuchen stunned. This isn't the Wei Gong giant he knew. Are you sure it's not an enhanced version? For a time, Yuchen was completely bewildered by what happened in the dream. That's why Izumi couldn't wake up now. I can only continue to experience everything that the giants of the Emiya have. Gradually acquire the abilities of the Emiya giants. Outside, Sugiha and Asuna were frantically resisting the monster. The strength of this monster in front of him is too powerful. The attacks used by the two could not break the defense of this monster at all. Their attack will be directly bounced off by the thick armor on the monster beast. Not to mention cutting it if you get close. The weapon will probably be broken. So the two of them could only keep using magic to stop the monster from approaching. The people who lived here also fled here one after another. At the same time, people from the security team were also rushing over in the distance. Prepare to besiege this monster together. And Asuna and Sugiha are now more and more anxious. Because the battlefield they were in was getting closer and closer to Isumu's home. Damn! What the hell is this? Why is it so strong? The two rely on their flexible mobility to evade the attacks of the monsters. But it couldn't do any real damage to it. Even if they wanted to delay its advance and wait for the supporters to come, they couldn't do it. After attracting the attention of this monster every time, this guy will turn his eyes away for the first time, and then move on unswervingly. Now the battlefield was less than 100 meters away from Isumu's home. Damn! Isn't the support here yet? Sugiha was very anxious at this time. After such a long time, the support has not come yet? Hearing the words, Asuna also looked around anxiously. The surroundings were quiet at this time. While they were fighting, those people had fled here. Only the two of them remained. It's only been less than 5 minutes since the monster attacked here. It will take a while for support to come. Just when both of them were in a hurry. Suddenly, layers of magic circles of different sizes appeared above the sky. Seeing this scene, Asuna and Sugiha were stunned for a moment. After they reacted, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. Then quickly pulled away from this place. In an instant, the magic circle in the sky burst out with a strong light. A beam of light that can blind people's eyes falls from the sky. Boom! The beam of light directly engulfed the monster. In just an instant, it was to devour that monster and then annihilate it. God, God, God justice! Asuna and Sugiha stared at the beam of light falling from the sky with bewildered expressions on their faces. What the hell is going on here? Is that the big guy who made the move? Chapter 34 The explosion dissipated, and the place where the monster was standing was no longer there. The monster didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was eliminated on the spot. What is even more creepy is that although the magic that fell from the sky wiped out the monsters, it did not cause any serious damage to the surroundings. The damaged place was only what was left when the monster moved before. Asuna and Sugihara were shocked when they saw this scene. The people who were also stunned were those who fled here and went to a safe place. Everyone stared blankly at the location of the battlefield. I don't understand at all what is going on with this sudden magic attack. Where exactly did it come from? Who released it? All kinds of doubts surfaced in the minds of many people. Even the guards who rushed over were stunned. What was going on? On the top floor of a building not far from here, a short figure wrapped in a cloak stood on the roof and quietly looked in the direction of Asuna and the others. The golden pupils confirmed that there was no more threat from Isumu. Her figure began to slowly disappear. When she disappeared, her gaze fell in the direction of Isumu's house. After pursing his lips, he didn't say anything. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and there seemed to be something flickering on her head. The next second, her figure disappeared directly in place. No one knew that she had been here before. Even the monitoring system in the city failed to find her. It's as if some force is interfering with everything here. And Asuna and the others are here. After seeing that the monster beast was dealt with by someone, I felt a huge sigh of relief. The guards also ran to their side at this time, and began to ask what happened here. When Asuna heard the question, she naturally did not hide it, but told what she knew. After listening to the descriptions of the two, the guards hurriedly blocked the scene. Especially that huge pothole. That is the passage that the monster dug out. Where must be blocked. Otherwise, God knows whether there will continue to be monsters. After they have said everything they know, Asuna and the others will naturally not stay here any longer. Instead, he hurried back to Isumi's house. Well, it's still over the wall. Seeing this scene, the members of the guard team looked very strange. If it wasn't for the identification of Asuna and the others, they would have rushed to arrest them. After all, this is trespassing into someone else's territory illegally. They also know where is Izumi's home, and the relationship between Izumi and Asuna. Well, the whole world knows. Totally family. So they didn't go about their business. Instead, hurry up and investigate the reason why the monsters rushed into the city. You know, the monster that just appeared is not a simple monster. Strength has reached level 4. It is also a very scary existence outside. Gotta figure out what's going on here. At the same time, it is necessary to stop the disaster that may happen next. No one knows what monsters will be behind the passage. Naturally, Asuna and the others would not pay attention to what happened outside. Now they have returned to Isumi's home. After confirming that Yuchin's awakening was not disturbed, the two quietly guarded him. Quietly waiting for Izumi to wake up. This wait is a whole day. For lunch, both of them ordered takeaway directly. Then when it was night, it was Izumi who opened his eyes. At this time, Yuchin has completely changed. A lot of strange lines appeared on his body, and at this time, he was exuding blue light. At the same time, there was a flash of color in his eyes. The most surprising thing is his hair. The hair was originally black, but now the color is a little lighter. Opening his eyes, Izumi looked at Asuna and Izumi in his room with a face full of astonishment. Looking at these two guys, Yuchin was a little stunned. There was the siren blaring outside. When Asuna and Sugihara saw that Iken woke up, they immediately came up with information on their faces. You're finally awake. Really, don't say a word when you wake up. It almost happened today, you know what? Asuna complained directly to Isumu. If it wasn't for them running over today, this fellow Izumi might have really been eaten by monsters. Sugihara on the side also nodded. Yes. Brother Yuchin, are you being too careless? How can this kind of thing wake up by lying at home alone? You don't know, but a monster broke into here today. A lot of people are in danger. If it wasn't for that magical attack that appeared out of thin air, maybe you would be gone today. Hearing what the two of them said, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. What happened? Yu Chen was very puzzled. Did something happen while he was sleeping? Thinking of this, Yu Chen also ran out of bed. Then came to the window. At this time, Asuna and Sugihara also explained it to Isumu. It was getting late outside and the sun had gone down. The night light was already on, and Yi Chen used the night light to see the destroyed scene in the distance. I saw that a few hundred meters away from Isumu's house, the place turned into a ruin. Seeing the situation over there, Yu Chen was also stunned for a moment. While he was sleeping, what happened? Thinking of this, Yu Chen also broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. Shit! You almost finished your calf? It's scary just thinking about it, doesn't it? And, don't know where the magic comes from. Thinking of this, Isumi frowned. Magic? Who is it? Isumi also began to doubt for a while. Who is it? Someone who can use that kind of magic should not be easy. And definitely not from this world. In other words, it should be a template character. According to Asuna and Sugihara's description, that kind of magic only appears in anime. Layers of magic circles. Who is it? Yu Chen, who was just about to ask the system, was thinking of something, so he simply put the matter aside for the time being. He turned his head to look at Asuna and Sugihara. Then, aren't you going home? Do you want to spend the night here? Yu Chen had a look of anticipation on his face. Looking at the two of them expectantly. Hearing Isumu's sudden words, Asuna and Sugihara's expressions froze. Subconsciously, he took a half step back. We're going back right now. After saying that, Asuna decisively pulled Sugihara and went downstairs. Joke. Overnight here? This will not work. Although I want to, but now is not the time. Chapter 35 _ Asuna and Sugihara left here together. As for whether you would be afraid in the middle of the night or something. Well, as the awakened, the two of them are naturally not afraid. So walking at night is just trivial. Not a big problem. After all, if someone with short eyes really dared to go to trouble Asuna and Sugihara, they would probably be hacked to death. And powerful people won't be so boring, they will go to rob or something in the middle of the night. Wouldn't that be boring? Robbery that has the money to run to do the task. It is this truth, so many people will not run to do this kind of thing. For the time being, is the world pretty safe? It is also very friendly to ordinary people. Ordinary people rarely run to rob. Don't ask why, just ask that there are too many fierce people in this world. Run out and rob. Don't be funny. Special meow, God knows if you will grab the boss if you rush, and then they will kill you directly when they wake up with their backhand. There is nowhere to cry then. Or someone would rob a long time ago, but no one in this society will do this kind of thing anymore. As for the reason, of course it was frightening. Maybe a lot of people were killed because of robbery. With such a lesson, who would run to rob in the middle of the night? No decent person would do that. So the middle of the night in this world is absolutely safe. Izumi didn't have to worry too much. After they left, Yu Chen started to communicate with the system. What's with the magic? Can we speak now? Hearing Yu Chen's words, the system bubbling up not long after. A sister paper of the 7th order template? So what do you want to ask? Excuse me. Special meow, 7th order. Hit the head. Yu Chen cursed a few words in his heart and decided that he didn't want to talk to this dog system. He didn't even want to know who that girl was. You don't need to think about it, you're an absolute powerhouse. And there is no harm to Yu Chen. Thinking of this, Iken frowned slightly. By the way, there is something I want to ask. Why don't Asuna and their templates recycle? Thereby recycling only those. Hearing Yuchin's words, the system immediately said confidently. That is of course because they are harmless. Although they all awakened in the form of this world. But actually, it's okay to say that they are a completely new existence. Well, just like my daughter? When Yuchin heard this, he was stunned. Mother-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, the system went into a frenzy. Roll roll roll. Don't disturb me if you're okay. It takes energy to talk to you. After saying this to Yuchin, the system was immersed. And Yuchin also figured out the urination of the system. All I can say is, awesome. Don't panic if you encounter a sister paper with a template in the future. Just go after it. Well, that's right. Thinking of this, the corners of Yuchin's mouth rose slightly. Then he didn't think about it anymore, but clicked on his attribute panel and started to check what he got from his second template. Isumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao, Allo, GGO period, fusion degree, 50%. Weapon, Elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword proficiency, two-handed sword proficiency, magic attribute magic. Sprite mode. Second template, Emiya Giant, multi-world fusion super invincible enhanced version, fusion degree, 20%. Abilities, projection, clairvoyance, mind eye, death eye. Looking at Yuchin's things, Yuchin was suddenly dumbfounded. Sure enough, this is half of the fusion of multiple Emiya. Not just the enhanced version, but also other skills. Even Isumu learned a lot of magic and sword skills. It just doesn't show up in the system. Looking at this template, Yichen was also very amazed. This wave of awakening is simply making him a bloody prophet. The strength has doubled several times. If he fights the teacher who tested him again this time, Yuchen has the confidence to kill him. Well, do you want to take revenge? Come on, the last time you asked me to scrape, I have written down this hatred. Saying so, Isumi immediately muttered. For the last scraping act, Yuchen remembered clearly. Yuchen has never suffered such grievances. But after thinking about it seriously, Isumi shook his head. Forget it, don't care too much about that guy. After muttering like this, Yuchen went straight downstairs and started to get food. After lying down all day, he was also starving. However, as soon as he went downstairs, Yuchen saw the already cooked meals on the table. Yuchen was stunned when he saw this scene. What did Asuna and the others do? Thinking of this, Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle. So maybe it's good too? After shaking his head, Yuchen stopped thinking about it. Let it go. After dinner, Isumi went back to his room to study his newly acquired abilities. Yuchen was very curious about the ability of projection. Having experienced the deeds of the Emiya giants in a dream, Isumi can naturally project those noble phantasms. In other words, Yuchen will have all kinds of weapons to fight without relying on the small iron pieces. The weapon that the small iron piece becomes is not as powerful as the noble phantasm. The special attributes brought by those noble phantasms were very coveted by Izumi. And because of the Emiya giant, Iken is now proficient in all 18 martial arts. The enhanced version of Emiya giant is not kidding you. If it weren't for the infinite martial arts, Isumu would have doubted whether he had acquired that skill. All night, Yuchen was studying his projection. Slept all day during the day. At night, Yuchen couldn't sleep either. Simply study those weapons quietly. Although it is only a one-time use, it is really comfortable to use. Before you know it, the night quickly passed. The next morning, Asuna and the others were here too. It's just that there must be a member of the security team who will come with you. When he saw this man, Yuchen frowned slightly. How is this going? I didn't wait for Izumi to ask anything. The police officer was the first to speak. Izumi, isn't it? The area will be blocked next. If you can, please get out of here for a while. We have arranged for new accommodation. While saying this, the police officer also explained the reason for the incident. Because of the monster, this place has become unsafe at this time. Everyone in this area should be evacuated. And he ran over to inform Yuchen of this. Chapter 36_. When Yuchen suddenly heard the news, he was immediately depressed. So, you came here early in the morning and told me to move. I'm so strong, haven't you thought of asking me to help? This unscientific. According to the script, the other party should not say it at this time. Mr. Yuchen, you are so arrogant, why don't you come and help us? Let's fight disaster or something together. But it's not right to let him move as soon as he gets here. When the police officer heard Yi Cheng's words, his head was covered with black lines. Are you kidding me? How is it possible for you to help with such a dangerous thing? Please don't make it difficult for us. If there's nothing wrong, get out of here first. Hearing him say that, Yuchen nodded. Understood. I'll pack up and get out of here right now. Although I really want to know what happened there. But the police officer obviously won't say much. Simply Izumi was too lazy to think about it. Rather, he said it very cooperatively. Seeing that Izumi was so cooperative, the police officer heaved a sigh of relief and told Izumi about the hotel prepared by the garrison. Then he bowed towards Iken and left here, and went to the house next door to Iken to continue the notification. Seeing this scene, Izumi withdrew his gaze, and his eyes fell on Asuna and Sugiha. How about you? Why are you running here in the early morning? The two came with the police officer. Are they going to move too? Hearing Iken's words, Asuna ruffled her hair, then said with a smile. Come here for you to train. We have a lot of things we don't understand and want to ask you. Then when I came here, I happened to meet the police officer. If you're going to move now, why don't you come to my house? It just so happens that my family also has a training ground, and we can live there for a while. If you don't understand anything, it's convenient to ask you directly. Asuna directly invited Iken. You don't have to go to the hotel, just go directly to her training ground. Her family's property is still quite large. Sugiha on the side did not speak. She is also an orphan and does not have the conditions of Asuna's family. And if Izumi was going to Asuna's training ground, then she would definitely go too. Can train with Izumu, so what else can she say? Naturally agree. When Yuchen heard Asuna say this, after thinking about it, he agreed. That's all right. Then you wait for me, I'll pack my clothes. After saying that, Yuchen ran back home. He picked up his backpack, quickly stuffed a few pieces of clothes into it, and then went downstairs. Don't doubt the boy's speed. As for luggage or something, that doesn't exist. Come as simple as you can. There is nothing valuable at home anyway. As for space gear, the world seems to have them, but they are expensive. But Izumi did not. The spicy chicken system didn't come with it. After taking the clothes and going downstairs, the two were already waiting. After locking the door, Izumi followed Asuna towards her training ground. When heading to the training ground, Izumu also asked suspiciously. By the way, what happened over there? Why block it? Living there, Izumi didn't know what was going on. He didn't sleep last night and didn't hear anything. Why is it being blocked all of a sudden? This made Yuchen very puzzled. When Asuna heard Iken's words, Asuna took out her phone directly, and after finding a certain piece of news, she handed it over. See for yourself. It seems to have found something along that passage. That's why this place is blocked. Izumi frowned upon hearing this. Taking Asuna's cell phone, Yuchin looked at it directly. According to the above news, Yuchin can be considered to understand what happened over there. The report said that the monster broke into the residential area yesterday. Then it caused a lot of casualties, and was finally wiped out by enthusiastic citizens. However, because of the channel dug by the monster, the investigators discovered a very huge underground cave. And there is a huge ecosystem inside. Now let the people who live here evacuated, just to ensure everyone's safety. If nothing else. Is it possible that Yuchen will get a compensation in the future? Seeing these news, Yi Cheng's face was full of confusion. Haven't encountered demolition in the past life, but have encountered it in this life. This is embarrassing. Another rich day. After pouting, Yuchen returned the phone to Asuna. Asuna looked at Iken, and then said with a smile. You see. He. Do you know what happened now? Izumi nodded. Naturally, he understood what was going on. The crypt. Something. Well, my house is going to be demolished. Having said this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on Izumi's face. When Asuna heard this, her head was full of black lines. Is this guy thinking about these things now? So speechless. Sugiha's expression on the side was also very strange. What this guy thinks is really different from others. Shouldn't Izumi be paying attention to the underground caves that appeared near his house at this time? But this guy didn't care at all. Instead, he focused his attention on the demolition of his home. For this, Sugiha was really speechless. But she didn't say anything. The group of three soon came to the training ground of Asuna's house. It's more of a training ground than a huge gym. But usually no one comes. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Izumi suddenly turned around and said to Asuna. Bye Fume, take care of me. Hearing Izumu's words, Asuna's face suddenly became strange. Are you going to marry? Are you saying that you won't get into trouble if you kill him? When Yuchen heard this, he immediately raised his chest and said confidently. It used to be that I didn't know how rich your family was. But now I know. So, really fragrant. Hearing this, Asuna rolled her eyes. Cut. Don't be skinny. Come in quickly. There are empty rooms above. We're going to be living here for a while now. Then go to school together when the university starts. So, in the next period of time, please give me more advice. Izumi shrugged and didn't say anything about it. Asuna opened the door here with the key, and then walked in with Izumi and the others. In the next period of time, it is estimated that Izumi and the others will live here. At the same time, in the area of Izumu's house, everyone was evacuated. A group of old men were discussing something at the edge of the huge cave. The outside of the cave was also surrounded by a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Chapter 37_. Early in the morning, this place was surrounded by all kinds of heavily armed people, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even outside there are quite a few reporters frantically filming something. On the internet, many people have also discussed the matter of this burrow. A monster ran out of here yesterday, but it caused quite a stir. In particular, the magic that fell from the sky has aroused the curiosity of many magic lovers. Everyone is guessing who did it. But today I was told that the place where the monsters haunt is actually a huge cave below. And it may also be the lair of some monsters. It is because of this that many people are curious about the underground caves. After a group of old men discussed the cave for a while, they finally came to a conclusion. One of the dignified old men couldn't help but say, "Notify the Adventurers Guild. Now start posting tasks. The dungeon in front of us is bigger than we thought. Let the adventurers go in and fight the monsters. Otherwise, if those monsters rush out, our city may fall." At the same time, arrange the manpower and prepare to be stationed here for a long time. Any monster that tries to rush out will be wiped out. Hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Of course they have no problem with this. If you only rely on the army, you can't destroy the monsters inside. Because there are not enough manpower. Although the city also has its own army, they all have to guard other places, and there are not many people who can send over. Because of this, they can only turn to the Adventurers Guild. That is also a semi-official institution. Many people still recognize the strength of the Adventurers Guild. After the conclusion was reached, everyone started to take action. Everyone directly issued a mission to the Adventurers Guild. This time the mission is a long-term mission. In addition to coming to help station, prevent monsters from coming out. There are also various tasks to explore the inside of the cave. In the afternoon, the official announced the news to the media. Many people also received this news. Immediately, he became interested in this cave. The popularity of this cave itself is very high, and now I see these tasks officially released. The heat is higher. Even many adventurers from other cities ran over. Get ready to go in and explore. There might be some nice gains. The meat of some monsters is very popular. Even the materials on some monsters are very valuable. This is a great way to make money. It is also a good training opportunity. Even a lot of crooked fruit netizens have noticed this news in China. As the most powerful country in the world, the Dragon Kingdom, many people are very concerned about the Dragon Kingdom. The city where Yuchen and the others are located, although not the top first-tier cities, is also very famous. What is happening in the city? Why not make people curious? For a while, many people began to discuss this matter. Some guys even acted directly, ready to come over and explore. Naturally, Isumi also saw the news. When he saw this, Yuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. If you are a man, you should go down 100 floors. Asuna, Sugiha, let's go to Adventure 2. To sign up as an adventurer and earn a little money. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna and Sugiha were stunned for a moment. Are you sure? The cave is not yet sure if it is safe. If you rush in to explore, you might be in danger. I don't know what's in there. Asuna frowned. She expressed her disapproval of Isumi's risky behavior. Now their strength is only first order. Yuchen is relatively powerful, already second rank, and has also awakened. If you go down rashly, you will encounter the holding monster that you encountered at the beginning. They can't beat it. This place is too dangerous. Asuna can't believe that there will be no more powerful monsters below. When Yuchen heard this, he immediately shook his head. You can't say that. We'll be fine as long as we're careful. Furthermore, it's faster to go to fight monsters than to train here. Although they have acquired a lot of skills and fighting skills when they are awakened. But the actual combat experience is still too little. Such a good experience opportunity, it is a pity not to go. So, must go. Hearing Isumu say that, Asuna looked directly at Sugiha. What do you think? After Sugiha thought about it, he answered very seriously. I support brother Isumi. It's a really good idea. Going to the burrow to fight monsters is indeed a quick way to improve your strength. If you want to familiarize yourself with the acquired sword skills, it is the best to fight monsters. Besides, aren't the skills we acquired all used to deal with monsters? Speaking of which, a smile appeared on her face. This time, Asuna was really speechless. After thinking about it, she could only agree. Since you are all so supportive, I have nothing to say. Then go. Hearing this, Isumi nodded. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll sign up as an adventurer and make a little money by the way. But let's not go in too quickly. We'll make a decision when the others go in first and see what's going on. Having said that, Yuchen calmly looked in the direction where his house was. This sudden appearance of the burrow, Yuchen always feels very familiar. Dungeon. Thinking of this, Isumu was reminded of a certain animation. My heart also began to mutter. Could it be that after he came to this world, even some buildings in the anime were thrown over by the system? If so, then this underground city is interesting. Maybe you can run down and pick up magic stones or something. Just wait and ask your own spicy chicken system. See if it's true. If it is true, then it is estimated that the city is really going to change. Maybe the city will become a new strange city because of the burrow. For a day, Isumi was training those guys from Asuna. At night, Yuchen asked about his dog system. Tell me about it. That cave, what's going on? Hearing Izumi's words, the dog system bubbles up again. If you want. That is indeed a dungeon? And the monsters inside will continue to respawn? It is also one of the missing accessories here? Looking at these dialogue boxes, Yuchen was suddenly silent. This time, it's interesting. It's really a dungeon. Is it the wrong one? So, what about the template for Ace Carbon? Anything missing? Izumi was very curious about this. And some lowly god. Wouldn't it be fun if it existed? Legal lowly. Those who call me CAO thief must love it. Chapter 38 _ In the face of Yuchen's question, the system immediately fell silent. After a long time, it seemed to have found something. Then a big no word was posted by it. No. The templates of the wrong world are all there? It was not lost, so I am disappointed. Of course, if you have a girl you like. The old lady is in a good mood, but I don't mind helping you. Looking at this information, Yuchen suddenly felt that the dog system was doing something. Also understood. In addition to him, this system seems to be able to give templates to other people, right? Thinking of this, Yuchen quickly came to a conclusion. After thinking about it, Yuchen couldn't help but ask the dog system. If, I said if, let you load the second template for Asuna and the others, can you do it? The system heard Yuchen's words, and after being silent for a while, it sent out a soul-like question to Yuchen. One template is enough for them to use a generation of paper? What do you want? Their templates include not only the Sao period, but also the later period. That is the level of the god of creation? Dear, do you want me to go bankrupt? Even a daughter can't be this good? Well, Yuchen is convinced. But think about it, Asuna and Sugihara are indeed at the level of gods in the later stage. That is, the 10th order? Although he has only awakened once, he has grown stronger than anyone else. It doesn't seem necessary to give them other templates. Thinking of this, Yuchen also smiled. Got it? Go back, mother-in-law. I will take good care of your daughter. Boom. As soon as Yuchen finished speaking, his mind was shocked. The sudden shock almost didn't let Isuma go straight to the street. Fuck. Failed. How could this dog system still do this? It feels like being kicked, Gio. Shaking his head, Yuchen immediately cursed. This spicy chicken thing, such a meow, can actually kick people? If this guy dares to appear in front of him, Iken promises to. Forget it, don't care too much about this guy. Yuchen lay down cursing. After a while, Yuchen fell asleep again. Then he ran to play with a bunch of girls in his dream again. Asuna, Lifa, Alice, Sinan, Ilya, Mayu, Kuro, Dummy King. Goo hey hey. Izumi, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly giggled. After a night of silence, Yuchen slowly opened his eyes the next day. Look at this strange ceiling. Then he slowly recovered. It's a pity that there was no night attack last night. After saying those words, Yuchen sighed deeply. Just as his voice fell, Asuna's voice rang from outside. "What nonsense are you talking about? Get up, it's time for breakfast, then we're going to register as adventurers." Asuna, who pushed in the door, gave this guy a blank look. Just outside, he heard all the sighs of this guy. "Are you thinking about their night attack? It's outrageous. How could they do such a thing?" Yi Chen gave this guy a white look, and then he got up in a hurry. "Got it? You go out, I'll go down right now." After saying that, Isumi took off his pajamas. Seeing this scene, Asuna was stunned. With a flushed face, she hurriedly turned around and ran out. Seeing her shy appearance, Yi Chen pouted. "He's not a woman, I really don't know why he's shy." He looked down at his 8-pack abs. Yi Chen silently gave himself a compliment. "This is the same perfect figure as the reader. The needle doesn't poke." Speaking of which, the corners of Izumi's mouth rose slightly. Yi Chen is very satisfied with his current figure. Awakened twice, and then continued to strengthen. It also made his body completely perfect. After changing into a casual outfit, Yi Chen also came directly to the restaurant. At this time, Sugiha and Asuna were already sitting at the dining table and waiting. Seeing Iken coming out, Asuna glared at this guy. This made Isumi bewildered. "I don't know where I got her off." The three sat together after a simple breakfast. Then they left here together and headed for the location of the Adventurers Guild. The three people walking on the street were also very surprised when they looked at the pictures of people coming and going around. There are more people than ever before. Many people seem to be moving forward with the same goal. Seeing this scene, Isumi said in surprise. "Are there so many people exploring the caves now? This speed of action is also unparalleled." Asuna, who was on the side, heard Izumi's words, and couldn't help but explain. Because of this mission, the official gave a big price. A lot of people are rushing down to make money. It's a rare opportunity to make money. As long as you explore the situation inside, and then draw a map to record the distribution of those monsters, you will get a large bounty. It is because of this that many people go to the underground caves. And, it looks like your home has been demolished. Saying so, Asuna took out her phone and showed Izumi this morning's news. Hearing this, Yi Chen was immediately stunned. Your home was demolished? Thinking of this, Yi Chen hurriedly took the phone and looked at it. When he saw the news, he was speechless. I saw that several pictures in the news were all pictures around a huge cave. The original location of Isumu's house had already become empty at this time. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Can I sue them for illegal demolition now? I don't agree with you yet. Where's the money? Big loss. The house was demolished even before the demolition payment was received. Asuna grabbed her mobile phone, and then rolled her eyes and complained. You didn't go to the hotel that the officer arranged, so no one can contact you. It is estimated that someone will call you the money after a while. Don't worry, I heard that the demolition fund this time is quite a lot. 10 times compensation. It was also on the hot search in the morning. Saying so, Asuna rummaged again. I'm going to find the news I saw this morning and show it to Isumi. The three of them walked while chatting like this. Soon it was where the Adventurers Guild was. Today's Adventurers Guild is also extremely crowded. Among them, Yi Chen also saw many familiar figures. Those familiar figures are all the opponents they met when they participated in the college entrance examination. When I saw these guys, Isumu immediately understood. These guys must have come over to register as adventurers. Well, I just don't know how many people will die in the cave. A group of cannon fodder. Izumi thought so maliciously in her heart. Chapter 39 _ Isumi and Asuna were lining up. Several registered guys also saw Iken, so they walked towards them. Yo. Isumi, are you here to register as an adventurer too? Hearing this voice, Yuchen raised his head and glanced at him. Well, that spearman named Li Wei. You are talking nonsense. Could it be that I'm still here to poop? After saying this, Yuchen rolled his eyes. Hearing Yuchen's words, the corners of the mouths of the nearby people twitched a few times. Asuna and Sugyaha screwed this guy Isumu. Speak civilly. This guy is so rude. Have you ever greeted people like this? Yuchen shrugged, not wanting to argue too much with these two women. What kind of civilization do men need to talk to between men? Don't you just yell at you when you meet? Do you want him to smile slightly, be very gentle, and then speak softly to the other party? When Li Wei heard Yi Cheng's words, he felt like he was about to split. This. For a while, he didn't know how to chat with Yuchen. This guy easily killed the topic. Yuchen glanced at Li Wei, and then couldn't help but remind. Since ancient times the pikemen are lucky. You must have been reincarnated so many times, and you should know how unlucky you are. Sao Nian, if you want to go to the dungeon, I suggest you don't use guns. Maybe you'll have to be reincarnated if you're not careful. If that's the case, next time we meet, you might call me Grandpa. When he said this, Isumi said that he was serious and sincere and looked like he was doing it for your own good. When Li Wei heard Yi Cheng say this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He couldn't help clenching his fists, resisting the urge to punch this guy. What's more, it's really annoying to talk about. However, he suddenly felt that what Yuchen said made sense. Since he practiced guns by himself, his luck has not been better. How long has it been since you bought a drink before getting another bottle? For a time, Li Wei couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Are you really lucky? Just when he was thinking wildly, Zhongji, who was in the same class as Isumi, stepped forward and said, Isumi, do you want to form a team together? It's very dangerous in the burrow, will it be safer to go down together? Hearing his invitation, Yuchen refused very decisively. No need. We have teams. And we can fly and run in danger. With you. Well, it seems a little troublesome. As soon as these words came out, Zhongji was very depressed. Is this despised? It can fly amazingly. Damn, he really wants to hit people. But being rejected, he couldn't say anything more. After all, although the two are in the same class, they are not familiar with each other at all. This guy, Isumi, never plays with men. In the class, it seems that the only person who talked to him for 3 years was Asuna. Thinking of this, Zhongji continued to speak with a face full of regret. It's a pity. If that's the case, then forget it. See you later. We're going to find someone else to team up first. Go, Livy. After saying this, he pulled Li Wei, the lucky who was considering whether to change weapons or not, and left here. Li Wei listened to Yuchen and the others all the time. For Yuchen's rejection, I also felt a pity in my heart. At the same time, he also listened to Yuchen's words. Well, go back and change a weapon. Besides guns, he seems to be able to use sticks too. Using a stick, maybe you can increase your luck. Iron bars are pretty good. And it seems that it can be heated with energy and used as a fire stick. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This seems like a lot of fun. Maybe he can get a title for it in the future. For example, the hero of the stick and the like. Thinking crooked. That's it, the two brothers that Yuchen knew together formed a team and walked towards the burrow. Maybe the next time they meet again, Yuchen has already become their grandfather. Izumi, who was full of malice in his heart, kept muttering in his heart. It was the turn of the three of Isumu who were lining up soon. Coming to the counter, the young lady in charge of registration skillfully took out 3 forms and handed them to the 3. Fill in the information. Then pay the 50 yuan registration fee. Hearing her words, Yuchen pouted. Still have to pay? Bad review. After a few words in his heart, Yuchen picked up the pen beside him and started to fill it out. Name, Isumi. Sex, male. ID number, XXX, XXX, XX. Home address, XXX, XXX, XX. Contact, XXX, XXX, XX. Strength, Tier 2. It's like opening a bank account. Yuchen quickly filled out these documents. After filling out these things, Isumi directly handed them over. Then the young lady entered Yi Cheng's information into the computer. At the same time, he took out a card and logged in Izumi's information. After finishing all this, she handed the card to Isumi. Introduced by the way. Don't lose this card. It's not just your identity as an adventurer, it's going to be your bank card. It's a card tied to the big banks. In the future, all the commissions for your tasks will be put into this card. At the same time it will also record the points you have earned while doing the task. It's up to these points to qualify. Please keep it safe. Hearing her words, Isumi nodded. For these, he naturally knew. Adventurers are also graded. In addition to your strength, it also depends on your adventurer level. Otherwise, you may not be able to accept some tasks. And now Isumu is the lowest level adventurer. Also known as a new adventurer. However, Isumu probably won't raise the so-called adventurer level. When I have no money, I run to do a few tasks. Let him run for a long time to pick up the task. That's impossible, it doesn't exist. Is it delicious to have soft rice? Isumi, who put away the card, glanced at Asuna involuntarily. Well, there will be more soft rice in the future. Now, he just met Asuna and Sugiha. There may be more people for him to meet in the future. On Asuna's side, after handing in her information, she looked at Isumu suspiciously. What's wrong? You look at me like that. Isumi shook his head. No, nothing. I'm just curious, when will I be able to eat your steamed buns? Bah, no, soft rice. Hearing this, Asuna's face darkened. When he raised his foot directly, he stomped on Yuchen's instep ruthlessly. Then he cursed with a red face. Damn, what have you been thinking about all day? After reincarnation, have your brains been broken? I'm so angry, that's not considerate at all. I really want to cut some holes in this guy's body. Annoying. Dish. Chapter 40_. Yuchen also knew that he had said something wrong, so he was a little embarrassed. Haha. Sorry. After Asuna snorted coldly, she was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. And the young lady in charge of registration was looking at Yuchen and Asuna with a sour face. Couple. Gee, I'm so envious. However, is it really good to be so showy in front of a single dog? Aren't you afraid of being bitten by a single dog? After a few words in her heart, she also began to curse wildly. I really hope these two are long-lost siblings. Show love and die fast. Hateful. The little sister viciously picked up the seal and stamped it on Asuna's data card. Then he picked up the registered card and threw it to Asuna, then looked at Sugiha blankly. Where's your data card? This young lady who suddenly changed her face also made Sugiha a little confused. She didn't understand how fat it was. However, the honest Sugiha obediently handed her his information and asked her to help with the registration. After the three of them were registered, everyone left here together. Start walking towards the shop next to the Adventurers Guild. Since you are going to the dungeon, you will naturally have to buy some medicines and the like. Otherwise, there is no nanny to treat you if you are injured. Although Asuna has a water elf mode, she can become a violent repairer. It just doesn't seem to be working now. So you can only prepare your own medicine. Not only healing potions, but also all kinds of camping items should be prepared. After all the tents were purchased, the three of them were already carrying a lot of stuff on their backs. The heavy backpack made Izumi depressed. If only there was space equipment. Fuck, how do you fight with so many things on your back? Izumi is really depressed now. Wouldn't this garbage system also bring a space backpack? Asuna heard Izumi's words, and after thinking about it, she opened the mouth and said, "Then go buy one. I remember, it seems to be this way." Saying so, Asuna walked directly to the other side of the Adventurers Guild. Yuchin was stunned when he heard her words. Sugiha is also a little confused. Just buy it if you say it? Want to be so proud? You know, the price of space equipment is very expensive. At every turn, it's tens of millions. These bastards just can't afford it. At the same time, Yi Chen was also very curious about how rich Bai Fume was. The two of them kept up with Asuna. After a while, the three of them came to a very simple shop. Then Asuna pushed the door directly and walked in. There was no one in the store, just an old man sitting here. The old man, who was leisurely drinking tea on the reclining chair, saw someone come in. After looking at the three of Izumi lightly, they stopped paying attention. Asuna seems to have been here before. She said directly to the old man. Is there a space ring? 3. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Little girl, do you know what you're talking about? It's expensive, are you sure? Asuna nodded. Then he directly took out a black card and said with a smile. Swipe your card. This heroic scene immediately made Yuchin and Sugiha, who were standing behind her, shiver. Holy crap, Tet is so arrogant. If you don't agree, swipe your card. Could it be that this is Bai Fume? The old man also seemed to be restrained by Asuna. After being stunned for a while, he also responded. Tisk. Really rich. After muttering sour in his heart, he got up and went to a safe to take out a box. Then he opened his mouth and said. Just right, the goods arrived in the morning. 3 this month. It's cheaper for you. Having said that, he directly put the box in his hand on the table. A space ring is not something you can buy if you want. It also depends on the time. Sometimes you may not even be able to buy it if you have money. And Asuna and the others are lucky. Came here today, just in stock. It hasn't been bought yet. Asuna's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then he hurriedly handed over the card in his hand, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from her. After swiping the card, hundreds of millions of soft sister coins were directly spent by Asuna in an instant. After finishing these, the 3 rings also officially fell into Asuna's hands. After getting the ring, Asuna couldn't wait to puncture her finger and drop a drop of blood on the ring. At the same time, she also handed the other 2 rings to Izumi and Sugiha. Give. You use it? Izumi and Sugiha were stunned when they heard this. That's it for them. That. I have no money. Sugiha honestly refused. She has no money for such a thing. Yuchin raised his eyebrows, but just as he was about to speak, Asuna did. I don't want your money. Take it. It's just what I bought with my pocket money. As soon as these words came out, both Izumi and Sugiha were silent. Rich woman, let's get married. Izumi immediately proposed to marry him. Meow, this eldest lady is richer than he imagined. After thinking about it, Yuchin did not refuse. At the same time, he said to Sugiha. Take it. The big deal is to sell yourself to her later. After saying that, Yuchin also dripped his own blood. When the blood dripped on it, Izumi felt a certain space in the ring. As long as you think about it, it seems that you can put things in it. Sugiha, who was on the side, heard the same thing and did the same. When the three of them recognized the ring, they suddenly discovered something. A small icon appeared at the corner of their eyes together. Seeing this familiar and unfamiliar icon, the three of them jumped in their hearts. They looked at each other silently. Then all three saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Yuchen winked at the two and then walked outside. This sudden change cannot be explained here. You have to find a place with no one to study it well. The three of them packed their belongings into the space ring and left here together. Head towards Asuna's training room. On the way back, Sugiha couldn't help but said, "Did you show that thing too?" Izumi nodded. "Yes, it appeared. Let's talk later. It's a little strange." Having said this, Izumi frowned. He didn't quite understand. Why only the interface in the game will appear in everyone's eyes? And it still ran out as soon as it touched the space ring. That's right, blood strips appeared in the corners of the three people's eyes. Just like in Sao. This is outrageous. Could it be that their template also comes with a game system? Gotta go back and do some research. The three of them didn't make a sound, but quickly walked towards the place where they lived. However, just halfway through, Yicheng received an unfamiliar phone call. Looking at the number above, Yuchen was a little strange. Who called? With doubts, Yuchen answered the phone directly. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. The boss is asking for flowers, the flowers are not moving QAQ. Chapter 41 _ The call went through for a while, and after listening to the other person finish speaking, Yicheng hung up the phone directly. It didn't take long for his phone to receive another text message. Looking at the above information, Yuchen's mouth twitched. It feels really subtle. The demolition payment has actually arrived. Sugiha, our family has money. Hearing Iken's words, Sugiha rolled his eyes. Fuck you. It's none of my business. Speaking of which, she pouted. Although she is Izumi's nominal sister, she has nothing to do with her. Whether Yuchen recognizes her or not is a question. What Yuchen said had nothing to do with her at all. The corner of Asuna's mouth twitched a few times. Is it really good to be so squeamish? Yuchen, who received the demolition payment, was obviously very proud. This is a lot of money. It was enough for Izumi to be dashing for a long time. Well, today is a good day. With a happy mood, the three returned to Asuna's training ground. After directly locking the door, the three of them began to try to swipe in the void. It's like I've experienced it countless times in my own dreams. A game interface jumped out directly. However, as this interface jumped out, Yuchen frowned deeply. Because it's all gibberish. Cut. Bai is happy. Seeing this, Yuchen was not interested. Damn, he thought he was going to have another plug-in. Sugiha and Asuna on the side were also a little helpless. It's the same with them. Also garbled. However, people still researched other functions. As a result, there is an additional backpack function. And it is still bound to their space ring. Seeing this scene, the three of them were speechless. So, what's the use of this? Can you see human blood in the future? Saying that, Izumi stared at Asuna and Sugiha. Their heads were immediately green, as if blood strips appeared. Hearing Yicheng say this, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Can you see our health bars? Why didn't I? Asuna was stunned. Yuchen's can still see blood bars? Thinking of this, the two were suddenly depressed. They can only see their own blood. Can't see anyone else's. Hearing their words, Izumi was also very surprised. Is that so? It looks different. It's not the same, but it's not bad, isn't it? It's like bringing your own encyclopedia. Yuchen drew out the interface in his backpack. Then they looked at them. This interface, it is estimated that the three of them can see it, and others can't see such an interface. After being reminded by Yuchen, the two also reacted. Yes, although I obtained a useless backpack, it is the same as the encyclopedia. The things they bought before were in the space ring, but their names were displayed. There's even a production date. Thinking of this, the two of them are also very curious to study. Except that they couldn't see other people's blood bars, the others were similar to Isumu's. After a good study, everyone is not interested in this thing. However, Sugiha found an interesting function, that is, the interface seems to be used as a mobile phone and can be used to surf the internet. Apart from these, there are no other functions. This is also very good, at least not too boring in some dangerous places in the future. Well, you can even make up for it while fighting. Even if Izumi went to see the B card openly, no one else would find out. Even listening to the 8-game kill streak can make the sound louder, and others can't hear it. After closing this interface, Asuna looked at Isumu, and then she couldn't help but say, "Are we going to the crypt now? If it's over now, I'm going to talk to my parents." After hearing her words, Yuchen thought about it and shook his head. "Tomorrow. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Forget it now, there are too many people. Now you can also go back and tell your parents why. Otherwise we will go down, and we may not come up for several days. It's better that they don't worry too much." Izumi and Sugiha were fine. After all, there are no relatives. They can do whatever they want. But not Asuna. She still has parents. If she suddenly disappeared for so long, maybe her parents would initiate a relationship to find someone. That would be worth the loss. What should be explained clearly still needs to be explained clearly. When Asuna heard Izumi's words, she thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I'll go back and talk to them right now. I believe they should understand me. Then you can rest here for a while, and I'll come back in the afternoon." After saying that, Asuna glanced at Sugiha. There was a hint of warning in his eyes. The meaning is obvious, let this guy not sneak away. And Sugiha also understood what she meant, and after rolling her eyes directly, she was too lazy to pay attention to Asuna. Asuna pouted, glanced at Isumu, and left here with her belongings. She wanted to hurry back and explain it now, and then ran back to stare at Sugiha. If this guy sneaks away, it will be troublesome. Blood loss. After Asuna left, Sugiha said to Akin, "Isumi-san, teach me sword skills." Hearing her words, Yuchen did not refuse. He saw all the silent confrontation between the two just now. Yuchen was also very speechless about how careful these two were. However, he did not refuse Sugiha's request. After the two came to the training ground, they started training. If there is anything Sugiha doesn't understand, Yuchen will answer her. In this way, the two slowly began to train. Then train. There will be a little friction, and this is sexual excitement, isn't it? On Asuna's side, she quickly ran home. Her mother was at home, while her father went to the company. Seeing her daughter suddenly running back, Asuna's old mother was a little puzzled. "Why are you back? Didn't you say you were training with your little boyfriend? Is something wrong?" Hearing his mother's words, Asuna's face turned slightly red. "Not a little boyfriend. I came back to tell you that I'm going to go to the burrow with them next time." As soon as these words came out, Asuna's mother frowned deeply. She looked straight at Asuna and said, "Are you sure? Where there is danger, no one knows. It's only just opened. If you go down, no one will be in time to rescue you in danger. Are you sure you want to go?" Naturally, she knew about the burrows. Now that the internet is going crazy, how could she not know? Turning on the TV is news about the burrows. It's hard not to know. Facing his mother's question, Asuna nodded very seriously. Yes, I'm going. In the burrow, I can get better experience. I'm ready in my heart. And, we're not going too deep. That guy is already second order now. The strength is even more capable of playing against tier 3, plus we can fly. Why are you afraid of these? Hearing Asuna's words, her old mother fell silent. After thinking about it, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's talk when your father comes back. I have no control over this matter." After saying that, she picked up the mobile phone she put aside and called her husband. Chapter 42 _ Asuna's father was working in the company. When he suddenly received a call from his wife, he also hurried back. When he got home, he finally understood why his wife was so anxious to call him back. After listening to Asuna's thoughts, he was silent. After thinking about it, he said, "Have you made up your mind? Even if there is danger, you will go?" Hearing this, Asuna nodded. After all, only by growing in danger can you go further in the future, right? Dad, I don't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Besides, my second order, I don't have a clue yet. Even I suspect that I don't have a second life at all. But it keeps getting stronger, which makes me wonder. After hearing this, Asuna's parents fell silent. After a long time, Asuna's father made the decision. "Now that you've made up your mind, go ahead. Wait here for a while and I'll give you something." After saying that, he got up and went upstairs. And Asuna is very puzzled. What does her father want to give her? Is there any high-tech prepared for her? Thinking of this, Tomorrow Nai suddenly looked forward to it. Her family is the largest electronics manufacturer in Long Kingdom, and many electronic products on the market are made by her family. Now her father said he wanted to give her something, which meant that some new product should have been developed. Not long after, Asuna's father came down again. He was holding a large box in his hand. After coming down, he directly opened the box. Then he said to Asuna, "Although I'm not an awakener, I can't give you much help. But some of the equipment I've developed can do it. This is our company's new product, you take it with you. It's a device that keeps communicating in any environment. No matter how chaotic the magnetic field is, the watches inside can maintain contact with the outside world. Unless you are not in this space. Then it's about the other features that come with this watch. It's able to fire off a little mechanical bug to help you get ahead. It can even help you get a perfect record of the surrounding terrain." After saying that, he opened the box. In the box lie a few high-tech watches. Asuna's eyes lit up when she saw these watches. "Thank you, Dad." Just a glance, Asuna fell in love with these watches. This stuff is really cool. Seeing that Asuna liked it so much, her father nodded with satisfaction. "This is my proud work." When he said this, he couldn't hide the pride on his face. As a researcher, he is very proud that he can come up with such a product. This watch does not only bring those functions he just said. There are even more functions, but he doesn't say it. After Asuna got the watch, she immediately put it away. Then he said goodbye to his parents and headed for the training ground. Her parents had already agreed for her to go to the burrow, so the next thing would be easy. Back at the training ground, Izumi just finished training Sugiha. The two walked out of the training room, and Sugiha followed behind Iken, but at this moment, her face was flushed. I don't know what they were doing inside. And Asuna happened to see this scene. At this moment, Asuna was stunned. She frowned, then looked at Sugiha with a murderous look on her face. And Sugiha also saw Asuna and noticed her murderous look. Sugiha lowered his head in a guilty conscience. There's no way not to feel guilty. Although the two didn't do anything, Yuchen did take advantage of her. It even made her want to find a crack in the ground to get in. And now Asuna came back and was caught. Therefore, Sugihara felt guilty. When Yuchin saw Asuna, he spoke to her quite naturally. "Back. How's it going?" Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna withdrew her murderous gaze. His eyes fell on Isumu again. Suddenly he said angrily, "It has been explained. This is for you." After saying that, she took out a high-tech watch and threw it to Yi Cheng. "Then don't explain what it is." After throwing the things to Yi Cheng, she went upstairs angrily. Obviously, she was angry. She even felt that Sugihara had stabbed her in the back. Super angry. After Yuchin got the watch, he started to study it very curiously. Seeing Asuna's angry look, Sugihara hesitated and followed. She thought she could explain it. Yuchin can't be bothered to pay attention to that guy, anyway, the feelings between girls will be healed all of a sudden. Yuchin was well aware of this. After all, the feelings between girls' papers are all made of plastic, and they will shatter with a gentle tear. So don't care at all. If you have the mind to pay attention to them, you might as well study this watch carefully. Not as Isumu expected, an hour later, the two walked out of the room talking and laughing. But there was something wrong with Asuna looking at Isumu. She had already figured out what was going on from Sugihara. The reason Sugihara was like that was entirely the fault of this guy. LSP. Isumi was too lazy to know these things, but asked Asuna directly. "Who made this watch? It's a bit arrogant." Saying so, Isumi raised the watch directly. The next second, a transparent projection appeared in front of everyone. Holographic projection. "My dad got this technology on it." Asuna was shocked when she saw this scene. She really didn't know that this watch actually had such technology. Originally, she thought the watch was just the functions her father said. But it was more powerful than she imagined. Thought here. She also hurriedly took out her own and started playing. Sugihara was also very surprised when he saw this, and Asuna just gave her a piece as well. "I thought it was just a small gift, but it turned out to be a little bit of a gift. The technological content contained in it is absolutely top-notch." Yuchin was stunned after hearing what Asuna said. Made by Asuna's dad? That is to say. Glancing at Asuna, then at this watch, Yuchin smacked his lips. Father-in-law is a little hung up. A great inventor. Hearing what Isumi said, Asuna was instantly speechless. "Fuck you, don't shout. This guy is so shameless, he actually called his father-in-law directly. If her father found out, he would probably kill Isumu." But even though she said so, she didn't know why she was so happy. Anyway, don't hate this feeling. The three got together and studied the watch. After confirming that this watch is really awesome, Izumi and Sugihara also thanked Asuna. In return, Isumu said that he would definitely give Asuna a multi-billion business in the future. Chapter 43_. The next morning, Yuchin and the others woke up early. The three simply ate breakfast and threw all their belongings into the space equipment. The group went in the direction of the burrow. On the way to the burrow, Isumi also logged onto the official website of the Adventurers Guild. Then look at those task requirements. Prepare to take a few tasks and run down to do it and make a little money. Anyone who has registered with the Adventurers Guild can log in to the official website of the Adventurers Guild with the ID card they obtained earlier. Yuchin just logged in here, and then he saw a bunch of quest information in the burrow. Today's task is obviously several times more than yesterday. Even Isumi saw a lot of people come up with maps. In just a whole day's time, the first few floors have been explored. There's even a full map. When I saw these things, Yuchin was really shocked. At the same time, some adventurers who went down also discovered the particularity of this burrow. This news was also on the headlines early. Shock. Monsters in the burrow can actually be reborn. Are these monsters real or fake? Fighting monsters and dropping equipment? Take you to explore the items dropped by monsters in the burrow after being killed. Destroy the monster to get a power stone? An expert said that these power stones will be the energy of the future. The burrow is risky, and you need to be cautious when entering the business. A large number of adventurers will be raiding the burrows, so stay tuned. The news headlines made Eugen stunned. Even in such a world, he is still very strong in gossip. At the same time, Eugen also knew what was going on in the burrow. It looks like those people have found out. This is not a burrow at all, but a special dungeon. And the items dropped by those monsters also attracted the attention of many people. It is estimated that the location of his home will become more and more prosperous in the future. Thinking of this, Eugen suddenly muttered. It's a pity, I knew I wouldn't need that demolition money. Wouldn't it be nice to have a shop? I wonder if my neighbors will make trouble. Well, it's better to make a scene and assign me a set of shops or something. If you open a store somewhere, you can't make money. Asuna, who had been following Izumi, heard Izumi's words, and her face turned black. You bastard! Enough is enough. Why keep thinking about those weird things? Really, if you are short of money, you can tell me. How much you want, I'll give it to you. Asuna was obviously unhappy about Izumu's face. Hearing her words, Eugen sighed. Then he said in a very melancholy manner. You don't understand. We are the common people in the market. Before the words were finished, Asuna squeezed Izumu hard. Shut up. Fucking nerds. Don't smear the common people. Asuna wanted to hammer this guy to death. This world is too skinny, I really want to kill this bastard. When Eugen heard this, he immediately laughed. Of course, these words are just joking. Now that the money has been obtained, he will naturally have no other ideas. Besides, with Asuna next to him, will he still lack these yellow and white things in the future? Isn't the white, big, soft, and fragrant steamed buns delicious? Immediately Izumi put the matter behind him. While chatting, the three headed towards the dungeon. It didn't take long for Eugen and the others to come here. Originally, Yi Cheng was very familiar with this place, after all, he had lived here for more than 10 years. But now when he came here again, he was stunned. Because things have changed a lot here. The surrounding houses have been completely leveled, and even a building has been erected at the entrance to the dungeon. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng was really dumbfounded. Did something like this come out so quickly? The speed of this construction is too terrifying. Looking at the dungeon with people coming and going, Izumu and the others were really completely shocked. There are adults who just came here like them, and naturally there are people who have just come out of the dungeon. Those who had just come out of the dungeon were covered in blood. Obviously after a bloody battle. There are even many injured people. Fortunately, a humble hospital has been built next to it. There are even many people who are still working on it. Obviously the official intends to make this a special trade area. Izumi didn't hesitate, and walked directly towards the entrance with Asuna. Entering the dungeon now also requires a queue, but these are not a problem. The team moved forward slowly, and soon it was Izumu and the others' turn. After simply registering at the door, the three of them followed into the dungeon. Entering the dungeon, an earthy smell is blowing. The walls were also covered with rudimentary street lamps. Obviously some adventurers made it specially. Perhaps because there were too many people, no monsters came out after entering the first floor. Instead, it seemed very quiet. Except for some noisy people, there is nothing else. Izumu continued to move forward with the main force. Slowly, some people also began to disperse and explore other places. The number of people in the team is also getting smaller and smaller. By the time they reached the second floor, the number of people had already decreased by half. Some people did not rush forward. Instead, he started to explore on the first floor. After reaching the second floor, there are even fewer people. Originally hundreds of people have come to the present, and the number of people has gradually reduced to only a few dozen people. These people, without exception, all want to keep going. The three of them followed behind, checking their watches from time to time. After discovering that there was still an internet connection, everyone was relieved. Now even if they get lost, they are not afraid anymore. Also, even if this watch is no longer usable, Isumu and the others still have the template for that game. Don't forget, the template they ran out yesterday can also be connected to the internet. Even stronger than a watch. While thinking wildly, Isumu and the others slowly followed the team forward. Just when the three of them looked around with curious eyes, there was a sudden movement on the wall. Izumi, who found this, frowned, and immediately reacted. Holding Asuna and Sugiha, he quickly jumped aside. The person walking in front also noticed the change in the wall at this time. The person who had been walking at the front suddenly shouted, "Watch out, the monster is out." After saying this, he also directly turned the small iron piece in his hand into a weapon, and assumed a fighting posture. Asuna and Sugiha also took out their weapons. When everyone was preparing to fight, a wolf-shaped monster with red eyes began to appear on the surrounding walls. Ow! As soon as they appeared, they let out a wolf howl. Immediately after that, he rushed towards Isumu and the others without saying a word. In this narrow passage, the appearance of these monsters suddenly made the already narrow passage even narrower. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. Chapter 44 The sudden appearance of the monsters also directly disrupted the speed of the team. Yuchen and the others had no choice but to take out their weapons and fight these wolf monsters that suddenly appeared. The level of these monsters is very low. It's just that there are a lot of them. If there are inexperienced people, it is estimated that they will be in a hurry because of this sudden monster attack. Ow! Dang dang dang! There was a fight in the narrow passage, and soon these monsters that suddenly appeared were killed by this group of people. Looking at the magic stones that fell on the ground, Yuchen was not polite and picked them up directly. There are others who have done the same. But they don't have room for equipment, so they can only put the magic stone on a small bag. Naturally, Isumu also pretended to put the magic stone in the bag. But in fact, it was received in his own space ring. If a big treasure like the space ring is not well hidden, it is really stupid. Although Isumi is not afraid of trouble, he hates trouble. After simply cleaning up, everyone continued on the road. As everyone continued to move forward, the road ahead became wider and wider. By the time they reached the third floor, there were not many people left in the group. And Isumu and the others also planned to part with the people from these teams. There is no need to continue going down with them. This is the third floor, and the next is the fourth floor. The fourth floor is currently the most lively place. Yuchen and the others didn't count to join in the fun. So when it came to a fork, Isumu took Sugiha and Asuna to the other side. Those people didn't say anything when they saw this scene. After all, they have seen a lot of people like Isumi along the way. That's how it was. The departure of Yi Cheng and the others didn't make much of a fuss. This group of people who are going to the bottom is to move on. Itumi and the others went to the other side to start their training. It was pitch black all around, and everyone could only move forward by relying on the torches they brought. Looking at the dark dungeon around him, Yuchen immediately complained. It's annoying, this kind of place. If only someone could get some lights in. There is no light at all here. This is the most depressing place for Isumi. The first and second floors are fine. At least some rudimentary lighting. There is also a way to go down to the fourth floor. But there are some remote trails that don't exist. So you can only rely on a flashlight. After all, the current dungeon is really too simple. And it's not really anime. The underground city has its own light, but it is dark. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna and Sugihara said helplessly while vigilant about their surroundings. How can this be done? After all, this place was just discovered. So there's not much to say. She naturally knew why Isumi would complain so much. Because the surrounding environment is too dark. If it weren't for the flashlight, there would be no way to see the road. It would be a ghost if Yuchin didn't complain. Izumi, who was walking, suddenly remembered something. Then he asked a little confusedly. By the way, did we bring firewood? What to do at night? It's pitch black, you can't do anything if you want to. After Yuchin said that, the two were stunned. They really didn't bring those things. Although they brought a lot of camping equipment, in fact they didn't bring any firewood. After all, who is the serious person to carry that now? And the food they brought was all fast food, and they didn't think about such a thing at all. Even if the lights are used, they will run out of electricity sooner or later, and they won't last that long at all. This time, things got awkward. First time, no experience. When Yuchin saw their reactions, he naturally understood. After sighing, he couldn't help muttering. Next time you come down, be a little more prepared. This time, let's stay for 3 days. We'll go up in 3 days. Hearing Yuchin say that, neither of them had any objections. The three of them were walking, and suddenly, several pairs of red eyes appeared in front of them. Next second, a few strange screams came from the front. Seeing this scene, Yuchin's expression changed suddenly. The flashlight in their hands shined over, and then the three of them also saw clearly what monster was attacking them. These are 3 extremely fast cat demons. When Isumi's flashlight shone through, they were already rushing towards him. The sharp claws in the demon cat's hands mercilessly grabbed towards the throats of Iken and the others. It's like an assassin in the dark night, giving you a fatal blow at a critical moment. Facing such an attack, Yuchin frowned, and the torch in his hand was directly switched to his left hand, and his right hand just opened his palm and pushed it out. Duruth. Ang. The next second, a red flower bud bloomed in Izumi's hand. The blazing sky covers the 7-layered ring. The few cat demons that attacked directly hit his noble phantasm. Meow. Boom boom boom. The cat demons fell in front of Isumu in an instant. Seeing this scene, Isumu immediately acted. The blazing 7-layered ring in his hand disappeared, replaced by a lightsaber emitting purple light. With a flashlight in one hand and a lightsaber in the other, Yi Cheng slashed down at the cat demons. At this time, Asuna and Sugihara also rushed up together. They were already ready to attack when Izumi used the 7-layered blazing ring. Now that Yuchin rushed out, they were naturally not to be outdone. Although I was shocked by the defensive method Isumu used. However, the two of them did not forget about the fight. With the cooperation of the three, these cat demons were simply not enough to watch. It was just a face-to-face, and the cat demon was directly killed by Yuchin. After solving these cat demons, everyone was relieved. Yuchin looked at the torch in his hand, and then at the lightsaber in his hand. He decisively put away the flashlight in his hand. Hold the lightsaber directly as lighting. After Asuna and the others heaved a sigh of relief, they began to pick up the magic stones on the ground. After clearing the small stones on the ground, Sugihara looked at Isumu. She was very curious and asked Yuchin. Ikenji, is that shield you just brought from the second order power? Speaking of which, we haven't heard of your second order. Can you tell me? The current Sugihara is quite curious about Isumu's second life. The shield just now was not changed by a small piece of iron at all. It was created directly by Isumu out of thin air. Not only Sugihara was curious, but also Asuna. She also looked at Izumi with curious eyes. She was also curious about Izumu's second order ability. What is the second order ability of Izumi? What's your experience? Will you meet someone you know again in the future? All of this, Asuna and Sugihara want to know. Chapter 45 _ Facing Sugihara's question, Izumi immediately shrugged. Second order. It's just a projection ability now. And it is also very difficult to completely grasp the power of the second order. Having said that, Izumi frowned. To be fair, this enhanced version of the Emiya Giant has only a few abilities. But it seems very difficult to completely integrate to 50%. But also because of the difficulty, it is also very strong. Asuna and Sugihara were stunned when they heard Iken say this. Projection capability? Never heard of it? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Izumi was just about to continue talking. There was a sudden movement in the surrounding walls. Not only the walls, but even the sound came from above. When Izumi noticed this, his expression changed. He could not help but hurriedly shouted. Come to me. When the two heard Yuchin's words, their expressions changed instantly. They also responded. He hurried to Yuchin's side. After the two of them came over, Yi Cheng directly raised his hand and displayed the 7-layered ring of blazing sky to protect the three of them. Just when his protection was finished. Meow. *N. The dense roars of cat demons came from all directions. Those cat demons just born from the walls. Without a word, he rushed towards Izumi. Izumi, Asuna, and Sugihara looked at the densely packed cat demon. Instantly felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. Holy crap, that's too much. So much is made all at once, what kind of trouble is this going to make? The three of them were terrified by the scene in front of them. If it weren't for Yuchin's timely response, the cat demons in front of him would have put Yuchin and the others in danger. Although the individual strength of the cat demon is not very good. But the speed of these guys, as well as the attack, are very strong. In such a situation where I don't know how many, if the defense is not good, it is estimated that the three of them may really have to explain it here today. Bang bang bang. The three people in the 7-layered ring of blazing sky only felt the sound of dense collisions coming from outside. Those cat demons born from the dungeon rushed towards the side as if they had lost their minds. But they were all blocked by Izumu's shield. Through the dim red light, the three of Izumi looked at the guys outside with ugly expressions. Come on, is this dungeon crazy? Izumi now feels that the dungeon is targeting him. After a wave of cat demons was launched, another wave was launched. In just a moment, Izumi and the others were completely surrounded. Asuna and Sugihara entered the wizard mode. At this time, the two of them looked nervously at the situation outside. Sugihara pulled the corner of La Yuchin's clothes and asked nervously. What's next? How do we break through? There are too many cat demons in front of me. Except for the underground, no, all directions were blocked by cat demons. Looking at the situation outside, Iken frowned deeply. After thinking about it, Yuchin said. Asuna, Sugihara. Do your defense work. I'm going to blow them up directly. That's right, the only way now is to detonate the 7-layered ring of blazing sky. Then kill these cat demons in an instant. Only in this way can Izumi and the others be able to get out of trouble quickly. But there are also risks. Just accidentally put yourself in. Hearing Yuchin say that, the two were stunned. Quit, trigger, detonate. Is it still possible to do this? Sugihara was a little confused. Can this shield still detonate? Izumi nodded. It's too late to explain. Hurry up, use your strongest defensive magic. I'm going to blow up this place directly. Otherwise, none of us can run away. I don't have that much magic power to maintain this noble phantasm. It's a special meow, Yuchen is also very lacking in blue. He is obviously a warrior, but to use these magics, he uses too much blue. With the blue he has now, he can't last for many minutes at all. This Nima simply inherited the characteristics of the Empress's lack of blue. When Asuna and Sugihara heard what Iken said, they didn't hesitate any longer. The sword in their hand was directly inserted into the ground, and then the two of them sang directly. The next moment, two magic circles began to appear one after the other. Slowly, these two magic circles directly enveloped the three of them. Immediately afterwards, a huge enchantment was formed that enveloped the three of them. Inheriting the templates of Asuna and Lifa, Asuna and Sugihara have quite a few skills. Even some skills that are not used in the anime, both of them can. Not having used it doesn't mean it won't. In the anime, both Asuna and Lifa are just swordsmen. As an elf, how can you not use those magics? It's just that the swordsmanship is stronger. With the use of these magics, wait for the two to stop. Yuchen didn't hesitate at all. Directly launched Fantasy Collapse. In an instant, the seven-layered ring in her hand began to expand. All of a sudden, those demon cats were pushed out all the way. When Izumi released the control of the sevenfold ring of blazing sky, Izumi shouted again. Dhurath, Ang. A new blazing sevenfold ring appeared again. This time it appeared even smaller than the previous one. But it was enough to cover the three of them. After finishing all this, Yi Cheng directly detonated the outer layer of the seven-layered ring of blazing heaven. Fantasy collapsed. It fell with Izumi's voice. The body of the blazing seven-layered ring began to burst into a strong light. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated. The three also saw how many cat demons there were. Looking at the densely packed cat demon, the three of them only felt a tingling in their scalps. Too much. As soon as the idea came out, there was a loud explosion. The three directly felt their ears buzzing, and the whole world turned white. Boom. The treasure burst. The third floor of the dungeon began to vibrate violently. The sudden shock also startled the adventurers who were swept away in the distance. However, they haven't waited for them to react. Suddenly the ground shook. The whole ground began to shake, and the stones on the walls began to fall off. In the dungeon where there was no wind at all, it seemed that the wind had started to blow. Boom. Many people don't understand what happened, and then they are blown away by a powerful air current. It finally hit the wall hard. Even a lot of unfortunate people were injured by this sudden explosion. Or maybe it was the sudden explosion that made them lose their minds in the battle, and then the monsters seized the opportunity and came ruthlessly. Not just on the third floor, the entire dungeon seemed to be shaking. Even outside the dungeon, the plaza at the original address of the Izumi family felt the tremor. Some unsteady people even sat on the ground. Even many monsters were frightened and fled everywhere. And the person who caused all this was Izumi, who detonated the noble phantasm on the spot. Chapter 46_. The people stationed outside the dungeon felt that the sudden earthquake also changed their faces. One by one they became vigilant. What's going on? Why the earthquake? Some people who were about to enter the dungeon also panicked at this time. Earthquake? If there is an earthquake here, wouldn't that bury them alive? Even some people who had just entered the first floor rushed out because of the sudden earthquake. Don't dare to enter this dungeon again. The people on the first floor of the dungeon ran out. Many people on the second floor were injured. As for those on the third floor, it's even more unlucky. The gust of wind blowing from nowhere turned them into ashes, and they turned into mud monkeys one by one. Even the unfortunate one was hit by a falling stone from the sky. And Yuchen and others who caused all this were also very uncomfortable at this time. Although the joint efforts of the three prevented this huge explosion. But the ears are temporarily deaf. Even the three of them were blown away by the huge shockwave and hit the wall directly. At this time, Izumi was being smeared by Asuna and Sugiha with their big steamed buns. In his hand, he was still holding the 7-layered ring that had been broken. Asuna and Sugiha shook their heads, and slowly they recovered a little. They hurriedly got up and turned their heads to look around. The scene in front of them directly shocked the two of them. Look at the huge pothole in front of you. The two of them slumped to the ground when their feet softened. Special meow, to survive such an explosion, their lives are really big. At this time, Yuchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face was bloodless now, as if he was seriously ill. Yuchen looked at his blue bar that had been vacated. It was a depression in my heart. At the same time, it was also a moment of fear. The power of this fantasy collapse is simply too much. The second time I used the blazing 7-layered ring with Sugiha and Asuna's magic circle, although it resisted the impact of the explosion. But it also directly emptied all the magic power in him. Now he is simply weak. But despite the weakness, the gains are enormous. I don't know if it is because of this big explosion, the light in the dungeon in front of me has obviously become a little brighter. At the same time, the magic stones all over the place lay quietly on the huge explosion pit. Those weak cat demons didn't know how much they were killed by Izumi in an instant. If fighting monsters can be upgraded, then Yuchen probably doesn't know how many levels he has been upgraded. Asuna and Sugiha also regained their senses. They hurriedly looked at Izumi. Izumi, are you alright? Asuna tried to stand up and wanted to come to Izumi's side. As a result, one foot was soft, and he immediately jumped up. It gave Yuchen a hard blow. Fuck. You're going to die, are you trying to murder? Get up quickly, you are so heavy. Asuna, who was still worried at first, was immediately upset when she heard what Izumi said. You bastard. The veins on Asuna's forehead jumped. Now she really wants to beat this guy to death. Are you saying she's heavy? I don't know that girls can't lift their weight at will. Hateful. But seeing Yuchen's uncomfortable appearance, she also hurriedly stood up. Then he took out some potions from his space ring and poured it into Izumi. Sugiha also came up. Hurry up and start helping Izumi recover. Izumi had been standing in front of them just now. Withstood most of the impact for them. So the two of them are fine. It's just a little weak, after all, they also used their own strength to resist the aftermath of those shocks. But Izumi was different. Basically, all the impact was blocked by Izumi. Just now the two of them threw themselves on him and fed him all over their heads was only caused by the powerful impact. Thinking of the picture just now, Asuna's dirty face suddenly turned red. After pouring a few bottles of potion into Yi-chan, his complexion was a little better. Whew. Saved. Shit, I almost felt like I was going to die. Feeling the pain in his body, Yuchen couldn't help but gasp. It was just too dangerous. It was almost wiped out. Hearing Yuchen's words, Sugiha looked around helplessly and said, "What should I do now? Shall we go back or stay here? There shouldn't be any more cat demons running out of here. That was too much just now." Speaking of which, Sugiha couldn't help but feel a tingling in her scalp. The situation just now was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Izumi's use of that trick, they might have explained it here today. When Yuchen heard her words, he looked around and frowned. Just stay here for the night. I think, there shouldn't be any more monsters here today. And saying so, Izumi pointed to the way they had just arrived. When the two heard this, they also looked in the direction Yuchen pointed. I saw that the place where they came was blocked by a large stone. Seeing this scene, the two suddenly fell silent. It seems that I can't go back if I want to. Thinking of this, the two suddenly felt helpless. Okay. Then stay here for the night. We'll go back when we're done replenishing our stamina. After Asuna and Sugiha looked at each other, They were very helpless. I didn't expect this to be really trapped. Even if they want to leave tomorrow, they have to find a way to get the big stone away. Otherwise, there is no way to get out of here. Thinking of this, the two no longer hesitated. Instead, he got up and started taking the tents out. Start setting up the tent and get ready to take a good rest here. After Izumi recovered a little, he also got up and started to pick up the magic stones scattered all over the place. Even here is not only scattered a lot of magic stones. There are also some cat demon nails, or materials such as bones. Izumi picked up all these things without exception. Of course, this is too little. Because of the explosion that Yuchin made, many magic stones and materials disappeared on the spot. All that remains now are some broken, or more, or less broken things. It's just that Izumi doesn't mind. No one refused, and Yuchin didn't let go of any valuables, and picked them all up. Asuna and Sugiha quickly set up the tent. They originally bought a tent that was easy to set up, so the two easily finished the tent. After finishing all this, Asuna was about to take out other things when her watch started to vibrate. Discovering this, Asuna frowned. When he opened it, he saw a message from his father. Seeing the content of the above information, Asuna was a little helpless. It turned out that her father already knew that there was an earthquake in the dungeon. Thinking of this, Asuna was suddenly speechless. All of this was done by Izumi. After reporting the safety of her parents, Asuna continued to be busy. Make them worry. It just came down. Chapter 47 _ After Asuna shook her head, she stopped thinking about it. Instead, prepare lunch. The three had been down for a long time, and it took hours just to walk. It should be afternoon outside now. Coupled with the consumption of the battle, the three of them were also hungry. Izumi picked up all the magic stones, and when he returned to the tent, Asuna had already prepared her lunch. Well, it's actually a bunch of fast food to say it's lunch. Kind of self-heating. However, the three of them had nothing to worry about. But eat quickly. While the three were eating lunch, the outside world was in chaos. A lot of people are discussing what actually happened in the dungeon. A bunch of experts gathered to fiddle with various instruments, but without exception found nothing. The only thing found is that after this explosion, the frequency of monsters has decreased. The brightness of the first layer, the second layer, and the third layer is also a little brighter than before. It has even reached the point where you can see far away without a torch or light. People who discovered this were also shocked. That is to say, after the previous unexplained earthquake. There's something weird going on throughout the dungeon, right? Is anyone back on the 4th floor? Ask what's changed below. Or contact them. One of the experts couldn't help but say so. Hearing his words, some people immediately started to act. They all began to look for the adventurers who had just returned. But unfortunately, no one has returned from the 4th floor. It's just that someone still got in touch with the adventurer who got down to the 4th floor. And then got the exact message too. Professor Wang, the person below replied. It is exactly as we suspected. Small changes have taken place in this dungeon. The brightness in the dungeon is much brighter than before, it is no longer pitch black. Even, the map on the 4th floor was sent back. A very young researcher rushed the news to the Professor Wang. Hearing the researcher's words, Professor Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. Is that so? That's really good news. Are they going to go down to the 5th floor now? Thinking of something, Professor Wang couldn't help but ask. When the researcher heard his words, he immediately shook his head. They didn't say that. But it should still be on the 4th floor. I haven't found the entrance to the 5th floor. As soon as his voice fell, a message came from the phone again. When he saw the information, he was immediately excited. Found it? Those adventurers are ready to go down to the 5th floor. This is a map of the entire 5th floor. Having said that, he hurriedly handed the map in his hand to Guru. Hearing the researcher's words, the people present immediately became excited. After taking over the map, they studied it carefully. Sure enough. From the 1st floor all the way to the 4th, the map is getting bigger and bigger. Did you notice? This is a complete pyramid-shaped dungeon. Looking at the newly arrived map, one of the old men hurriedly took out the map on the other 3 floors. Then after such a comparison, they also discovered an amazing fact. The further down you go, the larger the area of the map. The 4th layer is not more than several times larger than the 1st layer. Those who saw all this were shocked. Everyone was shocked by this underground pyramid-like dungeon in front of them. One layer is bigger than one layer, so if you continue, what kind of spectacular picture will it be? Even, how many layers are there? At this moment, everyone began to discuss. They were all very curious about how many floors this underground city had. While everyone was discussing endlessly, the sky was slowly getting dark. Because of the earthquake, many people have temporarily launched dungeons. So at this time, the outside of the square is also very lively. Some doctors are also busy receiving those injured adventurers at this time. At the same time, many merchants also came here. As long as there is money to be made, these people will not let it go. Never underestimate the business acumen of Chinese people. There are so many people here, and they can make a lot of money when they come to do business. Many people even came here to ask if they could buy a piece of land to do things like a shop. It's just that it is impossible for the official to sell this place again. After all, they just reclaimed the land here. How could it be so easy to sell the land here again? The situation outside, Isumu and the others are unknown. Now they have gone to rest in the tent. This place seems to have been destroyed by Isumu, and there seems to be no monsters appearing all afternoon. So this is an absolutely safe place. 2 tents were set up in this dark cave. Isumi fell asleep early. He was so sleepy that he consumed too much mana, so he couldn't stop at all. While he was asleep, Asuna and Sugiha blushed, and they were very quiet and didn't know what they were talking about. But it definitely has something to do with Isumi. Sugiha, are you sure you want to think so? Really bold? Asuna looked at Sugiha in disbelief. What did she just hear? Sugiha was actually saying that he wanted to run away with Isumu. Sugiha's face was flushed, and she was a little embarrassed. Don't you want to? He's your boyfriend in a previous life. Didn't you guys ever have? Sugiha's eyes widened, and there was obviously some disbelief in his eyes. Hearing this, Asuna also had a wry smile on her face. Sugiha, are you sure we are not new souls? Don't you know what that past life was like? So, none of those things you just said exist. Now I don't even know what happened to the second world. However, my strength has followed, but I have no intention of awakening. So are you, aren't you? Having said that, she found a comfortable position to lie down, then raised her hand and looked helplessly. The things in the dream are getting more and more unreal. Hearing Asuna's words, Sugiha suddenly fell silent. Yes. They are indeed all the same. Okay. But then again, do you like Izumi? Answer me seriously. Since the past life has nothing to do with Yi-chan, what do you think in your heart? Sugiha looked at Asuna's eyes, it was very serious. Hearing Sugiha's words, Asuna suddenly smiled. I like it. Why don't you like it? After all, Isumi is really good, isn't it? So it's normal for me to like it? It's just that the guy doesn't seem to like me yet. Every time the mouth is full of flowers, but there is no movement at all. What was said was also completely unbelievable. I don't know what he thinks. Am I not beautiful? Having said that, Asuna looked at her long legs and at her fair skin. Whether it's body or face, it's almost perfect. Chapter 48 _ Sugiha looked at Asuna with a speechless expression. Although what Asuna said is true, why does she feel so narcissistic? For a while, Sugiha really didn't know how to complain about her. The two girls whispered together for a long time before falling asleep. The next day, Yuchen woke up early from his sleep. Although the brightness outside is no different from the darkness at all. But it was already 7 o'clock. Asuna and Sugiha also woke up. Although the two slept later than once, they woke up earlier than him. Seeing Izumi getting up, Asuna looked at Izumi and asked, "How are we going to get out next?" Since it was already the second day, that meant it was time for them to leave. Hearing Asuna's words, Izumi glanced at the sealed place. After thinking about it, I quickly came up with an idea. Breakfast first. Wait, I'll just blow it up. After saying that, Yuchen ran to brush his teeth. Asuna and Sugiha heard that they were about to explode. Suddenly shivered. For things like explosions, both of them have a shadow in their hearts. The previous terrifying explosion was vivid in their minds. Now to blow up again. Isn't this a joke? But now it seems that apart from this method, there is no other way for everyone to do it. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other. Then he didn't say anything, but ran to brush his teeth together. Since Izumi has a way, then I believe he has it. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Izumi looked at Asuna and suddenly asked, "Asuna, is your water sprite mode ready to use?" "Well, in the wild, we're very water-strapped. You can even heal in your water spirit mode. Both of these things we need in the wild." Hearing Izumi's words, Asuna was stunned for a moment. Then shook his head. "It feels a little bit worse. However, it should be soon. Water elf mode, she naturally knows what it is. As she gets stronger, she can feel that she has another mode to use. So she naturally answered Yuchen's question truthfully. Indeed, as Izumi said, if she can use the water spirit mode, then in the wild, the help for them is huge. It's just a pity that she can't use it now. Although that mode is not very powerful, those skills are exactly what they need most." When Yuchen heard her say that, she immediately understood. "For the time being, I know what this is. If you follow the progress in the animation, Asuna is still in the allo period, and there is still a first period of time before the new allo." After brushing their teeth and briefly eating something, the three of Yuchen put away the tent. After finishing the things here, Izumi said to Asuna and Sugiha, "You stand farther away. Then leave it to me here." Hearing Izumi's words, the two of Asuna ran away without saying a word. To be fair, Yuchen is going to blow up somewhere next. They didn't dare to get too close, for fear that they would be affected. When Yuchen saw them, he hid away at once, and felt speechless in his heart. It really left a psychological shadow. After smacking his lips, Yuchen projected a bow without any hesitation. Then a spiral sword appeared in his hand. Asuna and Sugiha hid behind a stage. The two of them were looking at Yuchen with their heads probing. I saw the sword and bow projected by Izumi. For a while, the two were also confused. What exactly is this going to do? I saw that it can slowly put the strange sword on the black bow. Then slowly pull the bowstring. Immediately afterwards, the magic power in Izumi began to decline crazily. All gathered on the noble phantasm in his hand. At the same time, a blue tide of magic energy erupted directly under Izumi. Seeing this scene, Asuna and Sugiha were also shocked. Is this using up all the magic? Asuna widened her eyes. The current Izumi should be pulling out all his magic power, right? In Izumi's field of vision, most of his magic power was instantly drained. Only half of the blood bars he could see, the blue one, disappeared in an instant. One can imagine how terrifying this consumption is. He has less magic power, after all, he is a warrior. The projected bow and sword, as well as the fantasy used for it, collapsed. The consumption is huge. It's just that Izumi doesn't care about these things now. The black bow was fully drawn, and in the next second, Yuchen let go. Hey! The spiral sword carrying the rich magic power directly slammed into the huge stone. Boom! When the spiral sword collided with the boulder, a huge sound was heard in the next second. Some adventurers on the third floor were also startled instantly when they heard the loud noise. I thought it was going to be another earthquake. For a while, he started to panic. It's just that the explosion came and went quickly. In the huge cave that Izumi was in. Wait until the dust from the explosion dissipates. A new channel appeared in front of everyone. The violent demolition is what Yuchen is in the current situation. Asuna and the others hid directly after the explosion. Now that the explosion was over, they also stuck their heads out. When they saw the tunnel that had been blasted open, they immediately became excited. Excellent! The two suddenly ran out very excited. Now I can finally get out of here. Yuchen dissipated the bow in his hand, and then spoke to the two of them. Go away. It's time for us to go down too. Those guys below should have gone to the 5th floor. Let's catch up too. After saying that, Yuchen was the first to walk out of the passage. Seeing this, Asuna and Sugiha quickly followed. A group of 3 left here, and according to the route they came, the 3 of them quickly returned to the main road where the simple street lamps were hung. Following these street lights, the 3 of them can go down to the 4th floor. It's also a sign. The 3 did not hesitate at all. Directly towards the 4th floor. There are no people on the 3rd floor now. The entire passage seemed extremely silent. Apart from some footprints on the ground to prove that someone has been there, there is nothing else here. Along the current road, the 3 walked for about 10 minutes. Soon, several wolf-shaped monsters ran out. In the face of such a monster, there is no need for Yuchen to say hello. Asuna and Sugiha rushed forward with their swords drawn. Yuchen smiled when he saw this scene. It is also the interpreter who came up with his own and rushed up. In this way, the 3 of them went all the way to the 4th floor. After killing the monster, picking up the magic stone, the 3 of them rushed down to the 4th floor in one go. After reaching the 4th floor, there are fewer monsters here. But people have become more and more. Just at the entrance, Izumi and the others could hear the sound of battle in the distance. The 4th floor is much more lively than the 3rd floor. Chapter 49 When they came to the 4th floor, it didn't take long for the 3 of them to encounter the first batch of monsters. A few Tauren were born from the wall, all covered in tendon flesh and holding an old axe in their hands. Tauren. Looking at these big men born, a flash of surprise flashed in Yi Cheng's eyes. This is obviously the Minotaur that appeared in the anime, referred to as the Tauren. There are 3 Tauren born in the wall. When they appeared, the red eyes immediately locked onto Izumi and the others. Roar. *3. 3 roars came from the mouths of the Tauren. Then they directly swung the giant axe in their hands and charged towards the 3 of Izumi. Face the attack of 3 Tauren. Asuna and Sugiha entered the wizard mode for the first time, and then rushed out. Izumi also rushed out. Directly attacked one of the Tauren. 1 per person, 3 people directly enter the wizard mode. In this channel is to take off in place. The underground passages on the 4th floor are larger than those on the 3rd floor. So the 3 people flying here will not feel cramped. Yi Cheng turned into a black streamer and rushed directly in front of the Tauren. At this time, the Tauren had raised the axe in his hand and slashed towards Yi Cheng. Facing its attack, the sword in Izumi's hand swung horizontally, and then blocked it with one hand. If Asuna and Sugihara looked at Isuma carefully at this time, they would definitely notice that his arm was emitting a faint light at the moment. This is strengthening magic. At the moment when he swung his sword, Isuma used strengthening magic to sharply strengthen his arm's strength. It is because of this that Yuchen has the strength to compete with this Tauren. But, even though he has strengthened his unicorn arm, the strength of this Tauren is really strong enough. His right hand trembled slightly, Yuchen grinned, his left hand stuck out, and a blue light flickered on Yuchen's left hand. The next second, a short sword appeared in his hand. Then, Isumu exerted a little force with his right hand. The Tauren's axe was pushed away directly by him. The left backhand holding the dagger is a horizontal attack. Yuchen opened a hole in the Tauren's body. Blood spurted out instantly. Roar! The intense pain made the Tauren become more and more violent. It raised its fist and smashed it towards Isumu. At this time, Yuchen shifted sideways and came to the other side of the Tauren. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand stabbed at its waist. The sharp interpreter mercilessly sank into the body of the Tauren. Whoa! 2 attacks, one blocked and one dodged. Even Yuchen managed to give it 2 hard hits. This can be considered to completely make the Tauren lose his mind. The Tauren who fell into madness swung the giant axe in his hand and smashed it towards Yi Cheng. However, in Yuchen's field of vision, the blood of the Tauren in front of him was falling frantically. Even if Yuchen didn't do anything now, as long as he kept his distance from it, the Tauren would bleed to death. It's just that the current Yuchen will not let it go easily. The blood bar had bottomed out, and Yuchen took advantage of the victory to pursue. The elf wings behind him waved, and in an instant, they came behind the Tauren. Then he raised the sword in his hand again and slammed it towards its neck. A big bull's head flew up with the gushing blood. The Tauren's blood bar was instantly cleared. Then it slowly turned into a purple light and dissipated in the air. Only a pair of horns and a magic stone remained in place to prove that the Tauren had come. After killing a Tauren, Iken's eyes fell on Asuna and Sugihara. At this time, the battle between the two has come to an end. By the time Isumu looked over, the two had already delivered the final blow to their prey. The next second, the purple light dissipated, and 2 fist-sized magic stones fell to the ground. After eliminating the 3 Tauren, the 3 of them collected their loot. Tisk. It's kind of awesome. If first-order people come to this floor, it is estimated that it will be difficult to advance. The strength of these monsters is already comparable to Tier 2. This is what Asuna said after picking up the magic stone from the ground. Hearing her words, Isumi nodded. Indeed. If those guys come here, it is estimated that they will experience a bloody battle. If the number of Tauren is a little more, maybe they can easily kill those guys. However, there shouldn't be anyone like that coming here now. Like Zhongji and Li Wei, they are probably wandering on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The only ones who can make it to the 4th floor are those adventurers who have been out fighting monsters all year round. For Asuna's words, Isumi still expressed his approval. The strength of these Tauren people is fierce. As the saying goes, if you can take 10 times with one force, if you react slowly, if you let these Tauren seize the opportunity, it is estimated that they will be hammered to death in an instant. Punch crit. It is estimated that people with a little weakness come here to be treated like this. No matter how many times the Tauren hits you, as long as he doesn't die, he seizes the opportunity to punch you and you will die. So this is very depressing. With the kind of strength just now, it is estimated that even if Yuchen takes a blow, it will be enough. Yuchen shook his head, not thinking too much about it. Anyway, those guys probably won't be so desperate, they came here to die. After all, everyone has been reincarnated, so they are not just stunned. If there is such a stupefied youth, then I'm sorry, please remember it for the next life. And it is estimated that when the memory of this life is awakened, the other party will regret it to death. Maybe you want to call your former teammate's grandpa? It's interesting anyway, isn't it? Funny. Just as the three of them continued to move forward, they all suddenly received a text message on their mobile phones. Hearing the sound, Yuchen and the others immediately stopped. After looking at each other in dismay, he took out his mobile phone, ready to see who sent the message. Did the three of them receive it together? As soon as the message was opened, the three of them were stunned. The fifth floor, a huge room. And there is another one who is actually stationed. The vanguard team in front has already defeated the giant. And now the fifth floor has completely become a place to rest. It's still the one that's absolutely safe, because no monsters will be released. Sugihara roughly repeated the text message on the phone. Isumi and Asuna naturally saw it too. It's really good news. Maybe we can go to the fifth floor to rest at night. Then continue to enter the sixth floor tomorrow, or go back to the fourth floor experience. It seems like it would be nice to give a place to rest. Asuna expressed surprise. This can be regarded as a place to rest for those who want to explore the dungeon. Maybe the further down you go, the more places like this. When Yuchen heard Asuna's words, he immediately pouted. He naturally knew where this place was. It was the floor master's room. If you want a truly safe place, you have to go down a dozen floors. But Yuchen was too lazy to say it. The floor masters on the first few floors are just like ordinary monsters. Second-tier people can be easily killed, so there is nothing wrong with saying that this place is safe. Chapter 50_. Those who can go down to the fourth floor are currently strong, and even if the floor master of the fifth floor appears, they will be easily killed. As for those who have no strength, it is estimated that even if they go down to the third floor, it will be enough. It was the Adventurers Guild that sent messages to Isumu and the others. There must be a lot of people from the Adventurers Guild who are exploring the dungeon ahead. All the time, he is collecting information on dungeons and uploading them to the Adventurers Guild. It will then be distributed to those exploring the dungeon by the Adventurers Guild. Many people should have received the information by now. Yuchen glanced at the time on the phone, and then said, "Come on, let's continue to find the Tauren to cut. When the time is almost up, we will go to the fifth floor to stay for one night. Go down to the sixth floor tomorrow." After saying that, Yuchen put away his phone and walked out. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna and the others naturally have no opinion. For Yuchen's proposal, both of them agree very much. You can rest in a safe place, so why spend the night in a dangerous place? Speaking of which, Isumu and the others had good luck, although something unexpected happened. But Isumu and the others also spent the night lightly. I didn't spend the night in the dungeon like other people. I guess I still need to guard against the appearance of monsters at all times. The entire dungeon is like a game, and the locations where the monsters are refreshed also appear randomly. When will there be monsters running out? No one can tell. So you have to be careful at all times, and people have to get up in the middle of the night to change shifts. Yaisumi and the others were unfortunate yesterday, but they were also lucky. Unfortunately, he ran into the cat demon den all of a sudden, and luckily after blowing up the cat demon den, Yuchen and the others did not spawn new monsters. So have a good night's sleep. They were informed again today that the fifth floor is a safe place, and they can go there and stay there. It's very comfortable, isn't it? The three kept looking for monsters to fight in the fourth floor. This also made the three people's fighting style more fierce. Even if they encountered several Tauren at once, they were not afraid at all. With the increase in combat experience and familiarity with various moves, the monsters on the fourth floor could no longer satisfy the three of them. So in the afternoon, the three of them directly entered the fifth floor. During the whole day, the three of Yuchen didn't know how many Tauren they had killed. The various materials in the space ring are almost full. Yuchen sorted out the magic stones and materials in his space ring, and immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "That's not the way to go. The space ring is almost full." That's right, the space ring of the three people is almost full at this time. Originally, the space for the space ring was not large, and they brought a lot of things themselves, and then added the magic stones and materials they had picked up during this time. At this time, the space ring is almost unable to hold it. It's not just Isumu alone, but also Asuna and Sugiha. If that's the case, don't want those small magic stones. Just free up some places to install large magic stones. And large magic stones are also more valuable, aren't they? After saying this, Asuna was about to throw away some of the little magic stones. Seeing this, Yuchin hurriedly stopped her. "Don't. Wait until the 5th floor. Maybe someone will accept these things. After all, this is a place full of opportunities. Maybe someone has come here to take care of these things for others." Hearing Isumi say this, Asuna was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "Well, let's take a look then. If there is, it would be great." After saying this, she turned off the game interface that only 3 people could see. At this time, the 3 people have come to the entrance of the 5th floor. Without any hesitation, Iken took Asuna and Sugiha down towards the passage in front of him. Along the current stairs, after the 3 of Yuchin walked for a while, a burst of light suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw this burst of light, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he hurriedly accelerated his pace and walked down. When everyone passed through the narrow staircase and officially entered the 5th floor, they were also attracted by the scenery in front of them. A huge gray and white room. At the top of the room are several stones that emit a strong light source. Then there is not only a forest in this room, but also some grass composed of unknown plants original. There is even a lake not far away. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned for a moment. Even Isumi is no exception. This was completely different from what Izumi had imagined. Logically speaking, there should be no such scenery in the first few floors. But it really did appear in front of him. This kind of scenery in the animation can only be seen after reaching the lower floors. But in reality, they can only encounter such a scenery when they reach the 5th floor? Thinking of this, Yuchin was suddenly puzzled. Is the difference that big? It seems to be looking for that garbage system to ask. Just when Yuchin was thinking about it, a line of words popped up in its spicy chicken system. Reality and anime are different. Please don't look at reality with the same eyes you look at anime. This time, Yuchin was really speechless. Special meow, has this been taught by the system? Just when Izumi wanted to complain, Asuna pulled La Izumi and said excitedly, "Izumi, let's go over there. There is a river beyond the forest. We can take a shower tonight." Hearing her words, Yi-chen was stunned for a moment. Following the place Asuna pointed, Isumu also saw that there was a waterfall surrounded by forest trees. If you don't look carefully, it's impossible to find where there is such a scenery. Are you sure you want to take a shower? Surprised that a place like this would have waterfalls though. But Isumi was speechless about Asuna's behavior of wanting to take a bath. This wild country, you really know how to play, miss. Seeming to understand what Isumi was thinking, Asuna said without hesitation. Want? I didn't take a bath yesterday but I was sick to death. Be sure to take a good shower today. Then, you have to let us go. I will also set up the enchantment. Prevent others from passing by. You have thought about everything about your feelings. Isumi looked at Asuna with a sad face. You really can call people. What if I say no? Regarding Asuna letting him let loose, Yuchin said that he refused. Wouldn't it be better to be together? But he didn't say that. However, Isumi thought that Asuna would get angry if he said such a thing. But unexpectedly it didn't. Instead, he smiled and leaned into Yuchin's ear and whispered a few words in a low voice. Hearing her words, Yuchin's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he looked at Asuna with a strange expression on his face. "I didn't expect you to be such Asuna." Asuna's face was slightly red, and then she continued to speak a little embarrassedly. "Anyway, we can't escape your palm, can we? If that's the case, then it's better to be more generous. You said, right?" Chapter 51 _ Asuna had already thought about it. Maybe when she gained Asuna's power, she was already completely bound to Isumu. So, she chose to face it all. And Yuchin is not bad either, although sometimes his mouth is a little poisonous, his personality is a little more skinny. But it's pretty good in every way. In addition, when I chatted with Sugiha last night, I talked about some future things. This can be regarded as making the two of them make up their minds. And what Asuna just said to Izumi was inconvenient to say. Izumi looked at Asuna's smiling face. "My heart is also extremely complicated." After sighing, Yuchin opened the mouth and said, "Okay, I'll show you the wind. As for those things you said, you are exempted. I don't like to force her." Saying this, Isumu directly entered the spirit mode, and then flew in the direction that Asuna just pointed. Seeing the back of Isumu leaving, Asuna pouted. "Cut, hypocrisy." After saying this, Asuna's face immediately turned red. Sugiha on the side was watching the whole play, and her face was very strange at this time. "How dare you say those words? Aren't you afraid that Yuchin thinks you're a casual person? I asked Yuchin to help you see the wind under such conditions." Sugiha expressed shock at Asuna's bold behavior. When Asuna heard her words, she entered the spirit mode and said with a smile, "No. He won't. Because he is the one who knows us best, isn't he? I guess he's already moved. So, Sugiha, this time, let me come first." After saying this, Asuna took off directly and quickly followed Isumu. Watching the backs of the two leaving, Sugiha pouted. "At this point in my heart, I was already extremely unhappy." With a sigh, Sugiha, who was somewhat lost, hurriedly followed. Yuchin didn't know what the two guys behind him were talking about. After arriving at this hidden and quiet place, Isumu directly set up a tent. After Asuna and the others came down, they also started to help. After the tent was set up, she and Sugiha started wandering around, going to get acquainted with the surrounding environment. Yuchin glanced at the two and said, "I'll go over there to see if anyone has collected the magic stone. Wait and come back." Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna and Sugiha waved. "You go. Let's go for a walk first. Remember to come to us when you come back." Izumi nodded, and then headed towards the place where people gathered on the other side. Although it is said that the 5th floor is safe, but the news has just been announced, and not many people have come here. And Yuchin just found out that some people have already gone to the 6th floor. Therefore, there are not many people staying on the 5th floor. The camping place they chose was not too far from other adventurers. After all, the space on the 5th floor is only about the size of a school. Although the place where he is now is a forest. But on the other side is the grassland. And the guys who gathered together were all by a lake in the middle of the grassland. At this time, some adventurers were sitting together in 2s and 3s, bragging and chatting. There were even a few people walking around among those adventurers. When Yuchin came here, seeing those guys, he immediately raised his brows. Sure enough, business-minded people are everywhere. Some people are already collecting these guys' magic stones. And looking at the uniforms they are wearing, they should be members of the guild. The strength is not low, otherwise it will not be able to run here. If he thought about it seriously, Yuchin would be relieved. The vanguard troops in the front are developing the map in front, and the supplies in the back must keep up. And these people are not only helping those who open up the army to dispose of the spoils, but also supplying the adventurers who are rushing ahead. I think there should be a lot of people following on the 6th floor. Yuchen's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Just now, many people saw Yi Cheng. The three of them flew through the sky above board, and it was hard not to pay attention. Even a lot of people recognized who Izumi was. The college entrance examination has just ended, and some time ago, Yuchen and the others were still spreading around on the internet. It's just that the dungeon thing has made the heat down now. So there are still many people who remember them. I do remember, but not too many people came up to chat with Izumi or something. Yuchen was also very happy and went straight to the people in uniform, and then asked them about the acquisition of magic stones. And he had found the right person. Hearing that Yi Cheng was here to sell magic stones, these guys became enthusiastic one by one. After Yuchen figured out the price, he gave them all the magic stones in his hands. At the same time, they also buy a lot of fresh ingredients here. Izumi really admired these guys for bringing these things over. Naiubi, do not explain. Really special cat will do business. Although the price is not cheap, Izumi still bought a lot of fresh ingredients. After eating dry food for a while, Yuchen felt like he was going to vomit. After dealing with the magic stone, Izumi returned to his camp with Asuna and the others. Asuna and the others in the camp were preparing instant noodles. But after seeing the ingredients that Izumi brought back, he immediately threw the instant noodles aside. After directly grabbing the ingredients in Izumi's hands, they began to prepare. At the same time, they were also curious about the situation over there. Anyone actually came here to do business now? Apart from ingredients, is there anything else you can sell? Wait, we also went to deal with our own magic stone. While preparing food, Asuna asked Izumi. Hearing her words, Izumi nodded. Then he explained the situation over there. After understanding the situation over there, Asuna and Sugiha admired those who came here to do business. After the three of them had a warm meal, they were satisfied. Asuna looked at the time, and then said to Iken with a smile. Izumi, I'll ask you to keep an eye on the surroundings from now on. Let's go wash up first. Remember not to peek. Saying so, Asuna directly pulled Sugiha towards a place they had just chosen. Seeing this scene, Yuchen pouted. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he entered the elf mode, and then performed a few illusion magic. In just a moment, the surrounding of Izumu's camp was shrouded in a layer of fog. Even if someone looked at it from a distance, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Even if someone broke in, Izumi would be able to find out immediately. On the other side, Asuna and Sugiha saw the fog that appeared, and immediately felt full of security. They were also very satisfied with what Yuchen had done. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. Dry. Chapter 52 _ Yuchen sat in the camp, keeping vigilance around him. I'm afraid someone will break in. Fortunately, the two guys didn't play for too long, and after a while, the two came out. They were all wet by now. After taking a bath, they exuded a special temperament. While wiping their wet hair, the two walked towards Iken. Before and after Izumi, Asuna opened the mouth and said, "Go and wash it too, you're going to stink to death." When she said this, Asuna was a little disgusted. Hearing her words, Yuchen rolled his eyes immediately. You don't need to tell me, I'll go wash. Saying so, Izumi walked directly towards the waterfall. He's not that particular, and he's not a girl, so he can just wash it. Asuna looked at the back of Iken leaving, and suddenly laughed. Hee, it's troublesome, but it's still very honest. Let's go, Sugiha, we take advantage of now to deal with the magic stone in your hand. Then come back and rest. Saying so, Asuna pulled Sugihara towards the place Isuma just said. Hearing Asuna's words, Sugihara naturally had no objection. In addition, she is also very curious about the situation of those adventurers. Maybe you can meet other students here? However, when she came here with such an idea, Sugihara really let Sugihara meet her classmate. It was the one who was with her when she took the college entrance examination before. The little girl who said she wanted to teach her to flirt with the 18 styles of Han. When she saw Sugihara, her face was full of disbelief. Sugihara. Wow. Where did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time. When this guy saw Sugihara, he rushed straight up. Sugihara felt a little embarrassed looking at his table mate. I'm sorry, Mei. I've been with Asuna and the others these days. But then again, why did you come down here? Saying so, Sugihara looked around suspiciously. Did your roommate run down by yourself? That would be too bold. Hearing Sugihara's words, the girl named Xiaomei smiled. Then he didn't hide it, but explained the reason for the matter. Actually, the head teacher brought us down. Well, where is she? Said it was taking us down to meet the world. I was going to find you originally, but I couldn't get in touch with you. After explaining it like this, Sugihara finally understood what was going on. It was brought over by his teacher. After this guy named Xiaomei told Sugihara these things, his eyes fell on Asuna. In the college entrance examination, Asuna's performance was very bright, so she was also full of curiosity. Involuntarily, she started to chat with Asuna. For a time, the three girls chatted together very quickly. After Asuna and Sugihara had both disposed of the magic stone, Sugihara suddenly spoke to Asuna. Asuna, go back first. I'll be with Xiaomei tonight. Saying so, Sugihara winked at Asuna. A flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she still gave the opportunity to Asuna. Hearing Sugihara's words, Asuna was stunned for a moment. Seeing the look in Sugihara's eyes, she instantly understood. Good. Then remember to come back tomorrow morning. Sugihara wanted to stay, she naturally knew what it meant. It's nothing more than not wanting to disturb her and Eugen's affairs. In this regard, Asuna also kept this matter in mind. After saying goodbye to Sugihara, Asuna returned directly to the camp. Seeing the back of Asuna leaving, Sugihara withdrew his gaze and turned his head to face Xiaomei. Let's go to the teacher's place. Xiaomei looked at Sugihara, her eyes were very strange. Tisk tisk, Sugihara, are you giving the opportunity to your sister-in-law? Could it be that your cheap brother hasn't been with your sister-in-law yet? Hey, shouldn't you be going out at this time? Shame, it's so shameful. As a super courtesan, this classmate Xiaomei immediately saw through Sugihara's mind. Sugihara was stunned when she heard Xiaomei's words. Then his face instantly flushed red. What are you talking about? Xiaomei, don't talk nonsense. Am I wrong? Really, you are not related by blood anyway. Why are you so cowardly? I tell you, being a woman has to be courageous. You must shoot when it's time to shoot. Otherwise it's only you who will regret it. Especially those excellent boys, there are a lot of little bitches around. Sugihara-san, you have to remember. Can't be cowardly. If you can do it, don't be. As long as you get it, if the man is not too scumbag, he will be responsible. He, someone like Isuma should be a decent gentleman. Well, if it was me, I'd do it. Xiaomei kept talking in Sugihara's ear, constantly instilling some strange postures into her. And Sugihara listened to this classmate's words, and her face became more and more red. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll ignore you, I'll go to the teacher. After saying that, Sugihara ran away. Seeing how she ran away, the corner of Xiaomei's mouth slightly raised. It's so simple. When Asuna returned to the camp, she found that Isumu had not returned. Looking around, her eyes rolled, she glanced at Yuchin's tent, and then went straight into it. Thinking about what might happen next, Asuna's whole face turned red. And then decisively got into Isumi's sleeping bag. When Isuma came back, he couldn't help but feel strange, because he found that the two guys, Asuna and Sugiha, had not come back. Frowning, Yuchin didn't think much about it. Instead, go straight back to your tent. As soon as the tent was opened, he saw the person lying inside. Looking at each other, Yi Cheng looked at her with sadness on his face. So. Asuna didn't speak, but stretched out her hand and pulled Isumu directly in, and then pulled the tent up again. This move of hers can be regarded as letting Yuchin see her determination. If that's the case, what else is there to say? Everyone has been invited to dinner, so naturally Yuchin will not refuse. Although the food is a bit simple. 2 grapes, 2 big, fragrant, white and soft steamed buns. This meal was enough to satisfy Izumi. Neither Isumi nor Asuna noticed. When Asuna frowned, a drop of blood that turned from gold to red fell, and the entire dungeon suddenly began to vibrate slightly. Many people in the dungeon also felt the shock, but they didn't know what the reason was. After all, there have been earthquakes like this before. However, this time the earthquake is far from simple. Instead, the entire dungeon started shaking. In the depths of unknown layers, a powerful being awakened at this moment. At the same time, far away in the depths of a palace in the imperial capital, a powerful presence also slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 53 _ The imperial capital, in an unknown palace. A very dignified middle-aged man in a black dragon robe woke up from the bed. With his eyes opened, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside. Immediately afterwards, a woman with a long ponytail and a black dress walked in from outside. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you waking up?" For the middle-aged man in front of her, this woman did not have the slightest reverence. Instead, it's like saying, "How the hell did you wake up?" Hearing this woman's words, the middle-aged man was no longer angry. Instead, he touched his chin and asked in a certain direction. Did something happen in that direction? Just now, a divinity suddenly appeared, and then I woke up. Not only that, the sudden appearance of this divinity also awakens something over there. Well, is it something that has a lot to do with me? As he said that, he tilted his head and looked at the woman. After hearing her words, the woman pushed her glasses and reported the truth. In that direction. If 29 said something happened, it would be that a dungeon was discovered. What's the problem? This woman is puzzled. Could it be that what happened over there? She didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of her. To wake him up from his slumber, something must have happened. Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man touched his chin and said, "Well, is that so? Got it? You go. Where, it seems that disaster is about to happen. If you encounter a black dragon or something, just bring it back to me." "Exactly, I need a pet." When he said this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, obviously thinking of something interesting. After a little exploration, he found out what the reason was. When the woman said there was a dungeon over there, he had already seen it. Then after a second thought, I found out what was going on. However, he was very curious about the sudden appearance of divinity. Has that god reincarnated? But when he explored the past, he didn't find much divinity. At the same time, he is also very interested in this dungeon. Because this dungeon seems to reject divinity. It is because of the appearance of divinity that it wakes up. The girl heard the middle-aged man's instructions, nodded and walked out without looking back. Watching her leaving, the middle-aged man couldn't help but start to complain. It really hasn't changed at all, after so many years. I don't even know how to give me some face. Have you considered my feelings? My majesty is really gone. After shaking his head, he stood up, then came to the window and looked out. He hasn't woken up for years. This country is also developing in an orderly way in a good direction. However, it seems that a lot of extraordinary beings have reincarnated. Thinking of this, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose slightly. Fun. God. If it's an evil god, then my crossbow machine is already hungry. People in the entire dragon country do not know which great existence has awakened. And they have also noticed the strangeness of Isumu and their city. Even Isumu doesn't know. It's just that the people of the dragon country don't know it, but the people of the crooked fruit know it. Because when that one woke up, above space, a building surrounding the entire earth began to become active. For a time, those crooked nuts were also shivering with fright. Because of the dragon kingdom, he once left too many psychological shadows on them. The whole world seems to have become subtle because of that one's awakening. In the city where Isumu and the others were located, because of the slight earthquake, many people frowned slightly. In the dungeon, Isumu looked at Asuna with sweat profusely. Asuna was also sweating profusely, and her face was flushed. This time, are you satisfied? Hearing Iken's words, Asuna hugged his neck directly and said with a smile. It should be me who said this. I've already seen it, you've already thought about it, haven't you? Are you satisfied today? Asuna smiled and looked at Iken, although she was very shy, but the two finally walked together. She was still quite happy. Upon hearing this, Yuchen rolled his eyes. Indeed, Isumi has been greedy for Asuna's gully. But how could such a thing be said so easily? The two gathered together and whispered BB, but Yuchen didn't go out, but let Asuna feel his power well. Just when they were both ready to go to sleep, the dungeon shook again. Feeling the shock, both Yuchen and Asuna frowned. What's the matter? An earthquake. Yuchen's face was full of doubts, and he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna also frowned. I don't know. There seems to be a problem. After the two looked at each other, they quickly got up. Itumi always felt that something big might happen next. So now is not the time to rest. This time the shock also made others vigilant. In the lower layer, the liver emperors on the 6th floor also frowned at this time. Something happened. Prepare to get out of here. One of the leaders, after the person said something in a deep voice, he turned decisively and rushed towards the upper floors. Hearing his words, the others did not hesitate. Instead, they turned around and started rushing towards the top. Just as they were about to leave here. Crack! 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 A sound of something breaking sounded in this passage. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the people present changed. The next second, monsters appeared from the wall. Roar! When they came out, they rushed towards this group of people. They were clearly not in a good state at this point. His eyes were red, and his eyes were full of hostility towards them. This is obviously a big problem. It's not right. Hurry up, rush out. Those who saw the scene immediately made a very decisive decision. Without a word, he took the people behind him and killed the monsters that ran out. Roar! There was originally only one wave of monsters, but they did not expect that in front of them, groups of monsters began to be born. Then block them. Seeing this scene, everyone knows that the situation is a little bad. In fact, not only this place, but even the place called the safe zone where Isumu and the others were, began to change at this time. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. Because of the pop, the dungeon was angry. Chapter 54 _ The 5th floor of the dungeon, inside Isumu's camp. After Yuchen and Asuna tidied up and got out of the tent, they realized that the fifth floor had undergone tremendous changes. The sky has turned gray. The surrounding walls were also glowing purple. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng's expression changed instantly. What's the matter? Yuchen was very puzzled. What happened in this dungeon? Asuna frowned slightly. This situation is very strange. Why would something like this happen at a time like this? Just when both of them were confused, a figure in the distance flew directly over. The person who came was Sugiha. After she landed from the sky, she spoke directly to Akin. Quick, get out of here. Something strange is happening in this dungeon. All the monsters are angry. Let's leave quickly. Hear what Sugiha said. Yuchen frowned slightly, just when he was about to say something. There was a sudden explosion in the distance. Then a roar came from a distance. Roar. Monster. Hearing this voice, Yuchen and the others instantly reacted. Holy crap, is there a monster here? Thinking of this, Yuchen was no longer calm, but hurriedly put away all the tents and the like on the ground. Then, with Asuna and the others, they flew towards the entrance of the fifth floor. When he came to the sky, Yuchen also saw some monsters rushing in from the entrance on the sixth floor. Then, when you see someone, you rush to it? Seeing this scene, Yuchen couldn't help smacking his tongue. Moreover, Isumi felt that this situation was particularly familiar. Doesn't this happen in anime too? But that's all because there are gods who enter the dungeon for such a thing to happen. Could it be that there are some gods in this dungeon that can't come in? This time, things got tough. However, just when Akin thought so, his spicy chicken system suddenly bubbling up. Whispering sound. Obviously it's his own pot, I have to say that some gods have come in? Seeing the subtitles that suddenly appeared, Yuchen was stunned for a moment. His pot. Thinking of this, Isumi frowned slightly. What's my business? Special meow, don't mess around. However, what the system said next made Yuchen really stunned. ULSP just caused Asuna to bleed? You must know. Her template contains the power of the goddess of creation Stasia. Although he hasn't woken up yet? But it already has divinity? So, do you understand? LSP? Seeing this, Yuchen took a deep breath. I'm so cute. Shocked by this ride. Just because I snapped here, so the dungeon is angry? Just riot? At this moment, Yi Cheng was instantly restless. His eyes fell on Asuna. Asuna looked at Yuchen suspiciously, and asked with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Isumi shook his head. No, nothing. Let's get out of here quickly. Although it was his fault, Yuchen no longer thought about it. The only thing he wants to do now is to get out of here quickly. The monsters in the entire dungeon are furious, attacking anyone they see. Even Isumu suspects that in deeper places, those super bosses have awakened because of this. Just like Behemoth, Leviathan, and the Black Dragon. These things are not something he can deal with. The only thing Isumu can do now is to leave here with Asuna. God knows if those monsters are staring at them. At this time, the people in the fifth floor had already moved towards the fourth floor. Dense monsters are everywhere. Even a group of people rushed out, and another group was born on the wall behind. Can't kill it at all. Yuchen rushed to the entrance of the fourth floor and looked at the monsters that rushed out. Without the slightest hesitation, the energy in the body gathered. The next moment, a few dark blue lines appeared directly on Yi Cheng's body. Dhuruth, Ang. The noble phantasm was projected by Yuchen, and then he blasted at those monsters. With the blast of the noble phantasm, there was an explosion on the field. Just like grenades, they engulfed those monsters in one fell swoop. The noble phantasms projected by Iken this time are all low-level existences. The reason for this was that he was afraid that he would accidentally blow up the passage. The explosion dissipated, and those monsters all turned into purple rays of light and dissipated. Only a purple magic stone remained. But no one wants to care about those things anymore. Yuchen took Asuna and Sugihara, and rushed directly to the passage. Without exception, the monsters that ran out were all beheaded by the three of Isumu. Soon, the three of them caught up with those who left first. And they are now blocked by a group of Tauren. Seeing this scene, Isumi frowned. He shouted directly. "Get out of the way." Izumi's voice was loud. Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. But in the next second, several scarlet spears appeared out of thin air. Facing those Tauren, he stabbed in the past. The sudden appearance of the spear also startled some people who were too late to react. The spear projected by Yuchen instantly penetrated the Tauren who stopped in front of him. Then it turned into rays of light and dissipated in place. In a blink of an eye, those Tauren were killed by Yi Chang. After killing these Tauren, Yuchen rushed out first. A person rushes directly in front to open the way. Asuna and Sugihara followed closely behind. It's just that Sugihara couldn't help but reminded when passing by those people. Hurry up and follow. Among these people is her classmate Xiaomei. Hearing Sugihara's words, everyone did not hesitate at all. They all used their fastest speed, and then rushed out with Isumu. In this way, Isumu rushed ahead alone to clear the way, and then Asuna and Sugihara followed behind. Prevent other monsters from attacking Isumu. The three cooperated with each other and quickly rushed to the second floor. After arriving here, Yuchen was relieved. The monsters on the third floor are not too strong, one knife, Qian Lihao, is not too simple. Mainly, the guys on the fourth floor are too big. Although it is not difficult to attack, it is laborious. Just when Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief, a majestic roar suddenly came from behind them. Roar. Hearing this voice, Yuchen's expression changed suddenly. Run. Wow, something really happened. Thinking of this, Yuchen hurriedly accelerated and rushed forward. However, they did not expect that someone was faster than them. In the blink of an eye, several adventurers suddenly rushed in front of them, and then directly took over Isumu's work, rushing ahead to clear the way. Seeing these people appear, Yi Cheng was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted to Jay. Isn't this Nima the ones who ran to the 6th and 7th floors? Te Miao has caught up? Thinking of this, Isumi turned around suspiciously. When he saw the situation behind him, he was taken aback. Fuck. Chapter 55 _ Yuchen was shocked. A big guy was rushing up behind them. Seeing where everyone has passed, the passages of the dungeon have been expanded a bit. No wonder these guys run so fast. The appearance of this monster also directly caused many unlucky people who ran behind to be devoured on the spot. Of course, there were also many people who ran directly towards the other passages, thus avoiding the disaster. It's just that although they escaped, they are about to face other monsters. So, these unlucky ones are estimated to be more dangerous. Monsters all over the dungeon are rioting. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Isumi was not interested in paying attention to them either. Turning his head to look at the road that was opened up, he took Sugihara and the two to speed up without saying a word. Soon, he caught up with the adventurers in front of him. A group of people just like this, from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. And the huge monster behind him also reluctantly followed. If it weren't for the fact that the passage on the ground was too narrow, it resisted the speed of the super monster. Otherwise, Isumu and the others would have been caught up long ago. And this guy seems to be rushing up with a purpose. Those who went to other places were not targeted by this monster at all. Instead, one stared at them. So this is annoying. Isumi also frowned. Lock. I don't really understand what happened to this monster. And this huge monster gives a very strange feeling. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it gives a false feeling anyway. Izumi frowned. He didn't quite understand the situation. However, if I don't understand, I don't understand. All Izumi has to do now is to leave here quickly. Seeing the exit approaching, the happy expressions on everyone's faces could not be concealed. Are you finally leaving? There was no hesitation. A group of people rushed directly to the exit. Directly outside. When Izumi and the others rushed out, the guards outside seemed to be ready. Just when the group of them came out, a cold voice sounded outside. Please pay attention to all units and prepare for battle. As the sound fell, the guards raised their weapons and aimed in the direction of the entrance. Obviously, the people outside were ready at the moment when the dungeon changed. Izumi and the others also ran to a safe place. Only in this way, Yuchen was relieved. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, an angry roar came from the cave. Immediately after, the monster that had been chasing after Izumi and the others had also completely rushed out at this moment. But at this time, the cold voice sounded again. Fire! Next second, the soldiers pulled their triggers, and some rockets flew from nowhere. It slammed towards the monster that just came out. It was only at this time that Izumi could see what was going on around him. Those small traders during the day have disappeared, and the place has long been occupied by various equipment. Armored vehicles, rocket launchers. Basically it's all here. Soldiers with special weapons are constantly attacking the entrance and exit. Those rockets bombarded the monster that came out with them as if they didn't want money. Seeing this scene, Izumi couldn't help smacking his tongue. The smell of gunpowder. Needle does not poke. This breath makes one's blood boil. Hearing Izumu's words, Asuna and Sugiha rolled their eyes. As soon as Izumu's voice fell, the attack stopped. The monster that was chasing after them was already lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Asuna and Sugiha breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, an extremely powerful momentum rushed out of the underground city. Ang! A dragon roar resounded through the sky. What followed was a coercion that was so powerful that it exploded. With the appearance of this coercion, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Fuck! Yuchen scolded her mother directly. This black dragon actually ran out? The monster just now, really came out to open the way. This time, Yuchen was startled. Feeling the coercion from the soul, whether it was Izumi, the adventurers or the guards were present. At this time, his face was extremely difficult to see. Many people were even stunned to the ground. The black dragon that flew out of the dungeon stared at the humans in front of him with murderous eyes. Roar! The next second, a roar came out of its mouth. Immediately afterwards, a burst of energy condensed in its mouth, and then it blasted towards the person below. In the face of such an attack, someone on the field suddenly shouted, "Defense!" At this moment, everyone shot together. Everyone used their strongest defensive skills. After all, when such an attack falls, no one can escape. For a time, various skills flew around the field. Yuchen was no exception, and he also used the seventh ring of blazing sky to help him resist together. Asuna and Sugiha also used their strongest defensive magic. Boom! The attack of the black dragon fell and collided with the defensive magic used by everyone. Then there was a big explosion. The aftermath of the explosion blew in all directions. As early as the moment when a monster was about to rush out, countless people were awakened. Although the people nearby had already moved out, what happened here woke up many people from their sleep in an instant. It can be said that basically everyone in the city where Izumi is located knows about it. Something happened in the dungeon. Even the army was dispatched. Now that there is such a terrifying explosion, why not make people worry? The first wave of Black Dragon's attack was blocked by everyone. But the powerful aftermath still caused many people to be directly washed away. Yuchen was also very uncomfortable. Although the attack was blocked, he was no longer blue. The dragon in front of him is really too powerful. If not so many people gathered together, it is estimated that the attack of the black dragon in front of him could not be stopped. Damn! Look at the black dragon in front of you. Many people scolded directly. This can't be beat at all. Take your head to fight with others. All the people present are not the opponents of this dragon. The black dragon's eyes flashed with amusement. Looking at the ants below, it slowly opened its mouth again. Seeing this scene, Yi Cheng's expression changed immediately. Go. What's so special? I can't afford it, can I still run away? With this thought in mind, Isumu pulled Asuna and Sugihara and the others to leave here. There are not a few people who think like Isumu. However, at the moment when Isumu and the others were about to leave, suddenly something flickered in the sky. A strangely shaped arc flew over from afar. A girl with a long ponytail was standing on the arc at this time. The girl came here, and after seeing the black dragon below, she said softly, "Give me access to the Great Wall Railgun." Chapter 56 _ The voice of the girl standing on the arc fell. A majestic voice soon rang out. Precise. With this sound, a sound of unlocking suddenly sounded on a tablet computer in the girl's arms. She didn't hesitate at all. Swipe directly on the tablet in your hand. Enter a series of numbers directly above. Then he said softly. Target locked. Railgun, 10% energy output. Start. Drip drip drip. As her voice fell, a series of drip drip sounds rang out. In space, a building around the Earth began to rotate. One by one magic circles appeared on these buildings. Then, in one of the buildings, a gun barrel slowly stretched out. After adjusting the angle a bit, magic circles unfolded in front of the barrel. Hey! After the magic circle was formed, a ray of light fell from the sky. This light falling from the sky can basically be seen clearly by most of the Earth. When people in some countries saw this light, their eyes were full of fear. It seems that he remembered the fear of being dominated by the Dragon Kingdom before. This light is all too familiar. Moreover, this is not full output. If the output is full, it only takes one blow to wipe out a city. Long Kingdom's Great Wall rail guns are all over the space. Basically, the entire space is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. If other people want to go to space, they have to get the consent of this side. One can imagine how strong the Dragon Kingdom is now. Above the dungeon, when the Black Dragon attempted to launch a second attack, it suddenly felt something. He quickly stopped his attack and looked up at the sky. When it saw the falling attack in the sky, it suddenly let out an angry roar. Roar! Without any hesitation, it directly turned the attack and launched its own energy beam against the attack falling from the sky. The attack this time was stronger than the first attack against Isumu and the others. Naturally, Isumu and the others also saw the strangeness in the sky. When everyone saw the attack that fell from the sky, everyone was stunned. However, those soldiers became excited. Good. Yuchen's face is full of confusion. Is justice coming from heaven again? Boom. Before he could think about it, the Black Dragon's attack directly collided with the attack that fell from the sky. In an instant, the violent airflow blew in all directions. The sky above the whole city is like being blown by a typhoon of magnitude 18. Some high-rise buildings were even shaken. This surprised many people. It's really scary after all. Yuchen was stunned at this time. Is there such a weapon in the sky? This is too shocking, isn't it? Just when Isumi's face was full of doubts, Sugihara, who was beside him, spoke up. It's a rail gun. It must be the first emperor in the imperial capital who noticed this. Hearing this familiar name, Yuchen's face suddenly became full of question marks. First emperor? Political brother? What the hell? Speaking of this name, the first thing that came to Yi Cheng's mind was a certain Xian Qin political brother. Is he actually there? Moreover, did they really come up with the Great Wall railgun? Sugiha and Asuna were stunned when they heard Izumi's words. The two looked at Yi Cheng with strange expressions on their faces. No, isn't it? You don't know. Did you not listen to the lecture in history class? Asuna angrily picked on Isumu. As a native of Longguo, you don't know Brother Zheng? When Yuchen heard this, his head was suddenly full of question marks. Just when he was about to say something, Sugiha suddenly spoke up. It seems normal. After all, Prime Minister Li Si is usually in charge of state affairs. It seems that I can't blame Izumi-san. This time, Izumi was really silent. Really bro? You don't have to think about it, it must be the system's pot. Just as several people were muttering, the dragon fell heavily on the ground. Boom. It's against the waves, and loses directly. But it's not over yet. In the sky, a figure full of red magic power descended from the sky. In her hand she held a peculiar spear. The moment it rushed down from the air, it hit the black dragon's head severely. Bang! The huge explosion came again. The ground cracked instantly. A deep pit was formed in an instant with the black dragon as the center. Cracks like spider webs spread in all directions. Roar! A painful roar came from the black dragon's mouth. When Yuchen looked at this figure descending from the sky from a distance, he was stunned. Young mustard seed. That's right, isn't that exactly her? Although with a gun, but also tied a very old-fashioned ponytail. She exudes the air of a literary girl all over her body. This is Yuji. The black dragon at this time was knocked unconscious by Yuji directly. Yuji played a gun and looked at the black dragon in front of her. After sighing, he muttered. It's annoying. Having said that, she took out a peculiar device directly from her pocket. Then it was thrown out. Suddenly, the black dragon that was still majestic in front of her was shrunk by her in an instant, and then she dragged it and walked out. As she walked, she opened the mouth and said, "Clean up the scene. This dungeon is temporarily closed. At that time, someone will come to explore, don't break in without authorization." Hearing her words, no one around dared to speak. But she didn't care. Instead, keep doing your own thing. Throwing the black dragon aside, the spear in his hand turned around and slammed into the ground. The next second, an extremely tyrannical aura erupted from her. At this moment, the originally violent dungeon seemed to be shivering with fright. After a while, it fell straight into calm. After finishing all this, she directly picked up her spear, then dragged the black dragon and flew directly. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing her leaving back, everyone was stunned. Everyone present dared not speak. It seems that he is afraid of offending the other party. Because the impression that this person who seems full of literary girlishness has just left is too deep. What's the matter? Have you ever seen someone as cruel as that person? Falling from the sky, a stick knocked out the black dragon they thought was awesome, and then dragged it away like a dead dog. Even the angry dungeon, under the suppression of her power, was so frightened that it shivered and went quiet. This is really terrifying. Yuchen couldn't help but smack his tongue for a while. Grumpy old mustard, can't be provoked. Moreover, the power she just burst out is a bit foul. So arrogant. The entire dungeon is directly cowardly. This world is a little weird. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. Dry. Chapter 57 _ The dungeon thing seems to have come to an end. Because of the sudden appearance of the Yuji, the disaster that I thought would happen was instantly stopped. At the same time, the black dragon was knocked unconscious and dragged away. The whole thing happened in less than an hour. At the same time, many people have seen the horror of the power of the Dragon Kingdom. In space there is still such a thing hanging on it. No wonder people from other countries are so cowardly. No wonder, people from other countries never dared to act wild in front of the Dragon Kingdom. It turned out that this was all because there were several cannons hanging from their foreheads. It's a ghost if you can't be cowardly. All I can say is, he is indeed a political brother. The political brother is arrogant. Since the above has already ordered that further exploration of the dungeon is prohibited, then the senior officials in the city where Isumu and the others are located will naturally not disobey the order, and directly blockade the dungeon. And also sent people to trap those still underground. The people in the city were rescued. This time, although Yuji arrived in time, no casualties were caused. But it also raised vigilance. There's definitely a lot more in the dungeon that they don't know. If you want adventurers to continue exploring, it is definitely not possible. God knows what weird things will happen if you go down. If you let those monsters rush out again, things will be troublesome. After the Black Dragon affair was over, the official also opened a meeting about this dungeon. What to do with this dungeon is still up to the people above to make a decision. However, none of these matters had anything to do with Isumu and the others. Although Isumu used soy sauce the whole time. And it seems that he has caused it. But there's nothing to do with him anymore. Besides him, no one knew that the riot in the dungeon was actually because of him. Naturally, Yuchin would not take this matter out and talk nonsense with others. Even Asuna herself doesn't know, it's because of her blood that the dungeon riots. At this time, Isumu and the others had already returned to the training ground. Back here, Asuna went straight to sleep. She is so tired. Seeing this, Yuchin didn't bother her. And Sugihara also went back to his room to rest. Leaving Isumu alone in the hall, he didn't know what he was thinking about. At this time, Isumi was communicating with the system. He wants to ask clearly exactly how many templates this guy is missing. And he is still the leader of this country? Xianqin? All of this, Yuchin has to figure it out. Otherwise he really can't sleep. Let's talk about it. How many templates have you lost? Pay the bottom line. At this time, Isumi was very depressed. Political brothers have appeared, that is to say, many historical celebrities in this country are also there. Maybe they are all lying in the whole hand office. Even Yuchin didn't doubt that there were more and more templates for his own awakening, and powerful templates appeared, but there was no information on Zheng Ji's side. Maybe he will stare at him. Well, this kind of thing really could happen. Of course, it might just be that Isumu thought too much. Facing Yuchin's question, the system did not speak, but directly made a list. British Empire, Knights of the Round Table plus Dummy King. Empire of the Night. Two true ancestors of vampires. Land of Shadows, Skaha. Pharaoh, Latu. Central Europe, Semiramis. Looking at these familiar names, Isumu fell silent for a moment. Good brother, help me. Come on, are you kidding me? My family's system templates put together and rule the world. Ask how to do? Online wait, very urgent. This really directly ruled the world? Meow, this is outrageous. After a few words in his heart, Yuchin asked other questions. By the way, until now I don't know your rules for recycling templates. Since you know the whereabouts of so many templates, why don't you recycle them? Yuchin's voice just fell. The system immediately started to worry. You can't beat it. As for the rules, it all depends on the mood. After all, some templates do not necessarily need to be recycled. As long as it's the kind of template that doesn't do harm to the world, then there's no need to care about him. Understand? After all, many templates basically have goodwill towards you. To be clear, only those templates that are hostile to you are recycled. Seeing this, Yuchen understood. It is to completely target those templates that are not good for him, and everything is given priority to Isumu. So it is. If this is the case, Yuchen has a bottom line in his heart. Since only those templates that are hostile to him are recycled, what else has Yuchen to worry about? It's the right thing to do. Thinking of going to the imperial capital to live in the next 3 years. Yuchen couldn't help but start to think seriously. Maybe you can go to see the political brother? After all, Brother Zheng is also in the imperial capital. After thinking for a while, Yuchen took out his mobile phone and searched for things about Brother Zheng. Presumably there should be their information on the internet. Yuchen simply searched, and then a bunch of introductions about Zheng Ji appeared. Look at the profile above. Yuchen smacked his lips. This big guy is really awesome. He has not been reincarnated, but has lived from ancient times to the present, and even hit the other side of the world. There are only so many on the internet. But also highlights some of his experiences and railguns in space. After getting a general understanding, Yi Cheng searched for Yuji again. The result is this look. Good guy, this grumpy old lady is still a teacher? And he is also a teacher at Imperial University. Seeing these materials, Yi Cheng's face suddenly became strange. Because his university was the school she taught. This is very interesting. Maybe he is still her student? Thinking of this, Iken suddenly looked forward to it. After all these things were written down, Yuchen put away the phone. Then he went back to his room to rest. As soon as I got back here, Iken discovered that the guy Asuna had already fallen asleep on it. Dude, does this fit into the character? After complaining, Yuchen also lay down directly. As if feeling that Isumu was coming, Asuna moved her body and hugged Izumi directly. After rubbing, he fell asleep peacefully. Seeing Asuna's cute appearance, the corners of Isumi's mouth rose slightly. Holding Asuna in his arms, Izumi also fell into sleep. Fragrant, soft girl paper is really the best sleeping companion. The two were asleep, while Sugiha on the other side couldn't. At this moment, she looked at the ceiling helplessly. Unhappy written all over his face. As for why this happened, it was probably only the next door Izumi. Thinking of Izumi and Asuna next door, Sugiha sighed deeply. Holding the pillow, she couldn't sleep at all. Chapter 58_. Last night's Black Dragon incident directly sparked widespread discussion the next morning. If it wasn't for Yuji's sudden appearance, God knows what kind of disaster the city would experience next. After Yuchen and the others got up in the morning, they also saw the news on the internet. Basically everyone started talking about it. While eating breakfast, Asuna began to guess while sliding the virtual screen in front of him with confusion. What's up with the dungeon? Why is there a riot? It's weird. Asuna expressed shock. Not quite sure what's going on here. A sudden riot in the dungeon? Completely don't understand what's going on. Could it be that the people on the front line did something strange? When Yuchen heard her words, black lines hung all over his forehead. Maybe it was you who made the movement. Yuchen calmly told the truth. Well, although he also has a pot, he definitely doesn't carry it. Asuna was stunned when she heard Izumi say that. Then directly complained. How is that possible? I'm so powerful, how can I make that dungeon riot? You want 29 more? I'm not that good. She didn't do anything weird, so definitely not her. How can such a thing be blamed, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng pouted. But the truth is true. It's because of your blood that the dungeon riots. Sugiha on the side suddenly said at this time. However, I'm curious if that dungeon is alive. There will be riots. The whole dungeon seems to have its own consciousness. Also know how to let monsters drive us away. Speaking of which, she raised her eyebrows. The sudden riot of the monster is really weird. All kinds of doubts followed. Why do monsters riot? Are dungeons conscious? Such bizarre questions filled Sugiha's mind. Izumi heard Sugiha's question. His face suddenly became strange. Sugiha, are you doing scientific research? Why care about these things? Hearing Iken's words, Sugiha was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned red. Haha. It seems so. Why am I paying attention to this? When Yuchin said this, she also reacted. Yeah, my focus seems a little weird. After Sugiha muttered for a while, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he started talking about other topics. Izumi-san, what are we going to do next? The dungeon can't be entered now, so what are the arrangements? While asking that, Sugiha took a sip of the milk. Hearing her words, Asuna also looked at Izumi. Indeed, now that they can't go to the dungeon, their plans have to be shelved. So have to find other things to do. After thinking about it, Yuchin said. Then keep training. There's still some time before school starts. Hearing Yuchin say this, the two of them naturally have no opinion after thinking about it. At this time, Asuna suddenly said. I'll be home for a few days tomorrow. You and Sugiha stay here. Having said that, Asuna winked at Sugiha. Noticing Asuna's gaze, Sugiha was stunned for a moment. Then, she blushed. She naturally knew what Asuna meant, this was creating opportunities for her. The two made such small gestures in front of Yuchin, and Yuchin naturally saw them all. At this time, Izumi looked at Asuna with a strange expression on his face. You are so generous. Hearing Izumi say that, Asuna just laughed. Are you generous? Maybe prepare. Who would want to do it if it wasn't compelled to do so? Yuchin's second order has already awakened, and it is estimated that it will not be long before a new fox spirit will come to the door. Since she had reached an agreement with Sugiha, she naturally had to abide by it. No matter how unwilling it is, this matter is settled. Sugiha didn't speak at this time, but lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Yuchin didn't want to talk too much on this topic. Asuna's meaning is already obvious. Leave all the opportunities to Sugiha, and in the end it's just him who benefits. What else can he say? Of course I forgive her. After breakfast, the three of them went to the training ground to start training. The main training is actually Asuna and Sugiha. As for the guy Izumi, he was watching the show from the sidelines and would give some pointers from time to time. On the second day, Asuna really ran home. Leave the opportunity to Sugiha. After Asuna left, Sugiha directly turned into an ostrich. Although she is always talking about fighting with Asuna. But when it came time to really face these things, Sugiha was still cowardly. Seeing her like this, Yi Cheng pouted. Although he knew what Asuna and Sugiha were doing, he had no intention of taking the initiative. How to develop, just go with the flow. So Yuchin still needs to make up for the rest of the day, and he can do whatever he needs to do. Seeing Iken like this, Sugiha was relieved. Slowly, she stopped thinking about other things. Instead, he concentrated on practicing his own swordsmanship. If there is something you don't understand, just ask Yuchin. But when it was night, her little thought became active again. In the end, she mustered up her courage, afraid that Oyu would come to Yuchin's room. And Yuchin naturally refused to come. After all, he and Sugiha are not it's like in the anime. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month passed like this. Izumi didn't go anywhere this summer. Just stay in the training room of Asuna's house and live a life without shame. The underground city is also completely blocked. The people from the imperial capital began to explore the dungeon constantly. More than 40 layers have been explored now. But the further down, the stronger the monster below. Even they discovered the rules of how dungeons work. I believe that it will not be long before this dungeon will become a new adventure paradise. Even a huge tall building was built on the site of the original Isumu house. The area outside the dungeon was completely developed. During this period of time, Yuchen witnessed the crazy appreciation of the land value in his home. Not to mention how depressed he was. If he hadn't asked for the demolition payment at that time, it is estimated that now he could lie down and collect the rent. Really sloppy. Fortunately, he still has a consolation prize. I have 2 more bowls of fragrant, white, soft, and tender staple food. But now is not the time to think about it, because now Isumu is going to prepare to go to the imperial capital with Asuna and the others. University is about to start. Chapter 59_. Yuchen took the 2 sisters and directly boarded the handicraft to the imperial capital. After several hours of flight, the 3 of Isumu successfully landed at the airport in the imperial capital. After leaving the airport, Yuchen started complaining. If only there was an aircraft like UG's. It took 10 minutes to fly from the imperial capital to us. Hurry up. Speaking of which, Izumi is envious. Yuji's plane, Yichang, also searched for what it was. It is said that it is the latest aircraft developed by Magia Technology. And not for sale. Even if it was sold, it is estimated that Yuchen would not be able to buy it. Can only be envious. However, if his strength is stronger, he can project Vimana as a vehicle. The golden throne of the king is still very good. It's a bit flashy, but it's really fast. It can fly at high speed completely ignoring the laws of physics, and it also has powerful attack power. It even has an ancient nuclear warhead on it. To project something like that, Isumu still has a long way to go. As for whether or not to worry about projecting something like that, it will be charged royalties by jinnying. Regarding this point, Isumi is not worried at all. Well, who made the golden template still in the hands of the system? Even Yuchen had to suspect that the system template had lost so many of the king's templates. Only the golden ones are still there. Is it because the country that dislikes Jin Shining is a village, and it would feel ashamed to let him go out? So the guy in the system firmly grasped the template in his hand? It must be so. Isumi felt like he had guessed something. Asuna, who was following behind Izumi, heard Izumi's words and immediately pushed him. Go quickly. Think about it later. Don't think about such a thing at a time like this. Now, hurry up and report to school. After saying that, Asuna just walked outside. Sugiha directly pulled Iken, and then complained angrily. Go quickly. Don't think about the things that have and don't. Think of something practical. The 2 of them really had no temper at all about the weird thoughts that Izumi would come up with from time to time. In the past 2 months, it is not the first time they have seen this situation. The only way to stop this guy from thinking wildly is to quickly change the subject. Isumi was pulled out of the airport by Sugiha. After coming outside, you can clearly feel the prosperity of the imperial capital. The 3 find a taxi. Then, in the case of a crazy traffic jam, it took nearly an hour to arrive at Imperial University. Imperial University is located near the university town. Here, in addition to Imperial University, there are several universities. It can be said that this area is basically the site of major schools. At the same time, it is very prosperous here. Coupled with the fact that today is the day of college students reporting, more people come here. This also caused a very serious traffic jam. It took a long time for the 3 of them to come here. After getting out of the car, looking at the picture of people coming and going, everyone was not too surprised. As one of the few academies in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial City Academy would have such a big battle at the beginning of the school year, and the three of them had long expected it. They didn't hesitate at all. Bringing your own things directly is to go to the place where the academy is registered. Those who can come here to study are basically the top 3 in the college entrance examination in each city. At the same time, there are other top 10 exams for ordinary people and so on. It has to be said that the academy is still very strong. The 3 of them had already received the admission notices. Holding their admission notices, the 3 went directly to the registration desk and started queuing. Many people around were looking around with curious eyes. At the same time, some seniors lead these freshmen to the dormitory here. Of course, you don't need to think about what the minds of these hair seekers are. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Asuna and Sugiha. Some people even wanted to approach him. No, the senior who thought he was handsome came up with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he stepped forward, Asuna and Sugiha had an idea. After a slight smile, he directly took Izumi's arm. "Is something wrong, senior?" The damage wasn't high, but the highly insulting attitude instantly made the senior break his defense. "Ah. No, nothing. Just wanted to ask if you guys need any help." Too embarrassed. "Do you have a boyfriend?" And there are 2 beauties following one. Thinking of this, he looked at Yi Cheng with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Holy crap, that's taking 2 at a time, it's too much of a beast. Yi Cheng naturally noticed his envious gaze. After the corners of his mouth rose slightly, he embraced the waists of Asuna and Sugiha. "Hello, senior." The senior immediately burst into tears. Damn, he's just looking for shame. Finally, the senior left here with a face full of grief and anger. Many people around saw this scene, and their faces suddenly became weird. At the same time, some people recognized who the 3 of Isumu were. Those 3 people seem to be from the elf family, don't they? It seems so. Before, it was on the hot search because of the awakening. I remember. For a while, those students who recognized Isumu and the others also began to discuss in a low voice. They all remembered the elf family who were on the hot search during the previous college entrance examination. After all, it was such a coincidence. In the past life, they were lovers, brothers, and sisters, but they are still together in this life. Now seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, everyone's faces are extremely strange. I admire Izumi very much. Real man. But no one said anything. Well, the world has a lot of these weird relationships after all. It's rare, but nothing surprising. The 3 of them were lining up, because the appearance of Iken holding Asuna and Sugiha also discouraged many seniors who wanted to strike up a conversation. In addition, a certain senior left here with shame just now. So, Qian Lijiao, no one came up to talk to him anymore. Even some younger sisters, who thought that Iken was very good, also stopped because of Asuna and Sugiha. No way, no comparison at all. There's no chance at all. Such hiccups soon passed. Soon, it was Isumu's turn for the team. The 3 directly handed in their admission notices and their ID cards. When the teacher in charge of registration saw the information of the 3 of Iken, he couldn't help but glance at the 3 of them. What a coincidence. We can still meet. Since the 3 of you are in this relationship, then you should live in a dormitory or... Here, this is your dormitory number, just go there yourself. The teacher didn't say much, and even arranged the 3 of them together because of the relationship between the 3 of them. Naturally, Yuchen had no objection to such an arrangement. He even said that he would not like it. Chapter 60_. It seems that Izumi, who seemed to be walked through the back door, expressed his satisfaction. After getting their dormitory number and class information, the 3 of them headed towards the dormitory. The dormitory of the Imperial School seems to be of the type with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. When the three came to the dormitory area, they were also blinded by the situation here. I have to say that Imperial College is really rich. Below the dormitory are not only basketball courts, but also swimming pools. If it weren't for the school's dormitory, some people would believe it was a high-end community. Yuchen glanced at the information in his hand. 3 Building 1604. It's over here. Yuchen looked at the building with the big 3 characters written on the side, and couldn't help but ask. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna nodded. It should be. Go ask that auntie. Saying so, Asuna ran directly with Sugiha and asked the aunt who was at the door of the dormitory. After receiving the reply, the two directly waved at Yi Chang. When Yuchen saw this, he didn't hesitate, and just walked over. Come on, register. I'm your dormitory. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Auntie in the dormitory, hello. The 3 of them filled out the form, and then gave the 3 of them a business card. The 3 of Isumu were not ambiguous about the necessary procedures. Instead, fill in your information very carefully. After all of this was done, the 3 of Yuchen got the key to the room. Then the 3 took the elevator to the 16th floor. After finding his dormitory, Yuchen was just about to open the door with the key. 1603 behind them was opened. Immediately afterward, several men came out frolic. When they saw the situation on Yuchen's side, they were stunned for a moment. Huh? The dormitory next door. Wait. Mixed sex. When they saw Asuna and Sugiha, they were stunned. Mixed gender? What's going on? Yuchen turned his head and looked at the single dogs behind him. After smiling slightly at them as a greeting, Isumi walked into his dormitory with Asuna. At this time, these people were completely stunned. What's the matter? Why can men and women live together in that dormitory? One of the little fat men asked the people around him sourly. Hearing his words, a person who seemed to be from the same city as Isumu and the others said. I know them. The elf family. So it should be normal to live together. As soon as these words came out, all the people in this dormitory became interested. Then they started to question him. They are also curious about this elf family. Although not in a city, but also heard of it. Now that you have met the true master? Why isn't this curious? And Yuchen didn't know that much. At this time, Isumi was showing Asuna and the others around his school building. I have to say it's really luxurious inside. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and even a kitchen. For such an environment, Yuchen and others are still very satisfied. No one picked a room or anything. Instead, he directly chose the largest room and lived in it. After all, everyone has no opinion. After they settled down, everyone started cleaning. Today is the first day of the report, and it is also the first day for everyone to get acquainted with the school. After cleaning the dormitory, in the afternoon, the 3 began to wander around the school. At the same time, the information of the 3 of them was also sent to their class teacher. Yuchen's head teacher is not Hu, but Yuji, whom Yuchen had met before. That is, the grumpy old mustard. At this time, Yuji helped her twin tails with her eyes and was looking at the student materials arranged by the school for her. When she turned to Izumi's message, she frowned slightly. Huh? Elves? Seeing the information on Yuchen, she was very surprised. Elf? And still 3, or even a special relationship. Thinking of this, she suddenly became interested. But it was just for interest. After roughly browsing the profiles of the 3 of Iken, she put them aside. Then looked at other people's information. After reading it, she nodded in satisfaction. The students in this class are still good. Well, you have to get a good training. When she said this, a light flashed in her eyes. Teaching and educating people is one of her few joys. especially watching the students she teaches become what she wants in her hands. Old sense of achievement. It's just that all the students she has taught are not very good to her senses. Although she looks good, she doesn't have a boyfriend. No one even dared to mess with her. Because many people are afraid that they will be killed by this guy if they are not careful. And the reason why she was interested in the three of Isumu. In fact, it is also because her true identity was once an elf. Although it is different from Izumi and the others, they are still spirits. So for Isumu and the others, this guy has a natural sense of intimacy. Moreover, Izumi gave her a feeling that she had seen it somewhere. That's amazing, isn't it? Izumi didn't know so much. After simply getting acquainted with the school, and then looking at the location of their class, the three of them went outside to play. The first time I came to the imperial capital, it was natural to have a good stroll. This is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, how can you be worthy of yourself if you don't take a stroll? Although this is very different from the Emperor of Izumi's previous life. But I have to say, Izumi still has a natural sense of intimacy here. For the next few days, the three of them were playing outside. Also went to many places. It wasn't until the university's freshman report was over that the three stopped. The day when the university officially started, Isumu and the others also got up early in the morning and came to their classroom together. When the three of them came here, the place was already full of people. Seeing the arrival of the three of Yuchen, many people turned their attention to Yuchen. In this huge class, Yuchen also met many familiar people. When Yi Cheng saw Li Wei and Zhongji, he was stunned for a moment. Then he walked over with Asuna and Sugihara directly, and sat down in the seat behind them. Zhongji and Li Wei also saw Yi Cheng. When the two were about to say hello and say something, Yuchen's words almost choked them to death. Yo, how much did you pay? How can you get into this university? This university is obviously the top 3 in the college entrance examination to enter. But these two guys actually got in? It's really weird. It must have been money. Damn capitalism. Chapter 61 _ Li Wei and Zhongji also felt like they were about to split. They looked at Yi Cheng in pain. Te Miao's mouth was really poisonous. As soon as they met, they said they were going through the back door. Zhongji was a little speechless looking at Yuchen. He complained. We didn't plug the money. It's. Yuchen interrupted him. But there are relatives here. Tisk, I really envy you rich second generation. It's sour. Yuchen's voice was not small, so many people heard it. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhongji and Li Wei with strange expressions. Everyone thought that the two came in through the back door. This time, even Li Wei couldn't sit still. Damn. Don't spread rumors. Damn, we are obviously recommended to come in. It's not about stuffing money and going through the back door. You guy, do you want to fight? The hero of a certain stick is very upset. For Yuchen's slander, he wanted to jump up and blow Yuchen's head. Hearing him say that, it was Isumu's turn to be surprised. Guide. There is still a guarantee. Why haven't I heard of it? Izumi was really puzzled this time. Since you are recommended to take the college entrance examination? Thinking of this, Yi Cheng looked at the two of them with a subtle look in their eyes. Could these two guys be Versailles? Taking the college entrance examination is to experience what it is like to take the college entrance examination. Noticing Yi Cheng's gaze, Li Wei and Zhongji were really depressed. Grass. I can't talk today. So desperate, why don't you know how to walk, so you think we're just stuffing money and going through the back door? It's really about to be gassed into a brain hemorrhage. After the two cursed in their hearts, they looked at Yi Cheng with no love. At this time, Sugihara burst into laughter. There is a guarantee. That's because people who awakened early in their second year of high school and then joined the mercenary union have a lot of practical experience, and anyone under the age of 18 can be recommended. It's just that few people know about it. Sugyaha also explained the walkthrough. Hearing Sugyaha's explanation, Li Wei and Zhongji hurriedly nodded. Yes, indeed it is. We were recommended because we woke up early. It's not some kind of stuffing money through the back door. There is nothing like this in this school. Li Wei looked at Yi Cheng with resentment on his face. Then he said without hesitation. Hearing the conditions of the walk, Yu Chen suddenly realized. That's it, no wonder these two guys are here. And he is also in the same class. I have to say that this is really fate. However, if you wake up in the second year of high school, and then join the mercenary trade union to gain a lot of practical experience, can you be recommended? Thinking of this, Yu Chen's face suddenly became even more strange. The person who was recommended can't even get into the top 3 in the college entrance examination. And also did various mercenary missions to gain rich practical experience. It's hard for you. Well, in every sense. Hearing Yu Chen's words, the two suddenly felt offended. You are despising us, you are definitely despising us. Thinking of this, the veins on their foreheads jumped. Special meow, so angry. I want to kill this guy. Several people were noisy. But Yuji came in from outside with a stack of documents. With her arrival, the noisy class suddenly became quiet. As soon as the guy walked in the door, he started to release his momentum. For a time, many people in the class began to tremble with fear. When Yu Chen and the others saw Yuji, they were stunned. The three of them never thought that their head teacher was actually Yuji, whom they had only met some time ago. Thinking of this, the three looked at each other. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is too coincidental. Li Wei and Zhongji, who were sitting in the front, also recognized Yuji. After all, they were also in the dungeon before. No one would have thought that the irascible old lady would actually become their head teacher. This is where it gets interesting. Yuji glanced at the people under her eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From today onwards, I will be your head teacher. My name is Yuji, you can also call me Mustard Hinako. Hearing this, everyone in the class was stunned. Yuji? Immediately afterwards, one by one suddenly discussed. The Twitter started talking non-stop. Yuji. Wow, really? It's actually Yuji. Could it be fake? The poppy. Yuji listened to the noisy voice below, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. A slap on the table that I don't know what it was made of. Bang. A loud noise suddenly sounded. The classroom suddenly fell silent. After doing all this, Yuji looked at the students below like a normal person. Well, be quiet. This time, the people present were instantly quiet. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, she nodded in satisfaction. Anything you want to ask, you can ask. Don't discuss the topic just now. Although I'm good at talking, I don't like it. Listening to what she said solemnly, everyone's eggs hurt. However, many people are still curious about this teacher. One of the girls raised her hand directly and asked with bright eyes. Teacher, are you the Yuji in history? Hearing her words, Yuji nodded. Yes and no. 0. I am who I am, not my past life. Is there a problem? The female student hurriedly shook her head. No, no problem. I see. But teacher, I have another question. Speaking of which, the gossip in her eyes became even stronger. When Yuji heard the words, she immediately raised her eyebrows. Speak. The class also pricked up their ears. Everyone wanted to know what the female student wanted to ask. Teacher, is your male ticket Xiangyu? Are you really with Xiangyu like in history? When she asked this question, she couldn't hide the gossip in her eyes. The people in the class suddenly looked forward to it. Yuji raised her eyebrows. After pushing his eyes, he said expressionlessly, "I don't know any Xiangyu. I don't remember him either. If it's the Xiangyu in my memory, he has been killed by the first emperor. Anything else?" When she said this, her voice became colder and colder. Obviously, she didn't like hearing that kind of question. Looking at the eyes of this female classmate, she slowly began to become unkind. The female classmate naturally noticed Yuji's gaze. She smirked and hurriedly sat down. No, not anymore. Cowardly, she was directly cowardly. She also knew that the teacher was angry. When the others heard Yuji's answer, they immediately became excited. This also includes Izumi. After all, as long as you have the guts, the teacher will have a holiday, isn't it? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. Dry. Chapter 62 _ Yuji is very annoying now, these students in the class are too gossipy. Meow, what weird questions are you asking? As a fairy, how could it be possible to fall in love with someone? Can't use your brain? Although she has been single for a long time and wants to try what it is like to be in love, the questions you ask are too much. He glanced at the students present indifferently. Now she has regrets. Did you think this class was a good one? But now she's starting to get upset. The people in the class naturally noticed Yuji's gaze, and slowly the excitement of these people cooled down. Seeing that no one was talking, Yuji slowly opened her mouth and said, "Many of you present are awakened ones, that is, people who have had one life. When you talk in the future, please be more mature." So, teacher, are you scolding us for not being mature enough? Hearing what she meant by her words, many people were depressed. Yi Cheng's face also became strange. Grumpy old mustard is really awesome. Yuji naturally saw the eyes of the students below. But she doesn't care, anyway, you have to do what I want. If you make her unhappy, then you have to suffer. Yuji retracted her gaze, then entered the topic, and started talking about the school's curriculum. Although it seemed to be scolded, the people below did not dare to say anything. Yuchen also listened to Yuji's words quietly. In the next 3 years, all you have to do is learn some secret techniques from the school, and develop your own magic or martial arts. Except for these courses. You can also sign up for some swordsmanship classes, or magic classes. Of course, in addition to these two, there are other courses you can study according to your own interests. And I'll take a pharmacy class too, but you have to be careful if you want to learn how to make medicine. Here, I have explained in advance that I am not someone to talk to, so you have to be prepared. Yuji said a lot about the school curriculum. During a class in the morning, she was talking about this and answering some of the questions others wanted to know. She didn't stop until it was time for get out of class. The official class starts tomorrow, remember to choose the courses you want to take. Of course, you can choose not to, you will feel better if you fail the assessment. After saying this, she walked outside without looking back. After she left, the people in the class suddenly began to discuss in a low voice. Sugiha, who was sitting beside Isumu, was suddenly greatly relieved. Then he said in surprise, "I always feel that this teacher is very strict. And, so fierce." Hearing her words, Isumi nodded. Really good breasts. After all, the grumpy old mustard. Hearing this, Asuna was stunned for a moment. Grumpy old mustard? What do you mean? Li Wei and Zhongji, who were sitting in front, also turned their heads. Does this give people a nickname? It's not hard for them to tell that what Laoji said was Yuji. After all, Yuji just introduced herself and said her spiritual name, Mustard Hinako. Now this guy Isumi is cranky again. Gee, it's really you. Yuchen saw the eyes of these guys, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No, nothing. Let's go, Asuna, don't talk to these two guys who can't even get into the top 10 in the college entrance examination. In the end, Yuchen did not forget to complain to Zhongji and Li Wei. Hearing Yuchen say that, the faces of the two suddenly turned dark. You are enough. If you have the ability to go heads up, you always hold on to this and say what kind of ability. Li Wei looked at Yi Cheng very unhappy. This Nima is simply unbearable. Hearing what he said, the corners of Yuchen's mouth rose slightly. Huh? Are you sure? Since ancient times, the gunmen are lucky, you can't beat me. But then again, have you switched to a stick now? Going down a dungeon with a gun must be unlucky. When Li Wei heard this, he was immediately depressed. This is really what Isumu said. He was really unlucky when he used the spear. As soon as they got down, there was a monster riot, and they were almost killed. But it made him miserable. That's how he stopped using guns now and started using sticks too. Anyway, spear techniques can also be performed with a stick. Yuchen noticed his depressed expression, and his face became even more bizarre for no reason. One couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. No, 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 I was actually told by me. Is it really that bad? Li Wei looked at Yi Cheng who was laughing, his teeth itched with hatred. Yuchen patted his shoulder. Brother, listen to me and use a stick in the future. Otherwise you'll be unlucky all the time. Since ancient times, spearmen are lucky. This sentence is not blown out. Just do it yourself, it's good to be a stick man. Speaking of which, Izumi grinned. Then, leisurely, he left here with Asuna and the others. Sugiha, who was walking behind, smiled at the two of them embarrassedly, and then hurriedly followed Isumu, leaving Li Wei and Zhongji depressed on the spot. It is really unfortunate to know such a person. Following Izumi's side, Asuna looked at Izumi speechlessly. How dare you give the teacher a nickname? If you are found out, you will be beaten. Hearing her words, Yuchen waved his hand. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. The fairy won't know. Regarding this, Isumi was not worried at all. Seeing him like this, Asuna didn't know what to say. Hopefully. After saying that, the three of them walked towards the dormitory together. However, the fact was far beyond Isumu's expectations. Many people in the class are awakened, and their hearing is naturally very sensitive. That's why Isumi was talking about the irritable old mustard. Many people also heard it and spread it out. This time, basically the whole class knew that guy Yuchen gave Yuji the nickname of the irascible old mustard. It even spread more and more widely, only half a day. The whole school knew about it. Sitting in the office, Yuji listened to her colleagues' discussions. His face became extremely gloomy. Look at the information on the computer. A cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. He. Isumi. Very well, I remember you. Grumpy old mustard, right. Wait. Some teachers in the office saw the gloomy aura emanating from Yuji. Subconsciously, they also stopped discussing. Quietly stay away from this very irritable guy. This nickname seems to be fine. It's a pity that student is about to die. Chapter 63_. Yi Cheng didn't know yet that he had already been targeted by Yuji. It was because of the name he accidentally called out. When the next day was in class, the three of them came to the classroom. At this time, the people in the classroom were chatting and chatting. However, as soon as Isumi sat down, he noticed something was wrong. Huh? Yuchen was suddenly full of question marks. What did he hear? Everyone is talking about the grumpy old mustard? WDNM. So soon it's out? Thinking of this, Isumi looked at the two guys sitting in front of him with bad eyes. It must be the two of them. He seemed to be aware of the gaze coming from behind. Zhongji and Li Wei turned their heads, and then they saw Yi Cheng's unkind gaze. This time, the two were suddenly depressed. What? What kind of look do you have? Li Wei looked at Yuchen with a depressed face. Special meow, what a fat thing this is. They didn't mess with this guy. Hearing his words, Yuchen's eyes were a little strange. Did you pass on what I said yesterday? Why do so many people know the nickname of the grumpy old mustard? After Iken said this, the two of them understood in an instant. At the same time, his face became very strange. Isn't it? 29. Don't you think no one hears what you say? Everyone is an awakened person, and the hearing is self-evident. So. This time, Yuchen understood in an instant. What the heck, did he tell the story about his feelings? After muttering for a while, Yuchen waved his hand. Okay, got it? Go down. Hearing this, the two people's foreheads throbbed violently. Grass. Hearing this, Yi Cheng immediately raised his eyebrows. What? Want to fight? I'm already second tier now, and I'm not afraid of you two gays going on together. It's over, and it's straight back to being gay. Li Wei and Zhongji's faces turned green. Damn, is this human? If they hadn't been able to beat this guy, they really wanted to kill this bastard. Shivering cold. OMG, when will the two of them stand up? Just when the two were depressed, Yuji had already walked in from outside. However, her face was not very good looking. As soon as she entered the classroom, her murderous eyes locked on Yi Cheng. At this moment, Isumi's body froze, and he always felt that he was being targeted by something extraordinary. Noticing Yuji's murderous gaze, Yi Cheng instantly persuaded. He looked away silently, not daring to meet her. After Yuji retracted her gaze, she glanced at the students present. Then he said coldly. Today, go outside. Practical combat class. I will teach you myself. After saying this, she turned around and walked out. Don't give anyone a chance to speak at all. Yuchen looked at the back of her leaving, and his eggs hurt. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Even though he said that, Izumi got up and walked outside. The corners of Asuna and Sugiha's mouth rose slightly. They had clearly seen Yuji's murderous gaze just now. You don't have to think about it to know that this guy, Yuchen, is being targeted by the head teacher. There will be a good show next. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and smiled. They all followed out. A group of people left the class in a mighty manner and came to the gym together. Naturally, Isumu and the others were not the only class in the huge gymnasium. Yuji brought people from her class here, and naturally attracted the attention of many people. Some seniors who were training also stopped their movements at this time. Then one by one, they all looked over. After all, Yuji is very famous in this university. Many of them are even her students. Now, seeing that she was going to take a practical combat class, many people looked at Yi Cheng and his class suddenly became schadenfreude. As seniors, they naturally knew how cruel Yuji was. Bad luck for these guys next. Thinking of this, the sweetheart suddenly smiled. Then they stopped what they were doing and prepared to watch the play. After everyone had arrived, Yuji turned to look at the students. After glancing at everyone, she pushed her glasses. Then he said directly. Isumi, come out. Hearing her words, Yuchen felt like he was about to split. However, there was no way to do anything, and could only stand up silently. Seeing Yuchen standing up, Yuji pushed her glasses. Then suddenly a powerful force erupted from him. The next second, two short swords appeared in her hands. Fight me. Until I'm satisfied. Others, spread out. Look and learn how to fight. Yi Cheng looked at Yuji with a bewildered expression. Wait, what's my opinion? Yuji raised her brows when she heard Yi Cheng's words. Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, hold it back. Take out your weapon and fight me. Speaking of which, her unhappy emotions were about to overflow. Yuchen was also held back by her words. It looks like it won't work today. Many people in the class were also gloating at this time. Now, stupid. This is definitely because he gave the teacher a nickname, so he was targeted. After Yuchen sighed, he said. If that's the case, then you're offended. In desperation, Yuchen had no choice but to take out his weapon. Blue in hand, in a flash of light, Ganjiang and Moxia appeared in his hands. When Yuji saw this weapon, her brows furrowed. Able General Moxia. Interesting. Speaking of which, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Unexpectedly, this guy can actually use a noble phantasm. I thought that only a few people could use it. Thinking of this, Yuji became interested in Yi Cheng's previous life. What Yuji said out of her mouth suddenly shocked many people. Able Moxia? What the hell? The swords in this guy's hand are Ganjiang and Moxia. Real or fake? You know, these two weapons are very famous in the Dragon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it to appear in Yuchen's hands. What exactly is this guy? Is there still a lot of background in the past life? Neither Yuchen nor Yuji knew what these students were thinking. But Yuji knew that Yi Cheng was definitely not a historical celebrity. Because those historically famous guys are basically lying in that person's figure collection room. As for Isumi, he didn't care what other people thought. Because it's just a projection. With the weapon in hand, Yuchen rushed out. When Yuji saw Yi Cheng rushing up, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she also attacked with the double swords in her hands. The battle between the two is imminent. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. Idea Hinako's astringent figure, funny. Chapter 64 As soon as the two collided, there was a roar on the field. Yuji didn't use all her strength. After easily taking Yuchen's attack, the corners of her mouth twitched. A lot of strength. Not bad. Go all out. Don't keep your hands, or you will be hurt. After saying that, Yuji exerted a little force, and Yi Cheng was immediately forced to retreat. At this time, Isumi was very depressed. Feeling the terrifying power coming from his hand, he knew that if he didn't show his true skills today, he would not be able to die peacefully. Thinking of this, Yi Cheng stabilized Guzi, then looked at Yuji and said. If that's the case, then please be careful. After Izumi said that, the two swords in his hand disappeared, replaced by a black bow. At the same time, a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Yuji raised her eyebrows. After feeling the bow in Isumu's hand a little, the double swords in her hand also disappeared. Then, under everyone's astonished eyes, a strange long spear appeared in her hand. After playing with a gun, she looked at Yi Cheng very seriously. Now she is more and more surprised. What kind of surprise will the student in front of her bring her? Raise the bow, pull the string. Yuchen took action the moment Yuji took out the spear. His hand turned into an afterimage, constantly pulling the black bow in his hand. Arrows formed by energy shot out from Isumu's hands. Facing the energy arrow shot by Yi Cheng, the corner of Yuji's mouth rose slightly. The long spear in his hand swung hard. These energy arrows were swept down directly by her. Immediately afterwards, Yuji rushed towards Yi Cheng. Seeing this, Yuchen started running without saying a word. While running, pull the black bow at the same time. It's just that Yi Cheng's attack was like a child's toy in front of Yuji, and she didn't take her seriously at all. After realizing that his attack was useless, Isumu was speechless. Hurry up and change your attack stance. The black bow disappeared, replaced by a scarlet spear. Yuchen no longer retreated, but rushed forward. Facing Yi Cheng's attack, a flash of admiration flashed in Yuji's eyes. That's right, a close combat, what kind of bow and arrow? Thinking of this, Yuji took some strength. Be prepared to water well. Although Yuchen gave her a strange nickname. But it won't kill you directly. Clang. The two spears collided, and the next second, a fierce confrontation began. No matter how Yuchen attacks, Yuji will easily dodge or block Ari. For a time, the two were constantly fighting on the field. The students standing outside widened their eyes at this time. Although I knew that Yuji was releasing water, I didn't expect Yuchen to be so powerful. Don't look at Yuchen, who can't do anything about Yuji now, but if he fights with students like them, it's just like playing. Especially Li Wei, at this time he was stunned by Yi Cheng's performance. Fuck, this guy is so slippery with a gun, but let me use a stick. What else are you talking about? Since ancient times, spearmen are lucky, I believe in you. Damn it, it's so bad. Li Wei was furious at this time. Obviously, this guy Izumi used a gun, but he ran over to lie to him. Zhongji on the side heard the words of his good friend, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't help but complain. You think too much, don't forget, this guy's swordsmanship is also very strong. I used a bow just now. It is estimated that they are proficient in all 18 martial arts. As soon as his voice fell, Yuchen directly changed weapons. Yi Cheng, who was repelled by Yuji, resolutely replaced him with an interpreter and a dark chaser. Although Izumi used other weapons very well, the sword was always better. Seeing that Yi Cheng took out the sword, the corner of Yuji's mouth rose slightly. This guy finally got serious. Thinking of this, the gun in Yuji's hand was swept away directly. Ding! Itumi directly blocked the sweep with his double swords. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. He exerted a little force, and the spear in Yuji's hand was deflected by him. Immediately afterwards, Izumi moved his arms. He shouted out those words directly. Starburst air slash. The moment the spear was bounced off by Yi Cheng, Yuji became vigilant. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Yuji frowned. When she saw Yuchen's sword slashing towards her quickly, she also hurriedly swung the spear in her hand. Ding! However, things are not that simple. As soon as she resisted this blow, another sword from Yuchen struck her again. This time, Yuji became serious. Following Yi Cheng's waving, Yuji also hurriedly swung the spear. Every time Yi Cheng slash, Yuji directly resisted it. For a time, white light flashed on the field, and at the same time, the sound of ding 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 kept ringing. All Yi Cheng's attacks were blocked by Yuji. At this time, Yuji was very shocked. The strength of this guy in front of him is already comparable to the fourth order. Are the current students already that strong? Even if her strength is not strong enough, it is estimated that she may not be able to beat the guy in front of her. If other teachers come, maybe they will suffer a big loss. And Yuchen is also very depressed now. This is the second time for Nima. There was once a teacher who completely blocked his starburst air slash and let him scrape. But now there is another one that completely blocked his attack. Meow, is he Yuchen shameless? Yuchen, who was completely resisted, turned dark. Yuji noticed Yi Cheng's not so good looking face. Suddenly it felt a little strange. What is this guy thinking? After a few words in her heart, Yuji directly bounced Yi Cheng out several meters away. After Yuchen stabilized his body, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes closed slowly, and the next second, when he opened them again, the whole world changed directly under his eyes. The world became black and white, and the whole world was full of cracks. There is also a point. Yuji noticed Yi Cheng's eyes, and Lu Mei frowned deeply. King Qian's magic eye? The other students also saw the change in the eyes of this fellow Izumi. It's so dazzling, it's not hard to not notice it. At this time, people have formed a circle here. Some people who were standing directly opposite Eugen suddenly stood upside down when they saw Eugen's eyes. I always feel like I'm going to die straight away. This feeling is really creepy. But Eugen frowned at this time. It was the first time he used direct death. The changes in the world in front of him made him feel sick. At the same time, the brain started to tingle. It's like being pricked by a needle. Eugen also knew that his magic eye couldn't be used for too long, and it was estimated that he would stop in a few minutes. Thinking of this, Yi Cheng's eyes fell directly on Yuji. But, when Isumu's eyes fell, those colored pupils shrank suddenly. How is it possible? Chapter 65_. When Yuji heard Yi Cheng's words, she immediately became interested. Hey, did you see something? Tell me about it. She was very curious as to what function Eugen's magic eye had. There are many people with magic eyes, and some magic eyes have his functions. But it was the first time she had seen a colorful one like Izumi. When Eugen heard Yuji's words, he took a deep breath. Then he stared at her intently. Eugen did not answer Yuji's words. At this time, Yi Cheng was completely shocked by the lines on Yuji's body. Because it's too shallow. It's like it doesn't exist. The only line that is deeper is at the chest. Seeing Eugen here, his eggs hurt. This woman is a little too strong. However, the battle is still to be fought. Although it is not to kill this guy, it is necessary to make her seriously injured. Think about this. Eugen's figure disappeared directly in place, and rushed up at a very terrifying speed. When charging, there appeared one after another noble phantasm beside him. When Yuji saw Yi Cheng ignoring her, she was a little unhappy. But when she saw Eugen charging again, she became vigilant. For the time being, he suppressed the thought of wanting to beat Eugen, but he took Eugen very seriously. This guy, Isumi, is already worthy of her attention. When she saw the treasures projected by Yi Cheng, there was a gleam of light in his eyes. The next moment, Eugen's noble phantasm attacked her. And Yuji keenly discovered that this time Yi Cheng's attack was aimed at her with a purpose. Moreover, these attacks are also her weak points. Thinking of this, Yuji was really surprised. Is this guy's magic eye such a function? It's a really good ability. Think about this. In the face of the noble phantasm that Eugen blasted, she directly chose to knock it down. All flicked them aside. On Eugen's side, seeing his noble phantasm being bounced off, Eugen didn't mind. Instead, he increased his strength. In an instant, all the weapons in the sky blasted towards Yuji as if they didn't want money. The audience was stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of power is this? How can you create such a powerful weapon? Are these weapons real? That would be too scary. For a time, Eugen's classmates were really shocked. These weapons projected by Eugen are much stronger than their small iron pieces. Although all the weapons projected by Yi Cheng were blocked by Yuji. Facing all this, Eugen was unmoved. He glanced at the noble phantasm whose handle was on the ground. Eugen stopped immediately. Seeing Yi Cheng stop, Yuji said with a smile. Is it over yet? Don't continue. Hearing her say that, Iken laughed. A direct retreat is to quickly open the distance. Asuna, who had been watching the play, noticed the scene and her face changed suddenly. She hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted to her classmates. Hurry up and run. After saying that, Asuna ran out while pulling Sugiha. Others felt inexplicable when they heard Asuna say this. However, many people's expressions changed, and they ran out without saying a word. After the others reacted, they hurriedly followed. I don't know what's going on, but it's time to run now. And Eugen spit out a word at this time. Blast. falling with his voice. Yuji's expression changed in an instant. This time, she was no longer calm. When Asuna asked her classmates to run just now, she had some guesses. As the guy's voice fell, she knew that something was wrong. The spear was hurriedly inserted into the ground, and the next moment, a scarlet magic circle appeared. However, just as her magic took shape, boom! Those noble phantasms that were originally inserted into the ground exploded instantly. A loud bang sounded in the gym. In an instant, the ground shook. This sudden explosion also directly frightened those students. Because of Asuna's reminder, some people also ran very fast. But there were also a few unlucky ones who were rushed out by the huge shockwave because they couldn't react. The explosion from the gym even resounded throughout the campus. Some students in class suddenly looked puzzled. What happened in the gymnasium? Those teachers came to the window and looked in the direction of the gymnasium. I saw that a mushroom cloud rose directly above the gymnasium at this time. Those who saw the scene were immediately stunned. Moreover, even the defensive magic in the gym was activated. What's going on inside? Is that the teacher fighting? This time, all the teachers were curious. The principal of the school even ran over directly. Isumu's fantasy collapse this time is a big deal. Although the noble phantasm projected is low level, the combined power of many noble phantasms is still very terrifying. At this time, Yuji was completely enveloped by the explosion. People who didn't know thought she was finished. But only Isumu knew that that guy was alright. Thinking of this, Izumi put his hands together directly. It seems to be holding some kind of weapon. Dhuruth. As Yuchin's voice fell, his arm lit up with a special blue pattern. The magic power of the whole body began to be consumed like crazy. In his field of vision, his blue bars were consuming frantically at this time. In an instant, it was directly bottomed out. At the same time, a gorgeous weapon appeared in his hands. The sword of the Oath of Victory. Exhausting all the magic power is to project this weapon. But it's not over yet. Yi Cheng took out a bottle of very precious potion and poured it down. His magic power also began to slowly recover. During this time, the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated. Yuji's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Is this your ability? Fantasy collapses. And projection. I'm right, Emi-ya-san. As Yuji's figure slowly appeared. Looking at the ability she just used, Yuji Yuchin guessed who Yuchin's second generation was. After all, these heroic spirits are familiar to everyone. In addition, a certain white-haired teacher in the school often mentions this person. Hearing her words, Yi Cheng was stunned for a moment. Huh? You know what? This time, it was Isumi's turn to be stunned. Yuji laughed. She didn't speak, and her eyes fell on the sword of Oath Victory in Izumi's hands. Can you even project this weapon? I underestimate you. But, well, it's not good. I actually took medicine. Looking at the bottle that Yi Cheng had thrown aside, Yuji said with great interest. Izumi's face darkened upon hearing this. I always feel offended. However, seeing that he has recovered most of his magic power, Yuchin still slowly raised the kendo in his hand. Although it's just a fake. But I still want a blast. Grumpy old mustard. How about letting me come? Since you know his identity, there is no need to hide it. Although I don't know where she knew about his second life, it's not a big problem. However, when Isumi called out this nickname, Yuji's face turned gloomy. Chapter 66_. She was quite happy to find out that Yuchin's second life was an acquaintance of an acquaintance. But when Isumi called out that nickname, the happy mood disappeared in an instant. Almost forgot. I'm here to settle accounts with you this time. So, how are you ready to die? When Yuji said this, she was gnashing her teeth. This guy is so disgusting. Someone took a what strange nickname? And it spread all at once, everywhere. This Nima is very uncomfortable. Even if it is someone she knows, she is going to blow up this guy's head today. As for Yi Cheng's classmates, listening to the conversation between the two, they were also a little confused. People you know? Large-scale confession scene? Asuna and Sugihara also felt bad at this time. Damn, did they come to the wolf's den? Is the person Izumi knew about to appear? Thinking of this, the two looked at each other. For a while, he could not help but start to worry. Hope it's not a rival. Yuchen doesn't care so much, this weapon has already been projected. If I don't shoot her, Izumi will be very upset. Thinking of this, Iken slowly raised the holy sword in his hand. The golden light began to gather. When Yuji saw this scene, she took off her glasses directly. The pair of red pupils also began to shine. A violent magic burst out of her. Seeing her like this, Yuchen knew that this guy had become serious. Directly took out her strongest strength. Thinking of this, Yuchen licked the corner of his mouth. To be fair, he was actually very upset. Each template is stronger than him, what the hell is this? Is he shameless? Today, he used a curry stick, but he was able to force Yuji to full strength. This has already made him very excited. Thinking of this, Isumu's face became frantic. When Yuji saw Yi Cheng like this, she also had a smile on her face. Interesting. Yuji directly played a spear, and then the power in her body also converged on the noble phantasm spear in her hand. At this moment, the entire gym seems to have turned the color of blood. The principal who just arrived here also saw the situation here. When he saw Yuji liberate the noble phantasm, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. But when his eyes fell on Yi Cheng and saw the weapon in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. The sword of promised victory. How come the arms of the King of Britain are in his hands? No, it's a fake. Soon, he found out. Although this weapon is very similar to the weapon in the hands of the king. However, it is very fragile. A replica. Interesting. Speaking of which, he was also looking forward to it. Is there such a student this year? Interesting. With the arrival of the principal, many teachers have come here. A mature woman with white hair came here and saw Isumu in the field. The surprise in his eyes could not be concealed. Words haven't come out yet. The two people below suddenly moved. The spear in Yuji's hand had turned scarlet at this time. The violent magic gathered in her hands. The spear was stuck to the ground by her. I did a pole dance directly on the spot. This scene made Yuchen want to laugh, but he was still taken aback by the stronger and stronger aura of the other party. Immediately did not dare to be careless. Seeing his mana bar being emptied again, Yaisumi's face became more and more ugly. This is the aftermath of the depletion of magic power. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Now that the magic power has been used up, it is time to blast out the light cannon in his hand. Excalibur. Isumi swung the lightsaber in his hand vigorously. At this moment, the entire stadium was directly dyed gold. That holy light made many spectators indulge in it. When Yuji saw Yi Cheng act, her face suddenly showed an excited expression. Huh. The needle doesn't poke. But it won't hurt me, kid. Anti-fling rondo, Xiaemo will kill the gun dance. There are many ways to release the noble phantasm, not necessarily like in the game. Jump into the air and spin a few times before stabbing someone. The irritable old mustard turned around a few times, and after doing a pole dance, he also used this nirvana. The golden light cannon and the scarlet gun collided directly. In an instant, the entire stadium was directly divided into two colors. Many people outside the school also saw the situation here. Because the whole sky has been dyed with golden and red light at this time. Red and gold are constantly fighting each other. Anyone with a little bit of strength can discover what happened here at this time. For a while, those teachers stopped attending classes, ran directly outside the classroom window, and looked in the direction of the gymnasium. Not just teachers, but many students as well. Even outside Imperial University, many people turned their attention there. At this moment, in a palace somewhere in the imperial capital, the first emperor was surprised. Perceiving the fluctuations from Imperial College, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is that guy so unremarkable? Fighting with people actually liberates the noble phantasm. Huh? The other breath, is that girl's cool? Did that guy come here? After thinking about it, he waved his hand directly. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared in front of him. A certain satellite above space directly relayed what happened in Imperial University to him. When he saw the picture of the battle, suddenly his eyes lit up. Yuji and a boy are fighting. 0. Huh? Is that guy awake again? The needle doesn't poke. The second order cricket will force that stupid fairy into this. It's kind of interesting. Speaking of which, he was also interested in Yuchen. Yuchen didn't know that all the battles between him and Yuji were being watched by brother Zheng. In the gymnasium of Imperial University, the light cannon blasted by Yuchen was still fighting against Yuji. Neither side admits defeat. Yi Cheng's face became more and more ugly. On the contrary, Yuji became more and more excited. The fact that this guy, Isumu, was able to use such an attack was really beyond her expectations. Thinking of Yuji here, he smiled. His eyes became extremely red. She couldn't help but increase her output. But it was also like this, the attack that was originally evenly matched was directly defeated. And Yuchen's eyes darkened, and he fainted. At the moment of fainting, there was only one thought in Isumi's mind. If only there were the Holy Grail. Yes, it was his only idea. Because he is completely blue. He even fainted directly. The sword of Oath of Victory also disappeared at this moment. The red light cannon directly swallowed the golden light cannon. He blasted directly at Yuchen. Dangerous. Asuna and Sugiha are worried. Both of them wanted to rush out to defend Isumu from this attack. However, it was simply too late. Fortunately, someone is faster than them. A pure white girl rushed directly in front of Isumu. Then he drank softly. Avalon. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. Yuchen's plug-in came. Dry. Chapter 67_ consists of hundreds of fragments, and a shield emerges from this pure white woman. And then resisted in front of Izumi. In this moment, center on these shields. All just felt that Isumu and that woman were no longer in this world at this time. If Yuchen is still awake at this time, he must be very confused. Because this is the scabbard that the king lost. And that person was Iris Veal. It's just that Iris Veal is a little strange at this time, her temperament is more seductive, and at the same time, she has a taste of virtuousness. Boom. Yuji's attack landed on the shield. It directly caused a big explosion on the field. When the smoke cleared, a nice voice sounded in the field. Really, mustard young child, you are too hard. What if it hurts him? The smoke cleared, and Iris Veal complained directly. When Yuji heard Iris Veal's words, she immediately hey smile. Didn't I see you coming? You sure won't hurt him, will you? Hee hee. Yuji, who said so, put away her weapon directly. In fact, the moment Iris Veal appeared, she had already discovered it. Hence the direct attack. She also knew that when Iris Veal saw this guy like Isumu, she would definitely not sit back and ignore it. After all, this guy has something to do with her. Hearing Yuji's words, Iris Veal rolled her eyes. Directly released Avalon, then turned around and hugged Isumu, then turned and walked outside. It's really cranky. Sure enough, the title is correct. After Iris Veal complained directly, she took Isumu with her. And Yuji was pissed off. Damn, I really want to stab these two guys to death. Yuji glared at Iris Veal fiercely. After taking a deep breath, those students looked at her. With an unhappy face, he said, "You all come here. The actual combat begins." Hearing this, the people in the class immediately froze. "Take your head and fight her. Can't beat it at all?" At this time, Asuna raised her hand and said, "Teacher, can I ask for leave? I'm going to take care of Izumi." When she said this, she looked at Yuchin with worry. This consumes too much. When Yuji heard her say that, her eyes also fell on her and Sugiha. After raising his eyebrows, he said, "Don't worry about that. Ellie will take care of him. She's the doctor. Just listen to your class carefully. Ask for leave? Non-existent. No one wants to run today." None of the people present were innocent. This time, Asuna was really depressed. After looking at Sugiha, I really didn't know what to say for a while. Although I was anxious and nervous, there was nothing I could do. I can only watch with love as the teacher takes Akin away. And the two seemed to have something to do with each other. Yuji saw the tension and worry in their eyes. A smirk flashed in his eyes. A large Shura field. Really interesting. Thinking of the person Iris Veal often talked about, the corners of Yuji's mouth couldn't help but rise. She didn't expect that guy to appear in her class. And became her student. I even woke up twice, which is very interesting now, isn't it? Maybe you can see large-scale palace fighting dramas in the future? I don't know why is she so excited? Something's not right. After rejecting Asuna's request, Grumpy Old Mustard began to teach these students a lesson. The way she goes to class is also very simple. That's the fight, the constant fight. Let these students besiege her. Then she shot a kid. These guys are nothing compared to Isumu. It just doesn't sound too sour. If I fight Isumu at first, I just want to see how strong he is. And by the way, to get revenge on him for giving himself a nickname. Then to fight these students, it is pure play. Like cat and mouse. These students have no power to fight back in her hands. No matter how many people besieged, she can easily solve it. In this way, the people in Isumu's class started to wailing continuously. There are some scars on the body from time to time. Beaten up with a bruised face. But this kind of education works very well. After all, he was beaten a lot, and his actual combat level rose. The ability to evade is also rising. Perhaps the combat power has not increased much, but the power to evade attacks must have increased a lot. Just like this, the irritable old mustard gave out a wave of anger, bullying these students unnecessarily. This made many seniors who were onlookers see it with relish. After all, they used to come this way. Now seeing these freshmen get beat up. Comfortable. On the other hand, Isumu was carried to the infirmary by Iris Veal. After putting Izumi on the bed, Iris Veal's eyes flashed with surprise. She unbuttoned Yuchin's clothes and looked at the special lines on Yuchin's body. The smile on his face deepened. "It's really you." That's not right. Looks like Izumi. Speaking of which, she tilted her head. She seems to remember that name. This time, her name is not Shiro. However, now is not the time to think so much. Looking at Isumu, whose face was pale, Iris Veal sighed. The magic power is really not enough. It's still the same as before. However, it's not a big problem. Saying so, Iris Veal immediately started to open her mouth. The next second, she stretched out her slender jade hand and placed it on her chest. At the same time, A spell was chanted in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Irisveel's hands began to shine. Slowly, a holy grail with golden light was taken out from her chest. At the same time, her breath became a little weaker. It hurts. It's too much. If I don't compensate me well in the future, I'll be angry. Aliceville looked at Yi Cheng, who was in a coma, and immediately smiled. Then I'll give you half of it. Having said that, Irisveele directly placed the little holy grail in Izumi's chest. At this moment, the light of the little holy grail directly illuminated the entire infirmary. The infirmary was directly dyed gold. If Izumi had been awake at this time, he would have been frightened when he saw this scene. Because Irisveel's operation is too shocking. Did you actually split the holy grail in your body? And also divide it into a little holy grail? In fact, it is not difficult for the current Irisveele to do this. Because, it wasn't just Izumi who got the enhanced version of the Emi Yajian template. She, Irisveele, is also an enhanced version. The magic power is only 1,000,000 points more. Chapter 68 _ The little holy grail was melted into Izumi's body by Irisveele. If Yi Cheng was awake at this time, he would see that his magic power had skyrocketed a lot in an instant. And it still doesn't stop. Irisveele has the great holy grail in her body. It is also very simple to divide a little holy grail. What is the great holy grail? That's a product of the third law. The complete third law is theoretically an existence that can never die and has infinite magic power. Logically speaking, such a being cannot be reincarnated. However, the current Irisveele is not the one in the moon. It's just the person who owns that template. So there is nothing wrong with her being the new messenger of the third law. She has Irisveele's special memory, and has some special relationship with the Emi Yajian template that Izumi obtained. That's why she was so excited when she saw Ukin, similar to Asuna and Sugiha. She also knew that Izumi lacked magic power. In her memory, Yuchen has been with Mayu and her to make up for the devil several times. At the end, she also gave the little holy grail to Izumi just like now. So what she is doing now is just repeating what she once did. The great holy grail was divided into 29 parts by her, and it did not have much impact on her. But for Yuchen, it was a great supplement. He was short of blue all of a sudden, and he couldn't use it up at all. Even when the little holy grail melted into him, Izumu's Emi Yajian template progress increased by 10%. With the addition of templates, Yuchen also slowly opened his eyes. The magic power was enough, and he woke up again. After waking up, Izumu only felt better than ever. Especially the abundant magic power immediately made Yuchen a little confused. Have absolutely no idea what happened. Suddenly, he asked a faint scent. Then he also felt the abundant magic power in his body and the little holy grail in his heart. Looking around, Izumu also saw Irisveele, who was sitting beside the bed with a happy face. Is it better? Looking at Irisveele in front of him, Izumu was stunned for a moment. Ellie. Hearing this, Irisveele's eyes turned into crescents. It's me. Well, but your name seems to have changed. Should I call you Yuchen now? When it came to this, she was actually quite happy. Yuchen nodded, and in an instant, he fully understood. That's right, it should be Izumi. However, I am puzzled, why are you here? This is what Izumi is most puzzled about. Judging from the appearance of Irisveele, she should be abroad. But what's going on here? Hearing Izumu say that, Irisveele smiled. A sly expression suddenly appeared on his face. Actually, I immigrated here. Now I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I really like it here. In addition, Yuji is also here, so I came here. After listening to her story, Yuchen was stunned. Is the current Aliceville dragon people? And is it still related to the grumpy old mustard? This is outrageous. It always feels like the world has changed a lot. Thinking of this, Yuchen slapped his mouth. Just when he was thinking about it, Iris Veal suddenly rushed up. Then he hugged Isumu and took a deep breath. Hey! It still tastes like this. Amazing. Suddenly being hugged, Yuchen was instantly stunned. Wait, what are you doing? Let go now. What's up with being a slut? The Iris Veal he knew was not such a person. However, Iris Veal didn't care that much. Instead, he hugged Yuchen tightly, not wanting to let go at all. It was as if I was afraid that Isumu would disappear. This time, Yuchen's eggs hurt. The characters are all broken. Just when he was depressed, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the infirmary. Hearing the knock on the door, Iris Veal let go of Isumu. After all, in front of outsiders, she still has to maintain her majesty. Come in. After arranging her clothes, Iris Veal said with a majestic face. If he hadn't noticed her blushing face, Isumu would have almost believed it. And Yuchen also sat up at this time. The door was slowly opened, and Asuna and Sugiha walked in from outside with a few girls with bruised noses and bruised faces. When he saw these people, Yuchen was dumbfounded. Fuck, it's so miserable. It's all a pig's head. Yuchen expressed admiration. It was the first time he had seen a girl beaten so badly. The moment Asuna and Sugiha saw Uken wake up, they breathed a sigh of relief. But soon they reacted, and now is not the time to think about it. After bringing in the girls behind him, Asuna said, Teacher, please help me with the treatment. Iris Veal glanced at Asuna and then at Sugiha. After a flash of surprise in his eyes fell directly on the girls they brought in. After the corners of her mouth twitched, Iris Veal started to complain. That guy hits hard. This familiar technique, you don't need to think about it, it must be the ghost of Yuji. Specifically staring at the student's face. In a good name, let them learn a little more and know how to protect themselves when fighting against others. It's outrageous, but the effect is really good. It just made her a little tired. After Asuna handed these classmates to Iris Veal, she ran directly to Isumu. Isumi, how are you? Looking at Isumu in front of him, Asuna's face was full of concern. At the same time, I secretly glanced at the Iris Veal who treats those classmates. Sugiha on the side also looked at Isumu with worried eyes. When Yuchen heard Asuna's words and saw Sugiha's gaze, he immediately nodded towards her. It's not a big problem. I'm in a better state than I've ever been. Come on, it's time to leave. After saying that, Isumi got out of bed. Hearing Isumu say that, Asuna and Sugiha were immediately stunned. Before waiting for them to ask anything, Isumi said directly to Iris Veal. Ellie, I'll go first. I'll come back to you when I have time. Iris Veal nodded without looking back. No problem. You go first, and I'll find you later. When Yuchen heard this, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. After winking at Asuna and Sugiha, Isumu turned around and left. When the two saw this, they hurriedly followed. After leaving the infirmary, Asuna asked directly. Yuchen, you and that doctor. Sugiha also looked straight at Isumu. Now the two want to know what the relationship between Izumi and Iris Veal is. This mature royal sister who suddenly appeared, put too much pressure on them. After all, Iris Veal seems to be able to satisfy all the XP of this guy Izumi. This is outrageous, and it is still a big devil-level opponent. Chapter 69_. Facing Asuna's question, Isumi immediately shrugged. He didn't hide anything, but said it generously. Well, someone related to the second world. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Speaking of this, Yuchen also had to sigh, it was too coincidental. Ellie is actually here too. After receiving confirmation from Isumu, Asuna and Sugihara glanced at each other, and then a wry smile appeared on their faces. So annoying, it really happened. There are big crises. After Yuchen explained it again, he didn't say anything more. To be fair, he's pretty messy now. It's completely different from the anime he watched. When he awakened the Emiya Giant template, he knew what his relationship with Ellie was. Exciting anyway. And what makes Yuchen the most helpless is that this guy Ellie saw him, after seeing that his magic power was not enough during the short period of time when he was in a coma. The first time the little Holy Grail was divided and given to him. In his memory, it was at the last moment that Ellie did this. This time, Ellie brought those memories with her and gave it directly to Yuchen when she saw it. It is estimated that even if Yuchen said anything, Ellie would not listen to it, but would stick to it, without the slightest hesitation. So Izumi is in a complicated mood right now. The three of them left here with their own thoughts. When they came outside, Iken suddenly asked Sugihara and Asuna. The training over there is over. Are you alright? Shouldn't he be beaten too? Speaking of this, Izumi looked at Sugihara and Asuna strangely. Hearing this, Asuna said helplessly. We were disliked by our teachers. She asked us to send those classmates to the infirmary. However, in fact, Teacher Yuji is quite good at talking. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't let us take leave. But finally let us go. When Asuna said this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. At the beginning of the training, the guy beat up a few female classmates with bruises, and then immediately paused and asked the two of them to send those classmates to the infirmary. From this, it can be seen that Yuji is actually very good at talking. It just doesn't show up. After listening to Asuna's words, Iken couldn't help but complain. I know. H&Z, second knife style, glasses girl, hidden giant, arrogant. It's all about that guy's cuteness. So, nothing to be surprised about. You're arrogant, I know. When Asuna and Sugihara heard Iken complaining, their expressions suddenly became more and more strange. You seem to know her very well. What is this guy trying to say? Don't think they don't know. Dressed like that, this guy can see it? Still know that? This time, Asuna and Sugihara were really puzzled. Could it be that this guy Yuchen still knows Yuji? Thinking of this, the two frowned slightly. Is the second generation also related to Yuji? Or the third world? So fast? Noticing the suspicious eyes of the two, Yuchen shook his head. Doesn't explain anything. I can't tell them that I read it on Menniang Encyclopedia. Well, also saw it on the beep card. The three returned to the gym. In the gym at this time, Yuji had beaten everyone down. Get up, get up. Get up quickly. Let me tell you, just like you, if you encounter a stronger enemy with this attitude, it will probably be solved in an instant. Stand up and keep fighting. Grumpy old mustard is yelling. Yelling for the students to stand up. Izumi came here, saw this scene, decisively pulled Asuna and Sugihara, turned around and left. Go. Stay away from this guy. Yuchen didn't want to go up and be beaten. Let the other students suffer. What a joke, it would be very humiliating to be beaten into a pig's head. Didn't you see that the senior sisters and seniors around were already laughing? Among the many classmates, Yuchen couldn't recognize who was who. Zhongji and Li Wei were also inside, but when Yuchen looked over, he didn't even know it was them. It feels like it's going to break apart. Izumi takes Asuna and Sugihara off. After they left, Yuji raised her eyebrows. Her eyes looked directly at the place where Izumi had just left. Tisk. I ran away. However, that guy actually gave him the Holy Grail. Well, it's decided, let the three guys participate in the next thing. Speaking of which, A sly look flashed in her eyes. The reason for doing this today is that I want to beat Isumu up and get revenge on him. There is also a good test of the strength of the people in this class. It's just that these guys don't feel right. Except for Yi-chan, this year's newcomers are not very strong. Asuna and Sugiha are not bad, but not as strong as Isumu. The one who satisfies her the most is that guy Isumu. Thinking of this, she quickly had an answer in her heart. Look at these unlovable students lying on the ground. She didn't go ahead and force them to stand up. Instead, he began to cast some simple healing magic to heal them. She, who is best friends with Iris Veal, also knows a lot of healing magic. In addition, she is proficient in various herbal medicines. It is not too simple to treat these guys. It's just that she didn't pay attention to those who were beaten into pigs' heads by her. Just because I'm too lazy. At the same time, it can be regarded as a long memory for these guys. Don't think that you can do whatever you want by awakening the power of your previous life. It's not enough. There are simply not too many strong people in this world. After giving these guys a brief treatment, Yuji said a few words and let them rest on their own before leaving here. She has to deal with some things next. The battle with Isumu just now made such a big noise. She also needs to deal with it properly and give others an explanation. Qian Wanghao, moreover, it is estimated that there is a very good student in Imperial University. It should have been spread out. Some people who have been targeting the Dragon Kingdom will not easily let go of the genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Regarding Yuchan's matter, she also needs to seriously think about it. If it is targeted by some forces that are hostile to the Dragon Kingdom, it will be troublesome. Don't think that if the Dragon Kingdom is the number one in the world, no one will be watching. There are not a few people who are eyeing the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for the first emperor to suppress, it is estimated that those barbarians would have rushed up and took a few bites. Many things are not so simple on the surface. In addition, the terrorist organization called the Shadow Organization has been very active recently. She couldn't believe it, those guys didn't get the message. So, she, Yuji, is still very busy. No time to pay attention to this group of pigs. The classmates in the class were relieved when they saw that Yuji was gone. The big devil is finally gone. Chapter 70 _ Yuji's worry was not without reason. At this time, in a relatively remote corner, a young girl shrouded in black robes looked at the information uploaded by her subordinates. A strange light flashed in those scarlet pupils. A genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who don't grow up are not geniuses. However, interesting. How can you fight that woman like this? In that case. Speaking of which, the murderous intent in her eyes surged wildly. It seemed that he wanted to kill Isumu. But after thinking about it, she didn't act. Because this is the imperial capital, if they dare to appear, it is estimated that they will be watched instantly. There are many monsters in the imperial capital. No one dares to be presumptuous here. Even if you want to do something, you have to do it slowly. And still sneakily. Otherwise, just wait to die. No one can save that. Although Yuchan was being targeted, it would be safe for a while. As long as he doesn't run around, it is estimated that no one will come to trouble him. After all, no one has gone so crazy as to come to the university to trouble him. Imperial University can be said to be the most dangerous place. No one dares to come here to make trouble. Otherwise, a bunch of strong people will teach you how to behave. After Yuchan and the others attended the morning class, after lunch, they went to other classrooms to take elective courses. All three of Isumu took the magic class. When Yuji asked everyone to choose elective courses yesterday, Yi Cheng chose the courses he wanted to study. Izumi didn't intend to choose a magic class. It's just that I can learn to meditate when I hear that I choose to choose a magic class. Then, when the capacity of mana was increased, Izumi decided to sign up. After all, Izumi really lacked mana at that time, and the amount of mana at the vertices was like a game without any auxiliary skills. Pitiful. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the changes, who can think of the next day. He met Iris Veal himself, but she also stuffed him with a small holy grail. Looking at his blue bar with plenty of blue, Izumi expressed melancholy. Before, the lack of blue was not enough, and now there is too much blue. The faucet is also not big enough, and the output is not strong enough. Yuchen, who smacked his lips, saw that looking at the magic teacher on the podium, Yuchen decided to listen carefully. It would also be nice to learn some generic magic. When you are free, you can go to Iris Veal and ask her to teach some healing magic. In this case, he is also a half-nurse. An archer who cannot melee combat is not a good nurse. Study hard, study makes me happy. With such a mentality, Yuchen heard it seriously. Maybe it's because the first template has elves, but Izumi's talent is pretty good when it comes to magic. Before, the conditions did not allow him to learn too much magic. But now, he may be stronger than master. There were quite a few people in Izumi's class who chose to study magic. If you look around and see those guys with blue noses and bruised faces, you can tell that those guys are from Izumi's class. High recognition. Didn't you see people in other classes blushing when they saw the guys in Izumu's class like this? Everyone was amused by these guys. They also heard that the guys in Izumu's class seemed to be slapped by the teacher today. Yuchen listened carefully all afternoon. When the get out of class ended in the evening, Izumi returned to the dormitory with Asuna and the others. However, as soon as he knocked on the door of his dormitory, Izumi was stunned. Because Izumi and their dormitories are already filled with people. The TV in the dormitory was on, and when the three walked in, they also saw the figure lying on the sofa. You guys are back. Hee, are you surprised? It was Ali who came. And Yuchen glanced at the suitcase she had left aside. Suddenly speechless. Are you going to move in with me? Is this serious? Asuna and the others also saw that suitcase. For a while, my heart was also lying in a trough. It's so fast. I just met today and moved in directly in the afternoon. Is it so outrageous? Even if I-Chen was also a little caught off guard. How is this guy fat? When Iris Veal heard Izumi say that, she immediately smiled. When he jumped up and hugged Iken, he said excitedly, I want to be with you. Well, no one can separate us. Asuna looked at Izumu, and then at Iris Veal who was hugging him. For a while, he was a little stunned. What is the relationship between these two people? Sugiha opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. That. Mrs. Alice Phil? How old are you? She wondered now how old Iris Veal was. How to feel like a kid. Iris Veal was stunned when she heard Sugiha's words. In fact, Izumi is also very curious. How big is this guy? Well, I'll think about it. I seem to have forgotten. Should be 17 years old. Iris Veal said something serious and made everyone vomit blood. Goddamn 17 years old. You don't have to do this to fool people, do you? Yi-Chen looked at her speechlessly. Don't make trouble, you're not a certain old woman. How can you be 17? Iris Veal smiled. Well, don't ask the girl's age casually. I'm not much older than you anyway. Don't care about the details. Also, age means nothing to us, does it? After saying this, she looked at Yi-Chen with a smile. If Yi-Chen dares to say no words, Iris Veal dares to do strange things. Because when Iris Veal spoke at this time, she had already brought a little of her own momentum. Even though Iris Veal is a support, she is also a 7th order powerhouse. Much stronger than Izumi. Thinking of this, Yuchen decisively changed the subject. Is this really good? If you come here to live, aren't you afraid of what others say? It's important about this. This guy came in openly and was seen by other students, so he would probably gossip. Hearing Isumu say that, Iris Veal didn't care. What are you afraid of? If they have the ability, they will also find a former teacher who is a teacher. You say so? She doesn't care about that. What do other people think? What's up with her? The current Iris Veal wanted to follow Isumu. Can't let him run away anymore. Because she has waited too long. Iris Veal's words left Asuna and Sugihara speechless. It is true that they are friends, but they are speechless. And from what she said, the two also got a message. That is, Iris Veal is Izumi's beauty. This is very depressing. Indeed a formidable enemy. Chapter 71 Iris Veal wanted to live in, but Asuna and Sugihara had no choice. Prevent. Let her go? This kind of thing doesn't seem to be possible. And her reason is also justifiable. If anyone is upset, let them, find one too. Just like that, Iris Veal lived directly in Isumu's dormitory, down. It didn't even take a while for her to mingle with Asuna and Sugihara. Yuchen was speechless when he saw that. Iris Veal's innocent personality is very easy to get along with. Looking at Iris Veal, Isumu suddenly remembered something. Involuntarily asked. Ilya, Mayu, have you seen Xiaohei? They haven't shown up yet. Now that Iris Veal is here, what about the two loli? Hearing Isumu's question, Iris Veal was stunned for a moment. Then shook his head. I don't know, I also looked for it, but I couldn't find it. I guess he hasn't been born yet. However, Laya has seen it. Do you want me to contact her? After saying this, she couldn't help but wink at Yuchen. Arteria, Isumu's friend, a comrade who once fought together. Doesn't Yuchen plan to meet her? Hearing Iris Veal's words, Izumi frowned and refused. No need. We will meet naturally by chance. Not to mention, she is still the queen of a country now. Dumwang Yuchen naturally knew. That guy is now the queen of Britain. Izumi can be seen every day on TV. Every now and then there's news about that guy on the internet. And people don't want to see it. Probably busy. Although tell her that she is here, she may run over. But that's too much trouble. And it's impossible for Yuchen to run over to tell people that he is here, so hurry up and meet me or something. Izumi is not that boring yet. Iris Veal heard Izumi say this, and after thinking about it, she suddenly said. By the way, she should come to the Dragon Country after a while. The annual college game is about to begin. Tomorrow, Mustard Hinako should talk to you guys. She should let you in by then. Maybe you'll be able to see her. Hearing this news suddenly, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. What? College game? What does this have to do with me? Does that guy still want me to participate? As a new player, are you sure you want me to participate in such a competition? Yuchen expressed his incomprehension. Damn, she's only tier 2, shouldn't other people be allowed to participate in this kind of competition? What about the seniors in the 3rd or 4th year? Where is his turn? I don't know what happened to this game though. But shouldn't those seniors go? What the hell is it that they let these new players go? When Iris Veal heard Izumi say that, she immediately smiled. Do you think today's battle is that easy? As far as your current combat effectiveness is concerned, there are probably not many students in the school who can beat you. So, don't belittle yourself. You are very strong. Wait until tomorrow, Mustard Hinako will tell you. This is a rare opportunity. Must go. The rewards are plentiful. That's the secret treasure that can speed up your awakening. After saying this, she didn't say any more. Hearing these words, Izumi frowned deeply. Wake up faster? That is, speed up the fusion template. If there is such a thing, then this game seems to be really going. Moreover, there may be templates that can be seen in the competition. After thinking about it, Yuchin decided to wait and see what happened. Asuna and Sugiha listened to their conversation, and they were really shocked. Yuchin's second awakening actually knew the Queen of Britain? Even, according to Irisveel's words, the relationship between the two is still very good. So, who is the second generation of Izumi? It should be famous in history to have a good relationship with such a person. For a while, the two really didn't understand. Why do they feel that the stronger Yuchin is, the more they don't understand Yuchin? Yuchin did not continue to say more on this matter. Instead, after picking a room, he threw Irisveel's luggage into it. Let her live in that empty room. As for Asuna and Sugiha, I still live with Izumi. Although Irisveel is very dissatisfied with this decision, it is right. Even wanted to refute. However, they were directly suppressed by Yuchin. The refutation is invalid. It is true that you live there obediently, don't try to run over and make trouble. However, what Izumi didn't expect was that Asuna and Sugiha actually started backstabbing Izumi. It's a good name, someone is living in now, and it would be embarrassing if they still live together. So the two guys moved straight to the empty room in Irisveel's room. In this regard, Yuchin expressed very depressed. Is your sex life just like this? Too bad. It seems that Izumi's good deeds were disturbed by the discovery of his presence. While Asuna and Sugiha were busy with other things in the room, Irisveel sneaked up to Izumu's ear and whispered. Do you want me to come with you tonight? Hee, I have everything you want, in my suitcase. Speaking of which, she pretended to have tears in her eyes. This lethality is simply not too strong, right? Seeing Irisveel like this, Izumi almost couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down. Watch the image. After saying that, Yuchin resolutely went back to the room, and then slammed the door shut. Seeing this scene, Irisveel pouted. Cut. Pretend. Although there was a round of reincarnation, she knew Yuchin very well. It was obvious at a glance that this fellow Yuchin was pretending. But she doesn't care, anyway, this guy will definitely not be able to run away this time. I just met him now, and there is still more time. By the next day, the news that Irisveel had moved to Izumu's dormitory suddenly spread. This also left a lot of people confused. What did the medical teacher do to live in the students' dormitory? For a while, the whole school was buzzing. And Yuchin also changed and became more famous. The battle between Yicheng and Yuji yesterday made many people remember his name. In addition, this guy Yuchin actually brought his sister paper to the school. Now even Irisveel is not spared. At this moment, no matter whether it is a student or a teacher, everyone remembers Yicheng, a terrific student. Even this incident was spread outside, which surprised many melon eaters. It's just that the parties Izumu and Irisveel don't care about the discussions of these people at all. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. Dry. Chapter 72_. As soon as Yicheng came to the class and sat down, Li Wei and Zhongzhi rushed up. Izumi, how did you do it? Why did Mrs. Alice Phil come to your dormitory? Li Wei was very emotional at this time. It's as if Izumi did something unreasonable. Looking at the guy in front of him whose nose was bruised and swollen like a pig's head, Yuchin stretched out his hand to stop him and said. Stop, don't come near me. What's the matter with your pair of lemons? The sour smell can be smelled from a distance. Just say it with envy. This guy is obviously sour. Li Wei was immediately embarrassed when Yuchin said this. He looked at Yicheng with resentment on his face. You guys' peach blossom luck is really against the sky. Obviously there are two of them, and now you are still attacking the well-known teacher Irisville in the school. Damn. When he said this, he was sour. Irisville is very famous at Imperial College. Everyone knows that there is a very gentle, kind, and beautiful doctor at Imperial College. They received Irisville's treatment yesterday afternoon, so they were quite fond of Irisville. But the result? What a meow, this guy, Yuchen, took him back to the dormitory with his backhand. This Nima is too much. The dream just shattered. Li Wei was not too excited, on the contrary, he was very curious about the relationship between Yuchen and Irisville. I'm rather curious. Does that teacher have anything to do with you? This one doesn't seem to be easy. When he said this, his face was very strange. Irisville not only ran out to block Isumu's attack, but also carried him away. Even listening to her and Yuji's conversation, the two clearly knew each other. When Yuchen heard his question, he immediately shrugged. Guess what? In a word, it directly made the two of them lose their temper. Special meow, if you don't want to say it, you don't want to say it? Guess your sister. The two decided not to ask. Chat with this guy, maybe you will be pissed off that day. After staring at the bastard Yuchen, the two sat down and whispered together, not knowing what they were talking about. Seeing the appearance of these good friends, Yuchen's guess became more and more certain. Shouldn't these two guys really be the base? Can't be bothered. I really don't know how these two guys developed, and it actually became like this. Is the sister paper not fragrant? Actually play this kind of thing. The two who were talking in a low voice shuddered subconsciously. Then quickly opened a little distance. What's the fat thing? Why do you feel a chill? Li Wei was a little confused. Have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Where does that feeling come from? Zhongji on the side was also very puzzled. Who is watching them? Just when the two were wondering, the bell rang for the class. Grumpy Old Mustard walked in from outside. When the people in the class saw the irritable Old Mustard, the noisy classroom became quiet the moment she came in. Everyone looked at Yuji with fear on their faces. They have been left with a psychological shadow yesterday. When the entire class saw Yuji, the first thing they thought of was the fear she had dominated yesterday. Now everyone sees her like a mouse meets a cat. Fear not. And Yuji doesn't care what these guys think. After coming to the class, seeing that everyone was quiet, she didn't need to speak. She was actually quite satisfied with this. Glancing at the guys present, she said directly. Say something. Just listen to you. This dictatorial look directly made the people in the class tremble with fright. Yuji ignored it and continued to speak. Next, there is a worldwide competition. Once a year like that. To put it bluntly, show your muscles and show your talents. Originally, it's not your turn to know about this. But I've decided to let someone in the class go this year. So here, I'll talk about it first. Hearing her words, everyone in the class turned to Yuchen. It was a shock in my heart. Isumi had expected it, because Irisville told her yesterday. Seeing the reactions of these people, Yuji nodded with satisfaction. Looks like you all know. That's right, that guy Izumi. You have seen his strength. Even the juniors and seniors are not necessarily better than him. So, let him participate. Do you have any comments? After saying this, Yuji's eyes suddenly became sharp. That's what happened, and everyone in the class shook their heads in unison. How dare they have an opinion? Dare to have an opinion? Afraid not to be killed? And you have decided on this matter, is there any use in saying it? It doesn't matter if you say it or not. Yuji nodded with satisfaction. Very good, no comments, then it's fine. Of course, in addition to Isumu, Asuna, Sugiha, these two will also participate. Plus there are some second and third year seniors. The first year representatives are the three of you. So I'll give you a special training next. Yuji, who said so, directly told her plan. However, hearing what she said, Yuchin's eggs hurt. Are you sure you're not trying to be lazy? What the hell kind of plan is this? Directly let the people in the class beat up the three of them, so as to exercise the actual combat ability of the three? It was so obvious that Iken had to teach her a lesson. When Yuji heard what Yi Cheng said, she immediately glared at him. It's so noisy, I don't have it. After saying that, she snorted coldly. Although she thought so, she would not admit it. Yuchen looked at her like this and was speechless. Yuji gave this matter directly, and then she opened the topic and said. Then let's start today's lesson. Today is not to fight, but to teach you a new skill. Having said that, Yuji wrote 2 words on the blackboard. Run away. Looking at the 2 words Yuji wrote, Yi Cheng was a little confused. Not only was Yi Cheng a little confused, but many people in the class were very confused. Isn't this Nima a skill in the game? Are you sure it's a new skill? After Yuji wrote the 2 words, she opened her mouth and said. Many of you have played games. Yes, just sprint. The skill of sprinting is, to put it bluntly, a special acceleration skill. It's actually pretty easy to do. It's also one of the skills you have to learn. As she finished speaking, a classmate suddenly raised her hand and asked excitedly. Old Mustard, is there a flash? I want to learn. Chapter 73_. When Yuji heard the student's question, her face suddenly darkened. I have beheading, do you want to learn? Go aside. You don't know how to walk, so you want to learn to flash. Even if there is, can you learn it now? It's not that she is testing these students, and that's what it is. Flashing, that is already the magic of the space department. Even if there is, are they qualified to learn it? Can you learn it? Lao Mustard said that he hated this kind of arrogant guy the most. Glancing at the student, she seriously explained how to use sprinting. After being reprimanded by her, the students below listened seriously. Don't dare to ask those weird questions again. For fear that this guy will beat them up again. In front of Yuji, these students are always just younger brothers. Yuchen also listened very seriously. He still had to learn this kind of speed increasing ability. Although Yuji has a violent temper, she still has nothing to say when teaching students. After making sure that everyone understood, this guy directly pulled everyone and went outside and started to try one by one. All day long, Yuji was teaching everyone these things. She didn't let everyone leave until after school in the afternoon. And many people in the class were exhausted at this time. Because Yi-29 was running all the time, he almost didn't break their legs. Looking at these fake people, Yi Cheng returned to the dormitory like a normal person. In the following days, Yi Cheng also began to receive special training arranged by Yuji. Although I really want to scold my mother, this special training is still very effective. Yuchen's strength is also improving day by day. Those guys in the class were also hanged by Yuchen and cleaned up for a few days. It wasn't until Friday night that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally rest. It's been less than a week since the beginning of the school year, and it's almost like months have passed. Every day is very fulfilling. Although tired, but the strength of the improvement is also real. Just like Yi Cheng, his template fusion has increased a lot. Isumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao, Allo, GGO period, fusion degree, 50%. Weapon, Elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword proficiency, two-handed sword proficiency, magic attribute magic. Sprite mode. Second template, Emi Ya Giant, Multi-World Fusion Super Invincible Enhanced Edition, Fusion Rate, 33.3%. Abilities, Projection, Clairvoyance, Mind Eye, Death Eye. Degree of fusion has directly increased by 3.3%, which is a very good gain. Fighting every day, training at a high intensity every day. Not only is the degree of integration improving, but even the actual combat capability is also rising. Back in the dormitory, Izumi reclined on Irisveel's lap and enjoyed Irisveel's massage. He's been exhausted these days. That guy Yuji deliberately arranged such a training method for him, but he was very depressed. Irisveel rubbed Izumu's temples. Then he said with a smile, "Tomorrow is Saturday, let's go shopping." Fortunately, after suffering for so long, it's good to go out and relax. Hearing her say that, Yuchin thought about it and didn't refuse. "That's all right, I have no problem." After spending a few days together, Izumi and Irisveel's relationship has also become very cordial. Mainly because Irisveel was too proactive. From time to time, I would give Yuchin a knee pillow, and then I would give Yuchin a facial cleanser. Who can handle this? Therefore, Yi-Cheng did not resist at all and fell directly. "No way, she's so sweet. Although we haven't reached the final step yet, it's coming soon." Now Yuchin has not rejected her. After Izumi agreed, Irisveel was still very happy. Sugiha and Asuna on the side looked at Izumu with sadness on their faces. Asuna even complained directly. "So realistic. When you were shopping with us before, obviously, you were reluctant. Now you agreed without any hesitation. This gap is too big." Yuchin rolled his eyes when he heard her words. He didn't want to explain. "It's completely incomparable." Sugiha on the side was also muttering. Saying something that Yuchin is unkind, unreliable, unfair, etc. Izumi didn't care about that. Fortunately, after suffering for so long, at night, Yuchin went back to his room early to prepare to rest. However, just as Iken lay down, his door was opened from the outside. "Asuna." Just as Izumi's voice fell, Irisveel pounced. "Oh no. It's me." Looking at Irisveel, who was close at hand, Izumi's eyes widened. "Ellie." Irisveel nodded. "Well, it's me. This time, you can't run away. Hey hey hey." When she said this, a red light flashed in her eyes. The temperament of the whole person instantly became very strange. Seeing her like this, Yuchin frowned. Black Holy Grail. Just when Yuchin was about to speak out, she was held down by her. She didn't give Yuchin a chance to speak, but directly blocked him with her actions. Faced with such an Irisveel, Izumu naturally would not be caught off guard. He suppressed her directly with his backhand, and then he said, "Ellie, call me daddy." Silent all night. Irisveel woke up early. At this moment, she looked at Yi-Cheng with excitement on her face. Izumi, who also woke up, looked at Irisveel, who looked like this. He frowned and said. Just as he was about to say something, Irisveel stopped her. "I know what you want to ask. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect me. I'm in good shape now." She knew what Yuchin wanted to say. It was nothing more than the aura about her. That breath had long since blended in perfectly with her. So there is no problem at all. She naturally knew about Yuchin's worries. When Yuchin heard her say that, he frowned slightly before saying no more. Looking at her like this, it doesn't seem like someone has something to do. So there's nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Izumi nodded. "If it's all right, then I'm relieved. Let's go, it's time to get up and go shopping." After Yuchin finished speaking, he was the first to get up. To be honest, his waist still hurts a bit. Who made the seductive Irisveel so good? Ordinary people who can bear it? Chapter 74 _ Izumi, Asuna, Sugiha, Iris Veal, the four of them went out together. A group of people walked on the campus, and many people looked at them with surprise. Iris Veal was holding Izumu's arm at this time. Although yesterday was the first time, today she is still like a normal person. In her words, it means that she has been cured. No pressure at all. That's what makes Iris Veal like a normal person. This group of people walking on the road is undoubtedly very attractive. Everyone knows that Iris Veal went to live with Izumu and the others. Now seeing them appear together, and they are still very close, this undoubtedly confirms the rumor. But Izumi and the others turned a blind eye to the gazes of those around them. Walked outside like no one else. Whether it was Izumi or Iris Veal, they didn't care. After the three left the school, they took the subway to the most prosperous shopping mall near the university town. Then started hanging out. When Yuchin left the school, some interested people naturally received the news immediately. Still in that dark room. After hearing the report of the subordinate, the black-clothed girl suddenly showed a cruel smile on her face. All three guys left together. Interesting. And with an Iris Veal. Huh. After saying this, the smile on her face grew even stronger. Pick up the special contact device on the side. It just started to arrange. If they left the school, then they naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. As long as they move fast, and then escape from the spot as soon as possible. Then no matter how strong Ying Zhen was, it was impossible to find them. What if there is a threat from the sky? As long as there is no evidence and no trace of them, then they are safe. It is with such an idea that the people of these terrorist organizations dare to act recklessly on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. And this year, their mission is to hunt down the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Now the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough, and there are not a few countries that the first emperor has destroyed. To put it bluntly, the Shadow Organization is just a group of terrorists composed of subjugated slaves. This organization existed a long time ago. Even the first emperor almost wiped out a wave. Only in recent years has it recovered a little. They didn't dare to do anything to the first emperor and those officials, so they could only pick those soft persimmons to pinch. Like a genius like Izumu. And this time, they are also planning to shoot Yuchin. Who made Yuchin in the limelight now? Terrorists don't care so much about you, the more genius you are, the more they like it. Only by killing all the geniuses can the Dragon Kingdom be severely damaged and they can find opportunities. Well, it's just their wishful thinking. After all, the Dragon Kingdom never relies on any genius. Instead, it was the first emperor who was suppressing everything from beginning to end. If Izumi knew what those guys were thinking, he would definitely complain wildly. This group of neuropathy. Even he would be very depressed. After all, he was targeted by such a neurosis. Izumi doesn't show anything about all this now. I don't know, he is about to face a powerful attack next. At this time, he was enjoying the pain of shopping with girls. I thought Iris Veal and Asuna were different. When shopping, I will be quieter, I won't want to see everything, and I want to buy everything. But he still looked down on Iris Veal. Or it is to underestimate the desire of women to go shopping. Just like men have a soft spot for that, women also have a soft spot for shopping, and even can't stop it. I want to buy everything, want to see everything, but I'm still struggling to buy it. This is simply going to bring Yuchin down. Izumi, who had no love for her life, was dragged by Iris Veal, Asuna, and Sugiha with a smile to wander around the mall. Just when he was about to find an excuse to take a break, a small cracking sound suddenly sounded. Izumi, whose hearing was extremely sensitive, frowned. Look up. I saw that a few rays of light suddenly fell from the sky. And the target is their group. Looking up, clairvoyance activates. When Yuchin saw what those rays of light were, his complexion suddenly changed. It was an arrow mixed with enormous magical power. I saw Isumu suddenly stopped. Iris Veal was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Isumi? When her voice fell, Yi Cheng immediately jumped up. Then reach out. The next second, a huge red petal bloomed in Izumi's hand. Seeing this scene, Iris Veal and the others were stunned for a moment. Some passers-by were also a little confused. What is this old man doing? Just when many people don't understand. The few rays of light in the sky fell. It slammed directly on Yi Cheng's blazing 7-layered ring. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded in the mall. Originally, this place is a very dense place. The sudden explosion made the scene panic. Ah! Screams resounded throughout the mall. When Asuna and the others saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. She and Sugiha hurried to Iris Veal's side, ready to pull her out of here. After Yuchen, who jumped up, resisted the attack, he found out as soon as he landed, and several men in black jumped down from the shopping mall. With a sharp blade in his hand, he attacked directly. Not just in the sky. A few people rushed out from the panicked crowd, attacking Asuna, Sugiha, and Iris Veal. Yuchen's expression changed immediately after this. He didn't expect that he and others were actually surrounded. Thinking of this, Yuchen spoke directly to Asuna and the others without any hesitation. Prepare for battle. Hearing Isumu's words, Asuna and Sugiha directly entered the spirit state, and then took out their weapons and rushed towards the men in black. Seeing this, Iris Veal pouted. She was unhappy that these people interrupted her appointments. He reached out and stroked the snow-white hair. The next moment, a few silver threads appeared in front of them, and then quickly formed a Qian Wangzhao eagle. Iris Veal's voice also rang at this time. Rek, give you life. As her voice fell, the few eagles that looked like handicrafts suddenly neighed loudly. Then, it flew out like a bullet. Attacked towards the falling blacks in the sky. And all of this happened in just an instant. Puff puff. Those unlucky bastards were dealt with directly by Iris Veal before they landed. Don't look at Alice Phil being a doctor or a toilet. But the fighting ability is not weak at all. Especially her metal form manipulation magic. Each eagle of different shapes was created by her in an instant. Then it flew in the sky and rushed towards the men in black who were attacking. At this time, Izumi also reacted. Seeing the silver eagles that filled the audience in an instant, Yuchen was stunned. Chapter 75 _ The current Iris Veal must be too strong. Isumi looked at Iris Veal in confusion. Noticing Isumu's gaze, Iris Veal blinked. What's wrong? What look is this? Hearing her words, Yuchen rolled his eyes immediately. Are you that strong now? Isn't that kidding? Looking at the things she had summoned, Isumu really felt a pain in the ass. How long has it been? He jumped up and blocked those attacks. It was only a momentary thing. But Iris Veal directly summoned so many silver eagles. Hearing Isumu's words, Iris Veal giggled. Don't underestimate me. No matter how weak I am still a 7th order. Having said that, she winked at Iken. Obviously very proud. She is still very happy that her own strength can surpass Yuchen now. When Yuchen heard her words, he was immediately depressed. Everyone is getting stronger, but he is still so weak. After shaking his head, Isumi was about to say something. A dark shadow appeared behind Yi Cheng out of thin air. The broken blade in his hand attacked directly towards Isumu. The moment he appeared, Yuchen felt the cold hair stand upside down, and lowered his head subconsciously. The sharp blade slashed along Isumu's scalp. Several strands of hair fell out of it. Iris Veal's face changed, and he directly controlled those the silver eagle was attacking the figure that suddenly appeared. Sombra's master found that he missed Isumu. After a bang sound, he quickly retreated. But Irisveel's eagle had already rushed forward. I saw her quickly waving the short blade in her hand, and constantly began to fight against these alchemy products. And Yuchen also stood firm at this time. His eyes were full of murderous intent at this time. This guy almost killed him. Looking at this guy in front of him, Yuchen's eyes narrowed. The next moment, the system jumped out again. Discover recyclable templates? Fuck her. Seeing this message, Yi Cheng did not speak, but turned off the system directly. The eyes slowly began to change. Directly opened the magic eye of death. Although this guy was shrouded in black robes all over. But from her beautiful figure, it can be seen that the assassin in front of her is definitely a woman. However, even if it is a woman, Izumi will not show mercy this time. Thinking of this, Izumi spoke up. Ellie. Take those eagles back. Go kill the other guys. This person, leave it to me. Hearing Izumi say that, Irisveel was stunned. A moment. Then Inconvenience laughed. Okay. Having said that, she directly controlled the silver eagles and killed the other people in black robes. On the other side, Asuna and Sugiha had already fought fiercely with those black-robed men. There are many people in black robes, so now they are the ones who need help the most. After Irisveel controlled those silver eagles and left, the female assassin in front of him also stopped. She licked her lips. Allah! It's really arrogant. Do you think you can solve me? Having said that, she slowly lifted the hood on the black robe. Immediately afterwards, a girl with crystal clear fair skin and drooping eyes appeared in front of Yi Cheng. Slim body, the convex place is convex. This is a woman with a perfect body. And the whole body still exudes a charming aura, but there is a strong bloody smell on the body. It can be seen from the strong bloody smell that this guy has absolutely no idea how many people he has killed. Elsa. When seeing this person, Yuchen immediately remembered her name. Isn't this the killer sausage hunter from World Zero? And also a hybrid. A hybrid of vampires and humans. Elsa was surprised when Izumi called out her name. Brother, do you still know my name? Looks like it can't be left. Sure enough, I feel right, the thought of wanting to kill you in a hurry. Having said that, she licked her lips. The perfect body began to tremble. It's like encountering some prey. When Yuchen heard her words, his face suddenly turned cold. His figure disappeared immediately. Powerful magic power is poured directly into the legs to strengthen. Coupled with the sprinting that I learned from Yuji. At this moment, Yi Cheng's speed exploded to the extreme. Just like a flash, he rushed to Elsa's side in the blink of an eye. I don't know when a short blade appeared in my hand. Under the reflection of the colored pupils, the dead line on Elsa's body was clearly visible in Izumi's eyes. Facing that dead line, Yuchen waved the short-term appointment in his hand without hesitation. However, this woman is not so easy to deal with. The moment Izumi moved, her body tensed up. Just like an instinctive reaction, he subconsciously turned his body to the side. The machete in his hand directly resisted it. When Izumi's attack was directly blocked, Izumi, who was blocked, exerted a little force, then directly retreated, keeping a distance from Elsa. Then rushed up again. However, this time, Izumi's eyes fell on the machete in Elsa's hands. Elsa saw Izumi rushing up again. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Not to be outdone, he rushed forward. However, it was at the moment when the two sides came close to each other. Her smile froze. I saw that the machete in her hand was like a piece of tofu, which was easily cut open by Yi Cheng. Immediately afterwards, the short-term appointment in Izumi's hand slashed towards her chest without stopping. Blood spurted. Elsa was stunned and didn't know what was going on. Why is Yuchen able to easily cut her weapon open? but now is not the time for her to think too much. Feeling the mortal danger strikes again, Elsa retreats. And the short sword in Izumi's hand has been replaced by a black long sword at some point. The long sword in Yuchin's hand drew a half moon. However, Elsa was no longer there. At this time, Elsa had already distanced herself from Izumi. Izumi, who regained her footing, looked at Elsa with a blank expression. At this time, Elsa looked down at the wound on her body. She was dumbfounded. Why? At this time, she was full of confusion. Why is it so easy for Izumi to shred her weapon? Why is this second-order guy so powerful? Why was this guy able to pull out another weapon in an instant? All kinds of doubts began to entangle in her heart. Facing her doubts, Yi Cheng had a sneer on his face. In front of my eyes. As long as it is alive, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you. After saying this, Yuchen rushed out again. And Elsa was stunned when she heard this, and then she laughed. Laughed cruelly. A violent magic burst out from his body. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 76 _ Raging magic burst out from Elsa's body. In the next second, these magic powers slowly turned into a machete burning with magic power. Yuchen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself as he looked at the weapon she had summoned. T-species. So it is. Half vampire, because of those two true ancestors, did this guy also inherit the ability of the beast? Able to turn beasts into weapons. Then there is only the Chaos Queen. And after Elsa summoned the beast, she directly attacked Izumi. Under her control. The huge machete in his hand swung, and a scarlet, colored sword energy erupted. He slashed directly towards Izumi. Facing Elsa's attack, Izumi's eyes instantly locked onto a dead line. The long sword in his hand swings. As soon as the sword went down, the terrifying sword energy was instantly chopped up by Yi Cheng. However, Elsa had already rushed up at this time. Crazy killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was screaming wildly. Ha ha ha, kill you, definitely kill you. You can't stay in this world. Izumi is already so dangerous now. If you let him continue to grow, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, Izumi must be killed. Elsa's heart has long been twisted to the extreme. For such a genius, she could not wait to kill him. Izumi naturally would not let Elsa go. This guy almost killed him just now. How can such a thing be tolerated? Facing the attacking Elsa, Izumi decisively swung the sword. Ding! At the moment when the soldiers met, Elsa strayed a little from the weapon. Perfectly avoided the position that Izumi originally wanted to cut. Seeing that the weapon in her hand hadn't broken, Elsa suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Sure enough. Can I sever my weapon only by slashing in a special position? He he he. Elsa, whose smile became more perverted, became excited. It was as if he had discovered the limitations of Izumi's abilities. It got her excited. Yuchen frowned slightly, the reaction speed was really fast. This is the so-called, as long as you can't hit the weak point, you can't hurt me? Thinking of this, Yuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. After slashing several times, Izumi retreated and the weapon in his hand disappeared. In its place was a scarlet spear. Demon-breaking red rose. To be fair, his spear skills were abruptly improved by that guy Yuji. Thinking of this, Iken pouted, and after playing with a gun, he attacked Elsa again. Although Elsa was a little confused about Izumi's change of weapons. But it didn't take it to heart. It was still controlled by the machete that was turned into by the beast and slashed. However, this time, the result was far beyond her expectations. The originally excited face froze again. Is this the first time? Yuchen made him eat sperm too many times. Her familiar scimitar, constructed purely from magic power, collided with Isumu's spear. Just the moment the spear tip touched, the machete in Elsa's hand dissipated directly. It's like encountering some natural enemy. Before she could react, a yellow gun appeared again in Isumi's hand. The dying yellow rose. Seeing this scene, Elsa's face changed, and she hurriedly turned away. However, it's too late. Huang Qiangwei crossed her body. Although she didn't hit the dead line, it also left a deep scar on her body. Izumi had already left a scar. It's just that because of her terrifying recovery ability, she has completely recovered now. And now it's different. After distanced from Isumu, she looked at her irreversible wound, and her face suddenly became ugly. What is this? This time, Elsa panicked. Yuchen played with a gun and looked at her blankly. Even if the current Elsa is having a good time, Yuchen is not moved at all. He didn't speak, but attacked again. At this time, Elsa was already about to run away. This guy, Isumi, has too many tricks. There are endless. Especially those eyes, especially dangerous. Elsa with an ugly face saw Isumu rushing up again. She couldn't care less. Without saying a word, he was about to turn around and want to escape from here. However, how could Iris Veal, who has been staring at him, let her go? Not waiting for her to do anything. A few silver eagles directly blocked her retreat. Damn. She has a heart to expel these silver-wired eagles. But Isumi had already rushed up. The long spear in his hand stabbed towards her without hesitation. Facing the front and back attacks of Isumu and Iris Veal, Elsa's face was extremely ugly. She found that she could not escape. Yuchen showed no mercy. Take her chance to pause. The long spear in his hand stabbed at the dead spot on her body. Elsa looked at the red spear she had pierced through. His face froze completely. Crushing pain came from the wound. At this moment, her eyes widened. He slowly turned his head and looked at Izumi, who had no expression on his face. Slowly, her eyes began to blur. You. Before she finished speaking, her pupils completely dissipated. Finally, with a snap, he threw himself to the ground. Seeing that she had completely lost the breath of life, Yuchen also slowly dispelled the spear in his hand. At this time, the system also began to play its role. Recycle Elsa directly. 0. The recovery this time made Yuchen stunned. I saw that Elsa's figure was slowly disappearing. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and dissipated in the air. Seeing this scene, Yuchen was speechless. You took all her body. What the hell is this? It wasn't like this before. This system actually took away Elsa's body? Iris Veal, who was on the side, was also a little stunned when she saw this scene. Have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Why did that guy's body suddenly disappear? The system also answered Yuchen's question at this time. Waste utilization? Take it back and see if it can be resurrected? Then make a toy for you. After all, she's amazing, isn't she? And it's still a complete one? God made him a toy. Has the system started to go haywire? After complaining fiercely in his heart, Yuchen asked another question. Isn't it strengthened this time? This is what Yuchen is most concerned about right now. 2 recycling modes. The system also quickly answered Yi Cheng's doubts. No. You can choose to strengthen, or you can choose to keep. If you keep it, I will revive her again and give it to you as a subordinate. 100% loyalty, you can do whatever you want? How are you excited? Choose it. I want that. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward. Dry. Chapter 77 _ The system gave Isumu a choice. Seeing this choice, Yi Cheng said without hesitation. Strengthen it. Subordinates. Unnecessary. Elsa is not her type either. He is not lacking either. Since you can strengthen yourself, what are you waiting for? Of course it's strengthening. Hearing Yuchen say that, the system didn't have any big surprises. Learn. When the voice fell, it stopped talking. And the degree of fusion of the Izumi Emi Yajian template is also suddenly increasing. Izumi. Sex, male. Awakened. First template, Kazuto Kiritani, Sao, Allo, GGO period, fusion degree, 50%. Weapon, Elaborator. Abilities, one-handed sword proficiency, two-handed sword proficiency, magic attribute magic. Sprite mode. Second template, Emi Yajiant, Multi-World Fusion Super Invincible Enhanced Edition, Fusion, 40%. Abilities, Projection, Clairvoyance, Mind Eye, Death Eye. Watching that fusion jump from 33.3% to 40%. Yuchen felt that he had grown a lot stronger again, and nodded in satisfaction. This also means that Elsa has since disappeared. Thinking of this, Izumi stopped talking. His eyes fell on Asuna and Sugiha. The battle has come to an end at this time. It was only at this time that Yuchen realized that the security guards who were on the field had already arrived. Even joined the fight. The security guards in this national chain of large shopping malls are naturally not vegetarians. No matter how weak chickens are, they still have tier 3 strength. Under the siege of them and Asuna, those men in black were also directly killed or captured. Take a look at the scene. Yuchen directly put away his weapon. Because of the attack of this group of terrorists, many unlucky people were injured. Iris Veal also came to Izumi's side at this time. These guys are coming for you. You have to be careful in the future. People from this organization should be eyeing you. Although Iris Veal wondered why Elsa suddenly disappeared. But it didn't take it to heart. There are so many strange things in this world. Rather than worrying about Elsa's disappearance, it's better to be concerned about Izumi being targeted by the Shadow Organization. Hearing her words, Izumi shook his head. This is not the first time. When I was in the college entrance examination, I also encountered an attack. But it was solved. Now that these guys are coming back, presumably they won't let go so easily. Having said this, Izumi frowned. What puzzled him the most was why these people were staring at him. Iris Veal sighed. She said helplessly. This year is not the first time. A lot of up-and-coming people have been attacked already. If you can, you should not leave school for the next period of time. Wait and see what the people above do. After the incident this time, it is estimated that the people above will start to clean up the people of the Shadow Organization. This time, they really crossed the line. Speaking of this, Iris Veal was also very angry. I don't dare to attack the powerhouses of the Dragon Country, so I just stare at the new generation of the Dragon Country. These scumbags are going to die. Thinking of this, a red light flashed in Iris Veal's eyes. Seeing this, Yuchen couldn't help but directly grab her hand and said, "Okay, let's go. Let's not go on shopping anymore, we'll leave it to the people in the guards to fix it." Having said that, Izumi waved to Asuna and Sugiha over there. Seeing this, Asuna and Sugiha, who happened to put away their weapons, also hurried over. After talking to the two of them, the four of them are ready to leave here. Just as the three were about to leave, a guard suddenly stopped them. "Please wait a moment." Hearing this, the four of them froze for a moment. The four who turned their heads looked at the police officer with puzzled faces. He first stepped forward, and then saluted Yuchen and the others very seriously. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Several people, please show your ID. We need to register." When Yi Cheng heard this, he was stunned for a moment. At this time, Iris Veal suddenly said, "She won't have to register. This is a student of our Imperial University. When the time comes, I will let UG contact you. Hearing what Iris Veal said, the police officer froze for a moment. Is that so? Then please show your ID. In the face of such inquiries, Yuchen and the others did not refuse. Instead, he was very cooperative and took out his student ID card and identification. At the same time, after the other party confirmed the identity of Iris Veal, I bowed and left here. He didn't continue to ask Yuchen to kill those people. After the matter here came to an end, Yi Chang and the others left here in a very low-key manner. There were already people standing outside at this time. No one thought that those guys would be so bold. How dare you attack people directly in such a place? After the attack, the Imperial City University received news soon. After learning that it was the students of Imperial University who were attacked, the principal was directly angry. Yuji heard the news. Brows furrowed. Tisk, is that guy really being targeted? However, it's quite a skill. Ellie didn't make a move. After muttering for a while, she put the information aside. And then just started to arrange it. Don't think about it, someone should be unlucky next. At the same time, Yuji's heart is also stable. In this university battle, it is estimated that no one will be able to pose any threat to Isumu. Not even that EPUB. What Yuji said. According to the report, the guy who attacked Isumu had reached the 4th rank, or even the 5th rank vampire. The strength of each race is different, and the strength that can be exerted is also different. Since Yuchen can kill the opponent, then facing the people sent by other countries to participate in the competition, Yuchen can easily deal with it. That's why she is so confident. There is still some time before the start of the game, maybe it can make that guy stronger? Entering the 3rd order ahead of time or something, these are all things she has to consider. Yuji is very optimistic about Yi Chang. As her student, she was attacked, so naturally she, a teacher, would not sit idly by. Even if she bullied Yuchen, the others wanted to bully too. Don't even think about this. With this thought in mind, the irritable old mustard gave orders one by one with murderous intent. Begin to cleanse the shadow organization in the Dragon Palace over and over again. This wave, I don't know how many people will suffer. Naturally, Yuchen didn't know about these things. What even Yuji herself didn't know was that there were people secretly watching Yi Chang. After learning that Isumu was attacked, she also took action. Chapter 78_. In a room full of various computer equipment. A small girl, shrouded in a brown cloak, raised her head expressionlessly. Cleanup begins. A voice without the slightest emotion came out of her mouth. A string of data flashed in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, the computer screen in front of her began to flicker. A powerful force directly enveloped the entire Dragon Kingdom through the network. As long as there is a signal, her power can easily penetrate. It seemed that something had been found, and the emotionless voice sounded again in this empty room. Target locked. Break speed violation, unfold. Falling with her voice. Layers of magic circles suddenly appeared in some deep mountains and wild forests, or in the sky above the wilderness. Even in some corners of the city that no one paid attention to, such a magic circle appeared. The sudden appearance of these magic circles also made many people look dazed. Totally don't understand what's going on. And at the moment when these magic circles appeared, in the palace of the imperial capital, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Zheng Ji's face. What's the matter? Who messed with that guy? Is there anything in these places? After muttering, he also showed his power. 29 Brother Zheng borrowed the power of the dragon's veins in the Dragon Kingdom, and his eyes were also directed towards those locked places. Just when he looked over, the magic circle in the sky has already fallen. The compressed magic power exploded directly. A beam of light falling from the sky instantly destroyed everything below. Whether in the deep mountains and forests, or in the remote corners of the city. At this moment, a big explosion occurred directly. The sudden explosion also shocked many people. Boom boom boom. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to set off fireworks. Seeing this scene, the first emperor frowned slightly. Before he could do anything, some men in black ran out of those buildings. Seeing these people, Zheng Ji suddenly felt relieved. Are these guys the target? Well, although it's a little disrespectful. But if it's these guys, then I have nothing to say. Since you are going to deal with them cleanly. It's like talking to someone. Brother Zheng muttered to himself and then stopped paying attention. And the petite figure in the room lowered his head after moving his ears. A few words were murmured in his mouth. Those magic circles that have not dissipated attacked again. He continued to bombard the fleeing men in black. Just for a moment, it is not known how many people of the Shadow Organization were shrouded in this terrifying attack. Then it was wiped out on the spot. After doing all this, she was like a normal person, slowly cancelling the magic that she had cast. Her abilities are terrifying. As long as the signal can reach, then her magic can be cast by the invisible signal. That is to say, as long as you or dare to run outside, her attacks can hit you. No matter if you go to the ends of the earth, you are targeted by this girl. Then just wait to die. No one can save that. You don't even need to do it yourself. This sudden magical attack directly caused an uproar across the country. Those originally tasked with investigating the Shadow Organization received orders at the same time. They rushed to the places where they were bombarded. Then start cleaning up the site. Although a lot of fish that slipped through the net escaped. But neither the girl nor the political brother took it to heart. I believe that after this time, it is estimated that no one will dare to be presumptuous on the land of Long Kingdom in the future. No one knows how terrifying the existence of the Dragon Kingdom is. In addition to the first emperor, there are actually many people who are terrifying. After the girl in the unknown room had done all this, she looked at Isumu again. In this dimly lit room, only the light of the computer and the girl's soft whisper remained. "Ni, wake up quickly." After saying this, her voice actress slowly became quiet. Only the sound of the main unit fan turning in the whole room was left. After Yuchen returned to the dormitory, he also saw the news that had just appeared. Looking at the news that instantly grabbed the headlines, Yi Cheng was a little confused. Justice from heaven? The person before? And the attack is still the base of the Shadow Organization? The appearance of these news really made Yi Cheng a little confused. Why does it feel like someone is watching these? The previous monster attack incident, the current Shadow Organization incident. There are all such attacks. Looking at the photo that was taken, Yuchen frowned. It felt familiar, but couldn't be sure it was that. Is that template character in charge of these things? Iris Veal on the side looked at Isumu with some doubts. What's wrong? You're staring at your phone like that. What's wrong with this news? Iris Veal looked at the news in Izumi's hands with puzzled expression on her face. Hearing her words, Izumi didn't wait for him to speak. Asuna on the side explained. We've seen this magic circle before. When this fellow Isumu awakened in the second rank, a monster was about to attack him. Then such magic appeared in the sky, which directly annihilated the monster. Now these magic circles have appeared again. Having said that, Asuna's gaze couldn't help but look at Isumu. I always feel that these magic circles seem to have some strange relationship with Isumu. Hearing Asuna's explanation, Iris Veal was stunned. Is that so? I seem to have seen news like this before. Do you mean, does this have anything to do with you? It was just attacked by the Shadow Group today, and then these magic circles appeared out of nowhere. Also gave the Shadow Corps a pot. Precision strike. Izumi, do you think it was the concubine you left outside? Huh? Iris Veal tilted her head and looked at Izumi with a strange look. Such a scene directly made Iris Veal make up a bunch of strange things. Just like, I love you very much, even if you don't love me, I will protect you in secret. As long as I silently guard you, I will be satisfied. Sooner or later, you will fall in love with me again. Or, like those novels about chasing husbands. Thinking of this, Iris Veal's eyes suddenly lit up. If so, that would be interesting. The novel came true, awesome. I noticed Iris Veal's strange gaze. Yuchen suddenly gave her a brain break. What are you thinking? I don't know what's going on at all. Apart from you, I don't know such a powerful person at all. This kind of attack that can spread all over the country in an instant, one can imagine how powerful they are. I couldn't have known such an awesome existence, and I don't have such an awesome existence in my memory. Even if there is, it's still an enemy. Chapter 79 _ Yuchen dared to promise that among the two templates that he had awakened now, there were simply no such powerful people. The attack spread all over the dragon country in an instant. What a strong person to do. Izumi didn't feel that the guy he knew had that kind of power. Unless those other parties know him, but he does not know the existence of the other party. Izumi didn't think much about it now. No matter who the other party is. At least for now, it's not a threat to Izumi. Even the appearance of him still protecting. When the time comes in the future, she should appear. So Yuchen is not in a hurry at all. After listening to Izumi's words, Iris Veal nodded thoughtfully. Even if he didn't say much more about it. For the next time, Iken didn't go anywhere, but stayed in the dormitory and read the books sent by the school. Yuchen stayed at school all weekend. Even if the rest of the class wanted to ask Izumi to go out to play, Izumi refused outright. Well, don't die. The weekend is over and classes resume on Monday. I originally thought that this guy, Yuji, would continue to let everyone besiege Yi Cheng as he did last week, so as to exercise his actual combat ability. But nothing like that happened. As soon as she came to the classroom, Yuji made an announcement directly. This week, we're not training. Izumi, Asuna, Sugiha, the three of you prepare. The competition is about to start. Hearing the grumpy old mustard's words, Yuchen was suddenly full of question marks. Is it so direct? Why don't we know anything? This guy is too unreliable. Suddenly tell them that the game is about to start? No mental preparation at all. Asuna and Sugiha are also very confused. The date is coming so soon? Real or fake? Seeing the expressions of the three of them, Yuji immediately pouted. She wouldn't admit that she had forgotten about it. So Yuji said directly and confidently. It's exercising your temporary reflexes. Don't talk nonsense. The game starts the day after tomorrow and it's still some time to inform you now. In these 2 days, people from other countries will come to the Dragon Country one after another. So the three of you have to go to the competition hall and stay there and get along well with people from other schools. Next, you are a team of people. Although those guys are not as strong as you, their strength is still good. After saying this, the irritable old mustard paused. He looked at the other students. As for you guys, do whatever you want for the next time. I don't have time to take you. If you want to go to the game, you can also do cheerleading. That's it? After saying this for a while, the irritable old mustard stopped talking. After waving at the three of Izumi, they walked directly outside. Seeing this scene, Yuchen felt like he was about to split. Why is this guy so unreliable? After a few words in his heart, Yuchen got up and walked outside. Seeing this, Asuna and Sugiha were helpless, but there was nothing they could do. It's really hard to have such a class teacher on the stall. When the three were about to leave, Li Wei stood up and shouted to Yuchen. Isumi. Come on, fuck people from other countries. Let those Mao Mao know how powerful our dragon country is. When the people in the class heard this, they immediately started booing. Although this game is very confusing to everyone, they don't understand what is going on at all. However, everyone chose to unify the outside world. As long as they are fighting against people from other countries, they will definitely cheer for Isumu. Hearing these voices in the classroom, Yuchen nodded. It's okay, let's see how I go about killing the quartet. You just shout at ease, that's it? After saying this, Isumu left the classroom with Asuna and Sugiha. Seeing Yuchen's confident appearance, the people in the class immediately looked forward to it. This wave of competitions has received little attention in previous years, mainly because it is not announced to the public. And nothing to see. But this year, it is estimated that there will be a good show. After all, there are many geniuses in other countries. Therefore, with the warm invitation of those countries, this time the competition is expected to be broadcast live. Just when the three of Yuchen were taken away from school by Yuji. There was also a visitor from Britain at the imperial capital airport at this time. Golden single ponytail, wearing a perfect suit. The person who came was Arturia. Behind her is a girl who looks very similar to her, but is full of wildness. This guy is Mordred. And several very beautiful girls. After these people got off the plane, they walked outside with Aura. Along the way, those who met them gave way. At the same time, many people also recognized who this group of people was. When Arturia walked out of the airport, there was already a convoy waiting for them. After getting into the car, Arturia said directly, "Go to Imperial College first." As her voice fell, the driver started the car and took Arturia and the others towards Imperial University. Arturia looked at the scenery outside the window, dumbfounded and didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, Mose, who was sitting beside her, suddenly said, "Father, sister. Why are we going to Imperial College? Shouldn't we go to the hotel?" They are father-daughter relationships, and they have become sisters directly in this world. After Mose woke up, he couldn't change his mouth for a while. Almost called it wrong. Hearing Mose's words, Arturia couldn't help but say, "Well, there is an old man there." And when she said this, a figure appeared in her mind. Seeing this, Mose suddenly filled his forehead with question marks. "And what? You look strange." Mose said that he was very confused about Arturia in this way. No dignity at all. Arturia shook her head. "No, nothing." She didn't say what she thought, Qianzhao's method, but continued to enjoy the scenery. Seeing this scene, Mose was even more puzzled. Why does it feel like she has something on her mind? But after thinking about it, she didn't ask much. Instead, he looked out of the car. He looked at the scenery outside and admired it. In addition to Britain, people from other countries came one after another. After Arturia left the airport, one was wearing tights and had purple hair. The man with the veil on his face also got off the other plane. After she walked out of the airport with a group of people, she was picked up by another motorcade. The people at the Imperial Capital International Airport were also shocked when they saw this scene. Who are these guys? What a big stage. Is there anything important today? Why are all the big guys appearing here? For a time, many people who were waiting for the flight here started to discuss it one after another. Chapter 80 _ At the moment when representatives of various countries arrived, Arturia had already arrived at Imperial University. Imperial Capital University naturally also received the news of the arrival of the British King. So when they came, the school did a good job of welcoming them. Although they came in a hurry, Imperial City University still let Iris Veal come to the school gate to greet them. The fact that Iris Veal and Artoria are friends is no secret at Imperial University. In addition, that guy Yuji ran away with Yi Cheng and the others early. Just after the front foot left the school, the back foot Artoria and the others came. So now I can only let Iris Veal come to receive them. Iris Veal was standing quietly at the school gate at this moment. There are many teachers behind her. After waiting for a while, the team finally came. When I saw this team, Iris Veal's eyes suddenly lit up. Come on. The voice fell, and the car stopped in front of Iris Veal. Then, the door opened. Arturia got out of the car. Ellie. Lee. The two embraced each other as soon as they met. The scene suddenly turned orange. Hee. Leah, you are still like this. This time how long will you stay in Dragon Country? Iris Veal looked at Arturia with great excitement. Hearing Iris Veal's words, Arturia shook her head. I don't know yet. It should be a while. There are other people over there, so I don't need to worry too much. By the way, Shiro. No, what about Isumi? Having said that, she looked around. But the figure was not found. When Ellie heard this, she blinked. After thinking about it, he explained. Yuchen seems to have been taken away by Yuji. I'm going to participate in the competition that you guys are going to hold next. In other words, next. The people you brought may be fighting Yuchen. Speaking of which, Ellie looked at Emoze, who had been standing beside Laya. Laya frowned when she heard this. The guy is participating. Are you sure? Ellie nodded. Yes. Yuji asked him to participate. So, go ahead and do your best. After speaking, she immediately gloated. Emoze may not be able to win Yi Cheng. Laya was really speechless now. Are you going to accompany this wave again? However, when she thought that there were other people, she was relieved. It seems that guy will bring her apprentice too. In other words, will there be many acquaintances this year? Interesting. After thinking about this, she said to Emoze very seriously. Little Emo. Go all out for the next game, or you might overturn. Do you know? Emoze, who suddenly heard this, was a little stunned. What's wrong? Sister. What's the problem? Why do you say this all of a sudden? Arturia did not continue to explain. Instead, he looked at Ellie. Since he's not here, let's go for a walk first. When it came to this, she was still very disappointed. I thought I could eat his cooking today. Pity. Naturally, Iris Veal had no objections. Next, she took Laya to visit Imperial University. There were also many people brought by Arturia. Most of them are the best guys over there in Britain. In addition to Emoze, there is Gareth. Gao Wen's younger sister. They are also the first time to come to the Dragon Country. They are naturally very interested in the situation here in the Dragon Kingdom. On Yuchen's side, the three followed Yuji to a huge gymnasium. There were already several people here. These are excellent students from all over the country. Their mentor was also here at this time. Isumi and the others were the last to arrive. Just arrived here, Yi Cheng was stunned when he saw the people inside. Because a very familiar figure appeared in his field of vision. Huh? Juno. Seeing the girl in the witch costume, Izumi's eyes flashed a touch of surprise. When Yuji heard Yi Cheng's words, she was also a little surprised. You know her? Come over from Sakura province. It's a girl with good strength, and she has awakened twice. It even fuses the power of the two worlds together. Hearing her words, Yuchen suddenly blinked. Two worlds? Braggart? Or, did others misunderstand? It was thought that she awakened the power of fallen angels in the first life, and then the power of demons in the second life. It finally came together. Thinking of this, Yuchen suddenly sneered in his heart. She knew best what happened to Zushi. They were completely a mix of humans and fallen angels, and they were reincarnated as demons in the end. It's just words, this world. It seems that there is something wrong with her operation. The people over there naturally noticed Yuji's arrival. I saw Yuji brought Yi Cheng and the others here. Everyone became serious, and then they stepped forward to greet Yuji. The eyes of those students fell on the three of them. Especially Juno. When she saw Yi Cheng, her eyes suddenly lit up. An inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy emerged in my heart. It's like an old friend I haven't seen in years. However, she has no memory of this. She could guarantee that she would never know this handsome little boy. But this familiarity is definitely not deceiving. Thinking of this, Zunai stepped forward and greeted Yi Cheng. Hello. Hello. I'm Juno, may I ask who you are? When she said this, her eyes were full of curiosity. The closer she got, the more familiar she felt. There was even an urge to hug him. Yuchen was stunned when he saw Zunai take the initiative to greet him. Hello. I'm Izumi. Izumi is very strange now. Why do you feel this Zunai is weird? Just when Izumi was thinking so, Akeno suddenly came up and smelled Izumi. Well, a familiar taste. But where did you smell it? It's strange. Obviously I don't know each other, but I feel so familiar with you. Having said that, she tilted her head and bit her lip, looking very distressed. I have no idea how lethal this expression is. Seeing Akeno like this, Izumi felt like he was about to split. Are you sure you're not looking for an excuse to approach him? At this time, Sugiha and Asuna stepped forward. Hello, Zunai. What's the matter with you? Asuna narrowed her eyes, and her eyes began to become unkind. This woman is very wrong. Isn't this special Meow seducing Izumi? She can't allow this kind of thing. Now that she's had enough, yet another one comes. Knowing from this woman's words, Yuchen gave her a familiar feeling. Mistress. Thinking of this, Asuna rolled her eyes at Izumi. The resentful little eyes made Yi Cheng suddenly embarrassed.